Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode after the apocalypse, betrayed and harmed by my family, I reborn and turned the villa into paradise. When our protagonist Xiao Mingyue went to the hospital to visit Xinxin, she unexpectedly learned that she was having a difficult labor. At this critical moment, no medical staff could help and everyone was at a loss. Fortunately, Aunt Mo stepped forward and volunteered based on her experience in delivering babies several times, wanting to help Xinxin and the child overcome the difficulties. However, since Aunt Mo had not practiced for many years, Xinxin's condition became increasingly critical, and everyone's heart was in their throat. At this critical moment, Xiao Mingyue had an idea. Relying on her experience in helping animals give birth, she took on this important task regardless of the consequences. Finally, with her full help, Xinxin and her daughter were safe, and the dangerous scene finally came to an end. However, the story does not end there. Xinxin unexpectedly refuses the child and even suggests that Xiao Mingyue throw her away. Why did she make such a decisive choice? How will Xiao Mingyue respond when faced with such a choice? Want to know more exciting plots? After the apocalypse, betrayed and harmed by my family, I reborn and turned the villa into paradise. The final part is about to be revealed. Let us witness this thrilling battle of fate together. This is an episode you definitely don't want to miss. The moment Xiao Mingyue picked up the child, the dullness in the air was finally broken, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Xinxin collapsed to the ground, her hair sticking to her cheeks, her clothes soaked with sweat. She couldn't even speak, she could only breathe heavily. Several female classmates couldn't help but have red eyes, hugged each other and sobbed, their cries were suppressed and sad. Finally the baby was born. It was so hard, someone whispered with sobs. A few boys standing a little further away showed a hint of relief when they saw that the mother and child were safe, but they seemed stiff and awkward. Aunt Mo wiped her hands and broke the silence cheerfully. Hey, where's the child's father? Come over and take a look. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the boys suddenly became awkward. They lowered their heads and stared at the ground, as if they were afraid of being called out by someone, and no one moved. Seeing this, Aunt Mo's mind turned and she immediately understood the hidden truth. She quickly changed the subject and praised as if to smooth things over. Oh, this child is so pretty, as beautiful as her mother, as if she walked out of a painting. Xinxin pulled the corners of her mouth with difficulty, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, but her eyes drifted empty into the distance, as if her mind was lost in some unreachable place. Soon after, Aunt Mo cleaned the child and wrapped the baby carefully in an old blanket. Everyone sat together and calmed down a little. At this time, Xiao Mingyue slowly pieced together the stories of these children from the intermittent conversations. These 7 teenagers were originally junior high school classmates who grew up together. The sudden natural disaster was like a ruthless knife, cutting them apart from their warm families. Some people have lost all their loved ones. Some people, although their loved ones are still alive, are abandoned as a burden. They are isolated and helpless, and can only support each other and warm each other in despair. Finally, they decided to head all the way to Huiwen Mountain City, which was said to be the last hope for the refugees. Xinxin's experience is particularly heartbreaking. She has been the apple of her family's eye since she was young, living a comfortable life and being loved. However, a sudden flood destroyed her home and took the lives of her parents. After losing her parents, Xinxin was taken in by her uncle. She thought she could find support, but she never imagined that there was a deeper abyss there. Her uncle and aunt were cold and sarcastic, and her 2 cousins were even more inhumane. She felt like she was walking on thin ice every day. After suffering in humiliation for a year, Xinxin finally escaped late one night. Only after finding this group of classmates did she have a chance to breathe. As for the child in her belly, she herself was not sure whose it was. She did not even have the courage to touch her memory of that dark period that she could not bear to look back on. If it were not for the timely rescue of Xiao Mingyue and others, she might have been swallowed up by fate and disappeared in some corner of the world. But her tragedy is not an isolated case. The experiences of each of these 7 children are unbearable to listen to. Some were abandoned by their families, some witnessed their loved ones die tragically in the disaster, and some were deceived by their biological parents with lies and thrown directly into the ruthless torrent. The coldness of blood ties made these children feel hopeless, but the survivors found some warmth and reasons to live in each other. So what if we're related by blood? They're not as good as these friends who have been with me all the way, a girl said softly, with deep resentment in her tone. After hearing this, Enmo's eyes were red and she couldn't help but wipe away her tears. She choked and said, "You children have suffered too much. How could God be so blind? You are such good children, but you have been forced to this point. It's really a sin." Her few words seemed to open the dam in the children's hearts. Their eyes became red one after another. The boy who had been holding back his tears could no longer hold back and burst into tears while hugging his knees. These children had never heard a word of concern since the disaster began, and no one had ever truly felt sorry for their plight. But Aunt Mo's simple words were like a warm current that touched the grievances that had been pent up in their hearts for a long time. Xiao Mingyue stood quietly aside, looking at the group of crying children, feeling mixed emotions. This is the 4th year that natural disasters have wreaked havoc. In the past 4 years, countless happy families have been torn apart, countless innocent children have been forced to experience unimaginable suffering, and countless elderly people have passed away with regrets. All this seems to have no end. She looked up into the distance. The sky was gloomy, and the low-hanging dark clouds seemed to be pressing down. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but feel confused with such a ruthless and long torture. Where is the future of mankind? Where is the end of hope? At this time, the baby's cry echoed in the silent room, like a sharp thorn, piercing everyone's eardrum. Aunt Emma looked down at the child in her arms, gently shaking her arms to try to comfort him, but her brows had already been wrinkled into a shape, and her heart was filled with sorrow. "She's probably hungry," she sighed, her tone revealing fatigue and helplessness. "But where can I find milk for her these days?" The birth of a baby symbolizes the arrival of new life, but in this chaotic world, life is more like a heavy burden. Famine is raging, even adults are struggling to survive, let alone a fragile newborn. No one dares to delve into this issue. The room was filled with depression. Xinxin, who was sitting in the corner, looked pale, her hands tightly grasping the corners of her worn-out clothes. She was silent for a long time, as if she was fighting with herself, and finally raised her head with a determined look in her eyes. "Auntie, please do me a favor, throw her away." Her voice was low and hoarse, but every word was piercing. For a moment, the room seemed to be still. Everyone was stunned, and their surprised eyes turned to Xinxin. Even the baby's cry seemed to be a little weaker. Xinxin's mouth curled up into a bleak smile, her eyes full of pain and struggle. "I can't even support myself, how can I support her? If she lives, she will just suffer for the rest of her life. Rather than letting her starve and suffer, it's better to free her early. Auntie, please, let me be cruel to her for once." Upon hearing this, Aunt Mo's chest rose and fell violently. She raised her hand to stroke the baby in her arms, her eyes full of shock and pity. "My child, your words would make anyone feel distressed. But who can really do this? This is a living little life." The air in the room was so heavy that it seemed to freeze. Xinxin's eyes wandered, not daring to look directly at everyone, so she could only turn to her companions. "What about you? Are you willing to help me?" But at this moment, those companions who had been through thick and thin with her lowered their heads one by one, and no one responded. "We can't do it," someone whispered, with an apologetic and powerless tone, as if afraid of touching some taboo. At this moment, the boy with almond-shaped eyes standing nearby suddenly said, "Don't kill her. I'll give her my share of food. I'd rather starve myself than watch her die of starvation." Xinxin looked up at him with a complicated expression. "She is a baby. She can't eat black cakes. She needs milk. Your food can't save her." The boy's shoulders slumped, and he lowered his head without saying anything. The room became increasingly silent, making it hard to breathe. Xinxin clenched her teeth, her eyes hardened. She took a step forward and reached out to the baby in Aunt Mo's arms. "Aunt, give it to me. I'll make the decision." "Xinxin!" Aunt Mo took a step back and protected the child tightly. "Don't be impulsive. This is... I have to do it," Xinxin said with determination, tears welling up in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth and insisted. "If she stays, she will only drag everyone down. She can only blame herself for being born into the wrong family." At this moment, Xiao Mingyue, who was standing aside, was stunned. In her mind, the long-lost mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Ding, new mission triggered, keep this child and let her grow up safely. Do you accept? Countdown 3, 2. The system's voice was abrupt and cold, causing Xiao Mingyue's heart to tremble. She almost subconsciously answered, accept. Okay, please take action immediately. Xiao Mingyue frowned and couldn't help asking, why? Why do you want to save this child? It's harder to feed a baby than to save 100 adults. You never care about these things, why do you suddenly speak up today? New life is hope. If hope dies, the world will have no future. The system's answer was calm and straightforward, but it made Xiao Mingyue's heart tremble. If hope dies, the world will have no future. Her eyes fell on the thin baby, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. Over the years, she had seen too many separations of life and death, and the system had never actively asked her to save anyone, but today, it spoke for the first time. What's different about this child? She murmured in a low voice, as if asking the system, or as if asking herself. The system did not respond. But Xiao Mingyue had a vague feeling in her heart. This was not an ordinary mission, nor was it just a life-saving mission. The future of this baby might hold some unknown answers. Xiao Mingyue's gaze fell on the pink face of the baby in her arms, her expression gentle yet with a hint of complexity. The sudden launch of the system caused her to wonder, but at this moment she had made up her mind. No matter what the meaning of the mission was, she would keep the child no matter what. I will take good care of her, don't worry. Her tone was calm, but with unshakable determination. Meng Yuanyuan's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Xiao Mingyue has always been known for being calm and rational, so it was beyond her expectation that she would take the initiative to take on such troublesome matters. But then I thought about it, Xiao Huihui had been clinging to Xiao Mingyue. Although there were many difficulties along the way, it seemed that Xiao Mingyue was not really forced into a desperate situation. Meng Yuanyuan was silent for a while, sighed softly, and admired Xiao Mingyue a little more in her heart. Really? Xinxin's eyes shone with hope, but she couldn't stop tears from pouring out. Sister, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, my child and I would have died a long time ago. Xiao Mingyue smiled slightly. No need to thank you. Now that this child is here, she must live well. From now on, she will be called Hope. Hope. Xinxin murmured and repeated the name, her eyes full of reluctance, but with a little more relief. This name sounds so nice. She will definitely be better off following you than following me. Aunt Emma at the side had tears in her eyes and sighed softly. This child and Xiao Xiao are really destined to be together. Look, he didn't even cry in your arms. Xiao Mingyue said nothing more, and turned away with hope. She had long been accustomed to shouldering the responsibility alone, and Meng Yuanyuan and Aunt Emma also tacitly did not follow her, but just watched her disappear silently from behind. After finding a quiet corner, Xiao Mingyue entered her own space. The sun was shining brightly in the space, and Fugui was dozing on the grass. Hearing the noise, he looked up lazily, but was stunned when he saw the little thing in Xiao Mingyue's arms. What is this? It's so small, so soft, and it can move? Fugui was full of doubts. Xiao Mingyue ignored Fugui's expression, carefully placed Hope on the soft cushion, and then started to get busy. She gave Hope a warm bath and wrapped her tightly in a blanket, doing so very gently as if she was afraid of hurting her if she was not careful. Fugui, go and drive the cows in the space over here. Xiao Mingyue gave orders while busying herself. Fugui was stunned for a moment, glanced at Hope, then looked at Xiao Mingyue's expression. Although he was full of questions, he still obediently followed the order. After a while, it drove over a cow that looked like it had lost all hope in life. Xiao Mingyue squeezed the milk skillfully, cooked it and let it cool down a little, then fed it into Shi Wang's mouthful by mouthful with a small spoon. Shi Wang drank it very well, and soon fell asleep contentedly, with his little fists clenched tightly, so pink and tender that it made people feel pity. Xiao Mingyue took out a small basket from the space, spread thick cotton cloth inside, and carefully placed the sleeping Hope inside. Fugui and Xiao Huihui came to the basket, staring at the new life with wide eyes. Fugui tried to touch it with his paw, while Xiao Huihui put his nose close to it, but seemed extremely cautious. She will be the new member of our family from now on. You two must take good care of her. Do you hear me? Xiao Mingyue looked at these two adorable guys and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Fugui blinked his eyes, complaining in his heart. This soft little thing is clearly a trouble. It even needs to be fed by someone, and I have to watch over it. Isn't this just looking for trouble for me? But when it tried to touch it gently with its claws, it hesitated. It quietly retracted its claws in midair, fearing that it would accidentally hurt the little guy. Fugui had never expected that from this moment on, his leisure life would come to an end. Hope's heart-wrenching cries began to ring out from time to time in the space, and each cry was like a sharp knife piercing Fugui's ears, causing this majestic tiger to feel terrified. After bidding farewell to Xinxin and the others, Xiao Mingyue held Xiao Shiwang's hand and soon arrived at Shuling City. This once prosperous metropolis, ravaged by natural disasters, is now only left with broken walls and has become desolate. Holding Xiao Shiwang, she walked through the muddy and rubble streets, her footsteps making a rustling sound. She looked around. The collapsed buildings and deserted streets seemed to tell of the past glory and present decline. A complex emotion surged in her heart, heavy and difficult to express. I heard that Zhuling City used to be the provincial capital. It was such a lively place. Manhwaedit sighed in a low voice, her tone unable to conceal the regret and sadness. No matter how big a city is, it cannot withstand the ravages of natural disasters. Xiao Mingyue's tone was calm, but a little cold, and her gaze did not linger. They walked through the bustling crowd, surrounded by ragged, haggard refugees. Some of them looked numb, as if they had lost hope in life and drifted with the flow like zombies. However, this depressing atmosphere was soon broken by a loud noise. Old thing! Are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you? A ruffian voice came from the crowd. Following the sound, I saw a few lazy young men surrounding an old man in tattered clothes. The leading young man waved a broken fan in his hand and mercilessly slapped the old man on the head, cursing. You stepped on my foot just now, and you didn't even apologize. Are you looking for a beating? The old man was hunched over, with messy hair like dead grass and a tangled beard. He was wrapped in a tattered military coat with cotton wool sticking out from the hem. He was trembling slightly, curled up and stood there, like a dead leaf about to wither in the wind. Hey, Wang Wei, he's a fool, why bother with him? A young man nearby advised. Wang Wei spat impatiently. Bad luck! He glared at the old man fiercely, then walked away. The people behind him also left cursing. The refugees who were watching all hid away, fearing that they would get into trouble. But the old man remained squatting there, head down, as if he had shrunk into the shadow of this broken world. Seeing this, Anemo at the side could not help but sigh, took out a piece of black cake from her bosom, shook her head and said, Hey, this man is too pitiful. Anyway, we are not used to eating this stuff, so give it to him. Don't go. Xiao Mingyue grabbed her and said calmly but with a hint of alertness. He doesn't look right. He seems to have mental problems. Don't approach him rashly. Aunt Emo couldn't bear it, and her tone was full of blame. It's because he is mentally ill that he is even more pitiful. Who can help them these days? Xiao Mingyue's eyes were still calm, but with a hint of oppression. There are so many poor people, can you help them all? Sometimes, kindness is used in the wrong place. Not only can it not help others, but it may also hurt yourself. Mom, you are too soft-hearted. Manhwaedit was always quick-witted and blurted out. Which refugee is not pitiful? We can't even protect ourselves, and we still want to be a saint. It's really unnecessary. Girl, who are you calling a saint? Aunt Emo glared at her but was not really angry. As the two were arguing in low voices, a tall woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and walked directly towards the old man. She took out 2 black cakes from her cloth bag with a sympathetic smile on her face. Old man, where are your family members? How did they end up in such a situation? So pitiful. She handed over the black cake and shook her head and sighed. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to look at the crowd around her, and the smile on her face instantly turned cold. Look at the people nowadays, they just ignore those who need help, they are more cold-blooded than anyone else. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are cold. Hearing the woman's words, the disaster victims around her turned their eyes away expressionlessly, as if they hadn't heard it at all. Some even curled their lips, revealing their undisguised disdain. The woman raised her chin, with a hint of insistence in her tone. Take it and eat something. There are still good people in this world. We are all refugees, and we should help each other. The old tramp stretched out his hand tremblingly, his eyes carefully staring at the woman's face. The woman stretched her hand forward again. Take it, don't be afraid. At the woman's insistence, a strange light suddenly burst out from the old tramp's cloudy eyes. He raised a weird smile, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hey, wife, sleep with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed the woman's hand, threw her to the ground, and tore her clothes violently. The woman screamed in horror. Ah! This sudden change stunned the people around. The woman's family rushed over after hearing the noise and forcibly pulled the old homeless man away in a panic, but he held the woman's neck tightly, and even took the opportunity to touch her breasts twice when he left. The woman got up from the ground in a panic, holding her torn clothes. She spat several times and broke down crying. Beat him! Beat him to death! Beating this old man to death is to get rid of harm to the people. Her husband was so angry that he was shaking all over. He roared and punched the old homeless man. You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you today! Several men rushed forward and beat and kicked the old homeless man. Their fists, filled with the long-suppressed anger and resentment of the disaster victims, mercilessly fell on his thin body. The beaten old tramp fell to the ground, curled up like a frightened beast, holding his head with both hands, howling in pain, but there was a sly glint in his eyes as if he was deliberately pretending to be pitiful. The crowd began to back away, fearing that they would get into trouble. Someone whispered, It would be a shame to kill such a person. Is this guy crazy? Aunt Mo, who was standing by, was dumbfounded and muttered, I gave him food out of kindness, but he actually did such a thing. Xiao Mingyue glanced coldly at the old homeless man on the ground, and said indifferently, He has mental problems, and his behavior cannot be understood by normal people's logic. But do you believe it? If it was a man who gave him the things just now, he would never dare to do it. Manhwaedit looked incredulous. A mentally ill person also bullies the weak and fears the strong? Mental illnesses are also human beings, so they naturally know how to pick on the weak. Especially for lunatics like these who have been wandering around for a long time, behind their madness is not only ignorance, but also danger. There was a hint of chill in Xiao Mingyue's tone. Aunt Mo touched her chest and was terrified. Fortunately, I didn't go over there just now. Manhwaedit curled her lips in disdain. Mom, I've told you a long time ago not to meddle in these things. If you had gone there, you would be the one lying on the ground now. Aunt Mo nodded silently, and rarely did she refute. I won't be a good person easily in the future. A few people turned their heads to see that the old homeless man had been beaten black and blue. The woman was obviously not satisfied and kicked him a few more times. The onlookers still watched coldly, no one stepped forward to stop him, and everyone pretended to be deaf and dumb. Let's go. Xiao Mingyue hugged Xiao Shiwang tightly in her arms, and walked straight ahead with a cold tone. Manhwaedit and Aunt Mo looked at each other, and hurriedly followed. Along the way, Xiao Mingyue remained silent, and her grandfather's warnings seemed to ring in her ears again. When she was a child, her grandfather often warned her, Don't feel sorry for male homeless people on the street, especially those who are crazy. You can never predict their behavior. Stay away from such people. As far as I can remember, my grandfather once told me a story about a village. That was the first time Xiao Mingyue heard about the bloody lesson of kindness. There was an aunt in the village who was famous for her kind-heartedness. She would help anyone who had problems. She was particularly sympathetic to a crazy homeless man and often brought him food and clothes. But one day, my aunt suddenly disappeared. A few days later, her body was found in the woods outside the village, and the murderer was the homeless man. When facing the police's interrogation, the homeless man said something chilling. She usually gives me things, she must be looking down on me. So I want to kill her. This story shocked the whole village at the time, and also made Grandpa be wary of such people. From then on, he warned Xiao Mingyue, Don't be nice to such people casually. It's better to be indifferent than to take risks. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue looked down at Xiao Shiwang in her arms, gently pulled the blanket covering him, and felt even more depressed. Her eyes gradually became deep, and a thought emerged in her mind. In the face of natural disasters and man-made disasters, the greatest danger often does not come from the environment, but the darkness in people's hearts. In the afternoon, the road ahead was completely blocked. The noisy crowd was like boiling water, with arguments and questions rising one after another. What's going on? Manhwaedit stood on tiptoe and stuck her head out from the tricycle to look around. Meng Kong frowned and looked ahead, then asked tentatively. How about I go over and take a look? Meng Yuanyuan waved her hands impatiently. Go quickly, and don't get into trouble like last time. When the word last time was mentioned, the surroundings suddenly became quieter, and a sense of oppression filled the air. The tragedy in Xinhua County still made people feel horrified. Could it be that Zhuling City could not escape the disaster? People could not help but look nervous and talk in low voices. At this time, Xiao Mingyue gently held the baby in the swaddling clothes and got out of the car, saying calmly, I'll go take a look, it's a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. The little guy nestled in her arms, babbling and blowing bubbles, with a carefree look on his face, in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Xiao Mingyue walked forward along the flow of people. When she arrived at the roadblock, what caught her eye were two off-road vehicles blocking the middle of the road. Several men in black stood beside them indifferently, motionless, like statues. What's going on? Why are you blocking the road? The road is public, why are you blocking us? Complaints rose among the crowd. However, the men in black showed no reaction. They glanced at everyone with cold eyes, and the oppressive feeling made people dare not say anything more. Xiao Mingyue did not vent her anger with the crowd, but lowered her eyes and observed secretly. These people were wearing uniform black clothes and military boots, with knife handles faintly visible at their waists. There was a sharp aura between their eyebrows, and it was obvious that they had received rigorous training. The strong muscle lines and the murderous aura all over their bodies were far beyond the ordinary militia. Her brows knitted slightly, and a vague memory emerged in her mind, the conspiracy meetings she accidentally encountered in the back mountain. A group of people gathered in the back mountain of Huahan community to plot a terrorist attack. The attire and demeanor of these men in black in front of her were so similar to those of that group of people. At this moment, a tall man got off the SUV. The hideous scar at the end of his eyebrow was particularly conspicuous and chilling. Xiao Mingyue's pupils suddenly shrank. Brother Meng. She would never forget this face. The mastermind behind the bombing of Ziwei Garden was Brother Meng. Now he appeared here? Mengge took the loudspeaker handed to him by his younger brother, turned it on and shouted rudely. What are you making so much noise for? Shut up! The roar was like thunder, instantly stunning everyone. The crowd was completely silent, their eyes full of fear, fearing that they would be burned. Mengge glanced around and said gloomily, The road ahead is under construction and is temporarily blocked. Don't ask any more questions. Someone in the crowd murmured, How long will the traffic jam last? A few days? Meng Ji's eyes turned cold, and he shouted sternly, I told you to wait a few days, so you have to wait a few days. If anyone keeps nagging, believe it or not, I will kill you. The man was so frightened that his face turned pale and he shrank back into the crowd, not daring to say another word. Brother Meng snorted coldly, and then said, 2 days, don't ask any more questions. After saying that, Mengge threw the horn back into his younger brother's hands and cursed impatiently. What a fucking trouble! Xiao Mingyue held her breath, lowered her head, and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. She knew that Mengge had seen her face, although he might not remember it, but she would never take the risk. Mengge casually glanced at the crowd, but suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on a familiar figure. The profile of her face and her eyebrows looked very much like the woman that made the venomous snake Bailey Muchen obsessed. Hey, that woman! Mengge blurted out, pointing his finger forward. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice and looked around, but no one could figure out who he was calling. And that figure had quietly disappeared into the crowd without a trace. Mengge scratched his head and muttered suspiciously, What the hell, is this really dazzling? He turned back to the car, lazily got into his seat, and complained casually, Boss, is this kind of thing worth our personal involvement? We can just find someone to do it, why waste time here? Let's go back. The man sitting in the car was none other than the legendary long-lost venomous snake, Bailey Muchen. He narrowed his narrow phoenix eyes and glanced at the crowd in front of him, as if he was trying to penetrate the surface and catch a familiar figure. Just out for a walk. His voice was cold and without any ups and downs. Are these people also going to Orankalong province? Mengge leaned back in his seat and yawned nonchalantly. Everyone in the country is running there. After all, it's the only place that can still be considered safe. Where else can we go? Bailey Muchen's eyes darkened slightly, as if he remembered something, and he lit a cigarette. Where are the people in Pingjing City? Are they fleeing there too? When Mingyue heard this, he laughed out loud and said jokingly, Boss, are you still thinking about making a big profit? But then again, didn't that person die a long time ago? You still. His words stopped abruptly, because Bailey Mochen's eyes suddenly became as cold as a knife. Mingyue immediately shut up and changed his tone awkwardly. I mean, we are wanted criminals now. It's always better to keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Bailey Mochen remained silent, the ashes between his fingers falling. He frowned slightly, and after a moment he slowly spoke. What is the attitude of the higher-ups? The joking expression on Mingji's face subsided a little, and he said seriously, What they mean is that they want to disrupt China at all costs. But to be honest, boss, they don't take us seriously at all. In their eyes, brothers are just a bunch of chess pieces that can be thrown at will. Why should we work hard for them? Bailey Mochen's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his voice was low and sarcastic. Who said I want to work for them? Mingyue was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, slapped his thigh and said, Hey, I see. Boss, you want to use their resources to benefit ourselves, right? Bailey Mochen remained silent as smoke rings slowly rose. His gaze went into the distance, as if he was looking through time into the distant past. Memories flooded back. It was a warm afternoon, the mother's smile was gentle and loving, and the family's glory enveloped the siblings. However, all of this was destroyed by the hands of a hypocrite. That man seized his mother's property under the guise of marriage and eventually forced her to leave the house with nothing. In order to completely eliminate future troubles, he even created an accident and killed her. The young Bailey Mochen and his sister were driven out of the country and wandered in a foreign land, experiencing countless humiliations and hardships. Many years later, when he returned with a rage, the man had already become a moral role model, admired by everyone. This hypocrisy hurt Bailey Mochen's heart and made him determined to destroy this mask with the most cruel means. Pulling away from his memories, Bailey Mochen's voice was as calm as water, but it revealed an unshakable determination. Continue to deal with the superiors and get as many resources as possible. Then what? Mingyue asked. Build our home. Bailey Mochen's tone was firm and cold. Mingyue laughed when he heard this. Zhuling City is a great choice, with a hidden location and rich resources. I think we should make it the strongest refuge. Those idiots are rushing to rank along Jiang province, not knowing that this is the real treasure land. Suddenly, he remembered something and touched his head. Oh, boss, I was dazzled in the crowd just now. I seemed to see the woman from Pingjing City. Wasn't that the woman you sent the wolf cub away with? Bailey Mochen's eyes suddenly changed, as sharp as a knife. Xiao Mingyue? Where is she? Mingyue shrank his neck and said, Maybe I saw it wrong. I just took a quick look, and it seemed like she was holding a child. The cigarette in Bailey Mochen's hand slowly burned out at his fingertips. He was silent for a moment, then opened the car door and said coldly, I'll go take a look. Xiao Mingyue returned to where the Meng family gathered and briefly explained the situation ahead. What? There's road construction ahead? Meng Yuanyuan widened her eyes in surprise. Didn't Zhuling City have been abandoned long ago? How could anyone build a road? Would the government care about such a place? Meng Kong frowned, obviously unable to believe it. Antemo murmured worriedly. Repairing the road? That doesn't seem like it. It looks like a deliberate checkpoint. Who are those people? They can't be the same group as those in Xinhua County. When talking about the experience in Xinhua County, the Meng family members felt their hearts tighten and fear spread in their eyes. How about we take a detour? We don't want to get into any more trouble. Aunt Mo's tone was a little anxious, and she was obviously unwilling to take any risks. Meng Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes. What if they are really bad people? The people in Zhuling City will not despise my mother's old flesh and want all of her, right? I don't want to go through this again. Shut up! What nonsense are you talking about? Meng Kong couldn't help but reach out and knock her on the head. I really have a psychological trauma. Meng Yuanyuan covered her head and muttered aggrievedly. Let's take a detour. We'd rather walk for 2 more months than risk our lives. Meng Kong was hesitant. Taking a long detour will not only take time, but our supplies will not last long. This road is the fastest shortcut to Huiwen Mountain City. If we really take a detour, the road may be even more dangerous. Andemo stamped her feet anxiously. It's better to take a few more steps than to lose your life. Mingyue turned to look at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Xiao Mingyue paused for a moment, and the scene in front of the roadblock flashed through her mind, especially Meng Ji's face. She was secretly shocked. Why are these people here? What is their purpose? Is it really just to repair the road? Xiao, what are you thinking about? Meng Yuanyuan pushed her gently. Xiao Mingyue came back to her senses and said calmly but firmly, It's not realistic to take a detour. There are so many refugees following us. It will not only be difficult for us to go against the flow of people, but it may also cause unnecessary trouble. Meng Yuanyuan hesitated. So, you mean go through Zhuling City? They are not really bad people, are they? Andemo asked in a low voice. Xiao Mingyue lowered her eyelids, with a complicated expression. There was no possibility, they were indeed bad guys. But the question was, what was the intention of these people? She was about to speak when she heard a commotion in the crowd ahead. In the distance, a handsome young man was walking against the flow of people. His fair face stood out in the crowd and was out of tune with the chaos around him. Xiao Mingyue's heart sank. Behind the young man, Mengge and several men with fierce faces followed closely. Their presence caused the refugees around to give way, and the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Mengge muttered as he walked. Boss, I may have seen it wrong. Before he finished speaking, the young man suddenly stopped, and his sharp eyes swept through the crowd, then fixed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Mingyue, is it really you? The voice was not loud, but it had the power to penetrate people's hearts. Xiao Mingyue's heart suddenly trembled. She raised her eyes and met that familiar and handsome face, and her breathing stagnated slightly. Why are you here? She blurted out subconsciously, her tone revealing surprise and vigilance. Sister, why are you here? The boy smiled gently, but his eyes were disturbingly dark. Sister? The Meng family members looked at each other in disbelief. Meng Yuanyuan couldn't help but whisper. Didn't she say she had no family? How come a brother suddenly appeared, and he's so handsome? Mengge also strode forward, recognized Xiao Mingyue at a glance, and immediately pointed at her and shouted excitedly. Hey! It turns out to be you, little girl! Boss, I told you, it's her! Xiao Mingyue's pupils shrank suddenly. The boss, that Mengge mentioned, turned out to be Bailey Mochen? The fragments of memory in her mind gradually pieced together Bailey Mochen was Meng Ji's boss. In other words, he was the real leader of the terrorists. In the previous life, there was the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in Huahan community, the catastrophic disaster in Ziwei Garden, the lives of hundreds of thousands of innocent people, and the tragic scene in Pingjing City. The mastermind behind all this was actually this seemingly harmless boy in front of him. As her thoughts surged, Xiao Mingyue's expression quickly calmed down. She knew that Mengge didn't know that she had seen through their identities, and Bailey Mochen's meaningful attitude just now seemed to hide a glimmer of opportunity that was not yet clear. She secretly clenched her fists but remained calm on the surface. Now, any expression of emotion could bring about a fatal disaster. Bailey Mochen behind Mengge seemed to notice something was wrong. His eyes flickered slightly, and then he turned to look at Xiao Mingyue. His voice was so gentle that it was chilling. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Mingyue quickly calmed down and said calmly, It's okay. Even though her heart was surging like a stormy sea, her expression remained calm. However, deep down, the uneasiness was like wild weeds growing wildly, unable to be suppressed. If Bailey Mochen knew that she had personally informed Director Yen of the secret, would he tear her to pieces in a rage? Bailey Mochen slowly turned his gaze to the child in Xiao Mingyue's arms, and raised a meaningful smile. Is this my sister's child? After not seeing her for a year, my sister has become a mother. Who gave birth to this child? As he spoke, his gaze turned and fell on Meng Yuanyuan and Meng Kang, who were not far away. His deep eyes were like a poisoned blade, easily piercing through people's disguises. Meng Yuanyuan was so frightened that she trembled all over and subconsciously took a step back, her voice trembling. This child was picked up on the road. Bailey Mochen said, oh, meaningfully, and his gaze returned to Xiao Mingyue, with a strange arc on the corner of his mouth. Sister is really beautiful and kind. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and bowed her head in silence. She tried to stay calm, but she still felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and she would be crushed to pieces if she made the slightest mistake. Bailey Machin suddenly turned his gaze towards the wolf at Xiao Mingyue's feet, chuckled and said, "This wolf is the cub I gave you, right?" Xiao Mingyue nodded perfunctorily. "Yes, it was given by you. It has grown so big," Bailey Machin said with a hint of sarcasm. "Sister has taken good care of it. It is stronger than both its parents." Little Hui beside him tilted his head, looking confused. "What? He gave me this as a gift? I still have parents?" As soon as the words fell, the Meng family was struck by lightning. Meng Yuanyuan took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Wolf? Isn't Brother Hui a dog?" Xiao Mingyue said calmly, "Thanks to it, it has been protecting us all the way." Bailey Mochin's eyes swept across her face like a knife, and he suddenly asked, "Sister, where are your family members? Why are they here? Pingjing is not close to here." Xiao Mingyue said calmly, "It's a long story. I wasn't with my family. I met them on the road and we traveled together. They are my companions." Then, she deliberately changed the subject. "What's wrong with the road ahead? When will it be open?" Bailey Machin smiled and said nonchalantly, "The road ahead is being repaired and it will take some time. Sister, you should stay at my place first. I will treat you well." Meng Ji's mouth twitched slightly. "Road repair? It's just a matter of 2 days, is it necessary to say? A period of time." Bailey Machin looked at the Meng family and said calmly, "And you, since you have taken care of her all the way, come along too." Meng Yuanyuan and Meng Kong looked at each other, their hearts in turmoil. Xiao Mingyue is indeed the big boss, he is hiding too deeply. However, Xiao Mingyue coldly refused. "Don't bother, we'll wait here and leave when the road is open." She had roughly understood that this Zhuling city was Bailey Machin's territory, otherwise he would not have used such a casual yet confident tone. Bailey Machin's eyes flashed with disappointment, but his tone was a little aggrieved. "Sister, are you rejecting me? After not seeing you for a year, you are so distant to me. Isn't it my responsibility to take care of you?" Mengge rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. Every time the venomous snake meets this woman, it turns into a licking dog. Enough! Can't you just kidnap her directly? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xiao Mingyue, however, saw through everything. She looked calm on the surface, but she was treading on thin ice on the inside. She knew the danger that Bailey Machin was in. Bailey Machin suddenly added, with a frightening smile on his face, "Besides, sister, don't you want this wolf cub to meet its parents? It has never seen them since it was born. How pitiful!" Little Hui whimpered softly, his glass-clear eyes full of confusion. "What do you mean? Who are you meeting?" Xiao Mingyue forced an awkward smile, trying to hide her inner uneasiness. "I didn't mean that, I just didn't want to bother you." However, she was screaming in her heart, "I'm afraid of you. I just want to be as far away from you as possible." Bailey Machin didn't give her a chance to escape. The smile on his lips deepened slightly, and his voice was low but with irresistible majesty. "No trouble, let's go." He gave a wink to Mingda and the others, and they immediately split up and took action. Some pushed the tricycles, some held the bicycles, and their movements were as smooth as a well-trained elite team. Brother Meng glanced at the 3 members of the Meng family, and said in a cold but unquestionable tone, "What are you standing there for? Let's go!" The 3 members of the Meng family panicked and looked at him for help. Xiao Mingyue was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. She knew very well that Bailey Machin's reception today was a must. Absolutely refusing would only cause more trouble. She smiled bitterly in her heart. What on earth does this person want? Last time in Fuelwo, he saved her, and the grudge should be settled, so why bother to entangle again? Or did he really regard her as a friend? But who would dare to make friends with such a friend? She couldn't help but think of the blood-stained, dying boy in the back mountain that year. He was the same demon who later slaughtered Pingjing. The memories were like a nightmare, suffocating. What a bad fate. At this moment, Bailey Machin looked calm and composed. He leaned forward and poked the child in Xiao Mingyue's arms, and the little Shiwang giggled and stuck out his tongue at him mischievously. Bailey Machin's eyes softened slightly, and his tone revealed a bit of tenderness. "Can I hug her?" Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay." He took the child. His movements were cautious, and his expression showed a rare softness. He gently teased Little Hope and whispered, "Such a small hand, but it's quite strong." Little Hope tightly grasped his fingers, as if to assert his sovereignty. Bailey Mochin raised his eyebrows, as if amused by this little life, and his eyes were a little more playful. Xiao Mingyue walked beside him and couldn't help but test him. "You all live in Zhuling City now?" Bailey Mochin responded nonchalantly. "Well, I plan to build Zhuling City into the most prosperous place to live. What do you think?" "Stay. A place to live?" Xiao Mingyue was stunned for a moment. "You want to build a place to live here? Aren't the government settlements concentrated in Oranka Longjiang province? He actually wants to open up a piece of his own territory within China? Isn't this obviously a confrontation with the country?" Bailey Mochin didn't seem to care about her surprise. He opened the car door and said with a smile, "That's right. The treatment we give to the people here is no worse than that of the official settlements. It's even better. Get in the car and talk while we go." Xiao Mingyue got into the car with a gloomy face, but her heart was in turmoil. This group of terrorists actually played the game of settling down in a safe place. Is it true? Or is there another purpose? Can the country tolerate a completely unregulated force taking root in its territory? She glanced at Bailey Mochin calmly. He was teasing Xiao Shiwang with his head down, and his expression was gentle, as if he was just an ordinary big brother. However, Xiao Mingyue knew that his gentleness was just a false appearance hidden under his iron blood. Bailey Mochin seemed to notice her gaze, and he looked up and smiled. "Sister, if you have anything to ask, just say it directly. There is no need for us to beat around the bush." Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and thought for a moment before speaking. "How do you plan to build a settlement? Do you have a specific plan?" She wanted to ask directly, "Are you going to turn this place into another happy place?" But she was afraid of angering him, so she had to be tactful. Bailey Mochin smiled upon hearing this, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "Sister, do you think that for someone like me who can create a happy home, the place where I live can't be a good place?" Xiao Mingyue was touched by the punch, and felt uncomfortable. "That's not what I meant." Bailey Mochin lowered his eyelashes, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Xiao Mingyue, I know that I am not a good person. But I have never hurt you. So, can you not be afraid of me, and don't resist me?" His tone was surprisingly gentle, even a little pleading. Xiao Mingyue was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to say that. She forced herself to calm herself down and forced a smile. "No. I'm not scared." But even she could tell that the words sounded so hollow. Xiao Mingyue listened to Bailey Mochin's teasing and secretly complained to herself. "Is it so obvious? I thought I covered it up pretty well." But she maintained a calm expression on her face. Bailey Mochin obviously saw through her disguise, and a half-smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Look at you, your face is stiff, and you still say no." Then, he changed the subject, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. "Fu Luo is indeed not a glorious place, but I have never treated the people there badly. They eat well, wear warm clothes, and have fine grains and eat every meal, which is much better than the days of eating insects outside. Do you know? On the day of disbanding, there were still many people crying and didn't want to leave." Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly, her tone calm but with a hint of disdain. "You don't need to explain these to me." Bailey Mochin was slightly startled, a hint of loneliness flashed across his eyes, but he quickly regained his usual composure. He smiled and changed the subject in a brisk tone. "Why don't you let me take my sister to have a good look at my home?" The car drove smoothly over the bumpy road, and Xiao Mingyue's attention was attracted by the scene outside the window. The desolate and dilapidated urban area of Zhuling City gradually moved away, but the scene of the suburbs gradually became vivid. The fields stretch out, the sky is blue and the clouds are white, farmers carry hoes and walk on the country roads, children wearing straw hats chase and play, and smoke rises from the farmhouses. The scene is exactly the same as the pastoral scenery before the end of the world. Xiao Mingyue was stunned and even forgot to breathe. "Are you really building a settlement? They are growing food? Where do these seeds come from?" Her tone was full of shock and confusion. Bailey Mochin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes teasing. "Why do you need to ask such an obvious question? As for the grain seeds, it's a little secret, I won't tell you." Xiao Mingyue was stunned for a moment, and her tone revealed a bit of complexity. "It's not bad." Bailey Machen lazily leaned back in his chair, his eyes as gentle as the wind. Of course. My mother used to like this kind of pastoral scenery the most. Xiao Mingyue's heart moved, and she asked casually, Is your mother here too? The air in the car suddenly became quiet. Bailey Machen's smile froze, and he whispered, She left when I was 5 years old. Xiao Mingyue was stunned, a trace of apology welled up in her heart, and she quickly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Bailey Machen looked out the window and said in a low voice, It's okay. My mother is a very gentle person and always loves to laugh. She likes the countryside, likes to grow flowers and vegetables, and often takes me for walks on country roads. The breeze on my face is itchy and very comfortable. He seemed to be immersed in some distant dream, and there was a hint of gentle nostalgia in his tone. Xiao Mingyue listened quietly, a little dazed, and then said sincerely, It's really good. These scenes make me feel like I'm back to the days before the disaster. Bailey Machen pointed to a place outside the window and said in a lighter tone, There are already quite a few people living there. Every household has a field and is self-sufficient. The settlement is still being expanded. Xiao Mingyue looked in the direction of his finger and saw several farmers walking by, talking and laughing, carrying tools, with relaxed smiles on their faces. She murmured, This place is really interesting. However, the doubts in his mind kept coming. Since Bailey Machen had the ability to build such a place to live, why did he do such a cruel thing to Pingjing City? Are these two completely different sides really the same person? She turned her head to look at Bailey Machen, her eyes full of complexity and contradiction. As if sensing her emotions, Bailey Machen suddenly smiled. How about it? Do you think I'm actually a good person? Xiao Mingyue was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Well, you did a good job. He continued, The planting department in Pingjing City reserves all the food for those who are powerful. But here, everyone is treated equally, and every resident can eat food and vegetables. Compared with that snob Jiwensi, I don't know how much better I am, right? Jiwensi. Xiao Mingyue repeated the name in a low voice, and a familiar shadow appeared in her mind. Where is he now? Chapter 730. Seeing her reaction, Bailey Machen thought she didn't know Jiwensi. Sister, don't you know Jiwensi? Don't people in Pingjing City know him? Xiao Mingyue's eyes flickered. I've heard of it. She changed the subject. I never thought I could see such a scene in the end times. You put a lot of effort into it. The smiles on the faces of the residents don't lie. How nice it would be if there were no red noses in Pingjing City. I really want to go home. If there were no red noses in Pingjing City, she could be with her family and live an ordinary and happy life, just like those farmers just now. They will not flee from famine. She would not appear alone in this strange place and be separated from her family. Bailey Machen's gaze lingered on her profile. Pingjing City? Pingjing City has disappeared and can never be returned. Don't you know that? Xiao Mingyue was confused. What? What does disappear mean? It seems you really don't know. Bailey Machen said slowly. The red cloud grabbing the sky is a sign of a devastating disaster. Wherever there is red light, there will be an unprecedented earthquake. Moreover, this earthquake can no longer be judged by the level set by humans. Anyway, the surface of the earth is shattered and collapsed, and it has long since become a deep pit. Xiao Mingyue's pupils trembled, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. So that's it, the devastating disaster was an earthquake. What magnitude of earthquake can cause the ground to collapse? Oh my God! How did you know? Xiao Mingyue asked in surprise. Bailey Machen raised his lips and said lazily, There is nothing I don't know. Xiao Mingyue then asked, But how do you know there won't be other disasters? If a similar disaster happens here, won't all your efforts be in vain? Besides, how could the country sit idly by while you build a settlement here? She thought he was so brave. Bailey Machen suddenly came closer and said, Sister, it seems that you are really out of touch with the news. Xiao Mingyue looked confused. What do you mean? Do you know why the country wants to build a settlement? And it was chosen in Orankalanjiang province. Bailey Machen asked. Xiao Mingyue shook her head. Why? Because just a few months ago, a goddess suddenly appeared. She claimed to be from the future. The old men in Huaxia didn't believe her at first, but then the goddess predicted a few things, and they had to believe her. Bailey Machin paused. Otherwise, why would the country suddenly call for a mass migration? The omen of the red cloud taking over the sky is what she said. Xiao Mingyue lost her voice and said, "From the future? This is really absurd." However, her rebirth cannot be explained by common sense. What if there really is a woman who traveled through time from the future? Who knows? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue was half believing and half doubting. Bailey Machin nodded. The goddess said that the 4 seasons of the earth will gradually return to normal, and there will be no more large-scale destructive disasters, but there will be small disasters occasionally. After all, it takes time for the earth to recover, and it is also recuperating. In addition, China will slowly rebuild, become stronger and stronger, and become a world power. Because she can predict what will happen in the next few decades, those old men have kept her in secret. Xiao Mingyue rolled her eyes, frowned, and no one knew what she was thinking. So, is the end of the world coming soon? Is it really coming to an end? The earth has experienced several years of natural disasters, and the strength of the countries that have survived should not be underestimated. The land is desolate after the disaster, and needs large-scale reconstruction. It is not impossible for China to take advantage of this opportunity and rise up. Chapter 731. What's more, now there is the so-called goddess. Bailey Machin added. It's just that the goddess doesn't seem to be very smart. She keeps saying that she is the heroine of this world, the girl of destiny, and that she is looking for her hero? She's like an idiot. Bailey Machin curled his lips, obviously disliking the goddess. Xiao Mingyue. This information was too shocking and she needed to digest it. How do you know everything? Xiao Mingyue sighed sincerely. Didn't they say it was a secret? He acted like he had seen it before. Bailey Machin's tone was full of pride. Certainly. As for my place to live, they haven't had time to think about me yet. Besides, I didn't do anything bad this time. Xiao Mingyue looked out the window, looking thoughtful. It seemed that she had to get to Gaobeil City as soon as possible. We soon arrived at the place, which was a country villa. There were many flowers planted in the yard, fruit trees, and vegetable plots. The layout of the plants in the yard seemed to have been carefully arranged and was very beautiful. Yo, who is this? A woman in a black cheongsam walked out of the yard. She was wearing slippers, had a graceful figure, and her almond-shaped eyes were particularly charming. Bailey Anren's temperament is beautiful and cold, very unique and eye-catching. This is my sister, Bailey Anren, and this is my friend, Xiao Mingyue. Bailey Machin introduced. Bailey Anren looked unconvinced. You still have friends? Are they your lovers? Xiao Mingyue. What does this have to do with anything? Bailey Anren turned to Xiao Mingyue and smiled brightly. Welcome, beautiful lady! This is the first time someone has come to visit us. Oh, is this your child? She looked at Bailey Machin, her eyes signaling that you are a good boy with unique taste. If you like the young women's style, buy one get one free. It's worth it. The corners of Bailey Machin's mouth twitched. He didn't know what she was imagining, but she couldn't hold it in well anyway. Bailey Anren stretched out her slender jade fingers to tease the child. Chirp, chirp, it's quite cute, call me auntie. Xiao Mingyue. It's not mine. I picked up the child on the road, she explained. Bailey Machin was helpless. Sister, please don't scare my guests. Bailey Anren snorted proudly. Let's go. She brought Xiao Mingyue into the house, leaving Bailey Machin behind. The villa is very large, decorated in Chinese style, and is furnished with solid wood furniture. Bailey Anren was particularly enthusiastic and outgoing. Come, Sister Mingyue, have some tea. Xiao Mingyue smiled gently. Thank you. She took the teacup. We feel about the same age. Bailey Anren held his chin with one hand. Really? Then guess how old I am this year. Xiao Mingyue looked at her face. 25? Hearing this, Bailey Anren laughed like a silver bell. Do I look so young? I'm almost 28. Am I right to call you sister? Chapter 732. Really? I really couldn't tell. I'm younger than you. I'm 25, not yet 26. Xiao Mingyue said sincerely. Bailey Anren raised her red lips. Then the age difference between you and my brother is just right. He is a few years older than you. Tell me quickly, how did you two meet? Xiao Mingyue was a little surprised. He is older than me? Yes, we are twins, a boy and a girl. Didn't he tell you? Bailey Anren said. Xiao Mingyue wanted to say something but stopped herself, and suddenly she laughed out of anger. Okay, Bailey Machin calls her sister all the time, but he is actually older than her? He must know it, but he still calls her sister. What is this, a bad taste? However, he is almost 28, how come he looks so young? At this time, Bailey Machin walked in. I have already arranged for your companions to be settled, as well as the wolf cub. Before he could finish his words, he saw Xiao Mingyue's strange look. Bailey Machin felt frightened when he was stared at. What kind of look was that? Why was he looking at him like that? What's wrong? He touched his face. We were just chatting and talking about our ages. Sister Mingyue is younger than us, Bailey Anren said lazily. Bailey Machin's expression froze. He looked at Xiao Mingyue. Really? I can't tell, he said stubbornly. Xiao Mingyue pulled the corners of his mouth with a fake smile. Haha, I look old, I don't blame you. Bailey Machin. Well, I have something else to do. He slipped away in a hurry. Xiao Mingyue was speechless. He knew clearly that she was younger, but he kept calling her sister. What a bad taste he had. Not a normal person. What's wrong? Why does he look like he has done something wrong? Bailey Anren looked confused. It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of tea. Very fragrant. By the way, I like this child very much. His name is very special, Hope, Little Hope. And Han, please ask someone to find me some older women who can take care of children. Bailey Anren called the nanny at home and gave instructions. Okay. Aunt Han responded respectfully. Bailey Anren looked at Xiao Mingyue and said with a smile. Come, Sister Mingyue, try this cherry tomato. It's a variety from abroad. I planted it myself. It's very sweet. Xiao Mingyue smiled back. She observed the architectural layout of the Bailey family unnoticeably and chatted with the beautiful woman opposite. Backyard. Xiao Huihui finally saw its own kind. It stared at the 6 wolves vigilantly, 4 old ones and 2 young ones. 4 of them were hostile to Xiao Huihui, 2 old and 2 young, as if their territory had been invaded by the enemy. The 4 relatively older wolves were the ones who were once frightened by wealth and had been named by Xiao Mingyue, Taidan, Goxing, Area, and Sihua. The other 2 young wolves are Xiao Huihui's brothers. They didn't know Xiao Huihui, and they didn't remember that there was such a brother who was given away. Maybe it was because Xiao Huihui was bigger and stronger, which made them feel full of crisis. They grinned slightly, but were afraid of the other party's strong physique and dared not make any move. The other 2 old wolves were very surprised. They sniffed hard and approached Xiao Huihui tentatively. Especially the female wolf, her eyes were trembling and became a little moist. She recognized Xiao Huihui. Xiao Huihui was confused. Why were they so ugly and so small? Didn't they have enough to eat? Chapter 733. In a secret room somewhere. Boss, they are urging us to destroy the settlement of Huiwen Mountain City. This is the final death order. What should we do? The person who spoke was Brother Ming. Bailey Machin tapped the table with his fingers. Have they delivered the supplies I requested? Minga nodded and frowned. It's only 3 days away, boss. If we don't do something after we get the supplies, we'll have a hard time reporting back. Bailey Machin raised his lips in disdain. I just want supplies. If you have the guts, come to China and kill me. Do you really think I'm their running dog? You go and tell them that the defenses of Huaxia's settlement are too strict, and it's difficult for us to survive. We don't have enough supplies, and we need double the supplies, and then ask them to send them. Meng Ji's eyes widened. You really don't want to do it? Is that okay? Boss, there are so many eyes watching us. Those mercenaries are all from abroad. What if... Bailey Machin understood what he meant. They all came from abroad. Although everyone was under his jurisdiction and recognized him as the boss, they still had a common master who was abroad. Those people seemed respectful to him on the surface, but no one knew what they were actually thinking. Maybe there are spies among them, watching his every word and action. Even if you are in a high position, you are still surrounded by evil wolves, watching you covetously. Bailey Machen's voice was cold. I just want to live a good life now. I don't want to work for them anymore. What's wrong with that? Whoever is willing to follow me is my brother. Whoever has other intentions will be killed. It's time to clean up the mess. His eyes were dark, and murderous intent flashed across them. Originally, he just wanted to use the other party's power to avenge himself. Now that the matter is done, there is no need to work for the other party anymore. He risked his life, and what did he get? He was just used as a pawn. After all, in the eyes of those people, he was just a tool and a target. After use, you can just throw it away and replace it with another one. No one cares about his life, but he himself cares about it. Loyalty? Haha. These two words do not exist in Bailey Machen's dictionary. He doesn't care about anything outside the country or China. He always does things as he pleases and does whatever he wants. Anyway, his revenge has been achieved, and he can live the rest of his life in a carefree and unrestrained manner, and no one can control him. As for why he wanted to build a settlement in China, it was because this was his mother's hometown, and he wanted to spend the rest of his life here. He built this place to live. Meng Ji's eyes darkened and darkened. Boss, have you thought it through? Are you really going to retire? Bailey Machen looked serious. Meng, you still can't figure it out. Along the way, no one cared about our lives. We are brothers who have survived the hail of bullets and have been living on the edge of a knife. No one cares about our lives, but we have to care about our own lives. He was silent for a moment, and said in a tired tone. I'm tired and don't want to live that kind of life anymore. I want to settle down. This is the life I want now. Meng clenched his fists. His expression changed from struggling to determined. Boss, you saved my life. I will listen to you. He added, but can China accommodate us? Boss, people like us don't even have a home. Hearing this, Bailey Machen's expression froze, and he looked a little confused. He didn't speak. Of course, he knew the answer to this question. The worst possible outcome is that he becomes an international fugitive and is hunted down everywhere. But how do you know if you don't try? Chapter 734. If we want to settle down under the nose of Huaxia and build a settlement here, there is only one way. Bailey Machen already had a plan in mind, and he wanted to give it a try. 3 days later, Aunt Mo and her friends came to Xiao Mingyue. Xiao, those people persuaded us to stay here, and they gave us a self-built house in the countryside with a big yard and several acres of land. They also said that they would give us grain and vegetable seeds, and that we would live here and get food at first until we had a harvest. I think the neighbors around us are very nice, warm and polite. She hesitated a little. You tell me, should we stay here? It's so far to Huiwen Mountain City, and we may not be treated so well there. They said they were taking extra care of us because of you, and we have discussed it for a long time but still can't come up with a plan. Xiao, we will listen to you. Shall we go or not? Xiao Mingyue was a little uneasy. Logically, they should have left today, because Menge had said on the way that the road would be open in 2 days. But Bailey Machen insisted that the road had not been repaired yet and tried to prevent her from leaving in every way, so she was delayed for a day. Of course she had to leave, she had to go to Gaobeil City. As for Aunt Mo and the others, Xiao Mingyue raised her eyes and said seriously, we have to go. You guys go back and wait for me. I will go find him and ask about the situation. Ask him what he wants. Xiao Mingyue has not been idle these days. She goes out for a stroll and observes the surroundings. She saw it all with her own eyes. The residents here lived very well and led a comfortable life in the countryside before the end of the world. Seeing was believing. But this cannot erase the evil deeds done by Bailey Machen and others. If one can become a Buddha instantly by laying down the butcher knife, then what is the use of laws? If everyone does bad things and then starts a new life, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Bailey Machen treated her well, but Xiao Mingyue still didn't dare to relax, and couldn't let her guard down against him, because in her previous life, she almost died at his hands, and he had too many innocent lives in his hands. No matter how good Bailey Machen's settlement is, it is not as good as the government's. The government's settlement is at least well managed, has human rights, and makes people feel at ease. And what kind of people are Bailey Machen's subordinates? A group of terrorists who kill without blinking an eye. It's like you hand over a large flock of sheep to wolves to manage. Wolves live a life of the survival of the fittest. They have been taught from childhood that they can only survive by fighting and competing. But sheep have always been educated in a herd, which can be said to be the exact opposite. So how can a pack of wolves possibly manage a flock of sheep? These two groups simply cannot coexist. If this continues for long, something bad will definitely happen. Even if Bailey Machin really wants to manage the settlement well, over time, his subordinates will inevitably make small moves. How can he manage such a large settlement by himself? After all, a wolf's habits cannot be easily changed. Will they speak up for the weak and support the weak? They can pretend for a short time, but what about the long term? Even if Bailey Machin could do it, Xiao Mingyue still didn't believe that his subordinates would follow the rules. After all, they are terrorists, and they come from abroad, so they are too unreliable. Therefore, Xiao Mingyue did not think that they could manage the settlement well for a long time and treat the residents equally. They are people who don't take human life seriously, so how can they talk about human rights and respect ordinary people? It's ridiculous. Bailey Machin wants to use foreign people and materials to build a settlement in China, which is obviously a risky move. He is crazy. Not only is he crazy, he's also very brave, walking on a tightrope at high altitude, which is extremely dangerous. Something will happen here sooner or later. This is not a place where you can stay for long. This is the conclusion Xiao Mingyue came to after calm thinking over the past few days, and it is also the result of her careful consideration. Therefore, she had to let the Meng family leave here. They couldn't stay in Zhuling City for long. Chapter 735. Day 4. It's not that I won't let you go, it's just that the road hasn't been repaired yet. Wait a little longer. Bailey Machin's smile was casual, and he still said the same thing. Xiao Mingyue's expression was indifferent, but she was already a little impatient in her heart, as if he was acting like a scoundrel. She really wanted to know what this person was thinking and why he was delaying her. So, Xiao Mingyue used up her mind-reading ability again. She had a total of 6 opportunities to read minds, 1 on Mo and 1 on Bailey Machin, leaving 4 opportunities left. A faint white light floated out from Xiao Mingyue's bracelet and silently penetrated into Bailey Machin's body. Xiao Mingyue sat on the sofa and asked, "Is the road really not repaired?" "No," he said firmly. "It has been fixed long time ago." Xiao Mingyue. "Really? Why don't you let me leave?" Xiao Mingyue asked again. Bailey Machin had an innocent expression. "It's not that I don't want you to leave, it's that the road is blocked. Don't you feel comfortable living here? Do you have bad food or sleep? Tell me, and I'll ask someone to make arrangements for you. Because I don't want you to leave, I want to keep you here forever." Hearing his inner voice again, Xiao Mingyue sighed helplessly. "Bailey Machin, I'll say it one last time, I don't have time to waste here. I have to go to Gaobale City because my family is there. I can't stay here, my family needs me," Xiao Mingyue emphasized seriously. Bailey Machin thought about it seriously and said, "How about I send someone to pick them up?" "So serious?" Xiao Mingyue said faintly. "So you admit it? You just deliberately don't let me leave." Bailey Machin didn't feel guilty at all. "No way, sister, why don't you believe me?" Yes. Xiao Mingyue quickly raised her hand. "Okay, big brother, please stop calling me sister. Being called sister by an older person gives me goosebumps all over the floor." "Okay." Bailey Machin spread his hands. "She is so cute." Xiao Mingyue's eyebrows twitched. What a nerve! This time, she really had goosebumps all over the floor. It's really hard to talk to a rogue. Xiao Mingyue stood up and left with a cold face. "Hey, where are you going?" Bailey Machin panicked. Xiao Mingyue pretended not to hear and walked quickly. Seeing this, Bailey Machin knew he couldn't fool her anymore. Okay, I'll give you a ride, okay?" he said reluctantly. "When you go to Gaobale City, will we still have a chance to meet? I live here as well. You can definitely live a better life here than in Gaobale City. Why can't you stay here?" This voice actually carried a bit of grievance and reluctance. Xiao Mingyue paused. This was the suburbs and she didn't know the way to Zhuling City. She really needed him to take her to the main road. Bailey Machin tried to persuade him. "Sit down first. I'll send someone to take you to Gaobale City. I have a helicopter, really. Goodbye, just take me to the main road and we can go on our own. Although helicopters are fast, she really doesn't dare to ride in Bailey Muchin's helicopter. What if the government finds out and shoots it down? Even if she didn't fight, but just discovered him, she would be regarded as a suspicious person and would get into trouble for nothing. Bailey Muchin sighed secretly and said, Do you really want to leave? Do you really want to keep me? What's the benefit for you? Xiao Mingyue asked back. Chapter 736. Bailey Muchin replied with a smile in a relaxed tone. You are a hero who saves the beauty. I want to marry you. Xiao Mingyue waited for 2 seconds, but he didn't say anything. In other words, what he said was not a joke, but a sincere one. This is embarrassing. You also saved me, so we're even, Xiao Mingyue said dryly. He raised his eyebrows. That's perfect, the hero saving the beauty's value is doubled, and I have to pledge my love to her. Xiao Mingyue's lips moved a few times, but no words came out. Bailey Muchin crossed his legs and said nonchalantly, What? What's that expression on your face? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Do you know how many women I've charmed with my face? From 80 to 18, they all fell at my feet. Xiao Mingyue didn't say a word. Bailey Muchin's throat tightened, and he immediately joked. I'm just kidding, you're not taking it seriously, are you? Xiao Mingyue laughed and said, Haha, you really have a sense of humor, my beauty. We'll meet again if we're lucky. If you come to Gaobale City one day, I'll treat you. Bailey Muchin barely pulled the corners of his mouth. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. All right. Seeing that he finally gave in, Xiao Mingyue felt a little relieved. The two of them treated it as a joke and didn't mention it again. Don't use your broken tricycles and bicycles. They'll take forever to ride. I'll give you a car and you can drive there quickly. Is that okay? Bailey Muchin said. I felt embarrassed to refuse Xiao Mingyue again, but I really couldn't drive. But the roads were filled with disaster victims and cars couldn't be driven. We had a car. So what should I do? You don't want to take a helicopter. Why? Are you afraid of bombs? Xiao Mingyue spoke frankly. It's too conspicuous. I'm afraid we'll be shot down. Let's just ride a tricycle. We've been here all the way here. Although it's slow, it's relatively safer. Bailey Muchin didn't know what to say to her. Xiao Mingyue, you are too cautious. Xiao Mingyue shrugged slightly. There's nothing I can do. If I wasn't careful, I wouldn't be alive until now. Then I'll go find my companions. Please help me arrange a car as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Xiao Mingyue smiled. Bailey Muchin hummed reluctantly, his voice low and hoarse. A few minutes after Xiao Mingyue left, Manga rushed in. It's bad, boss. The supplies haven't arrived yet, and we can't contact the person who delivered them. The signal is lost. Could something have happened? Bailey Muchin suddenly stood up from the sofa, his expression darkening. The supplies that should have arrived yesterday haven't arrived today. 1 day late wouldn't be a big deal, but the signal was lost, which means something really happened. Xiao Mingyue first went to the backyard and found Xiao Huihui. Xiao Huihui had become friends with the 4 wolves in the backyard and was in a dominant position. Who makes it the most majestic and domineering among these wolves? That's how it is in the animal world, the strong are respected. Xiao Huihui is the child of Goxing and Sihua. The child who had been missing for many years was finally found. The two of them were very close and they stuck to Xiao Huihui every day, which made the other 2 children jealous. Xiao Huihui, we have to go. Xiao Mingyue waved to Xiao Huihui. Little Huihui jumped back to Xiao Mingyue. It had been having a lot of fun these days. Taiden, Goxing, Area, and Sihua still remembered her and stood there quietly. There was a look of deep reluctance in Goxing and Sihua's eyes. At this second, Xiao Mingyue felt like a human trafficker who kidnapped children and committed a heinous crime. I will take good care of it. Xiao Mingyue touched Xiao Huihui's head. Xiao Huihui looked back and rubbed Xiao Mingyue's hand affectionately. The man and the wolf left, leaving behind 2 distraught old parents and 2 brothers who were gloating over their misfortune. The wolf brothers were especially excited that it had finally left. Chapter 737. Holding a little hope, Xiao Mingyue took Xiao Huihui to the yard where the Meng family was temporarily living. This yard is very bright and large, and is kept in good order by the Meng family. When Xiao Mingyue arrived, NMO was sweeping the floor. Auntie Mo Yuan, please pack up quickly, we are leaving, Xiao Mingyue said. NMO stopped what she was doing and asked, So fast? She looked at the newly cleaned yard and said, I've lived here for 3 days and I like everything about it. It's several times bigger than our previous yard. I'm really reluctant to leave. Ming Yuan said carelessly, Mom, don't talk about you. I feel the same way. Having meat for every meal here, with both meat and vegetables, is so great. Xiao, do you know that I ate 3 bowls of rice last night? 3 bowls. The rice was soft and fragrant. I would never have dared to think of this before. What? You asked me yesterday, but now you are reluctant to leave? Xiao Mingyue teased. For the Meng family, these good days are full of temptation, and no one wants to leave. There is a saying, if I have never seen the light, I can endure the darkness. In the past, they lived a life of hunger and had to eat black cakes made of cockroaches. If they wanted to drink water, they could only scoop it up from the river and boil it. They also had to flee from famine, and their lives were miserable. Now I have a home and a yard, food and drink, 3 meals a day with a combination of meat and vegetables, and land to farm. Who cannot love it? For those who have experienced the end of the world, this is a fairy tale life that they could not even dream of, and they would be willing to die there. But we still have to go. Xiao Mingyue knew that Bailey Machin took good care of the Meng family because of her. Ordinary residents would not receive such good treatment, nor would they have such good food right away. Even though Huiwen Mountain City does not treat ordinary disaster victims as well as here, it is more appropriate after all. Xiao Mingyue would feel more at ease if the Meng family went there. At this time, Meng Kong walked out of the house and said, Okay, what's there to be reluctant about? Xiao said to leave, so even if she has her reasons, we should just follow her. Hurry up and pack up. Meng Yuan spread her hands and said, Yes, sir. I'll go right away. NMO also went with them. She didn't have much stuff to begin with, so she just packed up casually and finished quickly. The mother and daughter were just talking. Even though they thought this place was good, they still had to leave. Because they listened to Xiao Mingyue, they do whatever she says. Ping ran over and stuffed a small red tomato into Xiao Mingyue's hand. Sister, eat this, it's delicious. Xiao Mingyue smiled. Oh, Ping is so good, thank you for the tomato. Ping pinched his little hands, smiled shyly, then ran towards Meng Kong and threw himself into his arms. At this time, the neighbor next door came to visit. She was an old woman with dark skin, flat and wide lips, and sharp eyes. She was obviously a chatterbox and a person who could not sit still. She loved to gossip about other people's affairs. She was holding a hoe in her hand, obviously having just come back from weeding. Auntie Mo, what are you doing? It's been a few days and you still haven't finished cleaning up. Auntie Mo said politely. Sister Wang, we have to continue on our journey. We should not stay here any longer. Let's go to Huiwen Mountain City. Sister Wang widened her eyes and said in surprise, Girl, you just arrived, why do you have to move? What's going on? Tell me. NMO had to find an excuse. I have relatives in Huiwen Mountain City who can take care of me. Sister Wang said in a tone of disappointment. Sister, you are confused, aren't you? Do you know how many people want to stay here? Don't be stupid. Chapter 738. Our conditions for recruiting people are very strict. You are lucky to be able to stay here. Besides, our life here is so good. It is a place that many people outside dream of coming to. Why don't you appreciate what you have? She continued to lobby. Think about it, people outside can't even afford to eat. How good it is for us to have 3 meals a day, just like the peach blossom spring in the textbooks. My husband said, we are so lucky to be able to settle down here. I want to live here forever, why do you want to leave? Aunt Mo smiled sheepishly. This place is nice, but we still want to go and stay with our relatives. Sister Wang waved her hands, spitting everywhere. Sister, how can you trust your relatives these days? You should be thankful that they don't try to screw you over. I'm telling you this because you're a real person and I can get along with you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say this. Go ahead and walk around, it's none of my business, right? Yes, Sister Wang, I know you have a good heart. Aunt Mo echoed. Sister Wang was mysterious and deliberately lowered her voice, but Xiao Mingyue still heard her loud voice clearly. I'm telling you, you can never trust your relatives. Last year, I was almost killed by my eldest sister's family. I'm telling you, my niece is even worse. She's a black-hearted little bastard. When she met some bad guys, they pushed me out and didn't care about me. Animo was a little gossipy. Oh, really? At this point, Sister Wang gritted her teeth and said with a flustered expression. Of course not. I've seen through it since then. Relatives are nothing. Just listen to my advice. Don't leave. None of your relatives are reliable. Besides, Huiwen Mountain City is so far away. Why are you wasting your energy here? You can enjoy life here with your child. Maybe Huiwen Mountain City is not as good as ours. If something happens on the way, you will regret it and have no place to cry. Aunt Mo smiled and changed the subject. Sister Wang, are you eating? Sister Wang raised her voice and said, I just came back. It's almost noon. Would you like to stay here and have some food? Aunt Mo said meaningfully. Sister Wang slapped her thigh and said, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It's noon now, and I have to go home to cook. I'll come and chat with you next time. Aunt Mo smiled and said, Okay, Sister Wang, then you should drive slowly on the way. Okay, let's go, girl. Sister Wang yelled again and left in a hurry. After Sister Wang left, Aunt Mo and Xiao Mingyue smiled at each other. I didn't expect that in just a few days you've become so familiar with your neighbors, Xiao Mingyue said. Aunt Mo tidied up everything in the yard. She had to tidy up everything the same as when they came. As she was tidying up, she said, People in the countryside are all like this. Each person has his own yard. When they have nothing to do, they visit each other and become familiar with each other after a few encounters. That Sister Wang used to work in the fields. She speaks whatever comes to her mind. She is carefree and has no bad intentions. Xiao Mingyue smiled and nodded. She also missed the leisurely days in the countryside. When she arrived in Gaobale City, she would also build a small rural courtyard like this where her family could live together in leisure and contentment. I don't know whether the goddess mentioned by Bailey Machen is reliable or not. If what she said is true and there will be no more destructive disasters in the future, it means that the end of the world is coming to an end and the earth will usher in a new future. She will finally be able to live the simple life she has always wanted. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly an extremely shrill air alarm sounded, one louder than the other, hurting people's eardrums. What's going on? What happened? Meng Kong and Meng Yuanyuan ran out of the house in panic, and Xiao Huihui immediately stood up and became alert. Xiao Mingyue looked up at the sky, and when she saw something in the sky, she was suddenly shocked. I saw rows of armed helicopters flying in from far away, and they had already arrived in the sky above the suburbs of Zhuling City. It's the government army. Chapter 739. Xiao Mingyue looked at the armed helicopters in the sky. She didn't expect the government forces to arrive so quickly. She said, Bailey Machen made such a big fuss in Zhuling City, how could the country not know about it? But Xiao Mingyue didn't expect it to happen so quickly. But do the government forces know that Bailey Machen is building a settlement? What if they regard the people here as terrorists, and attack them indiscriminately? Peng Peng pointed to the sky, very curious. Dad, what is that? That's a plane, a helicopter, Meng Kong explained. Peng Peng clapped his hands and cheered. Wow, I can fly in the sky. What's going on? What happened? Why don't we take the child into the house so as not to scare Peng Peng? Aunt Mo suggested. Xiao Mingyue blurted out. No! Just stand in the yard, don't run. We must let the government forces see that they are ordinary people and not terrorists. Only in this way can they be safe. Meng Kong picked up Peng Peng and held him high. What's there to be afraid of? The helicopter is camouflaged, and the pilot must be a soldier. What can happen to us in our safe haven? Except for Xiao Mingyue, none of them knew that it was not the government that built this settlement, but a group of terrorists. If they knew the truth, they would be scared to death. Peng Peng, look, that's a helicopter. Hurry up and wave to the people on the plane, he said again. Peng Peng was so happy. He had never seen an airplane before. Children are always curious. He waved his arms and chuckled. Hello, plane! Have you eaten yet? We had rice, it was delicious. Hearing Ping Peng's words, several people laughed out loud. They all looked up at the planes. The rows of armed helicopters stirred up a lot of wind, and the scene was very spectacular. Not only them, almost all the residents came out to see out of curiosity. Those who were at home ran to the yard to look, those who were walking stood still to look, and those who were busy working in the fields even stopped working and looked up. Even before the end of the world, they had never seen armed helicopters, and there were so many of them. How could they not be curious? On one of the armed helicopters, "Commander, why are there ordinary people, children, and farmers down here? I even saw some people working in the fields. Have we come to the wrong place? This is Zhuling City, right?" said a young soldier. "Of course it is right. This is the nest of the venomous snake. Our plan to kill the snake this time must succeed and must not fail. We must catch that insidious and cunning venomous snake." The young soldier looked down again and said, "That's really strange. How can this group of terrorists who do all kinds of evil still support the people? Look at that child. He is smiling happily. He doesn't look like he has been oppressed or exploited, and there is a woman holding the child." The chief said, "Don't act rashly. We need to judge whether it is true or not. If it is true, we must first ensure the safety of the people." The young soldier nodded and pressed the communication device. "This is Dongyao. There are suspected civilians in the rural area below the suburbs. Please be careful to identify them and do not hurt innocent people. Please reply if you receive any. Please reply if you receive any. Over." The leader took a sip of tea and said in a complicated tone, "Mr. Lao Yuan's injury hasn't fully recovered yet. He had such a major operation, but he insisted on coming with me. What if something happens to him? I won't know what to do. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Viper is Mr. Lao Yuan's son. I think it's really weird. Mr. Lao Yuan is so outstanding and has made so many contributions. How come his son is a terrorist? The son wants to kill his own father. Their family is really complicated." The young soldier sighed. The chief's face turned colder. "Don't gossip about it. Don't tell anyone about it outside. If you know something, just pretend you don't know." The young soldier immediately straightened his attitude and said, Yes, the commander is right." The chief paused, looking doubtful. "Hey, how big of a grudge is this? In order to avenge his own father, that kid actually betrayed his country and went against his own father. Mr. Yuan was born in the year of the rat, and his name is Viper. Do you think he did it on purpose?" Before he finished speaking, the young soldier snickered. "Chief, please stop gossiping. It's not good if others hear you." "Fuck you," the leader cursed with a smile. Chapter 740. Chatting and laughing are all part of the fun, but we still have to do serious work. In a secret room, Manga was sweating profusely. "Boss, what should we do? We have been discovered. How about we fight them? Our weapons and equipment are not to be underestimated. Even if I die, I have to take a few people with me. It's the boss. They've come to our door with great force. We can't wait any longer. I'll ask Lao Shi to get the tanks and shoot down their broken planes," said another impatient man. "Stand there," Bailey Machin shouted. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, we can't just wait here to die." A big man with tattoos all over his left arm said viciously, "Yes, boss. If all else fails, we still have a lot of living people here. We can take them all as hostages. The government troops will definitely take the lives of the hostages into consideration. We have a chance. It's not certain who will win or lose. This is a good idea. If they dare to fire a shot, we will kill a civilian and see if they dare to do it again." Everyone in the room was talking at once, offering suggestions and saying all sorts of things. Bailey Machin's expression was gloomy. "Meg, have you forgotten what I told you last time?" An unrealistic idea suddenly emerged in Minga's mind. "Boss, what do you want to do?" Bailey Machin slowly raised his eyelids. "The people of Anjudi cannot be moved. If you really regard me as your boss, then listen to me. I will find a way to keep everyone alive." Meng, Lao Song, Mad Dog, and everyone else here, what are we? In the eyes of those people in Country M, we are just things, not even things, tools, garbage, thrown away after use, and it is not a pity to die. But for each other, we are brothers who have shared life and death, and family members who depend on each other for life and death. No one cares about your lives in the sea of blood and corpses, but I do. If I can exchange my life for everyone else's, I will never hesitate. After hearing what Bailey Machin said, everyone in the room fell silent. Boss! Boss, what do you mean? Bailey Machin paused. I only want one thing now, to survive, and to take you with me. You are all my family, and I don't want any of you to die, no one. As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd, taking in everyone's reactions. But boss, those damn government troops are here. They won't let us go. Once they catch us, we will surely die. If we fight now, some of us can still survive. If we don't act now, I'm afraid more people will die. Two people couldn't help but speak. Bailey Machin's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he said faintly, The heinous crime deserves death, but if there is still some value. Meng Ji's expression was unpredictable. He had already guessed what Bailey Machin was going to do. This was too risky. If they were not careful, everyone would die. How could the government forces let them go? Manga clenched his fists, and after a fierce psychological struggle, he finally chose to believe Bailey Machin, because for so many years, Viper had been his boss and he only trusted him. Boss, I listen to you. Bailey Machin's expression became much more serious. He didn't know if this safe place could save their lives. If the housing is not enough, what about the secrets abroad? Maybe that's enough. He lifted his legs and walked out. Every step was heavy and difficult, as if he was going to death, but also as if he was walking towards a new life. Manga followed closely behind. The others looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed. Chapter 741. You have been surrounded. Surrender immediately. Do not put up any unnecessary resistance. If you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Listen up, everyone, you have been surrounded. Surrender immediately. Do not put up any unnecessary resistance. If you confess, you will be treated leniently, but if you resist, you will be treated severely. Extremely oppressive voices came one after another. The area was heavily surrounded, even the farmers in the farmhouses were controlled. They all looked confused and had no idea what was going on. When questioned by government forces, the farmers gave a variety of answers, but they all meant the same thing. They told the government forces that this was their settlement, and they had lived here for a long time. Some people even thought the government troops were conducting a drill, and they praised them endlessly, saying that they were so professional. It was like a war, more real than in the movies. Of course, 2 government soldiers also came to the farmhouse where the Meng family was temporarily staying and interrogated them indirectly. Although the Meng family didn't know what the government meant, they still answered one by one. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. To ensure your safety, please follow us, a soldier said in a businesslike tone. Are you guys rehearsing? Meng Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask. She also thought it was a drill. After all, everyone thought that this settlement was built by the government. The soldier looked at her with a strange look and did not give a direct answer. Let's go. Meng Yuanyuan didn't dare to ask again. Oh. Xiao Mingyue held Xiao Shiwang and Xiao Huihui and followed silently behind. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Xiao Mingyue was a little absent-minded. She was very curious about what Bailey Machin would do if the government army came to encircle and suppress him. Is it a head-on fight, a fight to the death, or something else? There shouldn't be a head-on confrontation. The government army is coming fully armed and it's a surprise attack. Bailey Machin is at a disadvantage and will definitely not gain any advantage. Moreover, if he really wanted to be at loggerheads with the Chinese government forces, he would not have built a settlement here and treated the residents well. His way of doing things is so strange and totally unconventional. It was he who could kill hundreds of thousands of people in Ziwei community without blinking an eye, and it was also he who built safe places to properly resettle the victims. Is he evil or good? Or is he both good and evil, schizophrenic? Xiao Mingyue couldn't figure him out. No matter what, the government forces will win this war. Xiao Mingyue remained silent, and just followed the soldiers' steps silently. The leader stared in a certain direction while listening to his subordinates' reports. As he listened, he laughed out loud in disbelief. A place to live? The locals here all say this is a place to live? Ha! If this is really a place to live, Then what are they, the government? And what are we? It's ridiculous. The subordinate hesitated and said, Those people are indeed ordinary people, and they don't seem to be lying. We asked them and they moved here one after another. Many of them have lived here for a long time. They said they had good food and accommodation here, and the leaders were good. We checked their kitchens and found that they did have food, but it was not from my country, but from crops grown outside China. The chief hissed in surprise. This is strange. Chapter 742. At this time, a female soldier came over slowly, supporting an old man. The old man was Mr. Lao Yuan. His head was still wrapped in thick gauze. The leader immediately stood up and went over to help him. The elder is here, so you should slow down and sit down. This is the front line, you don't have to come, just wait in the back, your wounds are not healed yet. Mr. Lao Yuan sat down tremblingly and said with difficulty, It's okay. I'm lucky to have saved my life. I came here just to explain it to him in person. When he spoke, his expression was sad, heartbroken, and full of regret. Mr. Lao Yuan wanted to tell him in person that he didn't know his ex-wife died young, and he didn't know that his sister and brother had grown up in a difficult foreign country, and he himself was kept in the dark. He thought his ex-wife hated him and was unwilling to contact him or let him see the children. Thinking of this, Mr. Yuan's old eyes were filled with tears, but the culprit of all this was his current wife. His late wife had died 5 years ago, so there was nothing he could do to settle the score with her. She has been able to conceal her crimes for decades without any leaks. He also hated himself for abandoning his wife for the sake of his future and marrying a jealous and vicious woman. Looking back now, he was the one who ruined his ex-wife and his children. It was all his fault. But it's too late to regret. He wanted to kill me, and I came here, so I let him kill me. It's all my fault, all the sins I committed, and I'm here to atone my sins. Mr. Lao Yuan held his cane tightly, and he was a little emotional. His head was split open and he was shot in the brain. It was a miracle that he survived the near-death experience. Fortunately, the bullet missed the target and did not injure any vital parts. But the bullet still hit his brain and damaged his nervous system, so now he walks uncontrollably and even speaks with slurred speech. The chief didn't know what to say. Elder, don't get too excited. At this moment, the soldier who had been watching shouted, Look, Commander, someone is coming out. The chief immediately strode over. It's Viper. He's out. Venomous snake, you have been surrounded. Don't resist stubbornly. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist and you will be treated severely. The warning sounded again. Over there, Viper walked out calmly with one hand in his pocket. He looked at the government troops who were waiting in formation, slowly raised his hands, and said loudly, I surrender. He looked so open and honest, as if he was not surrendering. Immediately afterwards, Manga also came out with his hands raised high. Although the others were hesitant, they came out one after another with their hands raised high. The chief frowned. Surrender? This is not like his style. Viper is ruthless. He would rather kill the enemy by 1,000 even if it means hurting himself by 100. He is just a crazy man who doesn't care about his life. Is he planning something bad? Be careful. Yes. Next to him, Mr. Lao Yuan felt even more complicated when he heard the chief's evaluation of the venomous snake. Bailey Machin took the speaker from Mengge and said, I said we surrender? Come on, take me away. I will cooperate with you in whatever you want to know. As long as you keep us alive, I will do anything. You've seen it, the settlement I built is pretty good, right? Not worse than yours. And I can also help you deal with foreign forces. How about that? Do you want to consider cooperating? Seeing Bailey Machin's expression of letting you do whatever you want, the chief narrowed his sharp eyes. That's what you're talking about, right? There's no end to the suffering, but you can turn back? Ha! The chief was naturally skeptical. Chapter 743. Everyone else, stay on high alert. Team 3, go up and handcuff him. Be careful. Mr. Lao Yuan clenched his cane and walked out slowly. He wanted to talk to his son. He couldn't wait any longer, and he had to explain everything clearly. Mr. Lao Yuan held up a megaphone and said, Be polite. My child, even though I have dragged this broken body, I have to come and say a few words to you. If I don't, I will die with regrets. Bailey Machen was the name he changed later. When he was a child, his name was Yuan Mingli. Bailey Machen had already planned to surrender and let the government army capture him, but when he heard Mr. Lao Yuan's voice, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly looked towards the old figure, his eyes red as he said, "You're not dead! How come you're not dead yet? It's impossible!" I clearly hit him on the head. How could he not die? The chief immediately felt that the situation was not good and said hurriedly, "Why is he gone? Hurry up and bring Mr. Yuan back. He is really confused as he grows old. Can't you wait until you catch him before you say anything?" The two soldiers ran out in a hurry. Mr. Lao Yuan burst into tears. "My child, I didn't know your mother died young, and I didn't know you and your brother had suffered so much. It's all because of that." Bailey Machen interrupted him with a roar. "Don't fucking explain to me. You are not qualified. I just want to ask, are you the one who abandoned your wife and children, and are you the one who ignored us? If you pay attention, how could you not know?" Bailey Machen's face was filled with anger. "Why the hell are you pretending in front of me? I feel sick just watching you acting." Mr. Lao Yuan slowly knelt on the ground and said painfully, "I am sorry for you three, I regret it, I want to make it up to you." Bailey Machen had already lost his mind. He quickly took out his pistol and said viciously, "Who wants you to make amends? Go down and atone your sins with my mother." Mr. Lao Yuan suddenly thought of something and turned back in horror and shouted, "Don't shoot!" But it was too late. The sniper rifle in the dark had already been aimed at Bailey Machen and others. If anyone dared to resist, the sniper rifle bullet would be fired immediately. Bang! Bailey Machen fell down in response. He looked at the bloody hole on his chest in disbelief, and blood was gushing out. "Boss!" Manga yelled, his angry face twisted. "I said I won't surrender, there's no point in surrendering, brothers, avenge the boss." The terrorists, who should have surrendered, fled in order to get their weapons. But the government forces will not give them this opportunity. The leader held the headset and shouted, "Don't hit the vital parts, leave him alive!" Gunshots rang out one after another, and terrorists fell to the ground one after another. They had lost the initiative, and were now like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Seeing this, the chief felt slightly relieved. If this group of terrorists were allowed to get the weapons, there would inevitably be a bloody battle, and who knows how many people would die. "What the hell is this? It's nonsense!" the leader cursed. He glanced at Mr. Yuan with resentment. He was usually a very sober man, but if they said he was old and confused, he really was. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. "Son!" Mr. Lao Yuan ran over stumblingly, falling several times on the way, and was finally helped up by a soldier who came to his senses. "My son, my son!" Mr. Lao Yuan broke down and cried. Chapter 744. The government forces were very capable, and after bringing all the terrorists under control, they seized all their weapons, ammunition and equipment, and confiscated them. As for this resettlement site, after discussion, the government decided not to tell the residents the truth. The government will take over and continue to build the Xinxin resettlement site. This time, the country's action successfully wiped out this terrorist group that had committed numerous atrocities in China, leaving not a single one alive. The sentencing of those terrorists still needs to go through an official systematic trial. They do not have Chinese nationality, and those who do not cooperate will be sentenced to death. There is no room for negotiation. Those who are willing to cooperate and confess can still keep their lives, but they will be shackled for the rest of their lives and become workers with restricted behavior. They will use the little physical labor value left to contribute to the construction of a safe place for Chinese people throughout their lives. After all, the population is dropping sharply now, with only less than 200 million people, and there is a huge need for labor. It is their honor, and they must obey compulsorily and have no right to refuse. It is time to fight back against the frequent provocations from abroad. The government's resettlement areas are now being built, there will be no more devastating disasters, and everything is moving in a better direction. The people's livelihood issues have been temporarily resolved, and the country can finally free up its hands to plan retaliation against certain foreign countries. Natural disasters and the end of the world are disasters for all mankind. We are all on the same boat. Instead of uniting to allow the human gene to continue, we focus on stirring up trouble in other countries' politics. Our intentions are despicable and unforgivable. As for how the country will respond, that is another story for later. All residents of the Zhuling city settlement were gathered to a safe place. The military promised that new government leaders will take over the settlement of Zhuling city in the future. Residents are requested to relax, go home and live a good life, and do what they should do. On the way back, Mingyue walked lightly. I knew it, it turned out to be a drill, with such a big scene, it's really scary. I have never seen such a scene. I will remember those rows of armed helicopters for the rest of my life. Meng Kong also said. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. NTMO Yuan Meng Kong, soon there will be government leaders taking over this place, otherwise, you can just stay here, it's pretty good here. Really? Meng Yuan asked. Xiao, didn't you say that it would be better to settle down in Huiwen Mountain City? NTMO also asked. Xiao Mingyue shook her head gently. It's unnecessary. Sister Wang is right. Why bother? It's all government housing anyway. It's already great that you can get a 2-story self-built house here, and there's such a big yard. Don't you want to stay here? Because this place will soon be taken over by the government, and it will be safe and reliable, there is no need to continue fleeing. Being able to settle down in the end times and have a small family of your own is the dream that everyone dreams of. Zhuling City is good and very suitable for the Meng family. Meng Yuan was pleasantly surprised and said, You really don't have to leave? That's great. I really like our current home. When I first came here, I felt that I had a connection with it. NMO also smiled and sighed. That's good. The days of fleeing are finally over. From now on, we can settle down. As long as we have food to eat, anywhere is home. Meng Kong hummed. Besides, our house is pretty good. I've seen few of our neighbors' houses as big as ours. Meng Yuan put her arm on Xiao Mingyue's shoulder. We are lucky to have met Xiao. Xiao, you are the noble of our Meng family. From now on, we will live together, and you will be my real sister. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and said, I won't stay here. Actually, as you know, I'm going to Gaobeil City. My family is there, and I have to go find them. It's a nice place here, I hope you live well here. She added, sincerely hoping that the Meng family could live well here. It's the 4th year of the apocalypse, and the ugly side of human nature has been fully excavated and displayed vividly. It is very rare that the Meng family can still be so kind and pure, they deserve a better life. You're not going to stay? But I can't bear to leave you. When Meng Yuan heard this, she was immediately disappointed. Xiao, you have to go to Gaobeil City alone. Gaobeil City is farther away than Xinxin City. It will take a long time to walk there. And Emma was reluctant to let her leave. Chapter 745. I just heard from those soldiers that they came from Orankarinjiang province. Can they take you with them when they go back? Meng Kong said. What are you talking about? They don't know me, and I don't know them either. The refugees passing by here are all going to Oranka Longjiang province. Should we ask them to give us a ride? Xiao Mingyue knew that Meng Kong was doing this for her own good, but this was too unrealistic. She had no identity, and was just one of the many refugees. They would definitely not agree. And Emma opened her mouth, her eyes revealing reluctance. I never thought that we would be separated here. I really don't want to leave you. You are a girl, and you are carrying a baby girl who was just born not long ago. You must be careful on the road. Luckily, Brother Hui is here. Brother Hui is a wolf. He will definitely protect Xiao. Meng Yuan touched Xiao Hui's head and said, Brother Hui, goodbye. You are the wolf I admire the most. Before it was Grey Wolf, and now it's you. After they knew Xiao Hui was a wolf, they were afraid, but when they thought about how Xiao Hui had protected them along the way, they were no longer afraid. Yes, it was because Xiao Hui was a wolf that he had such a strong fighting power. He was able to kill so many people outside Xinhua County, and even wipe out the group of demons in Xinhua County. That explains it. Xiao, take care of yourself. Yes, you have to take care of yourself. The mother and daughter of the Meng family said this worriedly. Xiao Mingyue raised the corner of her mouth. Yes. At this time, a loud female voice sounded. It was Sister Wang. Hey, what are you guys talking about here? Anemo looked at her and said, It's Sister Wang. We are saying that we are not going to leave and will stay here. Sister Wang slapped her thigh and said, Sister, have you figured it out? It's right to listen to me, right? Why are you leaving? It's so good to stay here. Look at the drill we had today, it's just like the real thing. Our government is so reliable. Antemo smiled and nodded. Yes, with the government here, we feel at ease, so we'll stay here. Sister Wang was delighted. I like you, it would be great if we could be neighbors. At this time, 2 soldiers in uniform came over, and one of them said, You are Xiao Mingyue, right? Xiao Mingyue was stunned, and nodded subconsciously. Yes, I am. Come with us, the soldier said expressionlessly. Good. Xiao Mingyue held on to hope and took Xiao Huihui with her. Although she didn't know why the military was looking for her, her sixth sense told her that it was definitely related to Bailey Mochen. Because she had been staying here as a guest for the past 2 days, many people knew about it and could find out with a little questioning. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. Would the military of Oranka Longjiang province think that she was Bailey Mochen's accomplice? Oh no! One of the soldiers looked at Xiao Huihui, who was following Xiao Mingyue, and asked, Is this the wolf you raised? Xiao Mingyue hummed. Yes. You have good eyesight and can tell it at a glance. The soldier thought of the 6 wolves kept in a backyard somewhere, and became even more suspicious of Xiao Mingyue's identity. He said in a bad tone, Go. Xiao Mingyue was of course very cooperative, as she had nothing to fear as she was upright. Chapter 746. Ma'am, if you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Cooperate honestly and don't have any other thoughts. It's useless. In the temporary interrogation room, the male soldier opposite had a stern expression on his face. His name was Yanjun, and his eagle eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Next to Yanjun, there was a young male soldier with a square face. His surname was Fang, and his name was Fan Long. Xiao Mingyue sat down obediently. I am a good citizen, you can ask me anything, I will tell you everything. Yanjun stared at Xiao Mingyue's face and said calmly, I hope so. Tell me your name, where you are from, what is your relationship with Viper, why he treats you so specially, why you are his guest, how did you know him? Venomous snake? It's Bailey Mochen, the boss of the terrorist gang. Don't say you haven't heard of him, Yanjun said. Terrorists? That's actually the case, that's how it is. Xiao Mingyue's acting skills are pretty good. She couldn't show it, she had already guessed Bailey Mochen's identity, otherwise she couldn't explain it. Don't you know that he is a terrorist from abroad? Yanjun narrowed his eyes. Xiao Mingyue hesitated for a moment and said, My name is Xiao Mingyue, and I'm from Pingjing City, Pingjing Province. I don't know if you in Oranka Longjiang Province can find our big data. I'm a good citizen and have never done anything bad. As for why I know Bailey Mochen, that's a long story. She paused. When the flood occurred, all the people in the city took refuge in the south of Pingjing City. Terrorists launched a terrorist attack. I happened to hear the conspiracy of Manga and his gang in the back mountain, and I immediately reported it to the police in our Dangdai city. Xiao Mingyue picked out the key information and told the story calmly. I didn't know he was a terrorist at that time, otherwise I wouldn't have saved him. In fact, it wasn't really saving him, I just felt sorry for him and gave him some water and food. By chance, he recognized me, and Bailey Mochen seemed very grateful for my life-saving grace. He helped me later in Fuller's Nest. At that time, I felt that he must be someone special. He had a say in a place like Fuller's Nest, so he must not be a good person. This is the whole process of our acquaintance. I didn't expect to meet him here, and I didn't expect that he was a terrorist from abroad. It's so scary. After saying this, Xiao Mingyue felt a little dry in the mouth. Yanjun stared at Xiao Mingyue, trying to see something strange in her expression. According to you, you don't know his true identity? Xiao Mingyue shook her head. I guessed he was a criminal, but I didn't expect he was a terrorist from abroad. She was calm and composed, not panicking at all. What I just said is the truth. You can contact the chief of the Pingjing City Police Department, Chief Yan, and verify it with him. He even gave me a reward at the time because I made a contribution by reporting the case. Fan Long, who was standing next to Yanjun, asked, "Since you had already guessed that he was a criminal, why didn't you report him to the local police afterwards?" Xiao Mingyue told the truth. "Because I'm afraid of being retaliated. The other party's strength is too terrible. They know my address. I have parents and family. I don't dare to take risks. I know that once I report it, the police may take corresponding measures. But Bailey Machen and the others will definitely suspect me. I can take the risk, but I can't put my family in danger. Those people are crazy, so I chose to remain silent. Of course, there is another reason. I think that the government cannot be unaware of the fact that Fuelwo can make such a big move in Pingjing City. They must have their own plans. Why should I bother to do anything? I really didn't know they were terrorists at the time, I just thought they were criminals." When she was in Fuelwo, she only saw Bailey Machen and did not see Minga, so she really didn't know at that time that Bailey Machen was with Minga. These words were indeed her true thoughts. Call her selfish or stupid, she was not 100% sure that she could protect and comfort her family, and she was definitely not willing to take risks with her family, absolutely not. She is not alone, she has parents and grandparents. She can take risks alone, but she cannot risk the lives of her entire family. She didn't dare. Fan Long frowned in disapproval. "That's just your opinion. Besides, is there any difference between criminals and terrorists? They are both harmful. If everyone thinks the same as you, there will only be more victims." Chapter 747. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a country. Just because you can escape doesn't mean others can. Why did you choose not to report it? You are so selfish. Do you know how many more fallen women have been in Fuelwo because of your selfishness? I've already explained the reason and I don't want to repeat it. Xiao Mingyue said coldly. She is not a savior. Even the government cannot save those fallen women. Why should we pin our hopes on her and let her bear such a heavy responsibility? Xiao Mingyue doesn't have that ability, she can't do it. Everything she did had to be done after ensuring that her family would not be implicated, such as reporting Minga's terrorist gang, and her identity as an informant had to be kept secret. Because if something happens, no one can protect her family except her, Xiao Mingyue. She didn't want to live alone in this world anymore, she didn't want to be an orphan. Fan Long slammed the table. You! Seeing that Xiao Mingyue didn't seem to be lying, Yanjun stopped her and said, Forget it. It's human nature to be afraid of retaliation. Fan Long suppressed his emotions. He didn't expect that there would be such a selfish person in the world. How shameful. Are you not reporting it just because you are afraid of retaliation? You are just thinking about yourself and being selfish. Yanjun stroked the water cup in his hand. Ms. Xiao, you said you were from Pingjing City, so why did you pass by Zhuling City to escape? As far as I know, the escape route in Pingjing City is organized by the government, and is thousands of miles away from Zhuling City. Why are you here? Xiao Mingyue knew he would ask this question, so she spoke half-truthfully and her answer was flawless. It's a long story. I was originally following the government's evacuation team, but then an accident happened. When I woke up, I didn't know how many days had passed, let alone where I was. I met a lot of people on the road. They had cars to take me, but they took me to other places. I wandered around like this until I came to Erching, where I met a very nice family. I knew they were going to flee to Orankalanjiang province, so I followed them. Are they those families with the surname Meng? Yanjun asked. Yeah, that's them. Yanjun took a sip of water and said casually, Your wolf was also given by Bailey Machen, right? Why is he so nice to you? Xiao Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth and guessed. I don't know either. Maybe he has a crush on me. Maybe he has a crush on me? Ahem. Yanjun was choked. After he finally recovered, his usually stern features were tinged with a smile. You said he has a crush on you? This was definitely the funniest joke he had heard today. No, it was the funniest joke he had heard this year. Why else, then why is he so nice to me? Xiao Mingyue spread her hands with an innocent expression. Yanjun. Yanjun was stunned by the question. He didn't expect that a vicious and cruel snake would have a romantic plot of a hero saving a beautiful girl. It was outrageous. Yanjun smiled. What if you are his man? You mean I'm his girlfriend? Xiao Mingyue asked back. Yan Jun changed his sitting position and just looked at her without saying anything. Xiao Mingyue sneered. If I were his woman, would I follow the Meng family to escape from Urching? I would definitely follow Bailey Machin. We met by chance in Zhuling City, and it's only been 4 days since we met. The Meng family and the people here can testify to this. Just ask anyone and you'll know. Chapter 748. Yan Jun touched his chin and said, That's true. He changed the subject. So what do you think of him? I heard he wants to keep you here. Xiao Mingyue said lightly. I don't have any ideas. I lost my family and must have gone to Gaobeil City. He wanted to keep me, but I refused. If you didn't show up, the Meng family and I should be on the road now. Aren't you tempted? I've seen venomous snakes, they look pretty good, and they're building a settlement here, so you'll get a lot of support. Have you ever thought about staying? Are you trying to hide something for him? Yan Jun's eyes were sharp. Xiao Mingyue really wanted to roll her eyes. It seemed that he still suspected that she was Bailey Machin's mistress. Sir, do you have any prejudice against women? Do I have to be attracted to him? Do you think I'm a sow in heat who gets attracted to any man I see? Or do you think you get attracted to women who are better than you? Yan Jun was choked by Xiao Mingyue's words. You are so sharp-tongued. Now I am asking you a question, and you are bringing it up with me. Xiao Mingyue said. Then do you have anything else to ask? Has he revealed any valuable information to you in the past few days? What did you talk about every time? Please tell me in detail. Yan Jun asked again. No, he just told me that he was building a settlement. I said if you build a settlement, the government will not ignore it. He behaves very strangely, and I don't understand what he wants to do. Xiao Mingyue roughly reviewed the conversation between the two and spoke until her mouth was dry. That's all. I need some water. Yan Jun winked at Fan Long, indicating that he should pour some water, and Fan Long poured a glass of water for Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of what Meng Kong had just said, and she wanted to give it a try. You are going back to Oranka Longjiang province, right? If the verification is successful and proves that I am a good citizen, can you give me a ride? I want to go to Gaobeil City. Although I know the hope is slim, it's okay to just ask. If it works, it's fine. If not, forget it. Fan Long laughed. How dare you make such a request? There are so many refugees, all heading to Oranka Longjiang province. If everyone asks us to give them a ride, can we do it? Xiao Mingyue muttered softly. If you don't want to take it, then don't take it. How selfish. She knew they wouldn't agree. Fan Long was furious. You are simply unreasonable. Xiao Mingyue was too lazy to argue with him. Okay, I'm being unreasonable, okay? Can you let me go now? I don't have a helicopter, and I have to walk. Yan Jun and Fan Long looked at each other and said, Not yet. We need to contact the people in Pingjing City to verify. Xiao Mingyue's eyes lit up. Really? After you verify it, can you give me a ride for Director Yan's sake? Yan Jun. He didn't say anything, with a what do you think expression on his face. After all, I was once someone who made outstanding contributions. If I hadn't reported the terrorist attack, how many people would have died? Just give me a ride. It's just one more person. It won't be a problem. Is that okay? Xiao Mingyue was talking to him shamelessly today. Gaobeil City is farther away than Xinxin City, and it will take at least 2 months to get there. If she could take a helicopter and arrive in 1 day, she would be able to see her family soon. How happy she would be. Fan Long said coldly. Don't dream, and don't interrupt me. Let me ask you, since you can't guess what his purpose is in building a settlement, why don't you ask? Xiao Mingyue curled her lips in disappointment, and now she had completely given up the idea of taking a ride on the plane. Chapter 749. She said weakly. Why am I asking so many questions? I still have to keep going. If I ask too many questions, what if he gets suspicious of me and doesn't let me go? Fan Long was dissatisfied again. How come you always turn a blind eye to things that have nothing to do with you? You clearly know that he is a criminal, and he is building a so-called settlement here. What if he has other intentions and wants to murder the common people? Since he trusts you, why don't you find out more? Xiao Mingyue was so angry that she laughed. How much face do I have? I knew he was not a good person, but I still dared to ask about him. I couldn't even hide in time. It's easy for you to say, why don't you go and ask? Also, I don't dare to talk to him anymore. What if he finds out that I was the one who reported them and caused so many deaths? Won't they kill me? They have guns and cannons. Their weapons and equipment are no worse than those of the government. They are not the good-for-nothings in Xinhua County. How brave must Xiao Mingyue be to dare to confront them head-on? There is a saying that goes, he who knows the times is a hero. It was safe for her to hide in the space, but the Meng family would be dragged down by her, and she had to hurry on her way, so hiding in the space all the time was not an option. So she must leave here first, and then make plans for the next step. This is the wise thing to do. Fan Long wanted to say something in rebuttal, but Yan Jun glared at him, and he shut his mouth. Will you speak nicely? Are you trying me like a criminal? No, you think I'm that great. Am I a spy or an agent? Even if I want to make some contribution, I have to wait until I get to Huiwen Mountain City, right? If you are so awesome, why don't you come here alone to fight him? Why do you need an armed helicopter? Xiao Mingyue's pretty face turned slightly red. She was really angry. This person had inexplicable malice towards her. Did he really think she was one of the criminals? Nerve! Fan Long couldn't believe his ears. He was actually scolded by this woman. You are still being mean to me? The wolf was given to you by the venomous snake. It is reasonable for me to suspect that you are his accomplice. Xiao Mingyue. She took 2 deep breaths and said, I won't engage in a war of words with you. You should contact Director Yan of Pingjing City right now to see if what I said is true. If I am his accomplice, will I secretly report him? Yan Jun frowned. Why are you two still arguing? Fan Long, this is just a routine question. Don't jump to conclusions. Send someone to contact Pingjing City and ask about the situation. Only make decisions once you have clarified the situation. Fan Long stood up immediately and said, I'll go right away. Xiao Mingyue glared at Fan Long. What a big fool. Fan Long went out, leaving only Yan Jun and Xiao Mingyue. Yan Jun drank water slowly and stared at Xiao Mingyue in silence. Xiao Mingyue waited silently, and time passed by minute. The city of Gobel. In an office somewhere. Director Yan received a phone call and was confused at first. After listening for a long time, Director Yan finally understood. Xiao Mingyue? Yes, there is such a person in our Pingjing City, but she has been missing for a long time and is suspected to be dead. What? You said she is not dead? Director Yan stood up suddenly. Where did you say she is, Juling City? Why did she go there? Chapter 750. Yes, Xiao Mingyue is right. It was indeed she who reported the terrorist attack, which allowed us to prepare to fight against terrorists in advance. That must be a misunderstanding. I have met that girl Xiao Mingyue many times. She is a good person and has cooperated with the police many times. You're welcome. I'm just cooperating with the work. Ever since Xiao Mingyue's family disappeared, her family and friends have been very worried. Seeing that the other party was about to hang up, Director Yan spoke up to stop him. Hey, wait a minute, since Xiao Mingyue is in Juling City, can you please be more convenient and bring that girl with you? I know there is no such rule. To be honest, that girl is also the lifesaver of our old General Ji Zhongshan. He will definitely be happy to know about this. That's right, please ask for me and tell your leader that I will treat him to a drink when I come back, and he won't leave until he is drunk. Okay. Director Yan exchanged some pleasantries and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called his men. Xiao Yang, go arrange a car. I need to go to the Xiao family and tell them the good news. Okay, Chief. Xiao Yang immediately went to arrange a car. Director Yan really didn't expect that Xiao Mingyue was so lucky and was still alive. A lot of people died in that red snot flood. We looked for her for a long time but couldn't find her. Everyone thought she was dead. At that time, Director Yan felt it was a pity. What a good girl. She had survived several years of natural disasters, but she died in an accident? Unexpectedly, she was not dead. However, how did she get to Juling City? Since the army had a mission in Juling City and the girl happened to be there, he risked his dignity to do her a favor and asked someone to bring her back. Director Yan was very hesitant holding the phone. He was wondering whether he should call the Ji family to inform them. After all, when Xiao Mingyue disappeared, the Ji family went crazy looking for her. Soon, he drove to the Xiao family's current residence to share the good news with them. In fact, they had only been in Gaobeil City for a short time, arriving a few days ago, and had just settled down. They had experienced a lot along the way, but finally arrived safely. Thanks to the Ji family's care, the Xiao family's current residence is the best, a 3-story country villa. Considering that the grandparents are old and like to grow vegetables, it also has a large yard. It is much larger than their villa in Huahan community. Nowadays, more and more refugees are pouring into Gaobeil City, the population is gradually increasing, and housing allocation is also very tight. Many later victims can only live together with others temporarily. Many places in Gaobeil City are still under construction, and housing will be allocated gradually as the construction progresses. Therefore, the Ji family put a lot of effort into allowing the Xiao family to live in such a villa. But even so, Zhao's father and mother could not have a good face towards Ji's family. Now they didn't even want to see them, and when they did, they treated them like enemies. Because if it weren't for Ji Xinxin, their daughter wouldn't have passed through the red snot flood section, and wouldn't have gone missing, with no one knowing whether she was alive or dead. When Zhao's father and mother first arrived in Gaobeil City, they did not want to live in the house arranged by the Ji family. They wanted to go to their third sister Jiang Qiongwei, but they had only been here for a few days. Gaobeil City is so big, they still couldn't contact Jiang Qiongwei, and the phone call was also unavailable, so they could only stay here for the time being. Here we are. This is it. Director Yan got out of the car and Xiao Yang went up to knock on the door. At home, Zhao's father and mother were packing up. They had just moved in and there were still a lot of things that needed to be put in place. Who is it? Zhao's mother opened the door. Director Yan was surprised to see Xiao Ma's current state. Although Zhao's mother tried her best to dress herself neatly, she was trapped in the swamp of pain every day because of the loss of her beloved daughter. There were many silver strands in her hair and more wrinkles on her face. The light in Xiao Ma's eyes disappeared, leaving only the unconcealable sadness and numbness. Mother Xiao forced herself to raise the corners of her mouth and said awkwardly, "It's Director Yan. Please come in. The house is a bit messy and I'm cleaning it up." Chapter 751. When Father Xiao saw that it was Director Yan, he also came forward to greet him. Father Xiao now looked as if his soul had been taken away, his face looked somewhat sad, and he no longer had the energy and spirit he once had. Looking at the couple who had changed so much in such a short period of time, Director Yan secretly sighed in his heart. How pitiful are the parents in the world! He no longer kept the secret. "No, I'm here to tell you a good news. Your daughter, Xiao Mingyue, is still alive." Zhao's father and mother looked at each other, and their brains exploded. Mother Xiao stepped forward and grabbed Director Yan's sleeve, saying excitedly, What did you just say? My daughter is still alive? Director Yan, please don't lie to me." Director Yan said patiently. "Yes, the news I just received is correct. She is still alive. You can rest assured." "So where is she now? Where is my daughter?" When Zhao's father spoke, his lips were trembling. Director Yan said slowly, "She is in Zhuling City now. I have asked someone to bring her back. An old friend of mine happened to be going to Zhuling City on a mission. I have asked someone to see if they can bring her back directly." "Where is Zhuling City? Is she really still alive?" Xiao Ma murmured. Director Yan repeated over and over again. "Really, Xiao Mingyue is really still alive. Your daughter is still alive." Xiao Ma's legs softened and she burst into tears. "Director Yan, you can't lie to me. I often dream about such scenes, but when I wake up, everything is fake. No one comes to tell me good news." Director Yan was also moved. "Ms. Jiang, you are not dreaming. What I said is true. Although I don't know how Xiao Mingyue got to Zhuling City, the person over there contacted me and it was Xiao Mingyue, there is no doubt about it." Dad Xiao suddenly thought of something. "Then can we call Mingyue, so that we can feel at ease? Let us hear her voice, okay?" After hearing what Zhao's father said, Zhao's mother also reacted. Yes, can we talk on the phone?" Director Yan was a little embarrassed. "This?" Seeing Director Yan's expression, Father Xiao fell to his knees. Please, Chief Yen, let me hear her voice, please help us. I can't hear the child's voice, how can I feel at ease? Director Yen was startled and quickly helped the man up. No, 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 what are you doing? I didn't say no. I'll ask for you. If conditions permit, I'll let you two talk on the phone, okay? Zhao's father and mother cried with joy. Really? That's great. The two men, who were almost 100 years old in total, cried like children. At this time, Grandpa walked out of the house slowly with a cane and said in a hoarse voice, Qingwan, Xianxin, what are you arguing about? Ever since Grandpa took the leg-stretching and eye-opening pills, he has been in good health and has never had any problems. But since Xiao Mingyue went missing, Grandpa has been in a state of despair. Although he kept insisting that Xiao Mingyue would be fine, he still became sick from worry and now even used a cane. Dad, Director Yen said that Mingyue is still alive, she is not dead yet, Zhao's mother said crying. Grandpa's body froze, his hands trembling. As if to confirm what he had said before, he raised his voice and said, I told you, how could Mingyue die? I already said she wouldn't die. As he spoke, Grandpa knocked the ground hard with his cane and was very emotional. Director Yen looked at the happy family, crying and laughing. It seemed that he made the right decision on this trip today. Chapter 752. Xiao Mingyue waited and waited. For the first time, she felt that time was so long. She held her chin in her hand boredly, the water cup in front of her was empty. Yen Jun looked at her with interest. You are quite calm? As long as I am upright, I am not afraid of my shadow being crooked. What should I be afraid of? Xiao Mingyue said. Yen Jun crossed his hands in front of his chest. You just mentioned what happened in Fuelwo. You seem to be quite capable of causing a big commotion in a place like that. Have you practiced this before? Xiao Mingyue said casually. I have practiced and I know some skills in marksmanship. When I was in Pingjing City, Captain Song of the Field Army wanted to recruit me to join the army. What, you also see that I am a talent and want to recruit me too? Then you have to get in line. Xiao Mingyue was talking nonsense, and was so bored that she just chatted with Yen Jun. Yen Jun chuckled. Interesting, you can also use a gun, who taught you? Don't worry, it wasn't Bailey Machin who taught me the black gun method. It was the coach that Director Yen found for me. I practiced seriously in the training ground. Yen Jun raised his sword-like eyebrows, which made it even more interesting. At this time, Fang Long came back. He came in and glanced at Xiao Mingyue with an indescribable strange expression. Xiao Mingyue glanced at him and said sarcastically, Have you verified it? Am I an accomplice of the terrorists, or their mistress? Yen Jun also looked at Fang Long, waiting for his answer, but seeing his expression, he roughly guessed it. Fang Long's face turned red. After verification, she has no problems and everything she said is true. He paused and stammered. Well, Xiao Mingyue waved her hands and said, Forget it, no need to apologize. I forgive you. Soldiers are naturally hostile to terrorists. After all, they are mortal enemies. She is somewhat involved with Bailey Machin and others, so Fang Long is inevitably suspicious and suspects her of treason. It is normal for him to be unfriendly to her. Even ordinary people, if they encounter a traitor, will chase him and curse him for 10 streets, and curse his ancestors for 8 generations. Seeing this, Fang Long muttered quietly, Who wants to apologize to you? Xiao Mingyue snorted and didn't bother with him. She clearly wanted to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Yen Jun smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Ms. Xiao, the interrogation process was a bit aggressive, and my attitude was a bit lacking. This is also an interrogation technique. Fortunately, nothing happened. I hope you don't mind. It's okay, Xiao Mingyue said generously. Fan Long stiffened his neck and said, Also, the chief just called and said that he agreed to take her back to Gaobeil City with him. Yen Jun was quite surprised. The commander said that? Fan Long hummed. It was a request from Pingjing City. The other party knows the chief, and the chief agreed. Yen Jun looked at Xiao Mingyue with complicated eyes. It seems that you are quite capable. Xiao Mingyue was very surprised. Really? Can I take a plane with you? Can I take my child and the wolf with me? Fan Long said expressionlessly. Okay. Xiao Mingyue was in a very happy mood at the moment. She smiled and said, Oh, it seems that the chief is worthy of being the chief. He is not selfish, unlike some people. She always holds a grudge. Fan Long. His face was pale and blue, not a good look. It is true that only women and villains are difficult to raise. She is too vindictive. I just said that she was selfish, but she scolded me several times. Yanjun smiled and shook his head helplessly. All right, let's go. Xiao Mingyue, you should also pack your things and leave tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Mingyue was of course happy. I thought I would have to continue the journey in hardship, which would take at least 2 months, but now, I can take a helicopter and reach Gaobeil City in 1 day. This is simply a pleasant surprise. Chapter 753. By the way, what will happen to Bailey Mochin? Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of him. This is not something you should ask. Every country has its own laws. What do you think will be the fate of the terrorists who are wreaking havoc in our country? Yanjun asked back. Xiao Mingyue fell silent. She could probably guess in her heart that she could not escape the death penalty. Just as Xiao Mingyue was about to leave, a female soldier knocked on the door and came in. You are Xiao Mingyue, right? Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Mingyue asked. The female soldier handed over a specially made mobile phone that looked very heavy. It's your call. Take it. Xiao Mingyue didn't understand why, but she still answered the phone. Hello? The other party, Xiao's father, mother, and grandfather were all in Director Yan's office, waiting for the call excitedly. In front of the phone, they were so nervous that they didn't know what to do. They haven't told Grandma yet because she is sick. The illness is not serious, but not minor either, and she can't get out of bed for the time being. Mother Xiao wanted to wait until she was sure that it was Xiao Mingyue before telling Grandma the good news, so as to prevent the old lady from being overjoyed and making her illness worse. Hello, who is this? Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked in a tearful voice. Mingyue, is that you? Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Mom? Zhao's mother responded, biting her lips tightly to prevent herself from getting too excited and scaring Xiao Mingyue. Mom heard from Director Yan that you are still alive. Mom is so happy. Father Xiao finally put his mind at ease. His eyes became hot, and he tried hard to hold back his tears. He quickly said with concern. Mingyue, how have you been these days, kid? Why did you go to Juling City? I heard from Director Yan that Juling City is very far from Gaobeil City and also very far from Pingjing City. When he said this, Zhao's father felt a pang of pain in his heart. How could a person live well outside? Just thinking about it, he knew that Xiao Mingyue was not living well. He couldn't imagine what the child had experienced outside and how he had wandered around. Xiao Mingyue felt warm in her heart. She was always a strong person, but now she felt like crying. Her family must have been very worried about her during the time she was missing. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. I'll be able to take a military helicopter to Gaobeil City tomorrow. We'll be able to meet soon. Don't worry. Grandpa also burst into tears. Mingyue, you must be careful when you come back. You must come back. Don't run around anymore. This kind of stimulation is enough for once. Grandpa can't stand it. There will be a next time. Grandpa, don't worry, I will come back safe and sound, better than before. Xiao Mingyue said gently. Grandpa wiped away his tears with shaking hands. Okay, I knew you were still here. Grandpa is waiting for you here. You have arrived in Gaobeil City. When did you arrive? Xiao Mingyue asked. Zhao's mother immediately replied. We just arrived 2 days ago. We are all fine. We are just worried about you. Xiao Mingyue wanted to say something, but the female soldier next to her reminded her. It's almost time. It can't take too long. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Mom and Dad, I can't say more to you. I have to hang up. We will meet soon and talk in person. Remember to thank Director Yan for his help. Okay, take care. Mother Xiao held the phone reluctantly. She had 1,000 words to say, but there was no time to say them anymore. After Xiao Mingyue hung up the phone, she handed the phone to the female soldier. Thanks, the female soldier said. You're welcome. My family is worried about me. Just a phone call will put my parents at ease. The other party, Zhao's father and mother, cried with joy. Now they were sure that it was Xiao Mingyue, their child. The child was still alive and they could finally rest assured. Director Yan was right next to them, and the phone was on a loudspeaker, so he heard everything Xiao Mingyue said just now. He now felt even more that asking someone to bring Xiao Mingyue along was a wise decision. Chapter 754. It was already late at night, and Xiao Mingyue temporarily stayed at the Meng family's home. They reserved the largest bedroom for Xiao Mingyue. This was their last night together. Xiao Mingyue couldn't sleep the whole time. She couldn't fall asleep. She threw Xiao Shiwang and Xiao Huihui into the space, asked Fugui to help take care of them, and then she lay in bed tossing and turning alone. She couldn't help but be excited as she was about to reunite with her family. Moreover, she had many things on her mind. She thought of the goddess mentioned by Bailey Machin. Who was she? Was she a charlatan who was deliberately mysterious, or did she really travel through time from decades later? Is she so bold as to reveal her identity? Isn't she afraid of being caught and studied? All her doubts could only be solved after she arrived at Gaobeil City and explored it. Xiao Mingyue gradually felt sleepy, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she fell asleep. There was a dim light in the sky, it was almost dawn. But at this time, there are still a group of people who can't sleep. In an interrogation room, Manga was tied to an interrogation chair, unable to move. Opposite him sat a male and a female soldier, interrogating him. Meng Ji's leg was wrapped in a simple bandage, and the bullet inside had not been taken out yet. At this moment, he was extremely weak, but his eyes were full of hatred. From the time he was arrested until now, he has been interrogated all the time, and it's always the same interrogation, endless, and he's not even allowed to sleep. Very tough. The male soldier yawned. I'm sleepy. Tell me quickly. The murder case in Xiping City, the explosion in Fanhua City, the airstrike in Yanping City, and the terrorist attack in Pingjing City. Tell me clearly about them one by one. Manga gritted his teeth and said, I've already said it, it was me who did it, it was all me who did it, how many times do you have to ask me? The male soldier slammed the table and shouted. Who are you talking to? I want you to explain it in detail. Who issued each of your missions, who was in charge, how the process was implemented, who was responsible for it, how many people were involved, where the weapons and equipment came from, every little detail must be explained. The female soldier flipped through the files and said coldly, Let's start with the terrorist attack in Pingjing City. Tell it again and think carefully about whether there are any details that you have forgotten. Manga was deflated. Pingjing City's mission was to blow up the planting bureau and their government command building and create chaos in the local area, but they seem to have been prepared in advance, and the mission failed. Just to create unrest? Is this why you blew up the Ziwei Garden community and killed hundreds of thousands of people? The female soldier's voice was filled with anger. Brother Meng closed his eyes tiredly. No, because in a previous operation, the police from Pingjing City injured my brother, so in order to avenge my dead brother and to vent my anger, I decided to blow up a community and teach the police from Pingjing City a lesson. The male soldier and the female soldier looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. This man was simply a devil and had no humanity at all. Is this also the mission Viper assigned to you? Asked the male soldier. Brother Meng was a little impatient. He doesn't know, but it's almost the same. He gave me the bombs. Those bombs were used to create chaos in various communities, but I concentrated them all on that flower garden. How did the venomous snake react to your unauthorized actions? The male soldier regretted asking the question as soon as he asked it. It was an unnecessary question. They were all birds of a feather. How could he react? They all deserved to die. Manga pulled the corner of his mouth in a nasty way. He said something to me because I didn't do what he said. Why do venomous snakes want to build settlements? The female soldier asked again. How should I know? Go ask him. Oh, by the way, he has been killed by you. He was about to surrender, but you shot him. You deserve to die. If I had known, I would not have agreed to surrender. I would have fought with you to see who is stronger. I will kill you all. No one will survive. As he spoke, Minga suddenly became furious. He slammed the table with his handcuffed hands, making loud banging noises. The two soldiers looked at him coldly, helpless and furious. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Yan Jun walked in. If you are willing to cooperate with us, tell us the secrets outside the country, and listen to us, you can still keep your life. Otherwise, you will be like a poisonous snake. There was no emotion in his voice. Chapter 755. Meng Ji's eyes were full of anger, and he spat. Cooperate with you? Who do you think you are? It seems like you don't want to live anymore? Manga laughed sinisterly a few times. Do you dare? Apart from Venomous Snake, I'm the most powerful here, and those minions know nothing. Without me, you'll never get any useful information. Do you want to know? Beg me, kneel down and beg me, lick my shoes, maybe I will tell you if I am happy. Yan Jun's expression was gloomy. The muscles on his face twitched twice, and he spoke word by word. Since he wants to die, then satisfy him. No need to interrogate him. Brother Meng looked shocked. Soon, Manga was executed and his life ended. Yan Jun watched Manga's body fall to the ground with his own eyes, his eyes full of mockery. He thought he was the second in command, holding a lot of secrets, so he wouldn't die no matter who died. Innocent. Yan Jun just received news that Viper is not dead yet and has woken up now. Viper's attitude is much better than Meng Ji's. After discussion among the top managers, it was decided that since he was willing to be China's boomerang and stab the blade abroad, he should be given the opportunity to atone for his sins. After all, as Viper, the information he can obtain is very valuable. With his cooperation, the country's counterattack plan can be better implemented. However, even if he was willing to cooperate, he could only keep his life. He would have to wear handcuffs and shackles for the rest of his life, and be locked up in a special prison, and would never be free again. This is the punishment he deserves. In addition to Menggu, many terrorists were killed. Now more than 100 have been killed. After they were killed, they were buried in the ground, just like adding fertilizer to the soil of Zhuling City. The next day, the Meng family prepared a sumptuous meal as a farewell meal for Xiao Mingyue. They steamed a big pot of rice and fried one meat dish and 2 vegetarian dishes. For them now, this is already a feast of delicacies from land and sea. After all, they used to eat cockroach cakes for several years. The half chicken in this meat dish was borrowed by Aunt Mo from Sister Wang next door. Aunt Mo filled a large bowl of rice for Xiao Mingyue and stuffed it into her hands. Come on, before you go on a long journey, you must eat well, so that everything will go smoothly. Xiao Mingyue was very touched. Thank you? Meng Yuanyuan patted her shoulder generously. What are you thanking me for? If there is anything to thank, it should be us who should thank you. If it weren't for you, how could we have the life we have now? Aunt Mo wiped her tears and said, Now that you're gone, we won't see each other again. You must take care of yourself. During this period of time, she has treated Xiao Mingyue as her own family. Now that they suddenly have to go their separate ways, she feels really reluctant. Peng Peng raised his head and asked, Sister, where are you going? Your sister Mingyue is going to a very far place to find her family, Meng Kong said to Peng Peng. Peng Peng said innocently, Sister, you have to take good care of yourself. Cover yourself up at night and don't catch a cold. Come back and play with me when you have time. Xiao Mingyue smiled and poked Peng Peng's little face. Okay. After lunch, it's time to leave in the afternoon. Global City, wait for me. Chapter 756. On the helicopter, Xiao Mingyue was arranged to sit with several female soldiers, and Xiao Huihui was also arranged here. However, considering the dangerousness of Xiao Huihui, they put a muzzle on him and tied him up with a leash. There is no other way but to let Xiao Huihui suffer. Several female soldiers saw Xiao Shiwang in Xiao Mingyue's arms. Xiao Shiwang opened his eyes wide and looked around curiously. His face was rosy, but he didn't cry or make a fuss. Several female soldiers were suddenly overwhelmed with maternal love and their hearts almost melted. She is so small, so tiny and cute, said one of the oval-faced female soldiers. How old is she? Asked another female soldier with darker skin. Xiao Mingyue said softly. Not very big, just over a week old, less than 2 weeks old. No wonder it's so small, it turns out it's a newborn, born not long ago. These days, there are very few newborns who can be born safely. Each one is more precious than the other. We in Gaobale City have welfare policies for newborns. The government will raise the child, and there will be a special child care doctor. The government will take care of everything, from the baby's milk powder to his education when he grows up. Is it true? Why haven't I heard of it? This is a new policy, you are so out of touch with the news. And it's not just for children, even parents can benefit, there are so many benefits. Also, once a woman is found to be pregnant, the authorities will be responsible for the nutritional meals for the entire pregnancy period. There are special agencies responsible for that, including examinations and so on. Pregnant women don't have to worry about anything at all. Everything from pregnancy to childbirth is arranged for you, and it's all free welfare benefits. I've heard that there are several places in the city that are going to be used to build schools. I heard that our military district is also going to build a military district school for the children of military families to go to school, all free of charge. Is this to encourage childbirth? Of course not. We just did a census half a month ago and estimated the population of China. Guess how many people there are now? A little over 80 million. This is still an upward estimate. It dropped again? No wonder. They looked at Xiao Shiwang with loving eyes and talked about the matter in a buzzing manner. After listening to them, Xiao Mingyue finally understood what the current policy was. She didn't know that the population had dropped to this level. If the words of the so-called goddess are to be believed, then we have officially entered the era of post-disaster reconstruction. After several years of natural disasters, only a very small number of people can survive. There are too few people. Post-disaster reconstruction is a time when a large number of people are needed, and children are the hope of the future. This is a different time now. Apart from post-disaster reconstruction, the most critical issue now is indeed the issue of newborns. There are too few newborns, which is a big problem. Even goods are valuable when they are scarce, let alone people. Each era has its own policy. When the construction of the settlements gets on track and gradually matures, people's lives will get better and better. With the support of welfare policies, there will definitely be a baby boom. Of course, the premise of all these assumptions is that the large-scale natural disaster has passed. If there is a catastrophic natural disaster in the future, everything will be in vain. Xiao Mingyue lowered her head and glanced at Xiao Shiwang. Xiao Shiwang would also be a big sister among the baby boomers in the future. The gears of fate were so strange. This little girl just happened to be in the right time. No need to experience high temperatures, heavy rains and floods, let alone extreme cold and earthquakes. When she was born, the end of the world had already reached its later stages. I have to say that Xiao Mingyue is a little envious of her. She was born at the right time. What kind of life will she have in the future? Presumably sensing Xiao Mingyue's emotions, Xiao Shiwang smiled sweetly at her and stuck out her tongue twice, looking soft and cute, causing a surge of maternal love in the female soldiers. The child is so young. Aren't you still in confinement? Asked the oval-faced female soldier. This child is not mine. I picked him up on the road. Chapter 757. Xiao Mingyue briefly talked about the process of adopting Xiao Shiwang. They suddenly realized. So that's why. No wonder, I see you look good, you don't look like a woman who just gave birth. This kid is so lucky to meet you guys. Another person sighed. Xiao Mingyue curled her lips slightly. Maybe it's fate. It seemed that there was an invisible thread pulling her, and she was flashed through space to a strange place. The thread led her to meet Hope's mother, who delivered little Hope. Now, she is about to reunite with her family and return to her previous life, except that there is a new member in the family, Xiao Shiwang. My parents and grandparents don't know about Xiao Shiwang's existence yet, so I'll give them a surprise. Can I hug her? Several female soldiers really couldn't help it, and were eager to try. Can. Xiao Mingyue handed the child to them. Xiao Shiwang was not afraid of strangers and was very easy to take care of. He was an angel baby. Xiao Mingyue was also happy to have some free time. It was of course a good thing to have someone help her hold the baby. Several female soldiers were also very happy, holding as if they were holding some treasure. Xiao hoped that every time he spit out saliva, he would receive a round of praise. Xiao Mingyue looked out the window, her mind gradually becoming empty. The helicopter was flying very high. From this angle, the scene on the ground was quite spectacular, but also very desolate. Only the ruined buildings were left in the deserted city. On the contrary, the wilderness and plains are full of greenery and vitality. Occasionally, when passing by the highway, you will see long lines of fleeing refugees, like ants. When you hear the noise in the air, the refugees will look up curiously. One day later. Hey, wake up, we're here. Xiao Mingyue was awakened by a female voice. It was the oval-faced female soldier who liked Xiao Shiwang very much. Her name was Anyu. She was warm and generous. During this day, Anyu took good care of Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue immediately looked out the window and saw a large open space with many armed helicopters around. Soldiers were getting off the other helicopters one after another. Xiao Mingyue's mind suddenly became clear. Is this Gaobeil City? Yes, this is Gaobeil City, your new home in the future. Let's go, it's time to go down, Anyu said with a smile. Xiao Mingyue stood up immediately. Xiao Huihui was already ready and stood beside Xiao Mingyue very obediently. Finally, we're here. Xiao Mingyue picked up the dog leash, picked up Xiao Shiwang and got off the plane. The moment Xiao Mingyue stepped on the ground, she felt quite emotional. She looked around. This was the destination for all the disaster victims in Pingjing City. The city of Gobel. All the hardships and obstacles along the way are just for survival. Is it easy? In the distance, Xiao's father, mother, grandparents were all looking around, almost looking tired. Where is it? Where is Mingyue? They were all brought in by Mr. Ji. When Mr. Ji heard the news that Xiao Mingyue was still alive, he was very happy. Standing next to him was Director Yan, who accompanied him. Chapter 758. Of course, there is also Ji Shanshan, who is also looking forward to it. She has already cried with red eyes even before she even met Xiao Mingyue. Ever since Xiao Mingyue disappeared in the flood of red snot, she has been living in self-blame all the time. If she hadn't baked the cookies, if she hadn't called Xiao Mingyue over, would nothing have happened? Fortunately, Sister Mingyue is still alive, otherwise, she would really feel guilty for the rest of her life and would never be happy. There are a lot of people here, and not only are they looking for Xiao Mingyue is also confused. Where should she go? It was Xiao Huihui who reacted quickly. He smelled the scent of the Xiao family, and pulled Xiao Mingyue in a certain direction. Over there? Xiao Mingyue asked. Little Huihui couldn't call out either, because his mouth was closed, so he could only nod. Xiao Mingyue hurriedly followed Xiao Huihui and walked in that direction. After getting closer, Xiao Mingyue quickly noticed that the Xiao family members were very conspicuous standing together among the group of people in camouflage uniforms. Of course, Zhao's father also saw Xiao Mingyue, but he was still a little uncertain. Is that our Mingyue? Dad! Mom! Xiao Mingyue smiled and waved at them, and subconsciously started to jog. Xiao Huihui had already broken free from his restraints, and rushed to the Xiao family. Grandma burst into tears instantly, staggered over to answer her, sobbing. Mingyue! Child, you are really still alive! I thought they were lying to me! Grandma hugged Xiao Mingyue tightly and cried inconsolably. Zhao's father, mother and grandfather also gathered around, and everyone had tears on their faces. After such a long time, they were reluctant to look away when they saw Xiao Mingyue again. Seeing this face that was imprinted in their hearts again. The emotions in their hearts cannot be described in words. It's good that you're still alive. It's good that you're still alive. Be well in the future and don't run around anymore. Mother Xiao touched Xiao Mingyue's face in disbelief, her hands trembling. What a bright moon! When Xiao Mingyue saw her family again, she was shocked. Mom and Dad both look much more haggard, and so do Grandma and Grandpa. It's only been such a short time, but they look like they've aged a few years. Mom, why do you have so much white hair? Xiao Mingyue felt distressed. Mother Xiao touched her head awkwardly and said with a smile. It's okay. Mom is old, and it's time for her hair to grow white. Xiao Mingyue felt a lump in her throat. After a round of greetings, concerns and crying, they finally noticed a swaddled baby in Xiao Mingyue's arms. Who is this child? This is a child I picked up on the street. She was just over a month old and looked quite pitiful. I had a strong connection with her, so I brought her home to raise. Xiao Mingyue explained. She added, her name is Xiao Shiwang, a girl. Grandma carefully took the child and asked, a baby girl you found on the road? Grandma's heart softened. Oh dear, you are so small, you were just born. Yes, she will be my daughter from now on, Xiao Mingyue said with a smile. You kid, you haven't even married yet, how can you have another child? How are you going to explain it to others when they ask about it? Just treat it as a younger sister. Father Xiao said something annoyed, but he also gladly accepted the existence of little hope, but he had to change his identity. Xiao Mingyue thought about it carefully, and it was the same reason. All right then. At this time, Mr. Ji and Xinxin finally came over. Chapter 759. Old Master Ji smiled kindly. Mingyue girl, we are all very happy to hear that you are in Zhuling City. Are you doing well along the way? Xiao Mingyue twitched the corners of her lips. Grandpa Ji, the journey was good. Thanks to you and Director Yan, I was able to take a plane to Gaobil City. Otherwise, I would have to walk for at least 2 months. Seeing Mr. Ji and Director Yan appear together, Xiao Mingyue guessed that Mr. Ji must have also done her a favor by giving her a ride on the plane. After all, Mr. Ji is Director Yan's teacher. When it comes to the weight of his words and the breadth of his network of contacts, Mr. Ji is more superior. Director Yan joked. That's impossible. If you wait 2 months before coming, Xinxin will almost die to pay for her sin. Xinxin finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst into tears. I'm sorry, Sister Mingyue, I almost killed you. It's all my fault. Go ahead and hit me and scold me. Xinxin, this has nothing to do with you. I got off the car that day and wanted to take a walk. I was walking over there anyway. Even if you didn't call me to get the cookies, I would have been swept away by the flood of red snot. What's more, you were just trying to share food with me out of kindness, and you didn't mean to hurt me, so how can I blame you? It has nothing to do with you, so why are you blaming yourself? Don't take the blame for nothing. Looking at Xinxin like this, she has a big knot in her heart. If she is not comforted, I am afraid Xinxin will really feel guilty all the time and eventually develop a heart disease. Xinxin sobbed. Really? Of course, I was taking a walk there, not because of you. When I received your message, I was about to take a step, but before I could even start, a torrent of red snot came rushing down. If I have to blame someone, I blame you for not sending me a message earlier, otherwise you could have saved my life. Xiao Mingyue told a little white lie in a reproachful tone. Xinxin threw herself into Xiao Mingyue's arms. Really? No matter what, Sister Mingyue, I'm glad you're still alive. I'm so happy to see you again. Seeing Xiao Mingyue in person and hearing these words, the stone that had been weighing on Xinxin's heart seemed to have been suddenly removed. The originally depressed heart suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Of course I have to stay alive. I'm still thinking about your cookies, Xiao Mingyue said. Xinxin burst into laughter and said, Forget about the cookies. I have a psychological trauma now and I don't even dare to enter the kitchen. Seeing this, Director Yan smiled with satisfaction. Xinxin's knot was untied, and Mr. Ji could feel much more relieved. Zhao's father and mother looked at each other and walked forward with a guilty look. Master Ji, we have to apologize to you. We have been so upset over Mingyue's matter that we even took our anger out on your Xinxin. We are really sorry. Xinxin, uncle and aunt are sorry for you. This is not your fault, but we said such things. We are so sorry for you. Old Master Ji waved his hand and said, I, an old man, understand. After all, Mingyue is your only child. Who can remain rational if the child is missing? It's good enough if you don't go crazy. Xinxin waved her hands again and again. No, uncle and aunt, please don't apologize to me. You have been in a lot of pain during this period of time. If it were me, I would have collapsed a long time ago, and you didn't say anything too harsh to me, I understand. After hearing what they said, Xiao's father and mother felt even more guilty. Thank you for not making a fuss, and thank you for taking care of me along the way. Mr. Ji was in high spirits. Don't say thank you anymore, Mingyue saved Xinxin and me. If anyone wants to thank you, we should be the ones to do it. Now that Mingyue is back, hey, old man, can we still play chess together? He is calling Grandpa. Although Grandpa's hair and beard are gray and his face is full of wrinkles, his spirit and energy have returned. He said in a loud voice. Yes. Who's afraid of who? Everyone was happy and the scene was full of joy. Xiao Mingyue looked around, but didn't see anyone. She finally couldn't help but ask. Xinxin, where is your brother? Xinxin was stunned, her eyes were evasive, and she stammered. My brother, he… Mr. Ji's expression also changed. Xiao Mingyue didn't understand why. What was there to be said? Tell me, what happened to your brother? Chapter 760. Xinxin bit her lip. He is sick and in a coma. He is currently receiving treatment. Xiao Mingyue frowned. Is he sick? Why is he so seriously ill? I'll go see him then. Unexpectedly, Xinxin blurted out. Need not. Why? Xiao Mingyue became more and more puzzled. Why did Xinxin react so strangely when Jiwensi was mentioned? She even didn't want her to visit her. What's more, Xinxin couldn't keep secrets at all. Whatever she was thinking, it would show on her face immediately. It was hard for Xiao Mingyue not to notice. Tell me, what happened? Everyone in the Xiao family looked confused. Did something happen to Jiwensi? How could they not know? Wasn't it fine 2 days ago? What happened? Wasn't he fine when I saw him a few days ago? Zhao's mother asked with concern. Yeah, why didn't you tell us? We have received so much care from Mr. Ji for nothing, we should go visit him. Zhao's father also said. When they first arrived in Gaobeil City a few days ago, Jiwensi helped arrange accommodation for the Xiao family. Both Zhao's father and mother had met him. We haven't seen each other for just a few days, how could something happen? Mr. Ji's eyes flashed, and he said calmly. It's nothing serious. What Xinxin said is too serious. It's just a disease he was born with. He has been too busy recently and has developed a hidden illness. It will be fine after a while. The fact that he was ill could not be told to anyone. The Ji family had just arrived in Gaobeil City and needed to lay a solid foundation. At this critical moment, if something happened to him, the backbone of the family, it would only shake the morale of the army, so no one was told about it. Zhao's mother suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Then we won't tell anyone. Mr. Ji nodded and said. The hospital he's in right now is very special, with strict management, and it's not convenient to visit him. Let's wait until he recovers and then we can talk. Xinxin quickly agreed. Yes, you can't visit now. This matter cannot be spread outside. Mr. Ji looked serious. Good. Although Xiao Mingyue still had some doubts in her heart, she didn't dare to ask any more questions after seeing what Mr. Ji said. If you are not allowed to watch it, then don't watch it. And she thought that Mr. Ji must be hiding something and didn't want her to know. Otherwise, why would Xinxin's reaction be so weird? However, one of his words was true. Now that the Ji family had just moved in, their primary goal was to gain a foothold in Gaobeil City and gain a firm foothold. Although the Ji Group is a leading enterprise in Pingjing City, that is all in the past. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. If the Ji Group wants to gain a foothold in Gaobeil City, it will have to make efforts and pay a price. It is not that simple. However, the strength of the Ji Group should not be underestimated. The planting company built in Pingjing City alone is renowned throughout the country and has received praise from the central government. Next, the Ji Group will pierce into Gaobeil City like a sharp blade to get a piece of the pie, and a battle for it is inevitable. There are not only indigenous enterprises in Gaobeil City, but also strong players from all over the place. Each of them shows their magical powers, and who is strong and who is weak depends on their own ability. Now is a time of rapid development. Who will stand out from the crowd and take the leading position in the post-disaster reconstruction environment? This battle without the smoke of gunpowder must be very exciting. Mr. Ji smiled kindly and said, Go back. Your beloved daughter has just been found, and you must have a lot to say. Go home quickly. Chapter 761. Mingyue, you should also take a look at your new home and see if you are satisfied with it. We will not disturb you. Xiao Mingyue raised the corner of her mouth. What Grandpa Ji arranged is of course very good. I am definitely very satisfied. On the way back. Grandpa, are you really not going to tell Sister Mingyue about this? I can really see that my brother likes her very much. Wouldn't it be bad to hide it from her? Xinxin hesitated. Old Master Ji said solemnly. I didn't hide anything from Mingyue. Your brother was already ill, but he didn't say it was an infectious disease. He got this infectious disease suddenly, and he is being isolated for research. I can't visit him now, and the higher-ups asked for confidentiality, so how can I talk nonsense? This case has no record in medical history. As it was such a rare case, Ji Wenxi was isolated and studied. Regarding the new infectious disease, the authorities have not yet figured out the source of the disease and its impact on the human body, so it is kept confidential to avoid causing panic among the public. All the medical giants who are still alive have gathered together to study this new case. But Grandpa Ji always felt that Ji Wenxi's infectious disease was strange. They were together every day and met many people, but why was he the only one who got a rare infectious disease? And he was the only one with this condition, no one else had any symptoms. It was really strange. Since it is an infectious disease, it shouldn't be just one person. It would be reasonable if more people were infected. Although Mr. Ji was confused, the fact was that there were no other new cases for the time being, only Ji Wenxi. Not knowing whether it is good or bad, Mr. Ji is very worried. Ji Shanshan choked up when she heard this. No, I mean Huang Li. Didn't that woman named Huang Li really tell Sister Mingyue about her existence? Others say she's a goddess, but I always feel like she's a liar. Ever since we arrived in Gaobeil City, she has been pestering my brother, insisting that he is her destined match. She is so weird. Now my brother is suddenly ill, and I, as his younger sister, cannot even go to visit him. But she, relying on her status as a goddess, actually stayed in the hospital to take care of my brother. Do you think this is fair? Ji Shanshan was very angry. She didn't like Huang Li. She was too arrogant, too rude and too annoying. Ji Shanshan felt disgusted when she saw the look of self-righteousness and disregard for others. Old Master Ji sighed and said, There is nothing we can do about this matter. It is strange to say that I did not believe in the goddess at first. But she is the only one who has the means to relieve your brother's symptoms. She can help the doctor treat your brother, but of course she has to stay in the hospital. Who cares who she is? As long as your brother's illness can be cured, anything is fine. Old Master Ji rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Ji Shanshan bit her lip and said worriedly, What if she seduces my brother away? I can see that my brother likes Sister Mingyue, and I like Sister Mingyue too. Old Master Ji smiled helplessly. Is your brother that kind of person? When your brother recovers, we will thank her with a generous gift, without involving your brother. Ji Shanshan said, Well, I hope my brother gets better soon and is safe and sound. In a secret hospital somewhere. Ji Wenxi was lying motionless on the hospital bed, still in a coma. There were countless tubes and machines of various sizes on his body, which were monitoring his vital signs. Outside the isolation ward, a tall young woman stood outside the door, quietly looking at Ji Wenxi in the ward through the transparent special glass. The woman had an oval face, thin lips, and upturned eyes. She looked a little arrogant and mean for no reason, as if no one was worthy of her attention. Although she has a pretty face, she looks scheming. The Oriole sighed softly and said to himself, Is this the Ji Wenxi who dominated China's business landscape decades later? I've only seen him in his old age before, but now I see him in his youth, and he's quite pleasing to the eye. Chapter 762. She traveled back from 60 years later. Since she traveled back, she, Huang Li, was the chosen heroine and was bound to make great achievements in China 60 years ago. The first thing to do when you come back is, of course, to curry favor with someone. She originally wanted to find the young Ji Wenxi and cling to him, but the moment she saw the young version of Ji Wenxi, she changed her mind. She has been looking for her male protagonist, but the man in front of her can not only be her golden thigh, but also her man. Yes, the heroine who travels back in time always looks for a very strong hero. This is a match made in heaven. She felt more and more that Ji Wenxi was tailor-made for her. 60 years later, Huang Li is just a poor student who cannot afford to go to school. He grew up in a slum. Later, he received funding from the Ji group. He met Ji Wenxi by chance, but it was only a quick meeting. 60 years later, Ji Wenxi is already in his 80s, with white hair and beard. Although he is old, he is extremely majestic and has a strong aura that makes people dare not approach him. When he was young, he was actually extremely handsome. Huang Li now thinks that this might be fate destined by God. It was all arranged by God. A car accident sent her back to 60 years ago. Of course, she was happy to accept the gift of fate, enjoying her extraordinary life and experiencing the life of a superior person. 60 years later, Huang Li was of little influence, and had never heard of whether Ji Wenxi had a wife. It was possible that he had, and it was possible that he didn't, and she had never paid attention to it. But whether it happened or not, the title of Mrs. G would be hers from now on. Thinking of this, Huang Li showed a determined smile. She was the daughter of destiny, a goddess. Isn't it simple to just be called Madam G? Is this virus too serious? We should cure him quickly. How can we develop a relationship with him if he remains in a coma? She murmured softly again. This infectious virus is Virus X, a new type of virus that will only appear decades later. It is normal for people of this era not to know about it. Huang Li was very careful. The symptoms of the X virus are coma and high fever. It looks serious, but it is actually not a big deal. As long as you take good care of yourself, you will recover soon. When she traveled through time, she happened to bring her school bag with her, which contained the towels she had used when she was sick, and of course a box of special medicine. She let Xinxin be infected with the X virus just to increase the chances of spending time with him. She then took care of him day and night. After a while, wouldn't they develop feelings for each other? Huang Li looked straight at Xinxin with her charming eyes and smiled triumphantly. The Xiao family's new house. Is this our new home? Xiao Mingyue looked around. This house was better and bigger than the Xiao family's previous villa. At present, every inch of land in Gaobale City is worth a lot of money. Every inch of land has its use and will be planned and constructed. It is very rare to own such a villa in Gaobale City. Yes, this was arranged by President Ji himself, said Zhao's father. Father Xiao hesitated to speak. Mingyue, I think Mr. Ji is a good person. He has been taking care of us since you disappeared. Your mother and I couldn't have a good face for him, but he didn't care. Instead, he arranged everything properly, and every detail was impeccable. He is a good man. Grandma nodded. Indeed, that child is really good, and he is tall, handsome, and well-proportioned. If you two can get along well, that would be great, and Grandma would be relieved. Xiao Mingyue didn't want to dwell on this topic, and said worriedly. He's a nice guy. During the time you've been with him, have you noticed anything wrong with his health? How come he suddenly got sick and we can't even visit him? It sounds like his condition is pretty serious. Zhao's mother shook her head. Your father and I were also wondering why. When he sent us here 2 days ago, he was fine and was helping us move things. How could he suddenly become ill? Yes, he looked good that day and didn't look like he was sick, said Zhao's father. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. That's even weirder. She also has pills for stretching legs and glaring eyes. If we could meet, I could feed them to him, but now she is not allowed to visit or contact him. What does this mean? There is something fishy about this matter. Grandpa tapped his cane and said, Forget it, his grandfather has already said so, we shouldn't ask too much, he doesn't want us to know. Mingyue, come in quickly and tell us how you got to Zhuling City and what you experienced along the way. What Xiao Mingyue had experienced during this period, and whether she had suffered any hardship, was what Grandpa was most concerned about. Good. Walking into the living room, you will find all the furniture and facilities available. Chapter 763. Xiao Mingyue sat on the sofa and suddenly thought of her uncle and the others. By the way, where are my uncles? And my aunt? Where do they live now? Grandpa said slowly. Your uncle and second uncle have resettlement housing, and your aunt lives with her husband, so you don't have to worry about them. Grandma slapped her thigh and said, Oh, by the way, I haven't told the eldest brother and the others about Mingyue's return yet. I'll go tell them right away. Isn't their house far from ours? Xiao Mingyue asked. Not far, not far. Grandma couldn't wait to share the good news, and the whole family had to celebrate and have a reunion dinner. After Grandma passed away, there are only Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, Grandpa, and little Hope left at home. Xiao Mingyue thought about it again and again, and finally decided to tell her parents and grandfather the secret of the space. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. My grandma just passed away. She couldn't keep secrets and had a low ability to accept things, so it was better not to tell her. But parents and grandpa are different, they can know. She had kept this secret for so long, and finally it was time to tell her family. Because they have come to a new place now, Gaobale City will be their home from now on. They have just arrived and can no longer hide it as before. Otherwise it would be difficult for her to act. This is not the Xiao family villa. It is difficult to find an excuse if you want to take something. You can no longer use inventory as an excuse. So, instead of making up a bunch of lies full of loopholes, it is better to just come clean. And after going through so much, my family members will be more accepting. After her family knew about it, she could act more boldly and settle down in Galbale City as soon as possible. After listening to her story, Xiao's father and mother were completely stunned and shocked. Empty space? What does space mean? You mean you are the boss of Moon Farm? The boss of Moon Farm is you? Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. It's me. Little Gray, come here. She called Xiao Huihui over and sent it into the space. Only to see that Xiao Huihui, who had just been standing next to Xiao Mingyue, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Father Xiao was so frightened that his face changed. He pointed at the place where Xiao Huihui had just stood and stammered. Xiao Huihui is gone. Has he entered the space you mentioned? Yes, it is in the space. In the past, many things in our home were taken out by me from the space, Xiao Mingyue said. Mother Xiao hesitated for several seconds. No wonder, I thought that the food was too much to eat, and the water, we use it every day, why is the water level dropping so slowly? If you think about it carefully, there were indeed many things worth noting in the past. Xiao Mingyue's mind moved, and she saw Xiao Huihui appeared again, and with Xiao Huihui appeared Fugui, who was pressing Xiao Huihui's head with his claws. Ah! Mother Xiao screamed suddenly, and was so frightened that she almost fell off the sofa. Tiger! Fugui was teasing Xiao Huihui when suddenly the scene around him changed. His tiger face was stunned. He opened his two big tiger eyes, raised his paws and looked around in confusion. What's going on? Xiao Mingyue's expression remained unchanged. Calm down, this is also my child. She waved her hand and let Xiao Huihui and Fugui return to the space, just to let their family see them, but not to really scare them. Dad Xiao was petrified for several seconds, and suddenly thought of a piece of news during the high temperature period. I remember a few years ago, when the temperature was still high, there was a rumor that there was a tiger in the mountains near us, and it killed a criminal gang called the Black Dragon Gang. They also told nearby residents to be careful when traveling. I did it. Xiao Mingyue was very frank. Dad Xiao swallowed hard. Oh my god, it turns out that his girl is actually a big shot. Chapter 764. The tiger just now was so big as a mountain. Did it listen to you? Xiao Ma's voice was trembling. Xiao Mingyue said calmly. Just listen to me, you are so good. Zhao's mother took a deep breath and said, Oh my goodness! I am dreaming. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. It's not a dream, it's all real. Think about it carefully. How have we been living since the first year of the high temperature until now? It's thanks to the space we have. Otherwise we would be like the other refugees in Huahan community. Mother Xiao patted her chest and said, That's true. Now that you put it that way, it is indeed the case. Father Xiao recovered from the shock brought by the giant tiger. You can show me something else. If you can show me something else, then I will believe you. Xiao Mingyue pointed with one hand and said, Let's perform another magic trick for them. She conjured up a pile of pumpkins, a pile of cabbages, a pile of apples, a basket of eggs, and half a frozen pork. And 5 live chickens jumping around. Father Xiao said blankly, I believe it. I believe it too. Zhao's mom and dad had the same expression, both looked a little silly and cute. Zhao's mother looked at her grandfather who was drinking tea silently. Dad, why are you so calm? Grandpa put down the teacup slowly and said with a proud smile, I knew it a long time ago. Now it was Xiao Mingyue's turn to be shocked. Grandpa, you knew about this a long time ago? When did you guess it? Facing Grandpa's half-smile look, Xiao Mingyue suddenly realized. You knew it from the beginning. I almost forgot that the puzzle was given to me by my grandpa. It's a good thing you still remember it, Grandpa said slowly. Xiao Mingyue was a little confused. Grandpa, why don't you use the puzzle space, but let me use it instead? Grandpa's eyes narrowed, and a complex emotion flashed across them, but it disappeared in an instant. He waved his hand and said, I'm an old man, why would I need this thing? It's perfect for you. Look at you, aren't you using it very well? You've led our family to a good life in the past few years, and you've also taken care of your uncles. You're a good kid with a kind heart. I feel relieved to give the puzzle space to you. He didn't want Xiao Mingyue to know that there was a price to pay for opening the space for the first time. If Xiao Mingyue knew that he had to bear the price, the child would definitely feel guilty. He will keep this secret and will not let Mingyue know. As an elder, he is willing to sacrifice for the younger generation, and there is no need to ask for favors with these things. Zhao's mother said. So that's how it is. You two, the grandparents, kept it a secret so well that only we didn't know. Father Zhao's expression was serious. This matter cannot be told to anyone except our family members. If it is disclosed, it will cause trouble. Zhao's mother then added. Of course, this is no joke. If this gets out, how can our family live in peace? Just a few of us need to know about this. We don't even need to tell Mom. Mom can never keep secrets. Don't tell her, and don't tell my eldest brother and the others. There's no need. Xiao Mingyue also agreed with Xiao Ma's statement. That's what I thought. Okay, now you don't have to rack your brains to make up a bunch of excuses. We will help you make them, Zhao's mother teased. Hearing this, several people smiled. Xiao Mingyue also felt a lot more relaxed. Finally, the biggest secret has been revealed. Now you can tell me what happened that day and how you got to Zhuling City? Grandpa is still concerned about this. Chapter 765. Mother Xiao touched Xiao Mingyue's face and said with pity. Yeah, tell me what you've been through these days. Mom is so worried. Xiao Mingyue took a sip of water and began to talk about what happened that day and what she had experienced during this period of time. I met the Ming family, fled with them, and experienced everything afterwards. Zhao's father and mother were terrified and heartbroken when they heard this, and Grandpa's face changed several times. Mother Xiao touched Xiao Mingyue's forehead and then her knees, which made her feel very distressed. Why is this flash so unreliable? It hurt my child so badly. Fortunately, I met a kind person. Mother Xiao kept on muttering on and on. It's okay. There is no scar left. Xiao Mingyue wanted to comfort her instead. It seems that our Pingjing city is relatively good. Other places are more serious. Everyone is fleeing on their own. Eating and drinking water are problems. People are living in poverty. Disaster years are really difficult. Grandpa sighed. The refugees from Pingjing City have not arrived yet. Only those who drove have arrived ahead of time. Those who walked definitely could not arrive as fast. For example, Director Su, he will be traveling with the fleeing team and has not yet reached Gaobeil City. Father Xiao also had a serious look on his face. Yes, fortunately, Orang Kalanjiang province has become a refuge for the whole country. Once everyone arrives and settles down, life will definitely get better and better in the future. I hope so. As long as our family is together, anything is fine, said Zhao's mother. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. It was Grandma who came back with some people. The eldest uncle, the eldest aunt, Jiang Zhuang, Jiang Lijiao, the second uncle, the second aunt, Jiang Yuan, Jiang Yuan's wife, and the son. It was lively, and everyone had a smile on their face. They all couldn't wait to see Xiao Mingyue. As soon as the aunt saw Xiao Mingyue, her loud voice immediately rang out. Hey, isn't it Mingyue? I always say that good things happen to lucky people. Nothing will go wrong for sure. Mingyue, your disappearance has turned our family upside down. Our home is no longer a home. Mom and Dad no longer have smiles on their faces. They are falling ill one after another. If you don't come back, our family will soon fall apart. My uncle's voice is also quite loud. Jiang Yuan agreed with a smile. Yeah, I feel like I have lost my backbone. Fortunately, you are back. My second uncle and aunt were not good at talking and kept chanting, Amitabha. They finally came back. The two families were talking to each other, and Xiao Mingyue could hardly hear it all. Grandma listened to this and couldn't stop crying. My second aunt came forward to persuade her. Mom, Mingyue is fine, this is a good thing. Why are you still crying? Grandma wiped her tears and said, I am so happy. Xiao Mingyue looked around and said, By the way, where are my aunt and uncle-in-law? They live far away, and your uncle has already called her. They have to drive over, so they can't come so soon. Grandma explained. Xiao Mingyue said, What about third aunt? Have you contacted her? She is also in Gaobeil City. Logically, she should have been contacted. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed some disappointment, and a hint of sadness flashed in Grandma's eyes. Not yet. Your third aunt's phone number is no longer in service, so I can't get through. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips and said nothing. If she just couldn't contact him temporarily, it would be fine. But she was afraid that something might have happened to someone. After all, after several years of natural disasters, the last thing that was lacking was death. And my third aunt has been out of contact for several years. Everyone must have had this guess, so everyone seemed hesitant to speak. Maybe he changed his number. If not, we can look for it, Xiao Mingyue said. She noticed Jiang Lijiao next to Jiang Zhuang. Her right cheek was bandaged with a large piece of gauze, which was very conspicuous. Lijiao, what's wrong with your face? Xiao Mingyue asked. Chapter 766. Jiang Lijiao lowered her head and touched the gauze on her cheek, then pulled the corner of her mouth reluctantly, and said uncomfortably. No. Nothing. It's nothing. How did your face get injured? Xiao Mingyue asked. When talking about this, my uncle and aunt both looked hateful and had very cold expressions. The uncle gnashed his teeth and said, I just met a pervert on the road. Abnormal? Xiao Mingyue was even more confused. It seemed that their journey would not be peaceful. My aunt sighed. He's more than a pervert, he's a psychopath. That man was a dwarf. We thought he was a child. He looked so pitiful, and he was our former neighbor in Huahan community, so we took him for a walk. He stuck to Lijiao all day long, staring at your sister with longing eyes, and even wanted to sleep with Lijiao. Later, your uncle noticed something was wrong, and we found out that he was a dwarf, already an adult. It was so disgusting. After the truth was revealed, we chased him away, and Lijiao chased him away too. He suddenly went crazy and wanted to kill your sister, and his face was scratched like this. What a damn pervert. When Jiang Lijiao thinks back on it now, she still feels a chill in her heart. She still often wakes up from nightmares and is too frightened to sleep. Bitch, you look down on me too, don't you? Are you kidding me? I love you so much and have been looking for you all the time. Don't like me? If you don't like me, who do you like? Which man do you want to hook up with? Which man do you want to climb into bed with, you slut? Lijiao, when you become a disabled person like me, we will be a perfect match. We are the most suitable people in the world. Jiang Lijiao could not forget that crazy and distorted face. The next second, he slashed at her with a knife. Jiang Zhuang clenched his fists. There was a flood at that time. We lived in Huahan community. I thought he was just an ordinary kid and even took him out to play. I didn't expect that he had already fallen in love with my sister. How disgusting. It's all my fault. More than 2 years have passed, and he hasn't grown at all. I should have noticed something was wrong. It's all my fault for being careless. What a mentally twisted pervert, bah! Jiang Zhuang cursed again. Xiao Mingyue suddenly thought of something. What do you call the male dwarf you are talking about? He said his name was Tiantian. What a waste of such a nice name, said my aunt. Xiao Mingyue denied it. No, his name is not Tiantian. His real name is Zhou. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, do you remember there was a dwarf named Xiao Mei? She wanted to come to our house to beg for food, but Grandma and Grandpa didn't open the door for her. After Xiao Mingyue mentioned this, everyone remembered. Grandma slapped her thigh and said, Yes, I remember now. That female dwarf was not a little girl, but a middle-aged woman. She also scratched our front door with a knife. I was really scared at that time. I remember now. You told us about this, and I watched the surveillance video. My uncle also remembered. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. The man of the female dwarf is called Zhou Yuangue. The couple committed crimes together, breaking into houses and killing many people. Zhou Heng must be their son, and he is also a dwarf. Xiao Mingyue's tone was very firm. Later, when you moved to the entertainment city, he even went to knock on the door of his uncle's house. I didn't know him at the time, so I made up a random excuse to get rid of him. Now that I think about it, he was the Zhou Heng who ran away. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath and was inevitably shocked. The feeling of being targeted by a pervert is creepy and extremely scary. Oh my God, he even came to our house! Luckily we moved to the entertainment city at that time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. my aunt said with fear. Zhao's father said, "You shouldn't have felt sorry for him at the time. He didn't ask anyone for help when there were soldiers and leaders around. He chose you for help instead. It was obvious that something was wrong." "Yeah, these days, you can't just pity others blindly. If you're not careful, you'll end up getting cheated," Zhao's mother also said. My aunt was very upset. "It's too late to say anything now. I don't know if the wound on Li Jiao's face will leave a scar. It's really enough to make me angry and upset. What happened? No one should meddle in other people's business from now on. It makes me have stomachache every day. You beast!" My uncle also cursed. Chapter 767. "Where is Zhou Heng now?" Xiao Mingyue asked. "He was killed by the police. They said he had an antisocial personality and was mentally twisted. He had killed other people. He was shot on the spot. It was too easy for him to die. He deserved to live a widowed life." My uncle is still not satisfied. Xiao Mingyue's tone was slightly relieved. "It would be better if he died, otherwise living would be a hidden danger." She looked at Jiang Lijiao and said, "After the wound heals, I will think of a way to remove your scar. Scars should never be left on a girl's face." Jiang Lijiao nodded and whispered, "Good." The aunt comforted her. "Did you hear that? Your sister said that she is the most capable person in our family, and she knows a lot of friends. I can definitely remove the scar on your face, so don't cry on your own. As long as no one is killed, it's a blessing in disguise. It will be okay. Once the scar is gone, our Li Jiao will still be that little beauty," Jiang Yuan's wife also said. Everyone was comforting Jiang Lijiao. Jiang Lijiao's originally depressed mood improved a lot, and there was a little more smile on her face. "That's right, it's good to be alive these days. Li Jiao will definitely not have a scar. Come into the house quickly. Today is a good day. Mingyue is back safely. We are going to prepare a reunion dinner. No one is allowed to be idle. Come and help." Grandma called everyone over, and my aunt and second aunt responded and rolled up their sleeves to get ready to work. As soon as Grandma entered the living room, she saw a dazzling array of fruits and vegetables, as well as pork and live chickens on the floor. "Where did all this stuff come from? It wasn't there before I left." Zhao's mother was stunned and said immediately, "Well, it was sent by the Ji family, and you happened to be away." Grandma picked up a big pumpkin and said, "Oh, they are so kind-hearted. It's such a waste of money to buy something so old. Look how fresh it is, and it's still covered with mud." Xiao Ma and Xiao Mingyue looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. My uncle couldn't wait to pick up an apple, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a big bite. He was amazed and said incoherently, "So sweet! This apple is so delicious. It's worthy of being called Gaobale City. There's enough sunshine, and even the fruit is so sweet." My aunt hit him and accused him. "What are you doing? Have you never eaten an apple before? You eat it without even washing it. How dare you?" Father Xiao smiled and said generously, "We are all family, why should we be polite? We haven't had much fruit to eat along the way, so I'll go wash some and let everyone have a taste. The apples from Gaobale City are really good. Brother-in-law is so generous. We won't be polite. We'll have a meal at your house today and I'll show you my cooking skills," said the uncle. My aunt smiled and rolled her eyes at him. Seeing such a happy scene, Grandma and Grandpa were very pleased. This is what a family is. Xiao Mingyue suddenly remembered the time when the temperature just rose. At that time, Zai Zai had just been born. They went to visit relatives at his second uncle's house, also because of Apple. At that time, his aunt's eyes were rolling around, and she was paying attention to Apple. There is also Jiang Zhuang, who was clamoring to eat apples at that time, but now he is helping to move the vegetables to the kitchen. He is very considerate. When I grow up, I become more sensible. Now several years have passed, and everything has changed. Thinking back, Xiao Mingyue felt a little sad. Chapter 768. Inside the secret hospital. Huang Li, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise once this X virus spreads, it would be really hard to control. Fortunately, the first case was discovered, and I'll need your cooperation in future work. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie adjusted his glasses on his nose. Huang Li smiled appropriately. Of course, Mr. Wu, I will cooperate well. Since God has arranged for me to come here, I will definitely shoulder my mission and help China become better and stronger. Well said. You are aware. Mr. Wu was very satisfied with her words. He changed the subject. Regarding the X virus that Mr. G was infected with, why are his symptoms so severe and why hasn't he woken up yet? Huang Li was also a little puzzled. It's time to wake up. Virus X only causes high fever, cough, and limb pain. Only the most serious cases will cause fainting, and that's when the body already has underlying diseases. Moreover, she had secretly fed Xinxin a special medicine from the future, and the situation should be getting better. Is it because the dosage is not enough? But there was only one pill left in the bag she brought with her, and she had already fed it to Xinxin. Huang Li did not tell Mr. Wu that the X virus was an infectious disease that would not break out until 60 years later. Under her suggestion, Mr. Wu and his people only thought that the X virus was an infectious disease that would break out in this era, but she had predicted it and prevented it in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to explain, and she could take this opportunity to take credit and make Mr. Wu and others trust her more. But what she didn't know was that this era was different from that of 60 years later, and even the slightest abnormality would cause a huge butterfly effect. 60 years from now, people will be injected with new high-tech vaccines as soon as they are born to prevent diseases, but such high-tech vaccines have not been developed yet in this era. Therefore, the X virus is extremely lethal to people of this era, and the symptoms are no less severe than those 60 years later, and severe cases can be fatal. In your memory, how was this epidemic resolved? Mr. Wu asked the key question. Huang Li really thought about it carefully. I remember that a special medicine was developed. You extracted a sample of the X virus from Xinxin. Did you find any results? Mr. Wu looked solemn. We have tested it on mice and found that it is highly contagious. Moreover, it seems to be different from what you said. Almost half of the infected mice died. Some vomited blood, some had convulsions, and some were blinded. So I came to ask you, did you remember something wrong, or did you forget some key information? Huang Li's expression changed drastically, and his voice became much sharper. Most of them died? How could it be possible? Realizing her own gaffe, she forced a smile and said, Are most of the mice really dead? Why are some of them blind? Could it be that humans and animals are different, and mice infected with virus X will be more seriously ill? Mr. Wu shook his head. Normally speaking, no. The gene sequences of mice and humans are very similar. The similarity of the whole genome is as high as 99%. There won't be much difference. Moreover, Mr. G is the only clinically infected person at present, so he cannot provide us with much research value, he added. Hearing this, Huang Li's knuckles turned white as she clenched her hands. This shouldn't be like this. This shouldn't be like this. How could Virus X be so serious? She clearly just had a fever at that time, so what was wrong? She wouldn't kill Xinxin, would she? Thinking of this, Huang Li felt more and more uneasy. If Xinxin died, wouldn't the world undergo tremendous changes in the future? No way. Huang Li was uneasy. Mr. Wu stared at her. Think carefully again. How did history record this epidemic disaster? How many years did it last? How many years did it end? Did anything major happen? Huang Li's eyes flickered. I forgot. I didn't study history. It seemed like it ended in just a few years. The main thing is to develop a specific medicine. She emphasized this point. Mr. Wu frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Really? But we haven't come to any effective conclusions about the X virus yet. We only have a superficial understanding of it, and are still in the exploratory stage, let alone developing a targeted special medicine. He then said, But fortunately, I can study it slowly in the future. Fortunately, it has not been spread, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 769. Yes, you are right. Mr. G is really unfortunate to be the first infected person. As long as he is cured, this matter will be over. Thinking of this, Huang Li felt a little relieved. At this time, an elderly doctor came over and said as he walked, But Mr. G's situation is not optimistic. Dr. Wang, what do you mean? How is Mr. G's condition? Mr. Wu asked. Dr. Wang shook his head. Not very good. Can he still wake up? The Oriole asked anxiously. Dr. Wang spoke very carefully. I can't make a conclusion. Huang Li's expression changed. You mean there's a possibility that Mr. Ji won't wake up? Her heart skipped a beat. It was over. She wouldn't get into trouble. How so? Mr. Wu and Dr. Wang talked a little more, but Huang Li next to them was obviously absent-minded and didn't say another word. While Mr. Wu and Dr. Wang were talking, a man ran over in a panic. It's bad, Mr. Wu. New infectious disease patients have been found in both Qingbei and Central hospitals, 6 in total. Mr. Wu was shocked. What? The man was sweating profusely as he ran. They are all infected with the X virus and are now being urgently quarantined. Mr. Wu walked away, his expression urgent and heavy. Quick, notify everyone to seal off the hospital where new cases have appeared, and then hold an emergency meeting. Good. Huang Li was stunned. She opened her mouth blankly, and the only thing in her mind was what the man had just said. Are there new cases? Does that mean that virus X has spread? At this moment, she was completely panicked, and her original hope was gone. She was really in trouble. The X virus epidemic that was supposed to appear 60 years later has already occurred in this era. Moreover, the condition of the infected people was more serious, which was completely different from what she expected. Once it spreads, the consequences will be disastrous. A huge fear surged in Huang Li's heart. Miss Huang, Miss Huang? Dr. Wang noticed that Huang Li was a little abnormal, so he called her twice. Huang Li came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. I was distracted just now. What's wrong, Dr. Wang? Dr. Wang said. I need your cooperation for something. Come with me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have said everything I need to say. I have tried my best, but the infectious disease is still not under control. There is nothing I can do. The Oriole's voice unconsciously became much louder. Dr. Wang was stunned. It's not about the X virus. Huang Li forced himself to calm down. Then, let's go. Chapter 770. These past 2 days, Xiao Mingyue has been helping with housework at home as her grandfather is clearing out 4 vegetable plots in the yard. They have just arrived in Gaobeil City and have nothing to do. Zhao's father and mother are idle at home. Zhao's mother and grandmother are responsible for taking care of the children, while Zhao's father is responsible for doing the rough work. Xiao Mingyue looked at the 4 uncultivated vegetable plots and wanted to use the same trick again, replacing the soil from the space. Grandpa, come here! Xiao Mingyue shouted. Here I come. After returning from Xiao Mingyue, Grandpa was in a very good mood. His heart disease was gone, and his legs and feet became much more flexible. He no longer needed a cane. Father Xiao also came over. What's wrong? I want to get the soil from the space here. The soil from the space is good and can make vegetables grow fast and delicious. What do you think? Xiao Mingyue really likes the feeling of being able to talk openly. Okay. Dad Xiao agreed. Grandpa stood with his hands behind his back. Your grandma is in the house taking care of the children. She can't see. You should get the dirt out quickly. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. She first moved the original soil from the 4 vegetable plots into the space and threw it aside. Then she moved the soil from the grass in the space over. It was done in a flash. It's just that the soil is piled on the ground and not spread out and leveled. Grandpa picked up the shovel and said, Come on, get to work. They got to work right away. Each of the 3 people was responsible for a piece of vegetable plot, and in the end they worked together to finish the last piece. Spread the soil flat and loosen it. The soil in the space was not short of water and was relatively moist, but the climate in Gaobeil City was dry, so Xiao Mingyue got some stream water and sprayed it a little, and the 4 fertile vegetable plots were all ready. Dad Xiao wiped his sweat and said, I remember now. When you lived in Huahan community before, did you also change the soil in the vegetable garden? You can see all this. Xiao Mingyue did not deny it. Father Xiao smiled and pointed at Xiao Mingyue. Kid, what vegetables do you have in your space? What should we plant in the vegetable garden? There are so many. There are dozens of vegetables alone. Common vegetables include cucumbers, tomatoes, green peppers, eggplants, pumpkins, winter melons, celery, etc. There are also small greens, cabbage, lettuce, etc. Just grow some common vegetables. Do you have seeds? Said Grandpa. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Of course. By the way, leave a small piece of land to grow strawberries. Okay. The three of us will do all the work today and plant all the seeds. The three of them spent the entire afternoon tidying up the vegetable garden and sowing the seeds, and they didn't finish until the evening. Xiao Mingyue is still planning to reopen the moon farm, but she has just arrived in Gaobeil City, so the matter still needs long-term consideration. In the evening, it is time to have dinner again. Gaobeil City is currently in the initial stage of construction and requires a large number of laborers. The workers are naturally provided with food and can guarantee 3 meals a day. It's not a toothworm or a cockroach cake, but a genuine whole-grain steamed bun. The Xiao family has just arrived and has not been assigned any work yet, so they also have their own way of eating. According to the division of communities, go to the gathering point of each community and get a big pot meal according to the leader. It has to be said that Gaobeil City is indeed much better than Pingjing City. It is worthy of being a central garrison point. Even ordinary people can get food. No matter whether it is coarse grain or fine grain, at least there is food to eat. However, workers need to work and need to eat steamed buns, but community residents do not need them. The big pot of rice contains coarse grain porridge, which is neither too thin nor too thick, and is enough to fill their stomachs. But this is only temporary. It is impossible for you to eat and drink for free all the time. It is just to give the new residents a buffer time. If you want to eat, you have to earn it through your own labor. Normally, as soon as the new residents arrive, there will be dedicated staff to assign them work. My uncle and his team are among them, and they have already started working. However, the job positions in the Xiao family were rejected by Mr. Ji. Firstly, he took into account that they had just lost their beloved daughter and had no intention of working. Second, the G group could support them, and it would not be a big deal even if they had to send food to them every day. After working all afternoon, Dad Xiao gulped down a glass of water, sighed with satisfaction, and said, "A notice came down yesterday saying that idle young and middle-aged men between the ages of 18 and 45 will be recruited to work the day after tomorrow. I plan to go, firstly to respond to the country's call to build a safe place to live, and secondly to have something to do." Chapter 771. What about the G Group? Aren't you going to work for G Group anymore? Asked Xiao's mother. The G Group hasn't settled down yet. I'm idle anyway, so why not contribute to the country? Besides, I can eat whole grain steamed buns, which is so healthy. Dad Xiao was in high spirits. Xiao Ma thought, that's true. I have to see if there are any places that recruit female workers, such as textile factories. Zhao's father disagreed. You can just rest at home. It's not like we don't have food to eat. We don't have to go to work. Besides, you haven't recovered yet, so just stay at home and take care of Xiao Shiwang. I can do the work by myself. Dad is right, Mom, you don't have to go. Xiao Mingyue also said. Then are we still going to get the coarse grain porridge? Asked Grandma. Grandpa brushed off the mud on his trouser legs and said, Go, of course you should go. That's food, it would be a waste if you don't take it. Besides, we have a few chickens at home, and chickens need to eat too. We can just take 2 portions. Then I'll go too, Grandpa, I'll go with you. Xiao Mingyue stood up. Go get the bowl, go. As the grandparents and grandchildren talked, they went out. There weren't many people at the place where they could get the coarse grain porridge. Although there was a queue, it was not long. Because coarse grain porridge is the worst kind of food, those who can go to work and have better food. Of course, there are some people who do not work and do not receive coarse grain porridge. They are not ordinary people. 1 spoon per person. The chef who served the rice knocked on the edge of the bowl with a large stainless steel spoon. Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather were waiting in line and heard people behind them gossiping. Hey, have you heard? The central hospital has been sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or leave now. Really? Why is that? I don't know. Besides, no one can get close. The guards are very strict. What happened? It's making people panic. It's scary. Hearing their discussions, Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather looked at each other and continued to queue silently. Soon the team came to the end, and Grandpa said skillfully, Number 050, 2 copies. 050 is the house number of their current residence, and it is also a code name. They need to report the house name when getting food. The chef clinked his spoonfuls of rice with an expressionless face. After Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather finished their meal, they left together. What did they mean just now? Why is the hospital blocked? Xiao Mingyue was very confused. Even if a major emergency occurs, the hospital will not be closed because of the special nature of the hospital. If the hospital is closed, what will happen to the patients? It will be a mess. Unless a very serious accident happened in the hospital, it would have to be closed. An accident of this level must be a huge event. Who knows? Let's go home quickly, said Grandpa. As they were walking, they suddenly heard screams coming from behind. Xiao Mingyue looked back and saw that the place where she had just gotten her meal was in chaos. There was a man who was vomiting and coughing frantically. What came out first was acid water, then he dry-retched a few times and directly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Everyone was frightened by the sight of him spurting blood. They screamed and stepped back. It seems like something happened to someone, Grandpa muttered. Soon, there was no one around the man, and the staff there called the emergency number and summoned the nearby community doctor. Xiao Mingyue felt increasingly uneasy. She pulled her grandfather's sleeve and said seriously, "Go!" Chapter 772. As patients infected with the X virus appeared in various places, the higher-ups realized the seriousness of the matter. The situation was gradually getting out of control and could not be solved simply by blocking the news and closing the hospitals. Therefore, Gaobeil City temporarily issued an emergency notice. Recently, patients with the X virus infectious disease have been discovered in the city one after another. Due to the emergency situation, in order to ensure everyone's safety and control the losses to the minimum, the entire city must be blocked immediately to prevent the virus from spreading to other cities where people live. People in Gaobeil City were not allowed to go out, and subsequent disaster victims were not allowed to enter the city. They all changed their routes and went to other cities. In addition, all residents are required to remain in place and are not allowed to go out without permission. They must strictly abide by the blockade requirements, otherwise they will bear the consequences at their own risk. At present, the clinical reactions of X virus infectious diseases have been found to be as follows. 1. Severe coughing, with vomiting blood in severe cases. 2. Coma. 3. High fever that does not subside. 4. Muscle cramps and convulsions all over the body. 5. The virus erodes the eye nerves, causing blurred vision, significantly reduced eyesight, and in severe cases, blindness. If you have any of the above symptoms, please do not run around and contact the community staff immediately. Contact the community staff immediately. The mortality rate of the X virus is as high as 70%. All residents must cooperate with the official work, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk. Otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. This notice exploded in the city of Gaobeil, causing a shocking response. The hospital was in chaos. The devastated mother knelt on the ground, holding her child who was vomiting blood in her arms, and cried heart-wrenchingly. The old man fell to the ground, twitching continuously, with his limbs stiff. It took several medical staff to control him. There were blood stains gushing out on the walls and the ground, but they were quickly cleaned by the staff and sprayed with large amounts of disinfectant. The air was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. Every medical staff member wore thick protective clothing, which covered them completely, leaving no inch of skin exposed. They walked as fast as they could, for fear of being slow for a second. The originally bustling city of Gaobeil was now in a state of panic. Everywhere was deserted, with no one outside and all residents hiding in their homes, not daring to go out. Occasionally, an ambulance would speed by, carrying patients infected with the newly discovered X virus. Xiao family. The loudspeaker on the community road was still playing in a loop. The sound reached the ears of everyone in the Xiao family, and the expression on everyone's face was solemn. Grandma sighed. How could there be an epidemic all of a sudden? I thought I could settle down after coming all the way to Gaobeil City, but I didn't expect that I still can't live in peace. When will this end? I was originally thinking about going to work, but now I don't have to go. I'll just stay at home and be thankful if I don't get infected with virus X. said Zhao's father. Hearing this, Grandma immediately said, "You can't go. It's fine if we stay at home, but the boss just called me and said that the three of them are trapped at the construction site and can't even go home. What are they going to do?" Speaking of my uncle and his family, my grandmother couldn't help but become worried and said, "There are so many people on the construction site. If I get infected again, how am I going to survive?" "What's the point of saying all this now? Just stay still and follow the arrangements from your superiors. What else can we do?" said Grandpa. Xiaoma said worriedly, "But the mortality rate of this infectious disease is too high. Just reading the notice from above makes me terrified." The notice did not say how the virus was transmitted. If it was transmitted through the air, how could it be controlled? If that were the case, wouldn't Gaobail's city be destroyed? Father Xiao frowned. If the virus is transmitted through the air, not only Gaobail's city will be destroyed, but also the other settlements. China will be in danger. Chapter 773. Mother Xiao clenched her hands in fear. The death toll is increasing every day. More than 100 people died yesterday. It's only been a few days. There were less than 50 the day before yesterday, but it doubled yesterday. What about today? What about tomorrow? I dare not even think about it. It's really scary. Will our country be destroyed by this infectious disease? Grandma covered her chest with her hands, looking very scared. All right, stop scaring yourself. Aren't we all fine now? Mingyue, why don't you say anything? Grandpa looked at Xiao Mingyue, who had been silent. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. I'm thinking that Xinxin is very likely to have contracted the X virus infectious disease, otherwise why would Grandpa Ji and Xinxin be so secretive? It's just that at that time, the infectious disease had not yet broken out, so the information was blocked and they couldn't spread it. Now that the infectious disease has broken out, naturally the news can't be controlled. This infectious disease came so fiercely and violently that the authorities obviously failed to control it. If it had been controlled, there would not have been a large-scale outbreak, and there would have been no emergency lockdown of the city. But what is the source of infectious diseases and where is the source? The official announcement did not say that. And why did it suddenly explode and be completely out of control? For such a highly lethal infectious disease, the authorities may not have effective response measures for the time being, and may not even have developed effective drugs. Otherwise, why hasn't Xinxin woken up after such a long time? Apparently there is no effective treatment. Besides, isn't it said that there is a goddess from the future? Since she came from the future and helped the higher-ups predict some things, why didn't she avoid the X virus? Why did she let the virus wreak havoc? Is she a goddess or a charlatan? And most importantly, the X virus is too lethal, with a mortality rate of up to 70%. Its infectiousness and lethality cannot be underestimated. Can China really survive the ravages of this virus? The country, which had already been severely damaged, needed to rest and recover slowly, but suddenly it suffered such a fatal blow. Once the X virus breaks out completely, how many survivors will be left? It's over. Not to mention whether the X virus will have sequelae, how can the remaining survivors support a dying country? Is it true that, as the goddess said, in the subsequent development, China will become a world power and stand on top of the world? But now the situation is getting more and more serious day by day, and it is still a question whether China can survive it. With all these things going on, Xiao Mingyue always felt that something was odd, but she couldn't figure it out. She must meet the goddess and use her mind-reading skill once more. But before that, she had to save Xinxin, which was urgent. Moreover, she needed to find out some information through the Ji family. There are still 2. Stretch your legs and stare your eyes. Pills, and one must be fed to Xinxin. But now there are strict blockades everywhere, and Xinxin is a critically ill patient and is under heavy isolation. It is extremely difficult to see him. Yeah, now that you put it, it does make sense. No wonder they don't allow us to visit. Grandpa also reacted. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, I'm going to make a phone call. Right now, no one can predict the lethality of infectious diseases. If this trend continues, the consequences will be disastrous. Just like Xiao's father said, Gaobail's city is in danger, and China is in danger. It would be better if the authorities could develop a specific medicine to control the situation. If not, Xiao Mingyue must do something. When the nest is overturned, all the eggs will be broken. When the country is in trouble, how can she just sit there and wait for death? Her goal has always been to lead her family to live well in the end times, to live and work in peace and to lead an ordinary life. But if the country is about to end, what is the point of all this? Therefore, the country must be. Chapter 774. Xiao Mingyue called Xinxin, and the phone was connected after 2 rings. After the call was connected, Xiao Mingyue went straight to the point. Xinxin, is your brother still alive? Do you have a chance to see him? Still alive, but my brother is now in the intensive care unit, and the guarding is getting stricter. Xinxin answered truthfully. Xiao Mingyue immediately said, I know your brother is infected with the X virus. Do you remember the last time Grandpa Ji was poisoned? I gave him a life-saving pill at that time. To be honest, I still have life-saving pills. Do you have a chance to contact your brother and feed him the medicine? Xinxin widened her eyes in surprise. Really, Sister Mingyue? I'll go tell Grandpa right away. Xiao Mingyue nodded, then waited for a few minutes. The voice on the other end of the phone rang again. It was Grandpa Ji. Girl, can the life-saving pill you mentioned save when she? Old Master Ji's voice was quite anxious. Xiao Mingyue paused. To be honest, I don't know. I only know that this pill can cure all diseases. Even if it can't cure the X virus, it will be beneficial to the body without any harm, so I want to give it a try. Mr. Ji was silent for a while. Okay, girl, I believe you. When she has not shown any signs of waking up. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep for days, and the hospital couldn't do anything. I was saved by your medicine, and you can definitely save when she too. Xiao Mingyue said hurriedly. Try as much as you can. I can't get out. Do you have any way to get the medicine? Leave the matter of getting the medicine to us. I'll send someone to your house right now and make sure to feed the life-saving pill to Wenxi. Old Master Ji's voice was extremely majestic. Okay, Grandpa Ji, I'll wait for you at home, Xiao Mingyue said. Mr. Ji's frown finally relaxed a little. Good boy, take good protection at home, don't go out, and wait for my news. Okay, I understand, Xiao Mingyue responded. After finishing the call with Grandpa Ji, Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. She flipped her palm and an exquisite wooden box appeared in her hand, with 2 legs stretching and eye-staring pills inside. One for Ji Wenxi. As for the other one, if the stretching legs and staring eyes pill is useful and Ji Wenxi can be cured, then the other one will naturally have its place. At this time, a certain secret office was in a commotion. How should I know? How should I know? Please stop asking me, okay? You guys are driving me crazy. Oh, I'm so fed up. The Oriole held its head and screamed, devastated. The faces of the 8 people opposite were both helpless and anxious. One of the middle-aged women said in a slow tone, Ms. Huangli, please calm down first. We have no other intentions. We just want you to think again. Did you remember something wrong? She is Mr. Wu's colleague. Her name is Ruan Xinghai. She is about 50 years old, and she has a natural aura of a female leader, and there is a subtle sense of oppression in her every move. Mr. Wu also agreed. Yes, now the X virus has broken out in small areas throughout Gaobale City, and more people are infected, and the symptoms are too different from what you said. The symptoms are severe, the mortality rate is high, the number of deaths is increasing every day, and the research institute has not yet produced any results. We are too anxious. Huang Li tried hard to suppress the panic in his heart. His eyes flickered as he said, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, it's probably because history books are wrong. Yes, there must be something hidden in history books. Anyway, this is my impression of the X virus. She quickly changed the subject. Instead of wasting your time here, you might as well go and urge the research institute to develop a special medicine that can cure the X virus. With the medicine, this infectious disease crisis can be over. Mr. Wu narrowed his eyes and said, You mean, this X virus epidemic will eventually be cured by a special medicine? Huang Li nodded hesitantly. Yes, I will. Under the table, she clenched her fists. Of course she would, of course she would. She didn't dare to think about another outcome, not even a single thought. If there is no specific medicine, what should China do? There must be a cure. She muttered to herself, repeating it over and over again, as if she was brainwashing herself. Yuan Xinghai had been staring at Huang Li's expression. With her sharp eyes, she could see through her guilty conscience. The Oriole must be hiding something. Chapter 775. Yuan Xinghai questioned. Ms. Huangli, why are you sweating so much? Are you telling the truth? Her voice also became much colder. With the sudden outbreak of an infectious disease, they were like being roasted on a fire. How could they not be anxious? At present, the source of the X virus has not been found. Everyone in the institute is extremely worried and still has no clue. So many people die every day. You say you don't know? You say history is written wrong? This is ridiculous. Yuan Xinghai slammed the table and said loudly. The symptoms you described are very different from the actual symptoms. Didn't you say it was just a fever and not fatal? Open your eyes and look. How many people are dying every day now? If this continues, Gaobail's city will be finished. What are you hiding? Tell me. The Oriole was so frightened that it trembled all over and its face turned pale as paper. Yuan Xinghai's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Traveler, are you here to help us or to harm us? Huang Li raised his head suddenly and said in a trembling voice. Of course I'm here to help you. Yuan Xinghai said word by word. Then tell. The truth. The truth. About Virus X. Huang Li didn't dare to look Yuan Xinghai in the eye. She turned to look at Mr. Wu for help. She found that the 8 people in the office, including Mr. Wu, were staring at her with scrutiny. Huang Li gritted his teeth and said with determination. I really don't know. It's useless for you to force me. I didn't expect the X virus to be so serious. If my purpose was not pure, I would not have cooperated with you in the previous work, and I would not have told you that I was a time traveler. Didn't I hit several points when we were building the settlement? Although I am a time traveler, I am not omnipotent. In short, I believe that this epidemic will pass, and China will get better and better. Her voice became quieter and quieter. She couldn't tell the truth. How could she tell the truth? If she knew that Virus X would not appear until 60 years later, and that the current epidemic was caused by her, and that so many lives were attributed to her, how could she live a good life? Not to mention the title of goddess, she may not even be able to save her life. So, she couldn't tell anyone even if she died. Mr. Wu rubbed his brows irritably. Forget it. You did cooperate well in the previous work. If you think of anything, be sure to tell us in time. Huang Li nodded immediately. Okay, I will. She breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Xinghai continued to stare at the Oriole with sharp and suspicious eyes, and it took a long time before he looked away. Is there any new progress at the Research Institute? Yuan Xinghai asked. The person next to him shook his head. Not yet. But we have gathered all the patients together to facilitate Dr. Wang and his team to do clinical research. Do you want to urge them? Yuan Xinghai's mouth was dry. He took a sip of water and said, Don't rush them. They are anxious too. Besides, is it useful to rush them? The man stopped talking. Medical staff in the hospital must take good protection. If medical staff are infected, it will be a big trouble. Protective clothing is the key, so the supply of protective clothing must be guaranteed. Yuan Xinghai added. Okay, Director Yuan. The man nodded. Just as Mr. Wu was about to speak, a man dressed as a secretary pushed the door open. He looked delighted. Mr. Ji is awake. Everyone in the office stood up reflexively. Awake? How did you wake up? Did Dr. Wang's medicine take effect? Huang Li looked excited. Have you found a special medicine? The male secretary said again. No, it was General Ji. General Ji insisted on feeding Mr. Ji a pill. After taking it, he woke up about 3 hours later. Mr. Wu started walking, and the others quickly followed. Quick, go and see what medicine is so effective. By the way, notify Dr. Wang and others to give Mr. Ji a comprehensive examination as soon as possible, quickly, he added. The Oriole was ecstatic and said, I'll go too. Chapter 776. When Ji Wenxi woke up, what she saw was a white mattress, strange medical machines, and 4 medical staff wearing thick protective clothing. Mr. Ji, how do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ji Wensi looked towards the door in confusion, only to see layers of people gathered outside the thick glass, all staring at him, including his grandfather and Ji Shanshan. Because of the special nature of the ward, they could not come in and could only watch outside the door. Only those who were approved could enter the ward. Grandpa and Ji Shanshan were also wearing thick protective clothing, but through the transparent plastic face shields, you could still see how happy they were. Because he hadn't spoken for a long time, his voice was a little hoarse and low. I'm fine, where is this place? Mr. G, this is the intensive care isolation ward. You are infected with virus X. We need to examine you now, Dr. Wang explained. What X virus? Ji Wensi was puzzled. The three doctors next to Dr. Wang were busy operating instruments to check the functions of Ji Wensi's organs, while Dr. Wang himself briefly told Ji Wensi about the X virus infectious disease that had recently ravaged Gaobeil City. Ji Wensi was surprised and asked, You said I was infected with the X virus? That's why I was in a coma for so long. Dr. Wang nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Ji, you are the first infected person. No effective medicine has been developed yet, but your grandfather, General Ji, sent you a pill and insisted that you take it. You woke up after taking the pill. It seems that the pill can resist the lethality of the X virus to human organs, so we are going to examine your body now. Ji Wensi frowned. Wait, what pill? According to Dr. Wang, virus X is very lethal to the human body, and even the government has not developed an effective medicine for it. How could Grandpa have a medicine? Ji Wensi suddenly thought of the life-saving pill that Xiao Mingyue stuffed into her grandfather's mouth on his 90th birthday. For some unknown reason, he asked, Is Xiao Mingyue still alive? She has arrived in Gaobeil City, right? Who is Xiao Mingyue? I don't know her. Dr. Wang shook his head. The more Ji Wensi thought about it, the more she felt it was her, and asked, I want to talk to my family. He must find out clearly whether Xiao Mingyue is still alive. Did she give you the pills? Yes, but you have to wait until we finish examining you, said Dr. Wang. But Ji Wensi couldn't wait, and with this thought in mind, he became more and more anxious. Mr. Ji, your heart rate is a little fast. Please don't get excited, said a voice next to him. Mr. Ji let out a long sigh and forced himself to calm down. It would still be in time to ask later. Apart from her, who else could come up with the life-saving pill? It must be her, she must still be alive. Thinking carefully about what Dr. Wang had just said, he felt that something was not right. You just said I was the first person infected? Dr. Wang nodded. Yes. Ji Wensi frowned slightly and said firmly, No, someone poisoned me. He had just arrived in Gaobeil City. How could he be the first infected person? If he had brought the virus along with him, why was he the only one to get infected when there were so many people traveling with him in Pingjing City? If he was infected after arriving in Gaobeil City, then why was no one in Gaobeil City infected, and why did he become the first person infected with the X virus as soon as he arrived? This doesn't make sense. Ji Wensi tried hard to recall what he had done and who he had met in the past few days since arriving in Gaobeil City. Chapter 777. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang said seriously, Poisoning? Mr. Ji, please tell me in detail. Ji Wensi sorted out her thoughts and told her guess. Outside the door, Mr. Wu, Ruan Xinghai and others also arrived, including the very happy Huang Li. Teacher, you are here too. Ruan Xinghai saw General Ji and said respectfully. She was once one of Mr. Ji's students. Later, she was transferred to Orco River Province for development due to work. Mr. Ji has many students all over the world. It is no exaggeration to say that he has students in almost every province of China. Mr. Ji responded. Xiao Ruan, you are here too. Huang Li stared at Ji Wensi in the ward without blinking, and said in a brisk tone. Great, Mr. Ji finally woke up. I told you there's a special medicine, right? Huang Li is now greatly relieved. First, she is happy that Ji Wensi has woken up so she can continue with her next plan. Second, she is happy that a special medicine has appeared so the situation is still under her control. She didn't get into any big trouble. She has been very scared during this period, so she needs to eat something good when she goes back to calm down. Ji Shanshan glanced at her and said, Where did you get this special medicine? Did you make it? The medicine my brother took is the life-saving pill handed down from Sister Mingyue's family. Xinxin grasped the key point and immediately asked. Xinxin, what life-saving pill are you talking about? A life-saving pill is a life-saving pill. My grandfather was poisoned before, and Sister Mingyue fed him one, and then my grandfather was saved. Actually, I'm not too sure about it. You have to ask Sister Mingyue for the details, Xinxin said. Xinxin and Mr. Wu looked at each other and asked anxiously. Who is the Sister Mingyue you are talking about? Where is she? Old Master Ji said slowly. Xiao Ruan, don't worry. I know what you will do when I see that this medicine is effective. I have already sent someone to pick up Mingyue. She is on the way now. Hearing this, Xinxi's face lit up with joy. Teacher is really thoughtful. They were all waiting for Dr. Wang to come out and tell them about Ji Wenxi's current physical condition, and also waiting for the woman named Xiao Mingyue. If it really works, then the current urgent problem can be solved. If this saves so many lives, the city of Galbao will be saved. Mr. Wu and Xinxin looked at Dr. Wang in the ward without blinking. Their expressions gradually became nervous, and everyone's heart was pounding. Excitement, nervousness, anticipation, worry, all kinds of emotions are intertwined together, and no one can remain calm at this time. The lives of millions of residents of Galbao City depend on today. Huangli looked hesitant. Virus X was an infectious disease that would only appear 60 years from now. Current research institutes were unable to develop effective drugs to suppress it. How could that Mingyue have a drug that could treat Virus X? She couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, as long as there was medicine, it would be fine. She hoped that Mingyue could be of some use in controlling the current X virus epidemic. Who is Mingyue? Is she reliable? Don't let our joy be in vain, Huangli asked Xinxin. Xinxin said in a bad tone. Sister Mingyue is my brother's fiancée. She's very reliable. Unlike some people who claim to be goddesses from the future. Can't you predict the future? Why didn't you predict how serious the X virus is? I don't know who it was, but he assured us that the X virus infectious disease was not serious and would only cause a fever. He also said that under your care, my brother would recover quickly. What about now? Go to the hospital and see how many people die every day. Didn't you say it's not serious? Can't the goddess give everyone an explanation? Xinxin took the word. Yin and yang. To the extreme. Chapter 778. Being confronted by Xinxin, Huangli's face turned pale and blue, and she argued. I remember now. After the special medicine appeared, everyone had antibodies, and the lethality of the X virus was weakened. The most symptoms were fever, so I remembered it correctly. She paused, then turned the tables and said, If you want to blame someone, blame your sister Mingyue. Why didn't she take out the special medicine earlier? If she had taken it out earlier, how could it turn out like this? I think she did it on purpose, waiting for the situation to become serious before coming out as the savior. Huangli didn't hear wrong just now. Xinxin just said that Ji Wenxi has a fiancé. Huangli laughed disdainfully. So what if he has a fiancé? He is an economic tycoon in the future world. How could he be a bachelor? Huangli had already thought of it. It might not be a bad thing for the fiancé to come out now, at least it would let her know who the opponent is. It doesn't matter, if there is one, then there is one. It's still uncertain who will win. She knew a lot about the future, and could help Ji Wenxi avoid risks and make better choices. She didn't believe that Ji Wenxi would be willing to give up such a useful and virtuous wife like her. I am the heroine. Huang Li's eyes were full of confidence, and she obviously did not take Ji Wenxi's current fiancé seriously. Xinxin was so angry that she said, Are you sick? You are really seriously ill. Old Master Ji also looked at her impatiently. Although this goddess could predict some things, her character was not good and her words were too harsh. Huang Li has always been arrogant and relies on her status to never be bullied. She thinks she is the heroine of this world and everyone should praise her. She stubbornly believed that anyone who opposed her was a villain and would be slapped in the face in the future. So what if this person is Ji Wenxi's sister? If Xinxin doesn't come to please her now, she will never be kind to her sister-in-law in the future. Huang Li was about to retort when she heard Xinxin cough twice and glared at her as a warning. Huang Li was afraid of Xinxin and closed her mouth reluctantly. She didn't dare to offend Wan Xinghai and others now. After all, her current value depended on them. At this time, Dr. Wang came out after disinfecting his whole body in the temporary disinfection room at the door of the ward. How is it? How is his health? Is Mr. G's health improving? Several people gathered around and asked questions at once. Dr. Wang looked at Huang Li with a strange look, and then said in a calm voice, Mr. G's health is gradually improving. There is an external active drug in his body that is devouring the X virus bit by bit and helping Mr. G repair the damage to his organs. If this trend continues, Mr. G will be well in less than a week. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with joy and they were ecstatic. That's great! Xinxin cried excitedly. It seems that the life-saving pills are really effective, teacher. Gaobail City is saved. Wan Xinghai looked at Grandpa Ji. Mr. Ji smiled and said, It's fine as long as it can be cured. It's fine as long as it can be cured. Ji Wenxi's condition improved, and he could finally put his heart at ease. Mr. Wu couldn't wait to ask, Where are the people? Why hasn't Miss Mingyue arrived yet? It's still on the way, and it should be here soon, said Mr. Ji. Dr. Wang was full of curiosity about the life-saving pill. His old eyes were shining brightly, and he really wanted to study the ingredients of the life-saving pill. As long as he was allowed to study it, he would do anything. We are also very curious about the medicine Mr. G is taking. This medicine seems to be able to not only fight against the X virus, but also quickly rush to any problematic lesions in the human body. Then it swallows up the bad things for the human body and re-cleans the damaged organs. After the organs are washed with active ingredients, they are even better than before. Is the owner of the life-saving pill Mingyue? When she arrives, I must talk to her. Sister Mingyue said that the life-saving pill can cure all diseases. My grandfather was poisoned before, and he was saved by taking the life-saving pill. Ji Shanshan's tone was happy and proud, as if the life-saving pill was not Xiao Mingyue's, but hers, and she was proud. Dr. Wang looked at Mr. Ji and immediately asked, Old General, have you also taken the life-saving pill? Can you tell me about your body's reaction at that time? Do you have the medical record from that time? Mr. Ji smiled and nodded. Yes. I fainted at the time and didn't even know when I ate it. I only remember that after I woke up, the doctor said that the toxins in my body were slowly disappearing, as if they were eaten by something, just like what you just said. Behind the thick lenses, Dr. Wang's eyes brightened a little, and his face flushed with excitement. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. I must meet the owner of this medicine. The appearance of the life-saving pill is a major milestone in medical history. Chapter 779. Behind the crowd, the Oriole curled his lips and thought, what's the big deal? She is used to being surrounded and praised, and now that it is someone else, she must feel uncomfortable. Everyone was discussing the life-saving pills and looking forward to Xiao Mingyue's arrival. Huang Li walked to the door of the ward, waved at Ji Wenxi, and deliberately smiled with curved eyes, showing her best side. Because she was also wearing protective clothing, the only things exposed now were her eyes, which were behind the plastic mask. Ji Wenxi closed his eyes and rested. He had just woken up and his body was still weak. Moreover, he was restless at the moment, and he was also waiting. Seeing that Ji Wenxi didn't notice her, Huang Li felt bored. Forget it, there would be plenty of time to pursue her in the future. Huang Li approached the crowd and interrupted. I told you there is a cure for this. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Hurry up and use it to treat the patient. She has to find a sense of existence, and she must also have a share of the credit for the emergence of the special medicine. It seems that the goddess is worthy of being a goddess, someone boasted. Huang Li smiled proudly. Of course, everything is within my expectations. Ji Shanshan really wanted to roll her eyes. What the hell was going on? The medicine belonged to Sister Mingyue. What did it have to do with her? Dr. Wang looked at Huang Li with an even stranger look. He thought of what Ji Wenxi had just said. At this time, Mr. Ji's subordinates came running over. Miss Xiao is here! I saw Xiao Mingyue, wearing thick protective clothing, walking towards this side. A group of people immediately came over and started talking at once. You are Miss Xiao Mingyue, right? That's Miss Xiao, the owner of the life-saving pill? Hello, Miss Xiao. I am Dr. Wang from the Research Institute. Do you have any life-saving pills? Xiao Mingyue looked at the people who had gathered around her. Everyone's eyes were filled with eagerness, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Xiao Mingyue greeted Mr. Ji and Xinxin first. Hello, I want to take a look at Ji Wenxi first. We can talk about the matter of the life-saving pill in detail later. Okay, Mr. Ji is in that ward. Come over here quickly, little girl. He just woke up. Dr. Wang, a white-haired old man, was as excited as a child. He pulled Xiao Mingyue to see Ji Wenxi. Xiao Mingyue came to the door of the ward, stuck her head in and looked inside, just in time to meet Ji Wenxi's gaze. Xiao Mingyue smiled and waved at him. Ji Wenxi also smiled gently, and their eyes intertwined, as if there were thousands of words to say. He knew it was her. Ji Wenxi made an okay gesture, indicating that she was fine and still alive. Xiao Mingyue also made an okay gesture to indicate that she received it. Seeing that he was fine, Xiao Mingyue felt relieved. She did not forget the purpose of her trip, and she still had important things to do. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to talk, Xiao Mingyue suggested. Okay, this is indeed not a good time to talk. Please, Miss Xiao. Wan Xinghai's attitude was very good. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Of course she did not miss the unfriendly look. Ever since she appeared, that gaze had been looking down at her with undisguised hostility. Xiao Mingyue looked at Huang Li. Is this the legendary goddess? The goddess should come with us. Of course I want to come along. Do you know anything more than I do? Huang Li's eyes were arrogant, and she acted like a goddess. There was always a faint smile in Xiao Mingyue's eyes, and she was calm and composed. She was quite curious about this so-called goddess. While Huang Li was talking, she had quietly used her mind-reading ability for the third time, and Huang Li's inner voice soon rang in her ears. Chapter 780. While Xiao Mingyue followed Wan Xinghai and others to the meeting room for the discussion, she silently listened to Huang Li's thoughts in front of her. The Oriole always walks in front. What's so great about this? Do you think you're the savior? And you're even making a grand entrance? What's the halo of this supporting character? This should be the original wife, Bai Yueguang, in the novel? But Bai Yueguang can't compare to the one who falls from the sky. After all, not everyone can be the heroine. Huang Li complained inwardly, and rolled his eyes at Xiao Mingyue behind him, his expression full of disdain. But fortunately, a tool man showed up, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. But this can't be blamed on me. Who knows what happened? 60 years later, the X virus is nothing special, just like a cold or fever. How come it was so lethal 60 years ago? It caused people to vomit blood and go blind. It was terrifying. And I didn't do it on purpose. I just gave my old handkerchief to Ji Wenxi and threw it away afterwards. Only by letting Ji Wenxi get infected with the X virus can we get close to him. He is the future economic tycoon, and we must hold on to his thighs tightly. Damn Ji Xinxin, you have always been unkind to me. Just wait and see. When you beg me for mercy in the future, when I become Mrs. Ji, I will kill you. This level of vicious female supporting role will not have a good ending. And Wan Xinghai, that old woman, what's so great about her? She's just a fierce shrew. Who is she trying to scare? What's so great about being the director? I'm a time traveler, and you dare to scold me? You just wait and see. When I have power, I will smash the faces of you villains. Huang Li was still mumbling, cursing almost everyone in his heart. Xiao Mingyue listened to her thoughts. As she cursed, her brows furrowed more and more, and her eyes trembled a few times. It would be a lie to say she was not surprised. It turns out that the goddess really came from the future, but how could she be so stupid as to openly reveal her identity as a time traveler? Moreover, she almost caused an irreparable disaster. It turns out that the X virus should not have appeared in this era. It was because the goddess wanted to conquer Ji Wenxi for her own selfish reasons that the virus that was supposed to appear in the future broke out prematurely. Don't you think about it? How is it possible that the medical level in 60 years will be the same as it is now? This goddess is really extremely stupid and self-righteously arrogant. To put it bluntly, she is ambitious and stupid without even realizing it. Xiao Mingyue glanced at Huang Li inconspicuously. Also, is there something wrong with her brain? What's the difference between the heroine and the supporting actress? Who is the tool? Has she read too many novels? Did she think she was superior because she was a time traveler? Did she really think she was the master of the world? Could it be that she thought Xinxin was her male protagonist? She was quite a good choice. If you don't have brains, it's useless no matter where you travel to. Even though she was reborn, she didn't dare reveal her identity. She was always cautious and careful, thinking 10 steps ahead for every step she took. She didn't dare reveal the secret of the space to anyone. It was several years before she dared to tell her family, and they were the ones she trusted the most. Even so, Xiao Mingyue encountered danger several times and her life was on the verge of death. She complained silently in her heart. However, Xiao Mingyue thought of a key point. Why did the X virus from 60 years later come to now and be so lethal? Why was it just like a cold or fever 60 years later? The virus must not have changed, it is still the same virus. It is impossible for people to change. In just 60 years, is it possible that humans have mutated? Therefore, there is only one possibility, that is, humans 60 years later will have antibodies in their bodies, perhaps because they have been vaccinated, and it is very likely that the vaccine will be universal. Therefore, the goddess thought that the X virus was not very lethal, because she had never had the opportunity to see the X virus exert its power. Chapter 781. Xiao Mingyue glanced at Huang Li's back indifferently. Maybe she had vaccine antibodies in her body. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue's eyes became a little deeper. When they reached the corner, Mr. Wu raised his hand to lead the way for Xiao Mingyue. Ms. Xiao, come this way, let's go to the conference room to discuss in detail. Okay, thank you, Xiao Mingyue said politely. Xiao Mingyue's brain was working rapidly, and she thought of another thing. She herself had a puzzle space as a plug-in, so would the goddess also have a cheat code-like space? Just as I was thinking about it, the Oriole's voice sounded again. So annoying. I should have put a modern history book in my bag earlier. I just traveled through time without bringing anything useful. I only have one pill left in the only box of special medicine that can cure the X virus. I fed it to Xinxin. But why didn't the medicine work after he took it? Strange. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that didn't happen. With her brain, if she had a golden finger, several Chinese people would be enough to trouble her. The special medicine she mentioned should only be able to cure those infected people who already have antibodies in their bodies. The treatment of medicines is targeted. So, the miracle drugs of the future will have no therapeutic effect on humans today, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue became more certain of his previous guess that the goddess was most likely to have antibodies in her body. This is it, please, Miss Xiao. A group of people entered the conference room. They were still wearing thick protective clothing. They all looked at Xiao Mingyue with anticipation, and couldn't wait to talk to her about the life-saving pills. After sitting down, Xiao Mingyue didn't waste time and went straight to the point. I know what you are thinking. I am very happy that the life-saving pill can cure the X virus infectious disease. But I want to tell you that I only have one life-saving pill left. Moreover, this medicine was passed down from my ancestors. I don't know the formula of this medicine. As she spoke, she took out a wooden box and said, However, I can hand over this remaining life-saving pill to the country for research. Whether you can find anything out of it depends on you. After Xiao Mingyue finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed from excitement to disappointment, with a bit of expectation and regret. In short, it was very complicated. Only Dr. Wang was so excited that he almost bit his tongue. Are you really willing to hand over the life-saving pill? Don't worry, if you give it to me, I will use all my life's knowledge to study it carefully, and will never waste its value. Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to it. Dr. Wang stared at the wooden box in Xiao Mingyue's hand, and was eager to try. However, Xiao Mingyue did not think that Dr. Wang could successfully crack the prescription of the stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill, because the stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill was produced by the space, and people of this era did not have the ability to crack the prescription. However, if we can learn 1,000th or 1% of it by imitating the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, and imitate it to create a medicine that is good for the human body and benefit the Chinese people, it will be a great thing. But the problem now is that just a pill to stretch your legs and stare at your eyes can't solve the urgent problem at all. Even if Dr. Wang figures out something, it will take a long time. The infectious disease patients in Gaobail City just can't wait. Ruan Xinghai also thought of this and said worriedly, "There is only one life-saving pill, and there is no prescription yet. However, the number of patients with infectious diseases is increasing day by day. I am afraid that I will not have enough time. Dr. Wang, how long do you think it will take to develop the formula for the life-saving pill? Can you give an estimate?" she asked. Chapter 782. Dr. Wang hesitated for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. According to the spirituality of this medicine, it can not only treat the X virus, but also seems to be able to effectively treat all diseases. Such medicine is like the panacea of Taishang Laojun. If you want to develop a formula, it will take 3 to 5 years, but it is unlikely. 10 to 20 years is considered fast. I can't promise you, because it would be irresponsible. I can only say that I will do my best." He was telling the truth. Dr. Wang was doing this and had been involved in drug research and development for decades. This kind of magic medicine is not a children's cold medicine. The formula must be extremely complicated. Just one unknown ingredient is enough to keep the entire research institute busy for several years. No one knows how many ingredients are in this pill, hundreds? Thousands? Moreover, it is not certain whether the medicinal materials contained in it can be found now. Since it is handed down from ancestors, some of the medicinal materials may have disappeared without a trace. Not to mention 10 or 20 years, it is still unknown whether anything can be researched out. Hearing this, Ruan Xinghai's brows were so furrowed that they could crush an elephant. Since Dr. Wang said so, there is nothing that others can research. What should we do now? Mr. Wu's expression was serious. It's better to have it than nothing. We were like headless flies before, but now we have the life-saving pills and know that this disease can be cured. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Mingyue and said solemnly, "Ms. Xiao, on behalf of the country, thank you for your noble act. We will not let your dedication down, and will definitely study this life-saving pill carefully." "Yes, this is what I will do for the rest of my life," Dr. Wang said firmly. Mr. Ji didn't know what to say, and sighed silently. He knew the mortality rate of the X virus during this period of time. Although Jiwensi is fine now, there are millions of people in Gaobeil City, and each one of them is a living life. There is only one medicine and it is impossible to distribute it to so many people. Research is the only way, but research is full of unknowns. No matter how you look at it, this is a dead end. Is there no better way? Xiao Mingyue was about to say something when she heard a sarcastic voice. "What is this? Are you kidding us? I thought there was some special medicine, but it turns out there's only one pill, and there's no formula yet." The Oriole chuckled and said, "What are you doing here without a formula? Will it work? By the time we figure it out, everyone in Gaobeil City will be dead." Ji Shanshan couldn't stand her always picking on Xiao Mingyue, so she immediately said, "You are useful? Why don't you bring out the special medicine? Sister Mingyue at least has the life-saving pills. Huangli, don't you call yourself a goddess? But you are useless. What kind of goddess is this? You are just a liar who cheats people." "You!" Huangli's expression was full of resentment. "Bitch, I should have stuffed a handkerchief in your mouth and sent you to hell," she cursed in her heart. Xiao Mingyue's face was as cold as ice, and a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. She suppressed her anger and asked, "Miss Huangli, right? I've heard that you're a time traveler from the future. Since you're a time traveler, can you tell me about the historical records of the X virus?" Huangli said arrogantly. "Historical records show that virus X can cause infected people to catch a cold and have a fever. Maybe history is wrong. When will the X virus end? How will it end? How will humans solve this disaster?" Xiao Mingyue asked again. Huangli said nonchalantly, "How would I know? I'm not a history major. Anyway, it was solved in the end. Why are you asking so many questions? You can't come up with a prescription." "I see." Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. She actually knew it a long time ago, but she had to ask in front of everyone. Ruan Xinghai and Mr. Wu looked at each other. They had asked these questions before and didn't know what Miss Zhao's purpose was in asking this. Chapter 783. Just when everyone was confused, Xiao Mingyue slowly stood up and walked towards Huangli. This infectious disease disaster was caused by her, but she doesn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, she acts so righteously and makes things difficult for others. This kind of person should die as a token of atonement. Xiao Mingyue walked in front of Huang Li, with even more hostility in her eyes. Huang Li looked at Xiao Mingyue, who was getting closer and closer, and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Who are you glaring at? Did I say something wrong? You don't have a prescription, so why are you showing off? I thought you had a solution." Xiao Mingyue didn't waste any time talking to her. She slapped her hard in the face and knocked her to the ground. Bang! Huang Li was totally unprepared. She was slapped in the face. The plastic mask on her face was knocked off, her hair was scattered, and she fell to the ground in a mess. Even with 3 layers of equipment between them, Huang Li's face quickly became red and swollen. It was obvious that Xiao Mingyue's slap in the face was quite powerful. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the meeting room. Mr. Wu stood up and said, "Ms. Xiao, what are you doing?" You bitch, you dare to hit me?" Huang Li screamed. Her expression was ferocious, and the look she gave Xiao Mingyue was like that of a poisonous snake. "I kill you!" Huang Li immediately got up from the ground and pretended to fight with Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue looked down at her eyes as cold as ice in the coldest winter. She slapped the aureole again, knocking it to the ground again. This time, there was blood at the corner of Huang Li's mouth, his hair was disheveled, and his right face, which was swollen like a pig's head, was streaked with blood. "What's wrong with hitting you? Hitting you is the least of my worries. This epidemic was caused by you. The lives of millions of people in Gaobale City were almost destroyed in your hands. Not only do you not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but you are shouting at me here. Do you deserve to be called a goddess? If people like you continue to be rampant, how many Chinese people will be able to torment you?" Xiao Mingyue's voice was so powerful that everyone who heard it was shocked and full of doubts. "Ms. Xiao, what do you mean? Does the spread of the X virus have anything to do with her? Please explain it clearly," Wan Xinghai said immediately. After hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, the aureole on the ground changed its expression from resentment to panic. "You are talking nonsense! What does it have to do with me? There was such an infectious disease in history. You don't even have a prescription, and you still have the nerve to blame me?" Huang Li roared, covering his face. The louder her voice was, the more it showed how guilty she was. At this time, Ji Shanshan's eyes were shining. Seeing Huang Li being beaten, she was so happy that it was as if she had beaten him with her own hands. She just felt comfortable all over. Xiao Mingyue glanced at everyone and explained. "Not only is she a time traveler, but the X virus is also a time traveler. Huang Li traveled through time and brought the X virus with her. Little did she know that the X virus, which was no different from a cold 60 years ago, is so harmful today. This can explain what she said. I guess the reason why the X virus has such a big difference in just 60 years is that later generations have antibodies in their bodies, such as vaccines. This also explains her words that were full of loopholes. How could the history books be wrong? Her words were not wrong, but she was talking about the X virus 60 years later." Xiao Mingyue's words dealt a heavy blow to everyone's brains. They were suddenly enlightened. So this is how it is. It is actually like this. With this explanation, everything makes sense. Sensing Wan Xinghai and the others' hostile looks, Huang Li's face turned pale as paper. She flatly denied it. "You are jealous of me, you are talking nonsense! Why would I spread the X virus?" Chapter 784. Xiao Mingyue continued. "This is not difficult to explain, because in your understanding, the X virus is not serious, and people in this era do not understand the X virus. Once Xinxin is infected, only you can deal with it. You want to seduce him, and after a few times you will be the first to get the moon. Your calculation is half successful." Xiao Mingyue paused and continued. "Think about it, isn't it strange that Xinxin was infected with the X virus as soon as she arrived in Gaobale City? If there was already the X virus in Gaobale City, then the infectious disease in Gaobale City should have broken out long before Xinxin came. If the people in Pingjing City were carrying the X virus, then why did Xinxin get infected among so many people in Pingjing City? It was you who deliberately let Xinxin get the X virus. It was you who coveted him, but you didn't expect that the X virus would be completely different from what it would be 60 years later. You realize that you have gotten yourself into trouble, so you lie and put the blame on the history books, so that you have nothing to do with it. You keep saying that you have a special medicine, and you just throw away all the responsibilities. But have you ever thought about what would happen to the people of Gaobeil City if people of this era cannot develop effective medicines? What would happen to the tens of millions of people in China? Huang Li's muscles all over her body were shaking uncontrollably, and she stared at Xiao Mingyue in horror, because she was right about every point. How would she know? Old Master Ji's eyes darkened. He had felt that there was something strange about Ji Wenxi's infectious disease, but he could not find out what it was. After hearing what Xiao Mingyue said, old Master Ji suddenly realized what was going on. Ji Shanshan was so angry that she jumped up and down. You are so good, you dare to plot against my brother. Why don't you look in the mirror and see your dignity? You caused my brother to be unconscious for so long, and he almost couldn't wake up. Our Ji family will not forgive you. Ji Shanshan's words are what Mr. Ji wants to say. A hint of cruelty flashed in his cloudy eyes. Although he was old, he was no longer as ruthless and decisive as he was when he was young. But the Ji family is not a dough that can be manipulated by anyone, not to mention that this time it was their own grandson who was plotted against. Ruan Xinghai glanced at Mr. Ji and was shocked. Although the teacher didn't say anything, she could tell that he was very angry. Not everyone can withstand General Ji's anger. Ruan Xinghai glanced at Huang Li with complicated eyes. Huang Li, is that so? Do you have anything else to explain? Huang Li was about to open her mouth to explain, but Dr. Wang suddenly spoke up. Just now in the ward, Mr. Ji also said that he was poisoned, and Mr. Ji guessed that the person who poisoned him might be Miss Huang Li. He said that there was nothing unusual that day, and he only used a handkerchief. It was Miss Huang Li who spilled the water and lent it to Mr. Ji. I was skeptical at first, so I didn't say anything. Now that Miss Xiao has said this, everything can be explained. Dr. Wang's words were like a steel nail that nailed Huang Li to death. Huang Li's body slumped down like a fallen leaf in late autumn. She said in panic. It wasn't me. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's not like that. I didn't say anything wrong. It must be the history secretary who made a mistake, or maybe I remembered it wrong. I'm not a history major, so it's impossible for me to remember everything. Why do you have such high expectations of me? I helped you build a settlement and made so many contributions, but you listened to this bitch and didn't believe me? You are so ungrateful. The Oreo roared at the top of its lungs. At this point, seeing her guilty look, who can't see it? Ruan Xinghai slammed the table angrily. Huang Li! It was you who caused the X virus to spread and spread wildly. You still shamelessly lied and deceived us. Time traveler, do you know what the consequences of this will be? How many people do you have to kill before they tell the truth? Mr. Wu's eyes were as sharp as knives. It has nothing to do with me. I already said I didn't know. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Huang Li was still trying to argue, but no one believed her. How could she admit to such a big disaster? Ruan Xinghai's fingers were shaking as he pointed at her, and he was obviously very angry. Chapter 785. You are a sinner for all eternity. Are the millions of lives of Gaobeil City going to be destroyed in your hands? Are you worthy of being called a goddess if you are selfish and disregard the lives of others? You have committed a great crime, but you still refuse to admit it. Are you being stubborn? I have plenty of ways to pry open your mouth. Hearing this, Huang Li widened his eyes and shouted. What do you want to do to me? I am a goddess, I have made contributions, I can change history, I can lead China to the top of the world, how dare you? Xiao Mingyue lowered her eyes and said sternly. Right now, the most important thing is how to treat the X virus. There will be plenty of time to deal with her later. Ruan Xinghai was so angry that she quickly calmed down. Miss Xiao, from what you said, do you have a solution? Xiao Mingyue glanced at Huang Li and hinted. Since Huang Li is a time traveler, she must have the vaccine for the X virus in her body. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room looked at Huang Li. The Oreo felt creepy when being stared at by so many cold eyes. What do you want to do? Why are you looking at me like that? She had a bad feeling in her heart. Mr. Wu's voice was emotionless. Huang Li, merits are merits and faults are faults. These are two different things. We will record your merits, but we will not let go of your mistakes. The current X virus epidemic is all caused by you, and you must take responsibility. Ruan Xinghai nodded. Yes, this unprovoked disaster is all because of you. You are to blame, and you must bear the consequences. What do you mean? Huang Li shouted in a timid manner. Mr. Wu looked at Dr. Wang and said, Dr. Wang, thank you for your hard work. Dr. Wang nodded. It will be easy if we have blood samples. We will develop an effective vaccine as soon as possible. Then, Dr. Wang said something to the person next to him, and that person went out and made a phone call, calling 2 young and strong men. The Orioles stepped back in fear and asked incredulously, You want to use me for research? Are you crazy? I come from the future. I know a lot of things. I have a lot of value. Do you dare to use me for human research? I have done so much for you, but you repay me with hatred. Are you human? Don't you want to know what will happen in the future? If you piss me off, I will never tell you again, even if I die. 2 men held the Oriole, and the Oriole struggled desperately. Let me go! Don't touch me! I don't want to be used for research. Don't kill me. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? I didn't mean to. I didn't expect it. No matter how Huang Li cried and howled, the 2 men still held Huang Li's arms tightly. Under the fear of the unknown, she finally couldn't hold it in any more and burst into tears. The Oriole was frightened and cried. Xiao Mingyue looked at her crying coldly. It turned out that she also knew fear. But how terrified would those infected with the X virus be when facing death? Chapter 786. Knowing that he had caused the disaster, he was afraid to admit it and allowed the infectious disease to run rampant. Shouldn't he take responsibility? Ms. Huang Li, we just need a blood sample from you. We just want to draw more blood from you. We are not going to kill you. I hope you will cooperate. After saying that, Dr. Wang waved his hand, signaling the 2 men to take the Oriole away. The Oriole was forcibly taken away. Dr. Wang also has to race against time and lead the people in the institute to develop a vaccine, but he has not forgotten one important thing. Ms. Xiao, that life-saving pill. He was hinting. Xiao Mingyue handed the wooden box to Dr. Wang and said, Take it and study it carefully. Since Huang Li is really a time traveler, then what Bailey Machin said before is true. There will be no more large-scale destructive natural disasters in the future. I hope the future will get better and better. Let's consider this leg-stretching and eye-glaring pill as a gift to the country. Dr. Wang took it carefully and said something politely. You only have this one left, and it's an heirloom. Child, you have an extraordinary vision. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. I'm optimistic about you. Xiao Mingyue smiled meaningfully. Who said she only had one left? You're welcome. It's our duty to contribute to the country. Xiao Mingyue also said politely. While waiting for news from Grandpa Ji at home, Xiao Shiwang cried hard. There was milk that had just been squeezed yesterday, but she refused to drink it. When I put the bottle to her mouth, Hope's head shook like a rattle, as if the bottle contained poison instead of milk, and her crying became even more like a devilish sound. Xiao Mingyue had no choice but to go to the space to squeeze out more fresh milk, cook it and feed it to Xiao Shiwang. In response to this, Xiao's mother grumbled that the little girl was really picky. Yesterday's milk was in the refrigerator, and could be drunk just by heating it up, but she insisted on drinking fresh milk. After Xiao Mingyue entered the space, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the puzzle shop had quietly put a few items on the shelves. One of them is called Copy. The product description says that you can copy any object you want, and the copy must be exactly the same as the original, but it must be a dead object, and you cannot copy a living object. Xiao Mingyue spent a large sum of money to buy it without hesitation, and then copied the only remaining stretching legs and staring eyes pill. In this way, the stretching legs and staring eyes pill increased from 1 to 3. Even if one was given to Dr. Wang for research, Xiao Mingyue would still have 2 left in her hand. This was a pleasant surprise for Xiao Mingyue. Who can guarantee that there won't be unexpected changes in the future? The stretching legs and staring eyes pills are life-saving elixir, and you can feel at ease only if you have stock on hand. Oddly enough, after drinking the freshly squeezed milk, Xiao Shiwang stopped crying immediately. He held the bottle with his 2 chubby hands and sucked on it happily. After Dr. Wang left, Yuan Xinghai and Mr. Wu breathed a sigh of relief. With Dr. Wang's ability, it would not be long before an antibody vaccine against the X virus could be developed. They can finally sleep peacefully. Mr. Wu said gratefully. Ms. Xiao, Thank you again for your cooperation. If it weren't for you, we would still be kept in the dark. Yuan Xinghai let out a long sigh. In fact, I also felt that Huang Li was not quite right, but I just didn't think about it that way. Miss Xiao was really thoughtful. Thanks to you today, otherwise we would have been deceived by her. You're welcome. It's my duty. I was just a little suspicious, so I followed her words to provoke her. I didn't expect that I would be right, Xiao Mingyue said modestly. And the matter is not over yet. Virus X is too contagious and cannot be controlled at all. We have to wait until the antibody vaccine is developed before this matter can be considered over, she added. Yuan Xinghai looked at Xiao Mingyue with eyes full of admiration. You're right. Once the antibody vaccine is developed, it must be popularized among the entire population. By then, we will still be busy. She changed the subject and said with a smile. Xiao Ji has such a fiancé. They are a perfect match, talented and beautiful. Xiao Mingyue looked confused. What fiancé? Didn't Xinxin say that Miss Xiao is Xiao Ji's fiancé? Yuan Xinghai asked. Chapter 787. Receiving Xiao Mingyue's doubtful look, Ji Xinxin felt a little guilty and said with a smile. Well, sooner or later it will happen, that's what my brother said. She put the blame on Ji Wenxi. Xiao Mingyue. It turns out that this brother and sister have been planning this. Although Mr. Ji didn't say anything, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Xiao Mingyue. Yuan Xinghai's eyes turned and he spoke tentatively. I wonder what Miss Xiao did before. Are you interested in working for me? Xiao Mingyue was stunned for a moment. I used to not do anything, I was a vagrant, it was good enough to be able to live a good life. With Miss Xiao's intelligence, it's a pity for her to be an unemployed vagrant. Our bureau offers very good benefits and is a lifetime position. She will never be in vain under my command. Yuan Xinghai always had a confident smile on her face. She was very interested in Xiao Mingyue and was eager to recruit him. There is a reason why Yuan Xinghai likes Xiao Mingyue. First, this person is smart and can analyze Huang Li's lies layer by layer. He has an active mind. Secondly, she has positive thoughts, and the fact that she was able to hand over the elixir passed down from her ancestors shows that she has a sense of the overall situation, a spirit of dedication, and is not narrow-minded. If such a youngster can be trained well, he will definitely have a bright future. How could she let him go? Director Yuan, you think very quickly. Why didn't I think of it? Mr. Wu joked. Mr. Ji laughed heartily and pointed at Yuan Xinghai. You can't wait to recruit talented people when you see them. She was like this when she was doing group work before. She recruited all the talented people in the class and they always took first place. Yuan Xinghai was a little embarrassed. It's been so many years, and the teacher still remembers it. Mr. Ji looked at Xiao Mingyue and said kindly. Girl, she is a person who values talent and is capable of taking you. Now that you have come to settle in Gaobeil City, you need to make long-term plans for the future. It is not easy to enter her department. You should think about it carefully. He was just giving a suggestion. Whether to go or not was up to Xiao Mingyue. Although Xiao Mingyue was surprised, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that this was feasible. She has been an unemployed vagrant for several years. Now she has settled down in Gaobeil City. There will be no more major natural disasters in the future. She can't be an unemployed vagrant for the rest of her life. Moreover, now there is a lot of work to be done, and talent is most in demand. When the population increases and the settlement develops, it will not be so easy to get a regular job. This is the bonus given by the times. Since the opportunity has come, we should seize it. Xiao Mingyue smiled brightly. Okay, since Director Yuan has said so, how can I refuse? Thank you, Director Yuan, for your appreciation. I couldn't ask for more. Yuan Xinghai smiled with satisfaction. You are indeed the person I like, so straightforward. It's settled then. Once the X-virus issue is dealt with, you can come and report. Okay. Xiao Mingyue nodded. Mr. Wu was very surprised. Xiao Mingyue agreed so quickly. She agreed just now? You guys have decided on this? Are you in such a hurry? Miss Xiao, why don't you think about it carefully? You don't even know what her department does. I think my department. Yuan Xinghai quickly raised her hand to stop him from speaking. Stop, Lao Wu, It doesn't matter what you think. Xiao is already mine. Mr. Wu. He adjusted the frame of his glasses to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. She gained a lot. She finally had a job, and it was a good job at that. The heat wave happened right after she graduated from college, so this was Xiao Mingyue's first job. However, it would take some time before she took office. Now everyone is waiting for good news from the Research Institute. Chapter 788. After saying goodbye to Ruan Xinghai, Ji Shanshan and others, Xiao Mingyue returned home. The first thing to do when you get home is disinfection. The community where the Xiao family lives is an upscale community. Alcohol and spray disinfectant are distributed free of charge. Dad Xiao sprayed Xiao Mingyue from head to toe. You can enter the house only after disinfection is completed. Tomorrow, Mr. Ji will wake up and you will see him. Is he in good health now? Asked Mrs. Xiao. Xiao Mingyue was just about to tell her family that Ji Wenxi had woken up, but she didn't expect that her family already knew about it before she even opened her mouth. Xiao Mingyue took off her protective suit and asked, "How did you know that?" Mother Xiao and Father Xiao looked at each other and said softly, "Boss Ji called us just now and asked if we were doing well here and if we were infected with the X virus. He also congratulated us and said that we were still alive and said some other things." Grandpa helped to throw the protective suit that Xiao Mingyue took off into the corner. "The young man from the Ji family is quite considerate. As soon as he got better, he called to check on us. I think he really cares about you. Otherwise, why would he care so much about our family's affairs?" Xiao Mingyue's eyes flickered, with an inexplicable emotion hidden in them. "He's very good." Her voice was clear and crisp. "By the way, I have good news to tell you. I will have a job soon, and it's a regular one." Zhao's father, Zhao's mother and grandfather were all shocked and blurted out, "Work? Prepared by? Is this true or false?" Xiao Mingyue nodded, and she told her family roughly what happened today, focusing on the key points. Father Xiao exclaimed, "Wow! This is too mysterious. It turns out that the rumors about the goddess are true. Is she really from the future?" Even after experiencing so many mysterious things, they still believe it. "Then if you expose her lies, she won't hate you, right?" Mother Xiao was a little worried. "Don't worry, Mom. She won't be able to come out in a short time," Xiao Mingyue comforted. Grandpa thought about it and said, "Son, you are right to do this. A life-saving pill in exchange for a decent job is not a loss in the long run." With my grandfather's experienced vision, he can naturally see that this job has a lot of added value to Xiao Mingyue's future. It is more than just a job. Xiao Mingyue's job has many more benefits than Xiao Ma's job as a community resettlement worker. Moreover, a community resettlement worker is a grassroots position, which is much inferior to Xiao Mingyue's and is not on the same level at all. Mother Xiao lovingly tidied up Xiao Mingyue's hair and said proudly, "My daughter is really talented. Others can't see it, but she can tell the truth. Now that she has a job, she must be valued by her boss. My daughter is a golden phoenix. She will definitely have a bright future." Xiao Mingyue was amused by what Xiao Ma said. "Mom, please stop praising me. Also, don't tell anyone about this. We just need to keep it to ourselves because it's a secret." Zhao's father echoed. "Of course, we also hope that an antibody vaccine can be developed as soon as possible. The number of deaths every day makes people terrified and unable to leave the house." Just as Zhao's mother was about to say something, she saw her grandmother rushing out in a hurry. It's bad, stop chatting, our power and water are out." Zhao's mother hurried into the house to check. "Why did the power suddenly go out? Was it just ours or everyone else's? The community didn't even notify us." Grandma walked to the east side of the courtyard wall and shouted, "Sister Taohua, is there a power outage in your house?" The neighbor next door quickly shouted back, "Sister Fin, our house has a power outage. Is yours out too?" "Yes, there is a power outage. It seems that everyone has a power outage. How can we cook without electricity and water?" said Grandma. Chapter 789. The family next door also had a big family. The head of the family's surname was Yao. Their mother-in-law is called Zhang Taohua, who is a few years younger than my grandmother. She is a widower and raised her children alone. Her eldest son is promising, and now Zhang Taohua lives in her eldest son's house. Grandma called her sister Taohua. Grandma and Zhang Taohua got along well. They were both old and had many grandchildren, so they had common topics. Although the Xiao family has only moved in a few days, they still have to get acquainted with the neighbors. After all, they will be neighbors in the future and will see each other every day. When Zhao's mother first came, she went to his house to deliver food. The person who opened the door was Zhang Taohua's daughter-in-law, who was quite easy to get along with. The neighbor to the west of the Xiao family is much more aloof. Usually the nanny goes out to do things, and they don't hang out with others. When they meet, they just pretend not to see each other, and don't even say hello. Naturally, the Xiao family would not try to please someone who is not welcome, and would just try to maintain good relations with their eastern neighbors. Xiao Mingyue guessed that the power outage was probably related to the X virus. The X virus had already made everyone in the city so busy that they couldn't take care of these things. Zhao's mother glanced at her phone and said, "Oh, there was a notice in the community groups saying that water will be available tonight, but the electricity will be cut off for a week. What should I do?" Xiao Mingyue looked up at the roof and thought of the solar panels in the space. She almost forgot that there were solar panels in the space. When the Xiao family removed the solar panels, she put them all into the space. It was time to take them out. As for water, that was even less of a problem, as she had plenty of space. Xiao Mingyue talked to Grandpa and Dad Xiao. "Do we have a ladder to get to the roof? I have the solar panels I used to have." Dad Xiao and Grandpa immediately reacted. "Yes, we have solar panels at home." "Then how do I tell Grandma?" Xiao Mingyue muttered softly. Grandpa waved his hand and said confidently, "Your grandma is shallow-minded. She believes whatever others say. Look at me." Grandpa walked to Grandma's side and said, "Old lady." Grandpa whispered a few words to Grandma, and Grandma's expression gradually became pleasantly surprised. Just as she was about to speak, Grandpa hushed her voice and Grandma nodded repeatedly. "That's great. Hurry to the warehouse and get the solar panels out. I'm still waiting to cook." Grandpa winked at Zhao's father and Xiao Mingyue, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the warehouse behind the house and move some things." Xiao Mingyue laughed. Her grandma was the old version of a naive girl. She believed whatever her grandpa said and had lived her whole life like this. Arriving at the warehouse behind the house, Xiao Mingyue moved the solar panels, batteries and other things out of the space, and the family began to busy themselves with installing the solar panels. Because they had installed it before in Huahan community, and were quite skilled, and both Zhao's father and grandfather knew how to install it, so the installation was not difficult. It was just that there were many solar panels and the connecting wires were complicated, so it took some effort. Dad Xiao, Grandpa Xiao, and Xiao Mingyue were moving solar panels to the rooftop. Mom Xiao was also helping. It was hard not to notice them. Zhang Taohua's son, daughter-in-law and two grandsons from the East household all came out to watch the fun. "What are you doing?" Zhang Taohua asked curiously. Zhang Taohua's son Yaochen pulled his mother and said, "Don't shout, those are solar panels, they are installing them." Yaochen is already middle-aged, less than 50 years old, and has a faint aura of majesty. At first glance, he is an expert in the business world and a person in a high position of power. They also fled here from other places, a month earlier than the Xiao family. The Yao family was also one of the most wealthy businessmen in his hometown, and was once the richest family in the area. It was a pity that their place was the same as Pengjing City, where the strange phenomenon of red light all over the sky also appeared, so they had to move thousands of miles away. When they came here by chance, they became neighbors with the Xiao family. "Solar panels? I remember we had them at home. Did you take them with you when you fled?" Zhang Taohua suddenly remembered that their family used to have solar panels. "Grandma, we fled in such a hurry that we didn't bring any solar panels," said Yao Chen's eldest son Yao Zhiyuan. Yao Zhiyuan is 26 years old this year. He is young and promising, has a handsome appearance and is well-spoken. Zhang Taohua said, "Oh," with a look of deep envy in her eyes. "That's great. Gaobail City is full of sunlight, so they don't lack electricity. Why didn't we bring solar panels?" Yao Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Our solar panels are designed to be used in high temperatures. They have been used for several years, and more than half of them have broken down. Later, when it rained heavily, the good ones in the warehouse became moldy. Last year, all the batteries were frozen to death, so they are useless even if we use them. He turned and went back to his room. Okay, stop standing here and watching. People will think we are ignorant. Chapter 790. Zhang Taohua stammered. I was thinking about talking to his family and asking them to bring an electric wire to our house, so that we can at least survive the power outage for a few days. How can you be willing to let outsiders use their electricity? Aren't you making things difficult for them? Don't make things difficult for yourself. You won't die without electricity. Go inside. Yao Qin disagreed. Zhang Taohua stopped her son and said, No, of course it's not for nothing. I mean to exchange something with them. Why don't we buy their electricity? Aunt Gaifin next door is kind and easy to talk to. I'll discuss it with her. If it doesn't work, forget it. I'll just ask her. Yao Chen's wife also thought it was feasible and said hesitantly, That girl next door named Jiang is pretty nice, and she looks friendly, so maybe she can help. If we don't have electricity, the meat in our refrigerator will go bad, and we won't be able to cook. I'll cut them 2 pounds of beef as money to buy electricity. Do you think that's okay? Yes, that's exactly what I thought. We won't lose anything if we just ask a question even if the other party disagrees. Zhang Taohua nodded repeatedly. Yao Qin thought about it carefully and nodded. Then ask? I'll go ask. You wait. In fact, he didn't have high expectations. After all, good people are very scarce these days. Although they all have smiling faces, who knows what they are thinking deep down? I'm afraid that people are just being warm and polite on the surface, and it would be awkward if I make myself look unwelcome. Yao Qin has lived to this age and has struggled in the end times for several years, so he is extremely cautious. This is very similar to Xiao Mingyue, so it is normal to have this concern. Zhiyuan, bring the ladder. Now the gates are all closed, so if you want to talk, you have to go through the wall. Even though there is only a wall between us, you have to let others see your faces, otherwise it would be very impolite. Okay, Dad. Yao Zhiyuan went there immediately. Yao Qin placed the ladder on the wall, and Zhao's father happened to be moving solar panels below. Brother Xiao, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Are you free? Yao Qin spoke softly. Dad Xiao put down the solar panels, wiped his sweat and said, It's Brother Yao, what's the matter? Yao Qin smiled and said politely, There is a power outage at home. Your solar panels are great. If you have enough electricity, can you provide me with some wires? There is nothing valuable at home, so I will cut 2 pounds of beef for you as a thank you for your help. Otherwise, I won't be able to cook and the food in the refrigerator will go bad. Yao Qin raised the beef in his hand and said, Brother Xiao, can you please help me? Of course, it's okay if you can't. Don't make it difficult for me. After saying that, Yao Qin looked at Xiao's father expectantly, waiting for his reply. Of course, he still hoped that Zhao's father would agree, otherwise a lot of the things stockpiled at home would be lost. Father Xiao smiled and said, Brother Yao, you are too polite. I thought it was something else. But I need to ask my daughter if the battery has enough power. She is familiar with this thing. Please wait for me for a moment. Having said that, Dad Xiao still has to ask Xiao Mingyue's opinion. He can't just agree to it casually. Yao Qin sighed, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, but he was quickly relieved because he didn't have high expectations in the first place. It seems that this is not possible. Adults always refuse politely. Otherwise, how can the head of the family not be the head of the family and have to consult with his daughter? He didn't know that this was the rule of the Xiao family. Whenever the Xiao family had any matter, they would first ask Xiao Mingyue's opinion. This had become an established custom between the Xiao family and the Jiang family. Dad Xiao found Xiao Mingyue and Grandpa and told them what the neighbor to the east said. Mingyue, do you think it's possible to help them? Xiao Mingyue thought for a moment. We have a lot of solar panels, the electricity generated is more than enough, and the batteries are full, we can pull a line for them, so that we don't delay our electricity use. She has also observed over the past few days that the neighbors in the East household are pretty nice people. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be neighbors for decades to come. A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, so it is better to maintain a good relationship with him. But the prerequisite is that the neighbor's character must be good enough. The family in the East wanted to exchange beef for electricity, and they didn't use yours for free, which showed that this family was polite and worth making friends with. After all, beef these days was very valuable and could not be bought on the market. Their sincerity is sufficient. Okay, then let's listen to Mingyue. Dad Xiao turned around and went to find Yao Qin. When Zhao's father looked over the wall, he saw that the man was gone. Brother Yao, are you still there? Chapter 791. As soon as Yao Qin got down the ladder, he heard Zhao's father's voice and quickly climbed up again. Hey, I'm here. Father Xiao smiled and said, My daughter said yes, I can pull the wires for you. Do you have a long power strip at home? Yao Qin almost doubted his ears and said in surprise, Yes. I have a long line at home. Yao Qin is used to the fickleness of the world and the viciousness of human nature, especially in the past few years of natural disasters, where rejection and malice have been the norm. He really didn't expect that in this day and age there are still people who are willing to help others generously. He felt surprised and happy, and his guard was lowered a lot. He immediately felt much more friendly towards his new neighbors, the Xiao family. Zhiyuan, go find our long electrical wires, Yao Qin said to Yao Zhiyuan, who was under the ladder. I'll go right away. They all heard it, and Zhang Taohua and Yao Chen's wife were extremely happy. Yao Qin showed a grateful look on his face. Brother Xiao, thank you so much. I don't know what to say, please accept this beef, it's just a small token of my gratitude for your help. Forget about the beef. We are all neighbors. Let's help each other. It's just a matter of a thread. Father Xiao didn't want it, as if they were fighting for beef. No, you have to accept it. Otherwise, I'm embarrassed to use your home appliances. Take it. You have to take it. Yao Chen's attitude was firm and he insisted that Ao's father accept it. Dad Xiao didn't waste any more words with him about the beef. If the other party really wanted to give it to him, then he could just take it. Okay, thank you, Brother Yao. This beef is really fresh. I should be thanking you. The two exchanged pleasantries and chatted for a while. At this time, Xiao Mingyue climbed to the roof and was installing the last few solar panels. Looking far away from the vantage point, she could see the house next door clearly. Naturally, she also saw the expressions of the family next door, who were all very happy. The family next door also saw her, and were all smiling and greeting her. Xiao Mingyue also smiled back politely. It seemed that she was lucky this time as she met normal neighbors. Unlike when she lived in the entertainment city, her neighbors next door always caused trouble. Xiao Mingyue glanced inadvertently, and saw the nanny of the neighbor to the west, who was standing at the second-floor window and looking over here. Xiao Mingyue did not miss that arrogant and sarcastic expression. She smiled helplessly. Well, it seems that I was too happy too early. She had to install the solar panel, and it was placed on the roof. It was indeed conspicuous, but there was nothing she could do. If neighbors can get along well, then they can. If not, Xiao Mingyue will not indulge them. Let them do whatever they want. The nanny secretly observed for a long time, and finally couldn't help it. She opened the window and said loudly, Hey, the guy next door, you have electricity at home, right? Pull a line over to our house. The nanny's tone was not very nice, it was almost commanding, and her voice was so loud that even the family in the east could hear it. Xiao Mingyue smiled and declined. No. The nanny's expression changed immediately. She glared at Xiao Mingyue with a cold face, then slammed the window, turned around and left, not knowing who she went to complain to. Xiao Mingyue hummed softly, pretending that nothing had happened. When the family on the east side heard this, they realized what was going on, and smiled knowingly. Chapter 792. The Xiao family's solar panels were finally installed, and electricity was successfully supplied to the home. A long wire was stretched to the corner of the wall, and electricity was also supplied to the neighbors living in the east household. It's done! Xiao Mingyue wiped her hands with a towel. Thanks to the fully charged batteries, which had been storing electricity in the space. Otherwise, when it first came online, there really wouldn't be enough electricity, let alone helping the neighbors. Fortunately, there is space, otherwise these batteries would have broken down long ago, either in heavy rain or in extreme cold. Grandma was busy in the kitchen, peeling potatoes and mumbling to herself. This beef is really good. Let's have beef stewed with potatoes tonight and steam a pot of rice. It's very delicious. Zhao's mother was peeling garlic nearby. The family next door is quite honest. They gave us 2 kilograms of beef. They are quite generous. Because there is a water tank at home, even if there is a temporary water outage now, it will not affect the Xiao family's water supply. Grandma muttered. I just went to the basement to check and found that our family suddenly had more food, several bags of rice and flour. The freezer is full of meat, and there are piles of vegetables and so on. Is there a vegetable market nearby? When did you go to buy them? I don't know. Xiao Ma's eyes sparkled. Those grains you mentioned were all obtained by Mingyue. You were taking a nap that day, so I didn't call you. Mingyue has many friends, so she bought them through her friends. It's more reassuring to stock up more grains. Mingyue just loves to stock up on things. She bought too much. If you didn't know, you would have thought she was at a wholesale market. The piles of rice were reaching the ceiling. Grandma believed what Xiao Ma said and even complained. Zhao's mother smiled and said, Mom, look at what you said. Isn't it good to have more food? Now that everything is under lockdown, everyone is short of food and drink. Even if you have money, you can't buy anything. Mingyue is so foresight. There is plenty of food, so there is no need to panic. Grandma narrowed her eyes and smiled. Yes, of course it's good. I didn't say it's bad. At this time, Xiao Mingyue walked into the kitchen. Mom, who are the people in the West? I feel like they are not easy to get along with. I will ignore them in the future. Xiao Ma said. The family in the West is a middle-aged couple with a nanny. I heard they are locals in Gaobeil City and have lived here for many years. I heard from other people that the family next door is very arrogant and looks down on outsiders. They only greet the original residents and ignore the new residents from other places. They have no children, only a young nanny to take care of them. Many people say that they are difficult to get along with cold faces, as if someone owes them money. Grandma snorted. Are the people of Gaobeil City so great? Really, aren't they all ordinary Chinese people? They look down on outsiders, but we don't even bother to care about them. Who is more noble than who? Xiao Mingyue felt both amused and confused. Regional discrimination. It seems that Gaobeil City has become a place to live, and some of the indigenous people have a sense of superiority. This is ridiculous human nature. In the past, Gaobeil City was just a fourth-tier city. Even the province where it was located, Orco River Province, was remote and not an economically developed region, and was relatively backward. In the past, people yearned for first-tier cities such as Shanghai and Beijing. Unexpectedly, several natural disasters not only changed China's central cities, but also changed the mentality of many people. Xiao Ma said slowly. Of course not. They have a great sense of superiority. They wish their eyes were on the top of their heads. They have a bad reputation around here. Because they often bully residents from other places, and it is difficult for a powerful dragon to suppress a local snake. Many people have been bullied by them, and they have no choice but to bear it. But there are only a few people like this. The family 076 2 rows to the right behind our house is also Aboriginal. They are friendly to everyone when they go out, and I have never seen them bully outsiders. Mother Xiao added. It depends on the person. It has nothing to do with where they are from. If they have bad character, there's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 793. Grandma summed it up. Xiao Mingyue thought of the woman who had asked her to pull the string just now. So the woman just now was the nanny. I thought she was the mistress. The nanny just now was about 30 years old. The neighbors in the West seldom go out and don't interact with others. Xiao Mingyue has lived here for a while and has seen the woman several times, but she didn't expect that she was just a nanny. How can a nanny be so arrogant? Her expression is as arrogant as a big rooster. It seems that she is also a local nanny. Zhao's mother looked at Xiao Mingyue. Did you see it? That nanny is very arrogant. If you don't know, you would really think she is the mistress. I have seen the couple in that house before. The woman is disabled and sits in a wheelchair. Her husband pushes her out for a walk. You didn't see the scene. The couple cursed at each other as they walked. There were all kinds of nasty things said, and then the man got so angry that he threw his wife to the side of the road and slapped her twice before leaving. After Xiao Ma peeled the garlic, she put it in a small basin and washed it with water. Later, I felt sorry for her and it was inconvenient for her to sit in a wheelchair alone, so I went over to ask her if she needed help. But she glared at me fiercely, as if she wanted to eat me, so I stopped meddling. Xiao Mingyue said. From what I heard, none of the 3 people in Shihu are normal. It's better to stay away from them. Zhao's mother smiled and said, Of course not. They discriminate against us, but we don't care about them. No one cares about anyone else. We just live our own lives, be well, and don't bother each other. Xiao Mingyue said with deep meaning. I'm afraid it won't be safe. Mother Xiao looked puzzled and was about to ask why he said that when a piercing noise suddenly came from outside. What's going on? Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, I'll go take a look. When I arrived at the yard, I saw that it was the nanny. She was standing on the second-floor windowsill, holding a large iron basin in her left hand and a large iron spoon in her right hand, and was banging on them. The knocking sound was so loud and penetrating that the Xiao family's eardrums were almost broken by it. Behind the nanny, the male owner stood gloomily with an expressionless face. Xiao Mingyue frowned and rubbed his ears. What the hell are these 2 psychos doing? Father Xiao looked worried and shouted. Why are you knocking? You are disturbing the neighbors, do you know that? What are you doing? Unexpectedly, the nanny pulled the corners of her mouth excitedly, her expression showing the pleasure of revenge, and she knocked faster and louder. Dad Xiao couldn't stand it any longer. You are sick! The nanny knocked hard for the last time and said confidently. Who told you not to pull the wires from my house? You selfish outsiders are really rebellious. Why don't you pull the wires from my house? You let outsiders pull the wires from my house instead of mine. You must pull the wires from my house first. If my house doesn't have electricity and everything breaks down, can you afford to take responsibility? Global City kindly took you in, and this is how you repay us? This is the result of your cruelty. Ever since Gaobale City became one of the most settled places in the country, she looked down on outsiders. As a native of Gaobale City, she was complacent and arrogant. When she met new residents from other places who greeted her on the street, she was too lazy to respond and simply looked down on them. Chapter 794. The nanny thought that if outsiders wanted to gain a foothold in Gaobale City, they should understand the rules, lower their posture, and please the natives, and only then would she be willing to accept these outsiders. Otherwise, don't blame her for being rude and teach them the rules personally. Like what the Xiao family did today, they didn't share the electricity with the native residents, but actually shared it with another outsider. This is simply outrageous, and they are really rebelling. The Xiao family should have taken the initiative to give them electricity as soon as possible, and should have given it to them with both hands. This is what being sensible means. The nanny became angrier and said, The newcomers just don't know the rules, and they don't think about the fact that if there were no Gaobale City, you refugees would have to sleep on the streets. You have no gratitude at all, you are selfish, you only care about yourself and don't care about others. Gaobale City shouldn't let you in, shouldn't give you houses, and let you sleep on the street. Xiao Mingyue crossed her hands in front of her chest. It seemed that she was here to raise an army and bring charges against her. What kind of nonsense was this? You talk as if this house was given to us by you. Then what if we don't give any help to your family? Xiao Mingyue asked loudly. The nanny said angrily. If you don't pull the wires from my house, I will smash your solar panels. We can't use electricity at home, so why should you? She glanced at the solar panels on the roof of the Xiao family's house, her eyes full of jealousy. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue sneered and said, Wow, you are so domineering. Who are you going to challenge? Mother Xiao also came out of the room and said with a bad look. We have no relationship with you, why should we interfere with you? Just because you are an indigenous person, you are so great? Do you have any sense of reason? Speaking of this, the nanny became even angrier and pointed at the house on the east side and said, I am great. If you don't want to stay in Gaobale City, then get out. I have already pulled the strings of his family. You didn't even tell my family about this? We are locals, and we can't tell the difference between good and bad. Are you crazy? Auntie, did you eat cow dung this morning? Why does your mouth stink so much? People buy electricity. Why, do you want to buy electricity too? Xiao Mingyue said calmly. The nanny's eyes bulged out of her sockets, looking scary. Watch your mouth. I need to buy your electricity when I use it? Aren't you extorting people and taking advantage of the national crisis to make money? Believe it or not, I will report you. We took you in, you should be grateful. You are asking for money for electricity. How can you be so ungrateful? Are you worthy of Galbil City's acceptance? Outsiders are petty. Don't stay in my city. I don't welcome you. Zhao's mother raised her voice and sarcastically said, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We use the electricity generated by our own solar panels for our own use. How can this be considered making money from the national crisis? You can say anything. Are you a spirit of criminal law or something? Do you want to sentence me? Also, taking in outsiders was a decision made by the upper echelons. If you are capable of becoming a national leader, you can let anyone go. Why don't you go? Do the national leaders know who you are? The female nanny couldn't win the argument with them and was so angry that she gritted her teeth. You're so sharp-tongued. Go back to your city, Xiao Mingyue said jokingly. Then send a plane to take us back. We want to sit in first class. You don't have any, do you? The female nanny was so angry that her blood boiled and her face turned red. She stared at Xiao Mingyue's face angrily, wishing she could gouge out a piece of Xiao Mingyue's flesh. The male host, who had been silent all this time, took 2 steps forward and said in a cold voice, Isn't it just money? Tell me, how much do you want? Xiao Mingyue said calmly. Not much, 50 million. The man was shocked. 50 million? Are you kidding me? Why don't you just go and rob me? Chapter 795. The price is clearly marked. If you can't afford it, don't use it, Xiao Mingyue said quietly. The male host's mouth twitched, and he said harshly, I think you don't even want to give it to me. It's just 1 week's electricity. I don't believe they can give you 50 million. Father Xiao also had a gloomy face. Believe it or not, we don't want to give it to you yet. It's really interesting. You want to use other people's things. What kind of attitude is this? Who are you showing off to? We owe you money, don't we? Can you speak normally? I won't give you even 100 million, let alone 50 million. Get out of here. The man's face was livid, his lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake. The female nanny sneered maliciously, turned around and went downstairs, and no one knew what she was doing. Grandma walked to Xiao Ma and muttered, What kind of people are they? If we get on bad terms with them, they won't try to retaliate against us, right? Xiao Mingyue walked to the wall and picked up a few stones the size of a baby's fist and a brick. She weighed the brick and found it was okay. Grandma, we don't want to cause trouble with them. They are the ones who are looking for trouble. At a time like this, we absolutely cannot talk nonsense like peace is the most precious thing and taking a step back will open up a new world. It's useless. Grandma looked at Xiao Mingyue's movements of weighing the bricks and asked, Mingyue, what are you doing? Xiao Mingyue said mysteriously, You'll know in a moment. Their houses are all built facing south, and there is a window on the side of the balcony. The nanny and the male owner can only see the solar panels on the roof of the Xiao family's building by standing at the side window. Xiao Mingyue was looking for an angle in the yard. How could she smash all the windows on their second-floor balcony? The angle must be found. At this time, the angry female nanny came back again, holding a few stones in her hand, and said in a sarcastic tone, The whole community has lost power. We locals can't use electricity. How can you outsiders use electricity? Do you deserve it? I let you use it, I let you use it. She picked up the stones and threw them at the roof of the Xiao family's house. However, as the villa had 3 floors, she couldn't see the roof, so her aim was not good enough and some of the stones didn't even hit the roof and fell to the ground. Zhao's father, mother, and grandfather were all anxious. Hey, what are you doing? You think you are so great as a local? Who gave you that sense of superiority? Are you sick? If you are, go see a doctor. What's wrong with you? There are all kinds of birds in the forest. I have learned a lot today. Xiao Mingyue shouted. Auntie, you're not hitting it accurately, watch me. She picked up a brick and threw it at the nanny's face, using all her strength. If it hits her, the nanny's head will definitely be buzzing and her brains will burst out. Ah! The female nanny screamed, her face turned pale with fear, and she quickly raised her arms to cover her face to avoid the oncoming brick. When the male host saw that Xiao Mingyue was actually serious and dared to smash things, he turned around and ran away, leaving the balcony and hiding in the room. The brick scraped the nanny's arm hard, and she screamed like a chicken being slaughtered. Pleasant to the ear. The female nanny was trembling all over, covering her arms and wailing. God damn it, you actually dare to hit me? You want to kill someone? Chapter 796. The nanny's face was pale, and the severe pain in her arm made her shudder. If the brick had hit her face, would she still be alive? This vicious outsider wants to kill her. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were filled with coldness. Are you considered a human? I'm going to kill you. Do you dare to hit me again? Seeing Xiao Mingyue's eyes, the female nanny was startled. She was a little scared, but still said sternly, You cruel little bastard, I'm going to call the police and have you shot. You, just wait and see. Xiao Mingyue responded to her words with action. He threw stones one after another, and there was a crackling sound, all of which was the sound of broken glass. Okay, let's see whether you can call the police faster or my stone can. You shameless bastard, who are you scolding? Try to spit out another word of shit from that mouth of yours? Who's afraid of whom? Are the locals so great? Zhao's father and mother were also furious and picked up stones to throw. The female nanny screamed continuously, covered her arms and head, and ran away in a panic, hiding in the house. She ran and cursed. You are sick, you are all sick, barbaric outsiders. Xiao Mingyue looked at the shattered glass next door and smiled with satisfaction. The arrogant ones are afraid of those who are not afraid of death. When you meet such an arrogant and unreasonable person, you have to be more arrogant than her to scare her so that she will not dare to provoke you. Otherwise, giving in will only lead to further demands and there will be no peace. Xiao Mingyue threw away the stone in his hand, patted the dirt on his hands, and shouted loudly. Auntie, I hold a grudge very well. Please close the door tightly at night. Watch out or I will climb over the wall in the middle of the night and hit you with a brick. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, Grandpa couldn't help but laugh out loud and silently gave a thumbs up. In the next room on the second floor, the nanny hid behind the curtains with her legs weak. She gasped for breath, still immersed in the fear of the brick, and felt a little scared in her heart. Fortunately, she dodged quickly and saved her life. Madmen, they are all crazy. The outsiders next door are all crazy people who don't care about their lives. Queenie, my arm hurts so much. The nanny burst into tears. Although she dodged quickly, the brick still hit her arm hard. She took off her coat. Her arm was red and swollen, with a dull stinging pain. There was a large patch of blood on her arm from a skin scrape. The epidermis was broken, and blood was still oozing out of the wound. In serious cases, a piece of flesh was scraped off. If the brick had been a little more off, her arm would have been broken. The man's name is Queenie. He just ran away, leaving the nanny to deal with it alone. At this moment, he looked distressed. Oh my God, Naughty, take off your clothes quickly. The fibers of the clothes are thick and it hurts when they touch the wound. I will help you. He started to undress Naughty, and Naughty did not resist and took off her coat and inner clothes. Queenie swears as she helps Naughty take off her clothes. Damn outsiders, reckless outlaws, stay away from them from now on, they are crazy, don't want to hurt you again. Naughty said aggrievedly. But I can't swallow this. What should we do if they don't give us electricity? Queenie's eyes kept glancing at Naughty's chest. At this moment, Naughty was only wearing a bra, with half of her breasts exposed, revealing a charming view. He swallowed and said, I will help you get revenge. The most important thing now is to apply the medicine first. I will help you apply the medicine. Naughty nodded. She glanced outside the door and was startled to see a figure sitting in a wheelchair at the door. Chapter 797. The hostess looked at the erotic scene in the room with an indifferent expression and silently pushed her wheelchair away. Naughty's eyes twinkled. Hurry up and get me some medicine. After teaching the neighbor in the West House a lesson, Xiao Mingyue climbed onto the roof and checked if there were any solar panels that were damaged. 2 pieces had their corners smashed, but luckily they were not damaged. Xiao Mingyue picked up a stone next to the solar panel and threw it into the second-floor balcony of the West House. The glass of the balcony was broken, so it was easy to throw it in. Give you your stuff back! In the room on the second floor, the two people who were applying medicine were startled. Bitch, are you done yet? This is too much bullying. Outsiders are barbaric. The two gritted their teeth but did not dare to go out again. Ever since Gaobale City became a place to settle down, they have always been arrogant towards outsiders, looking down on others, waiting to be flattered and envied. After all, they are noble indigenous people. Seeing that the Xiao family didn't buy their tricks, they were extremely angry and humiliated, but they were powerless and couldn't afford to provoke them. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong have always been like this. Nadi said in a hateful voice. Call the police, quickly, Brother Quinny, call the police. We must teach them a lesson. Gaobale City strictly prohibits fighting and has been cracking down on it. Intentional injury is a serious crime. Maybe they will be deprived of the opportunity to live here and expelled. We must let them know the price of offending the locals. The more Nadi spoke, the brighter her eyes became. She couldn't wait to see the scene of the Xiao family being expelled from Gaobale City and crying and begging for her forgiveness. The hostess appeared at the door again without knowing when, and she said coldly, We can't call the police. There's virus X everywhere. We can't meet outsiders. We have to keep our distance. What if the police are also carrying virus X? Do you want to kill us? Nana was so angry that she said, Sister, do you want me to swallow this? I can't do it. Who told you to mess with that outsider? You deserve it. Nadi's eyes widened. You. I'm thinking about my family. How can we live without electricity? The hostess's expression was still cold. There are ways to live without electricity. People in the past didn't have electricity, so did they die? She glanced at Nadi's belly and said sarcastically, If you really care about your family, you should get pregnant earlier and carry on the family line. If you still don't get pregnant, I will marry another wife for you. There are more and more young girls in Gaobale City now. All of them are young and beautiful. If you choose one with a big butt, you will definitely be able to give birth to a child. After saying that, she turned around and walked away in her electric wheelchair, leaving behind the angry nanny Nadi. Nadi bit her lip and complained to her husband. My eldest sister can't have children either. Why do you always say this to me? The rule of their family is that the second wife has a lower status than the first wife, and the first wife can scold the second wife and discipline her children. The second wife cannot contradict the first wife, otherwise it will be unforgivable. Queenie was not surprised that his two wives always had quarrels. Maisha was pregnant before, but she became infertile after the car accident. Now I am old, over 50, and still have no offspring. If I go out, people will laugh at me. She is also thinking about me. Hearing this, Nadi's expression was complicated. She subconsciously touched her belly. Why was there no movement in her belly? Queenie recalled what Mei Sha had just said in his mind, and his eyes darkened. Marry another young wife? It's not impossible. He thought carefully about the young girls in the community, and after eliminating the ugly and skinny ones, he actually selected a few targets. After thinking for a long time, the most beautiful one turned out to be the fierce girl from the neighbor's house. Queenie was stunned for a moment, and her eyes became more and more hot. Chapter 798. Xiao family. Show them some kindness. They don't know their own weight. They need to be severely punished. Mother Xiao was very angry. Really? They even dared to smash my solar panels. How unreasonable. We have to let them know that we are not someone you can easily mess with, Zhao's father also said. Although she felt relieved, Zhao's mother was still a little worried. They will definitely bear a grudge. Do you think they will find a chance to retaliate against us? Or use some dirty tricks? It's not a pleasant feeling to be targeted all the time. Yes, there is just a wall between us. If they deliberately make things difficult for us, we will not be able to live in peace, Grandma also said. Xiao Mingyue said slowly. Mom, Grandma, this kind of person is always bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, picking on the weak. If you don't provoke him, will he not come to cause trouble? Father Xiao agreed. My daughter is right. No matter how friendly we were before, they didn't treat us well. Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her lips. Some people are just mean. The more friendly you are to them, the more they think you are trying to please them, and they look down on you even more. If you treat him with eyes that are not eyes and nose that are not nose, he will be afraid of you and look at you more squarely. She paused for a moment and continued. Besides, if he has the guts, he will come. Am I afraid of him? Our little Hui Hui is not a vegetarian. With little Hui Hui in the yard, they can't do anything weird. Yes, we have a big wolf dog, what are we afraid of? Grandma immediately felt relieved. Xiao Mingyue said. I just told Xiao Hui Hui that if they do bad things again and smash things in our house, Xiao Hui Hui will teach them a lesson and make sure they never dare to do evil again and will be absolutely obedient in the future. It's just a wall, it can't stop Xiao Hui Hui at all. It can climb over the wall in a few seconds and scare the family in the west to death. The Xiao family members exchanged glances with each other and felt a little relieved. Grandpa finally spoke. Mingyue is right, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of the tough ones. We must let outsiders know that although our Xiao family is from outside, we are not easy to mess with. Grandma nodded heavily. She suddenly thought of something, stood up, and ran to the kitchen. Oops! There's still meat stewing in the pot. I almost forgot. Naturally, the movements of the Xiao family were also heard by the people living in the East household next door. Zhang Taohua showed a look of joy. She didn't expect that the Xiao family could actually control that local family. It was really amazing. The girl from Aunt Gaifin's family is really fierce, said Zhang Taohua. These two words are complimenting. Yao Chen smiled and said, These days, soft-hearted people can't survive. That's the way it is. You have to argue even when you are wrong, and be even more unforgiving when you are right. This girl is good, she will never suffer any loss no matter where she goes. Now I understand why Brother Xiao asked his daughter for her opinion. It seems that his daughter has the final say in their family. Zhang Taohua nodded approvingly. Yes, just like when I was young, if anyone dares to bully us orphans and widows, I will chase him 2 miles with a broom and beat him until he cries for his parents. She lost her father at a young age and became a widow at an early age. She had to raise several children by herself. If she wasn't aggressive, she would be bullied by others and nothing would be left of her. Listening to the conversation between his father and grandmother, Yao Zhiyuan's eyes flashed. He heard clearly what happened in the Xiao family just now. Yao Chen's wife said worriedly, She is a strong girl, but the locals in that family also hold grudges very much. I am afraid there will be more quarrels in the future. There is a saying that goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. I am afraid that the family next door will suffer. Yao Chen waved his hand. No, that local family will definitely not dare to mess with the neighbors again, and it's too late to hide. Why? Yao Chen's wife was puzzled. Chapter 799. Yao Chen said meaningfully, That's human nature. Time passed slowly, and half a month had passed before I knew it. The Xiao family always thought that the neighbor next door to the west would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge, but strangely, they were always quiet and there was no movement at all. The smashed windows on the second floor also remained broken, a constant reminder of the considerable altercation that had taken place there. One day, the man went upstairs to clean up the broken glass. Zhao's father happened to be in the yard. He looked up and looked at him. The man awkwardly avoided his gaze, turned around and left without even picking up the broom. Later, he hurriedly swept away the glass fragments while the Xiao family was not in the yard. Dad Xiao was completely confused. Does he look that scary? But it is naturally good to be able to live in peace. Electricity was restored a week ago, and the Xiao family also unplugged the wires that they had pulled for the East household. In the past half-month, they haven't gone out even once. Firstly, they don't dare to, and secondly, the door is sealed, so they can't go out even if they want to. The X-virus infectious disease is getting worse and worse. Antibody vaccines have never been developed. Every household has closed its doors, but the infectious disease is as fierce as a tiger. The number of deaths and infections is increasing every day. The cumulative number of infections has long exceeded 100,000. This X-virus epidemic is extremely serious, and Gaobail City is in chaos. Other cities where people live are also in a state of panic. They have closed all their gates and stopped the movement of people. Even though no infected people had been found in other settlements, the whole city was still on alert after hearing how terrible the infectious disease in Gaobail City was. People were in a panic and the timid ones didn't dare to go out. People in other settlements are scrambling to buy supplies and hoarding food, fearing that there will be infected people in their cities. If a lockdown is imposed, they are afraid that they will starve to death in their homes. The food grabbing incidents in other cities also caused considerable trouble to local governments. As everyone scrambled for food, the market was inevitably in chaos. Speaking of Gaobeil City, because the ban came so suddenly and quickly, most people did not have the opportunity to stock up on food. This is what makes people despair. I heard that many people who were out of food and ammunition at home secretly climbed over the wall to find food, and ran to other people's homes to steal or rob. Many social security incidents occurred. Ever since Gaobeil City was designated as a settlement by the central government, it has been in a stage of severe crackdown, with strict prohibitions on fighting, quarreling, and making trouble. Not to mention fighting, even quarreling is not allowed. If the situation is serious, food rations will be deducted, or even the job will be lost, and the right to receive food will be deprived. Everyone is afraid of having no food to eat, so this trick works quite well. The city of Gaobeil strives to build a peaceful and stable city to live in, and accepts refugees from outside with the best spirit. But recently, the X-virus epidemic broke out, public security became increasingly unstable, the crime rate soared, and society became unstable, causing everyone to feel insecure. The situation is better in high-end communities, where every household has food stored. However, in ordinary communities, people have to work every day to earn food, and now the situation is on the verge of chaos, with theft and robbery being common. Moreover, ordinary communities are full of mixed people, with people from all over the world. When people are hungry, they don't care about anything and tend to go to extremes. If there is no food to eat, there is no point in being honest. Therefore, many people did not die from infectious disease X, but died at the hands of their compatriots. How ironic! Seeing that social order was becoming increasingly chaotic, the upper echelons of Gaobeil City continued to take coercive measures, but they were increasingly overwhelmed. With the rampant X-virus epidemic in front and increasingly chaotic public order behind, the higher-ups are overwhelmed and can hardly hold on any longer. They have planned to borrow people from other settlements to support and assist in the management of Gaobeil City. Regarding the issue of social security, there are still some troubles. Chapter 800. Xiao family. I heard that there were more than 5,000 new infections yesterday. It's really scary. Aren't we allowed to go out? Why are there still more and more infected people? Said Zhao's mother. Father Xiao sighed. We stay at home, but others don't. Those who don't have food to eat are almost mentally broken and starving to death. They don't care about anything else. Grandpa frowned and said, It's been half a month. Why hasn't the antibody vaccine been developed yet? If this continues, Gaobeil City will not be able to hold on. Xiao Mingyue groaned and said, It should be soon. I hope it happens as soon as possible. Every minute and every second counts. In the institute, Dr. Wang now looks haggard, with untidy beard, bloodshot eyes and frighteningly large dark circles. The whole person has lost a lot of weight. Ever since Xiao Mingyue hinted that Huangli had antibodies to the X virus, Dr. Wang had led the entire research institute to study it against the clock. The lights in the institute were on all day long. They squeezed their sleeping time, eating time and toilet time, and did everything in a hurry. They almost lived in the institute and treated it as their home. However, virus X is extremely complex, and it is not easy to develop an antibody vaccine from the future, so no accurate result has been found. As time went by, the pressure from their superiors increased, and they became more anxious. Behind the two white coats, Dr. Wang had a blank expression on his face. I'm sorry, Ms. Huangli, I have to draw 400 cubic centimeters of your blood today. Two men in white coats walked forward, grabbed Huangli's arm, and skillfully inserted a thick needle into the blood vessel in Huangli's arm. The fair and thin arms were covered with needle holes. Huangli is now confined to a hospital bed, unable to move. Even though a huge amount of nutrient solution was injected into her, because so much blood was drawn, her cheeks became thinner and thinner, her whole body felt weak, and it was difficult for her to even lift a finger. Huangli groaned, and as the bright red blood flowed out, she looked even weaker. Huangli gritted his teeth, and his eyes burst into shocking hatred. You old fool, I have also made contributions to the country. How dare you torture me like this? Are you still human? You repay kindness with enmity. You will not die well. Dr. Wang's face was cold. Ms. Huangli, I have already told you very clearly before. Merits are merits, and faults are faults. You have made contributions, but do you know how many deaths have been accumulated so far? Dr. Wang stared at her, his voice tinged with anger. The cumulative death toll is 89,654, and the cumulative number of infections is 123,205. Even those who survived were tortured by the X virus and could no longer live like normal people. These innocent lives were taken because of you. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Huang Li's eyes dodged. I didn't do it on purpose. I am also a human being. You drew so much blood from me. Do you want to kill me? Do you still have human rights? She paused, then prayed. Dr. Wang, if you keep going like this, I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Please either give me a quick death or let me go and stop torturing me like this. Dr. Wang adjusted the frame of his glasses and said firmly. You won't die. We still need you. He signaled a man in a white coat, who picked up the nutrient solution and hung it up to feed the Oriole. Huang Li questioned. Even if I don't die, what if my body is left with sequelae from such frequent blood draws? Can you take responsibility? She completely collapsed. How long would this endless torture last? It's like this every day, with no end in sight for the pain. Let me go, you inhuman devils! You will be punished for torturing me like this. She screamed and struggled hard, but she had no strength, and the man in the white coat easily pushed her back. Don't move! If the needle is dislocated, you'll have to insert it again, the doctor in the white coat warned. The Oriole gasped and shed 2 lines of desperate tears. I hate you, I hate you! Chapter 801. She suddenly lost her strength and murmured. How could this happen? I am the heroine, and the heroine's life should be smooth sailing, right? I don't want to be the heroine anymore. I want to go home. I want to go back to school. I am a college student sponsored by Xinxin, not your human experiment subject. Dr. Wang no longer paid attention to her mumbling. These days, Huang Li kept muttering these crazy things. Dr. Wang, it's done. The man in the white coat placed a bag of fresh, hot blood in a box specifically for storing blood. Dr. Wang responded. Let's go. Huang Li watched her blood being taken away again, and there was deep hatred in her eyes. You will die! She roared. Dr. Wang shrugged and said it didn't matter. Huang Li suddenly thought of that woman, Xiao Mingyue. It was all her. If she hadn't suddenly appeared and said those inexplicable words, no one would have known that she had antibodies to the X virus. The instigator of all this was that vicious bitch Xiao Mingyue. It was all because of her. The Oriole now wished that it could eat her flesh, drink her blood, and drain all her blood to relieve the hatred in its heart. Huang Li now finally understood how annoying the vicious female's supporting role was. She was about to be killed by that bitch. If she had the chance, she would make Xiao Mingyue get her comeuppance. Huang Li's expression was gloomy, and he spoke word by word. Xiao Mingyue, I'm going to kill you! Dr. Wang didn't know what she was talking about, but he didn't bother to pay attention. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a young researcher wearing black-framed glasses running over excitedly. He ran and shouted, Teacher, the results are out, they are out. Just come out, why are you so excited? If you fail, just continue your research. Look, I just drew a bag of blood, take it back. The young researcher shook his head vigorously. He ran all the way here very quickly. His lungs were about to burst. He was panting heavily. The young researcher finally recovered, and the intense excitement made him tremble all over. No. No failure, teacher, your research was successful. Dr. Wang's pupils trembled violently, and he grabbed the young researcher's shoulders and said in disbelief. Successful? The young researcher nodded vigorously. Yes, it worked. Dr. Wang's face showed ecstasy. Gaobeil City is saved! Quick, hurry up! He ran and hurried to the laboratory. Despite his old age, he was like an arrow shot from a bow and ran a long distance in a flash. Teacher, please slow down! The young researcher chased after him. Huang Li also heard the conversation between the two. Has the antibody vaccine been developed? Does this mean that she will never have to suffer this again, and will never have her blood drawn again? Thinking of this, Huang Li felt a little more relaxed. How backward! How come they have only figured it out now? Useless old trash, she complained. Thinking of the bag of blood just now, Huang Li's heart ached. Damn it, couldn't you come to inform me of the good news earlier? You came after the blood was drawn. You have succeeded in your research, so why are you taking my blood? Give my blood back to me! Transfuse it back to me! Huang Li shouted at the top of his voice. But no one paid any attention to her. The Oreo could only sulk alone. Her eyes darkened. The development of the antibody vaccine would mean that she would be able to atone for her sins, right? I have already paid the price. Once I have recovered, it will be time to take revenge. She is still the heroine, and the heroine is indomitable. Even after experiencing setbacks, she will still have the last laugh. She will not let anyone who bullies her go. Chapter 802. The fact that the Institute successfully developed an antibody vaccine made the top leaders of Pingjing City ecstatic, as if a person on the verge of death had grabbed a life-saving straw. They were under tremendous pressure and struggling forward in the darkness. Now, they finally saw hope and their savior. The first batch of vaccines were tested on surviving infected people, and the physical condition of the infected people showed significant improvement, and the test was successful. After several rounds of testing, Dr. Wang led the entire institute to improve the antibody vaccine 3 more times, and finally determined the final version, which Dr. Wang named Victory Vaccine. It symbolizes that the war against infectious diseases will eventually be won. After countless experiments, tests, and use on infected people many times to ensure that there were no problems, the Victory Vaccine was finally allowed to be put into production and mass-produced. The Victory Vaccine is being produced over time. The first area where it will be fully promoted is the Lexi district, where the X virus is most seriously infected, and the source of the X virus. The Lexi district broadcasts on loudspeakers every day to promote the Victory Vaccine and provides free vaccinations to all residents. In order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm, the leaders of Lexi district also adopted a gift-giving model, and any resident who took the initiative to get vaccinated could receive half a pound of beef jerky. If you don't spend money, it's fine. But once you do spend money, it's very generous. For people who are currently hungry, half a pound of beef jerky is a fatal temptation, just like a drug addict encountering opium, which is impossible to refuse. You know, the current residents are in a state of food shortage, and they are starving every day. Not to mention dried meat, even a piece of whole grain bread is not available. Attracted by beef jerky, there are long queues for injections every day, with people queuing up until late at night. The medical staff are working around the clock and are extremely exhausted. Being generous also has its benefits, which greatly increases residents' enthusiasm for getting injections. Soon, everyone in Lexi district had received the Victory Vaccine and successfully completed the task. Soon, the promotion of the Victory Vaccine expanded from the Lexi district to the entire Gaobale city. Every place, every community, and even every street is vigorously promoting the vaccination, urging everyone to get it as soon as possible, as there will be no benefits if they go too late. Another half a month passed from the development of the successful vaccine to its testing, mass production, and full promotion. During this race against time in the past half month, the death toll is still rising, but compared with the previous rate of increase, the increase in the death toll is gradually slowing down. The community where Xiao Mingyue lives is also giving injections. The Xiao family members are fully armed, wrapping themselves tightly, and are planning to go out for the injections. Mom, are you ready? Xiao Mingyue urged. Mother Xiao came running over. All right. Although the injection site was not far away, the family still decided to drive there. When everyone was present, Xiao Mingyue started the car and set off. She asked, "How are my uncle and the others? Are they all right?" Before the ban, my eldest uncle, my second uncle and Jiang Yuan were all working on the construction site, so they have been trapped there for some time. There are many people on the construction site, and it is not as safe as at home. A few days ago, Zhao's mother received news that the construction site where my uncle worked was infected, and the 3 of them were infected with the X virus. This scared my grandparents, and they were anxious every day. Fortunately, they were infected at a very good time, and the successful vaccine has been developed and is being promoted. So as soon as they were found to be infected with virus X and the symptoms just appeared, medical staff immediately arrived and injected them with the Victory vaccine. Chapter 803. After my uncle and his colleagues were injected with the Victory vaccine, they took the newly developed special medicine every day, and the treatment process became even faster. They are all recuperating at a unified gathering point, waiting for observation, and can only come out after they have recovered. It's no big deal. They are lucky. They were infected just now and got vaccinated right after being infected. Their bodies haven't suffered much damage. The doctor over there said that they can recover after resting. It's nothing serious, said Zhao's mother. That's good. When we get home, let them take good care of themselves for a while, Xiao Mingyue said. Grandma said in fear. It's so scary. I know your uncle and his family couldn't sleep all night after they were infected. This X virus is so scary. So many people died. Father Xiao nodded. It's really scary. I used to be terrified just by looking at the number of deaths every day. But fortunately, the Victory vaccine has been developed. Experts have said that as long as you get vaccinated, the X virus is not that scary. At most you will just catch a cold or have a fever, and then take some medicine. This Victory vaccine has saved so many lives. Yes, the country is still good. The country is reliable, Grandma said with relief. The family members were chatting in the car. Although Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything, she was also feeling lucky. If my uncle and his friends had been infected with virus X some time earlier, they would have been confined to the construction site and unable to leave. If something happens to my uncle and his family, the pillar of the family will collapse, which will be a fatal blow to the three families. It's really thrilling. Those who are infected with the X virus now are all lucky, but those who were infected earlier were not so lucky. The hundreds of thousands of people who died were all living lives. Whose family members were they? Whose family's pillars were they? Thousands of families are broken up. This is a tragedy in the world, but no one can do anything about it. Reality is so cruel. If there is no Victory vaccine, the death toll will only be higher, and it will even spread to other places where people live. If the situation gets more serious, the whole of China will be in a death crisis. So, this is a blessing in disguise. Only a few people know that this unexpected disaster was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. As Huang Li wished, she came to change the future, and she really changed the future, but in a bad way. People who should not have died, people who would have had descendants, people who would have had a promising future, died unexpectedly from this infectious disease, leaving them without descendants. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue's eyes turned cold. She was not afraid of idiots being stupid, but she was afraid that idiots were not only stupid but also self-righteous. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will be counted on Huang Li, and her punishment is still to come. But even if she died to atone for her sins, it could not make up for the damage caused by the X virus to the city of Global, because the dead cannot be resurrected. We're here. Xiao Mingyue turned off the engine and got out of the car. There are 3 queues for injections, and there are people queuing in each queue. Coincidentally, Yao Qin and his family had just arrived. Aunt Gaifan, come on, let's line up together. Zhang Taohua was very enthusiastic. Hey, you came home quite early, Grandma responded. Zhang Taohua smiled and said, We have to come early. There are only 500 vaccines today. If you are late, you can only wait until the next time. We came early, but there are people who came earlier than us. Look, the line has formed. Zhang Taohua looked at Xiao Mingyue. This is the first time I've seen your little girl Mingyue so closely. She's really pretty. When the ban is over, come to our house often to play. Xiao Mingyue smiled politely and greeted the people from the Yao family. She thought to herself, this old lady is really good at praising people. How can she see that I am good-looking when I am wearing a mask? Chapter 804. The Yao family also went out with their entire family. Yao Chun and his wife were also greeting the Xiao family. The two families lined up together and chatted together. Is the family next door to the west of you still causing trouble for you? Yao Zhiyuan asked. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. No, I'm quite honest. Yao Zhiyuan joked. It seems that they are afraid of you. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Afraid of me? Do you mean I'm too stubborn? Yao Zhiyuan was visibly panicked. No, I didn't mean that. What I meant was that you are very capable and they deserved it. Are the words awesome a compliment to girls? Xiao Mingyue persisted. Yao Zhiyuan immediately said, Yes, of course, I am just praising you. Realizing the strange looks from the people around him, Yao Zhiyuan scratched his head sheepishly to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Mingyue smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment. This guy really can't stand being teased, so boring. Yao Zhiyuan's ears turned red. No. You're welcome. Zhang Taohua suddenly remembered something and pulled her grandmother to her side and said mysteriously, And do you know? The woman next door to your house to the west is not a nanny at all. Grandma and Xiaoma looked at each other and said in surprise, If it's not a babysitter, then what is it? Zhang Taohua's eyes lit up when she talked about gossip. I just heard about it from other neighbors, too. She lowered her voice and said, Say she's a concubine. Zhao's mother was surprised and said, A mistress? Would his wife agree to this? 3 people living in the same house. Wouldn't his wife be able to tell? Zhang Taohua waved her hands. What mistress? It's just a concubine. I heard it from others. Their ethnic group is very strange and their thinking is still backward. A man can marry several wives. Zhao's mother opened her mouth wide. Oh, really? What kind of ethnicity is this? It's so strange. How can he marry multiple women? Would the first wife agree to this? Although my grandma is old, she was also shocked by this information. Zhang Taohua curled her lips and said, Why don't you agree? That family of 3 is living a good life. She lowered her voice a little as she spoke. If a man marries 2 wives and doesn't have a child, then he must be infertile. Zhang Taohua covered her mouth and laughed. Who knows? No wonder he has such a weird personality. Grandma was chatting with her excitedly. Zhao's mother looked at this scene and felt she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that her grandmother had found the organization. The village gossip group. I just like to chat about these trivial matters of other people's families. Xiao Mingyue was so bored waiting in line that she looked ahead and roughly estimated the number of victory vaccines available today in her mind. They came early, so it seems they will definitely get the vaccine. Although the victory vaccine is produced day and night, it is still in short supply. The victory vaccine produced is now supplied to the residents of Gaobeil City first. When production keeps up with supply and demand, it will be the turn of residents in other settlements. The central government has issued a notice that the victory vaccine must be administered to everyone, without leaving anyone behind. Although the victory vaccine is given priority to the residents of Gaobeil City, it is still far from enough because it has to be supplied to communities of all sizes in the city, and the quantity allocated to each community is limited. If I can't get in today, the next time will be 3 days later. Just as I was thinking about it, the teen in front suddenly started clamoring. Everyone was queuing up obediently, when suddenly a group of people appeared, stood in front of the line and tried to cut in. There were about 40 people in the group, young and old, and they looked like a family. Chapter 805. The team Xiao Mingyue was in was a single team, but because of their disruption, the single team was about to become a double team. Everyone is queuing up for injections, how can you cut in line? A young girl complained. The old lady immediately glared at him. Who cut in line? Who cut in line? We queued up last time, but we were late and didn't get the shot. Shouldn't we get the shot first this time? It was your fault that you didn't get a shot last time you lined up. This time it's your fault. You should line up again this time, said the others in the line. Someone echoed. That's right, I didn't get a ticket last time, so I came to queue up before dawn this time. This time is this time, why bring up the last time? Then I said I was here the last time, too. Does that mean I don't have to queue? The others were also angry. They had finally reached the end of the line, but someone cut in line. It would have been fine if it was just 1 or 2 people, but there were over 40 people at once, a huge crowd. Who wouldn't be angry? The old lady in the lead had thin lips and a mean look on her face. She ignored those people and used her elbow to push away the first young girl who accused her. Get out of the way! You are so young, and you are embarrassing an old man like me. You have no manners. What did your parents teach you? Young people are selfish. The young girl was knocked off balance by her, and was knocked out of the queue. The young girl cried out in pain and said with tears in her eyes, Are you being unreasonable? The old lady snorted coldly, turned to look at the nurse who was giving the injection, and ordered, "Hit me!" The nurse looked at the people behind her in embarrassment, not knowing what to do for a moment. The old lady's action instantly aroused public anger. "What are you doing? You think your cutting in line is reasonable? Why did you push the girl? Everyone has been queuing for so long. How shameless of you to cut in line!" The old lady was not someone to be trifled with. She glanced around with her vicious eyes and cursed back at everyone one by one, like a shrew. "You are a person who has no mother and no father. I am willing to cut in line. If you have the ability, you can cut in line too. Who do you think you are? Come here if you have the guts." The old lady and her gang relied on their numbers. There were more than a dozen strong men in her family, all of whom had fierce faces and looked difficult to mess with. The old lady's son yelled, "I have something urgent to do. What's wrong with me cutting in line today? It's not like there's no vaccine. You'll die soon. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The people in the team couldn't stand this and argued with them for a few words, but they were still at a disadvantage. Because there were too many people on the other side, and they all rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight. The people in the team were afraid of causing trouble and being beaten, so gradually no one dared to speak. Everyone felt very aggrieved, but they had to endure it because they couldn't afford to offend. They could only comfort themselves that they were lucky to have arrived early. Even if these 40-plus people cut in line, they still could get the injection, they just had to wait a little longer. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the old lady became anxious and urged, "Give me the injection quickly." The nurse silently tore open a new injection. It was better to make less trouble than more. It didn't matter who she gave the injection to, as they were all from this community anyway. Seeing that the nurses had condoned their behavior of cutting in line for injections, the people in the line became even angrier. They all stared at the nurses with anger in their hearts. Xiao Mingyue saw that the situation was not good. Once this group of people cut in line, the people in front of them might be beaten, but they might not. There are more than 40 of them, and there are only 500 vaccines in total, which have to be divided equally among 3 teams. Moreover, these more than 40 people were all inserted into their team. What's the difference between this and robbing their places? No, today's trip can't be in vain. With so many people cutting in line, one line has become 2 lines. This is too shameless. Dad Ao's face darkened. Zhang Taohua rolled up her sleeves and said angrily, "No one in this family has any shame. I'm going to argue with them. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to quarrels." Xiao Mingyue said calmly, "I'll go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mingyue walked over. Chapter 806. There are so many people on the other side, and she's just a girl, she won't be bullied, right? Zhang Taohua was a little worried. Zhao's mother was calm and said, "Don't worry, my daughter is the only one who can bully others. The person who can bully my daughter has not been born yet. It seems like we can get the vaccine today." Dad Xiao is also very confident in Xiao Mingyue. There was a faint smile on Grandpa's face, and there was going to be a good show to watch. Upon hearing this, the Yao family members looked at each other, asking, "Is this true or false?" There are more than 40 people on the other side. Although they had seen last time that Xiao Mingyue was not easy to deal with, there were only 2 people in the West House, so Xiao Mingyue just threw a few stones. Now they are outnumbered and the other party is unreasonable and will fight at the slightest disagreement. How can Xiao Mingyue stop them from cutting in line? But the Xiao family members all looked relieved, which made them feel even more strange. "Wait, you're not going to do anything about cutting in line? Just give her the injection first?" Xiao Mingyue walked to the front and stopped the nurse from giving the old lady an injection. The nurse trembled a few times and said expressionlessly, "I am only responsible for giving injections, not the disciplinary committee member." The old lady was not afraid, she cursed. "It's none of your business, get out of here. The nurses are willing, but you are the only one who cares too much?" Xiao Mingyue didn't waste any more words with her. She pulled the old lady off the stool and slapped her to the ground. Ouch! The old lady lost her balance and fell to the ground with an incredible expression. She didn't expect that Xiao Mingyue would actually give her a big bag. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were sharp. "You cut in line and took my spot. What does it have to do with me? She paused, then said sternly. Each team can only get so many victory vaccines. You guys cut in line, so the people behind us can't get the shot today. Your family was born by your mother, but not by your father, right? You're just a licker and don't do anything. Why should I give you the quota? Xiao Mingyue's sudden slap not only caught the old lady off guard, but also frightened everyone around her. Even the air was stagnant for a few seconds. Some people even gasped and covered their mouths in shock. They didn't expect that this little girl who came out of nowhere would be so fierce. They also want to be tough, but the other side has more people and more power, so there is no way they can defeat them. What else can they do if they don't swallow their anger? Thinking of this, many people in the team showed expressions of sympathy and regret. The little girl was a very righteous person, but she was so pitiful. When you are fighting for your momentary passion, you should also think about the consequences and whether you can afford it. If you can't afford it, it's better to protect yourself. Many people were looking over here. The nurses in the nearby team who were giving injections didn't want to give injections anymore. They just looked over here out of curiosity. Everyone wanted to watch the fun. The old lady pointed at Xiao Mingyue with trembling hands, gnashing her teeth and saying, "Where did you come from, you little bitch? How dare you hit me?" The old lady's family immediately started cursing and making a lot of noise, creating a chaotic mess. The old lady couldn't stand it anymore, so she got up instantly and stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue waved her hand to open her old claws and kicked her to the ground. "Ouch, my waist!" The old woman fell on the ground with her forelegs up in the air like a toad, and she couldn't get up for a long time. When the old lady's family saw this, they were shocked. How could so many of them be bullied by a little girl? The old woman's son came over angrily. "You don't want to fucking live anymore, do you?" When his hand was about to touch Xiao Mingyue's shoulder, Xiao Mingyue also slapped him. "Get lost!" She didn't hold back her strength when she slapped him, and she even knocked an 8-foot-tall adult man to the ground. Chapter 807. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were strong, and she raised her voice. "I'm standing here today. If anyone dares to cut in line, you can try." She turned to look at the young girl who had just been pushed away by the old lady. "It's your turn now, why don't you go?" The girl sniffed and nodded gratefully. She looked at Xiao Mingyue as if she had seen a savior. Xiao Mingyue's image in her eyes suddenly became great, just like the supreme treasure who came to the rescue on a colorful cloud. "Thanks!" She hurried to the front and held the partition out to the nurse. The nurse was stunned for a moment, and silently gave the girl the injection that she was going to give to the old lady. "Okay, next," said the nurse. The people behind the girl hurriedly caught up, leaving no space for them, for fear of being cut in line again. The old lady's family would not give up. Their independent team was invalidated and everyone was cursing, especially the men, who all came forward to beat Xiao Mingyue. The people in the queue were happy but worried about Xiao Mingyue at the same time. Xiao Mingyue was not afraid at all. She stretched her arms and legs and challenged a group of men, women, young and old. After a while, to everyone's astonishment, dozens of people lay on the ground wailing, some holding their legs, some holding their stomachs, and some covering their faces. "Help! Someone is killing me! Help! Call the police!" The old lady had a pig-like face and sat on the ground, crying and rolling around. But no one helped her call the police. They all watched them getting beaten with glee. Someone else cursed. "You deserve it!" Xiao Mingyue raised her right hand, and the old lady stepped back in fear. She said sternly, "It's a felony to cause trouble in Gaobeil City. You will be shot." Xiao Mingyue said, "Really?" She didn't take the old man's words seriously at all. Soon a teenage boy appeared in the line, and he said with admiration, "Sister. Heroine, you go first." "It's not my turn yet, you go ahead and fight," Xiao Mingyue said lightly. The boy's face flushed. "Thank you, sister." Xiao Mingyue glanced at the nurse who was giving the injection. The nurse was feeling very uncomfortable and pretended not to notice Xiao Mingyue's gaze. She wouldn't slap her too, would she? The nurse felt inexplicably guilty and her hand shook, causing the needle to go awry. She was going to needle the arm, but accidentally pierced the person's hand that was holding onto the clothes. Hiss! The unlucky guy who was stabbed by her had a distorted expression and was in great pain. Sorry, sorry. The nurse quickly pulled out the needle and reinserted the needle into the right place. The unlucky guy pouted and looked resentful. Why did others only get one shot but he had to get two? In fact, Xiao Mingyue didn't want to say anything to the nurse. Everyone is afraid of causing trouble, so it is understandable that the nurse doesn't want to cause trouble. If there is an argument, she, as a woman, will not end up well. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Xiao Mingyue came here to uphold justice, naturally for his own sake, not to help someone who was in trouble. Everyone else was holding back their anger, but she couldn't, because these people were offending her interests. If she didn't come and chase these people away, then her family's trip today would have been in vain. Xiao Mingyue was taking back what rightfully belonged to her. She only needed to make sure the queue maintained their original order for injections. According to the queue order, their family would be able to get the injection today. Not only this team, but also people from other teams looked at Xiao Mingyue with admiration and respect. I not only admire her for her courage to stand up, but also for her ability to knock that group of people to the ground. No wonder others didn't dare to say anything, but she dared to confront head-on. It turns out she has real skills. Chapter 808. At the back of the team, Zhao's mother pursed her lips and said proudly, I said it's no problem, right? My daughter can fight 100 people at once, no problem. Grandpa curled his lips and said, It's almost our turn. Yao Qin now understood even more clearly why all the Xiao family members listened to this junior. He was indeed different from the others. Yao Zhiyuan's eyes almost popped out when he looked at Xiao Mingyue, who was standing at the front of the team with her arms folded. So cool. He even felt a little ashamed of himself that the rights of so many people had to be fought for by a girl. Soon, the team reached the Yao family, followed closely by the Xiao family. Yao Zhiyuan stood in the first position, and he silently gave a thumbs up. Heroine, good skills. He knew that if Xiao Mingyue had not stepped forward, their spot would probably have been taken away. Zhang Tuo's eyes were full of light. Mingyue girl, I was just like you when I was young. Xiao Mingyue was amused by Grandma Zhang Taohua's expression and said modestly, Grandma Zhang, it turns out we are of the same kind. Yes, I used to be like that too. Grandma Zhang Taohua's eyes were full of admiration and love, and she was even more friendly to Xiao Mingyue, as if she had met a kindred spirit. After the Yao family members got vaccinated, the next family members came was the Xiao family, and Xiao Mingyue was the first in line. The nurse was very careful when giving her the injection, for fear of upsetting her. 500 vaccine shots may sound like a lot, but they will be finished very quickly, and those remaining will have to wait for the next shot. No one in the family of the old lady who cut in line got the vaccine, so all her efforts were in vain. Wait, you can't leave! You have to compensate us for not getting the vaccine today! The old lady who cut in line had fire in her eyes. She really couldn't swallow this. One of the men pointed at Xiao Mingyue and said, You are going too far. Are you still a woman? You shrew, who dares to marry someone like you? You might as well not get married. His wife agreed. That's right, you don't act like a girl at all, you're barbaric and unreasonable. In our hometown, no one would dare to marry you even if you offered a dowry. Whoever marries you will be in big trouble. Who dares to marry such a woman? She will bring disaster to 3 generations. The person next to her also muttered. Xiao Mingyue laughed out loud. Don't worry about that. Not only Xiao Mingyue laughed, but all the members of the Xiao family laughed, and they laughed out of anger. Zhao's mother put her hands on her waist and said, What a joke, you uneducated people know so much. It's not your turn to say whether my daughter can get married or not. It's really a rotten pot with a rotten lid. The only thing you can be proud of is that you can get married. What else can you do? There is no normal person in your family. Your 3 generations have been ruined by you. The woman who was scolded by Zhao's mother blushed red. She looked at Xiao Mingyue with fear. She wanted to refute but didn't dare to say anything too harsh for fear of getting beaten. Xiao Mingyue looked at the man and waved at him. Come here. The man's face froze and he hid behind his wife. Xiao Mingyue almost broke his arm just now, and it still hurts. His wife looked alert. What do you want to do? Is there any justice in the world? Xiao Mingyue curled the corners of her mouth. What a coward. The old lady gritted her teeth, But then she thought of something and suddenly felt more confident. Just wait, the police will be here soon. Father Xiao stood up and said with a sullen face. Old lady, stop making a fuss here. Even if the police come, they won't side with you. You are wrong for cutting in line. Do you understand? That's right. You are already old people, and you are not ashamed to snatch things from children. Grandma glanced at her. The old lady was confident and said, I just cut in line. Did I break the law? I'm asking you if I broke the law. I have a reason to cut in line. I didn't get the shot last time, so this time I should get the shot first. It's wrong to hit someone, it's against the law, you were the first to do it, get ready to be shot. Her expression was too exaggerated when she spoke, and the wound on her face was pulled. She immediately bared her teeth and clenched her mouth. While in pain, she did not forget to threaten Xiao Mingyue. Just wait, you will get your comeuppance soon. Father Xiao got angry and cursed. You still think you're right? You cut in line and took our place. You still have the nerve to say that. You're so shameless at your age. You're embarrassing yourself in front of the younger generation. The old lady's face turned pale and blue when she was scolded. Her family members were very quiet, and no one dared to speak for her. A trace of disgust flashed across Grandpa's eyes. Chapter 809. Go, 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 why bother with this kind of person? It's a waste of time. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. Yes, they had already received the victory vaccine anyway, so why bother arguing with such people? Let's go, Xiao Mingyue said calmly. The old lady held out her hands. Don't leave! She was about to speak when she saw someone in uniform appear. She immediately jumped up, waved her hand, and shouted. Here, here! I called the police! Several policemen came over and asked, You called the police? What's the matter? The old lady couldn't wait to show her wounds. We were beaten up. Look, you saw me being beaten up, and my son, nephew, and grandson were beaten up by us. It was her. Hurry up and arrest her. Shoot her. She was the one who beat us up. The old lady pointed at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue looked carefully and found that it was an old acquaintance. Captain Song? Xiao Mingyue? 4 policemen came, one of whom was Captain Song Tiangang. Xiao Mingyue was very surprised. Why are you a policeman in Gaobeil City? I thought you were still following the escape team from Pingjing City and hadn't arrived yet. The large group of refugees from Pingjing City are still on the road. They have no cars and can only walk, and they haven't arrived yet. However, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Among the people from Pingjing City who arrived first in the small convoy, some were infected with the X virus. Those who were infected early were tortured to death, so it is better for them to arrive late. Those who come early will suffer early. I guess the large team from Pingjing City will be arriving soon. When they arrive, the infectious disease will have been under control, and the first thing they will do when they arrive is to get the victory vaccine. Captain Song grinned. We are short of people. I am a soldier and I am here to be a police officer to manage public security. Just imagine how short of people we are. I came with the convoy, along with Director Yen and you too, right? By the way, you disappeared along the way. He paused, and then continued. I heard that you went to Zhuling City and wandered around. I thought you were dead. We looked for you everywhere, but we couldn't find you. I was so sad for a long time. I didn't expect you to come back alive. You are awesome. Xiao Mingyue. Can you talk? What do you mean by hung up? Captain Song quickly explained. I mean, I'm glad you didn't die. I'm happy for you. Xiao Mingyue was speechless again. Well, she decided not to bother with this straight man who spoke in a daze. Xiao Song looks even more handsome in this outfit. Dad Xiao and the others also exchanged a few words with Captain Song. Given their previous friendship, Dad Xiao quite liked Captain Song and thought that this young man was a nice guy. When the terrorist attack occurred in Huahan community, if it weren't for Captain Song, they would not have known that there were locators in the terrorists' teeth. Fortunately, Captain Song reminded them, otherwise the Xiao family would have been in big trouble. Captain Song smoothed his clothes and said, Really, uncle? I think the uniforms I just issued are handsome too. Dad Xiao was also happy. The old lady was dumbfounded when she saw this. How come they knew the police? I was the one who called the police. They were beating people. Do you police officers care about what they do? The old lady's voice was sharp. Captain Song put away his smile and said to his colleagues, "This is my old friend. I'll take care of it." His colleagues naturally saw it and stopped interfering. Captain Song cleared his throat and said seriously, "Tell me, what's going on? This whole family tried to cut in line, and if I didn't let them they would beat me, so I beat them up." Xiao Mingyue always speaks the truth. Captain Song glanced at the crowd and saw that the other party had bruised faces and noses, and their eyes were glaring like fighting cocks. They looked like they were not easy to mess with. Of course he believed what Xiao Mingyue said. Captain Song suddenly found it very funny. It seemed that a group of unreasonable people met a tough guy and were taught a lesson. When they couldn't beat him, they called the police. Captain Song looked at the old lady and said earnestly, "Old lady, this is what you did wrong. Cutting in line is wrong. To put it nicely, it is an infringement of other people's legitimate rights and interests. To put it bluntly, it is immoral. What's more, there are so many of you. This is called queue jumping, which is an even more serious crime and a lack of morality. There are only these victory vaccines every day. What will happen to others if you cut in line? If others are infected with virus X because you didn't get vaccinated, you will be guilty, don't you know? Learn a lesson this time, don't cut in line next time. Okay, everyone, go home and find your mother." Captain Song is best at smoothing things over. The old lady who cut in line was stunned by what he said, and it took her a long time to react. She was so angry that she couldn't speak clearly. You! Chapter 810. The old lady who cut in line was immediately furious. "You are such a good person, you are a police officer, who are you scolding? You know this little bitch, and you are deliberately biased towards her. You are taking sides, do you believe me if I report you to your boss?" Captain Song said. "Then hurry up, or you will miss lunch." His expression was serious, and he added, "But I have to remind you friendly that the police station is not a place for you to throw a tantrum. Don't do this. It's useless. It will deliberately disrupt public order, and you will be stripped of your job qualifications. You should think carefully." The old lady who cuts in line. She looked hesitant, unwilling and fearful. In Gaobail City, being deprived of the qualification to work is no different from cutting off one's livelihood. If one cannot work, there is no food to eat. If there is no food to eat, then the person will starve to death. After hearing this, the family members of the old lady who cut in line looked at each other with hesitant expressions. Captain Song joked, "Go quickly, there are so many people on the road, and many people haven't received the vaccine yet. Maybe they'll get infected by luck. We will open a green channel for you right away and give you the first shot. Then you don't have to cut in line and can get the shot directly, which is a good thing too." The old lady who cut in line was startled, and then she curled her lips sarcastically. "You are cursing me, why don't you get infected? Didn't you say you would report me to the police station?" Captain Song asked back. He then asked the family, "You are a group, right? Do you want to go?" The old woman's son tugged at his mother's clothes and complained, "Forget it. I'm still waiting to go to work. Stop messing around." The old lady felt very aggrieved. She was clearly doing everything for her family, so why did her son say that she was just making trouble? The old lady's niece-in-law also complained. "Aunt, you promised us that we would be vaccinated if we were brought here. Now we haven't been vaccinated and we got vaccinated for nothing. Why do we have to go to the police station? You are the one who caused this, please don't take us with you, we still have work to do after the X virus has passed." The woman next to him was also mumbling. "That's right, I have children at home, how can I run around? What if I get infected with virus X? If you want to go, go by yourself. If we had known earlier, we would not have listened to you and would have lined up earlier. If we had lined up earlier, we would have received the injection earlier. It's true, you can't do a job without the right tools. We made a wasted trip." Hearing the complaints from relatives, the old lady's sons also felt embarrassed and looked at her with reproach. The old lady's expression was extremely shocked, and she said angrily, "You heartless bastards, you blame me? When I said we should cut in line together, none of you objected. Now that the police are here, you all blame me, right?" Those relatives looked unhappy and looked away, not looking at the old lady. When their interests coincide, they are of course a loving family. When their interests conflict, people only care about themselves. Why would they care about relatives? Sometimes, a relative is the first to backstab you. They originally just wanted to take advantage of the old lady by following behind, but they didn't expect to get any advantage and even got scared by the police. Of course, they had to distance themselves from the matter to avoid being implicated by the old lady who cut in line. They look like a family, but in fact they are just a handful of sand. Seeing this, Xiao Mingyue curled her lips with interest. It was quite interesting. Why were they still fighting among themselves? Captain Song saw clearly that the matter was over. He cleared his throat and said deliberately, "You guys register with me now, I'll come back to find you, don't try to hide." Hearing this, the relatives turned pale and said quickly, "This is none of our business. She's the one who cuts in line. We're not going to the police station. We're not going. It's not us who did it. We are not family with her. If we want to find you, find her." Chapter 8:11. We have something else to do at home, so we have to leave first. Yes, comrade, we have something else to do at home, so we are leaving now. The relatives scattered like birds and beasts, and could not wait to leave, fearing that they would be recorded and taken to the police station someday. This woman knows the police. She has a backer, and you can't afford to offend her. Even a blind person can see the police's attitude. What if they are going to cause trouble for you? It's better to stay away from such bad things. If you can't afford to offend them, you can avoid them. I can only blame myself for my bad luck today. The old lady's sons also did not hesitate to put the blame on her, saying different things and making excuses to leave. The old lady was so angry that she slapped her thigh. She didn't care about Xiao Mingyue and Captain Song anymore. She chased after them and started scolding them, using all kinds of unpleasant words. "I love you so much, and I always think of you when something good happens, but you are such ungrateful, heartless people." The old lady was also relentless towards her relatives. "It's your fault in the first place. I respect you as my elder, so don't push your luck." Those relatives were cursing at her as they walked, and the scene was quite funny just watching. When the Xiao family saw this scene, they all laughed, and Captain Song was also happy. "It's okay. Everyone is scared away. We solved the problem successfully," Captain Song said. Xiao Mingyue nodded. "Thank you. Xiao Song, you scared them just now. We finally meet each other, so come to our house for a meal," Mother Xiao said gently. Grandpa also said, "Come to our house to eat, and let your aunt make you something delicious." Zhao's father and grandmother also greeted him warmly, and invited several of his colleagues to come over for dinner. Captain Song waved his hands repeatedly. No, we still have to perform official duties. We are too busy to run around. Uncle, aunt, you guys go back. I won't go to your house for dinner. I really don't have time." Captain Song's other 3 colleagues also politely declined. Hearing this, Zhao's father and mother stopped trying to persuade him to stay, so as not to embarrass him. "Come to my house and play after you're done with this." Captain Song readily agreed, smiling with his big white teeth. "Okay, when the epidemic is over, I'll take my wife with me." "You married Wantong? So soon?" Xiao Mingyue was so surprised. Captain Song was quite embarrassed. "We should get the certificate when we get to Gaobil City to avoid any trouble. Besides, I am not young anymore. We haven't even had the wedding banquet yet." Tong Tong said that she would hold a banquet after the epidemic has passed, with a few simple tables, and invite relatives and friends to have a meal. "You have to come and show your support then." Xiao Mingyue was happy for him. "Okay, I will definitely go. Xiao Song is really young and promising. He has a successful career and now he has a family," Zhao's mother praised. On the way home, the Xiao family was discussing Captain Song's marriage. They all felt it was so sudden. The certificate was obtained without any news. "Next time we meet, you won't give birth to the child without saying a word, right?" Xiao Mingyue listened to what Zhao's mother and grandmother said, and said silently, "Are you guys so surprised? Captain Song is already in his 30s, isn't it normal for him to get married?" As soon as the words fell, the car instantly became quiet, and everyone looked at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue felt frightened by their stares. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chapter 8:12. Zhao's mother's smile was gentle and amiable. Well, Mingyue, hasn't Xiaoji recovered from his illness a long time ago? When are you going to visit him? After saying this, Zhao's mother winked at Zhao's father, who immediately reacted. Yes, you have been in Gaobale City for such a long time, but you haven't officially visited him. Mr. Ji has taken good care of our family. From the time he fell ill to the time he recovered, we haven't visited him yet. It seems so rude of us. Wasn't the situation special before? Everywhere was closed and we couldn't even go out. The infectious disease was so serious, how could we visit? Xiao Mingyue explained. Zhao's mother immediately said, You were excusable before, you can go now. Xiao Ji's illness has recovered, and you have been vaccinated, so you don't have to worry about infection. And many places have been unsealed and people can go out now. Let's find some time to go visit them. How about tomorrow? Xiao Mingyue nodded. Okay. She had originally planned to visit him after getting the victory vaccine. She hasn't seen Xinxin for a long time since she exposed Huangli in the hospital last time. When they heard Xiao Mingyue agree, the Xiao family members' expressions were instantly delighted. Why are you so happy? It's like you won the lottery? Xiao Mingyue laughed. No way, how can I not be happy after getting the victory vaccine? Said Zhao's mother. Zhao's father agreed. Yes, this needle prick is really happy. Xiao Mingyue smiled without saying anything, thinking that she couldn't see it. Humph, her heart is as clear as a mirror. When I got home and the car just stopped at the gate, a furtive figure appeared from the door of the West house next door. It's the man next door, Queenie. Queenie came over, tried to smile, and said in a friendly manner, You guys are back? Did you go get the injection? He doesn't smile often, so this smile seems particularly abrupt and his expression looks very strange. It would be better for him not to smile. Father Xiao asked expressionlessly, What do you want? Queenie rubbed his hands and said, It's okay. I just think that neighbors shouldn't quarrel too much. We were wrong in the previous incident. You also broke the glass in my house. Let's just let it go. How about that? Mother Xiao looked at him suspiciously. Was he here to make peace? Zhao's father and mother looked at each other, and Zhao's father said, It's good for neighbors to get along well with each other, and we are not restless people. Dad Xiao was speaking politely. Queenie agreed repeatedly. Yes, yes, of course. Although he was talking to Zhao's father and mother, his eyes glanced at Xiao Mingyue intentionally or unintentionally. This kind of thing was not something that a child like Xiao Mingyue could deal with, so she packed up her things and prepared to go home. But Queenie called her. Hey, beautiful girl, I'm here to apologize to you and hope to get your forgiveness. Xiao Mingyue glanced at his bearded face, hummed indifferently, and turned to go home. She really couldn't have a good face towards such a person. Queenie wanted to say something, but Xiao Mingyue had disappeared. Queenie was a little disappointed. He specially changed into the clothes he wore when he was younger today. Has he really grown old? Zhao's mother's smile was both polite and hypocritical. Children are young and ignorant. Don't bother with them. We were also wrong in that matter. Let's just forget about it. We will still be neighbors in the future. We have something else to do, so we will go back first. Queenie smiled and nodded. Okay. As soon as she entered the house, the smile on Zhao's mother's face disappeared instantly, and she muttered to Zhao's father. What's the old man thinking? It's been such a long time, and he just remembered to apologize. I don't think he's sincere. Father Xiao said casually. No matter what his plan is, as long as we can handle the situation well, we should pay less attention to him in the future. Zhao's mother muttered again. He doesn't look like a normal person. Aunt Taohua said he has 2 wives. What kind of ethnic group is so absurd? He's sick. Ignore him. The next day. Sister Mingyue, you are finally here. I have been looking forward to seeing you here for so long. I have missed you so much. Do you miss me? As soon as Xinxin saw Xiao Mingyue, she immediately ran over to greet her and affectionately held Xiao Mingyue's arm tightly. Xiao Mingyue's tone was doting. I miss you so much, so I came to see you. Wensi came over, with sparse eyebrows and bright eyes, and a burning gaze. You're here. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. How do you feel? Are you feeling better? Are there any sequelae? I'm all better now after taking the medicine you gave me, I'm in better health than before, Jiwensi said softly. He looked at her steadily, his dark eyes concealing a myriad of emotions. He had a lot to ask her. It's all right. Xinxin pouted in dissatisfaction. Let's go. Why are we talking at the door? Let's go home and talk. Sister Mingyue, I've always been curious about how you got to Zhuling City and what you experienced during that time. You have to talk to me. After entering the house, Xiao Mingyue did not see Mr. Ji, so she asked. Chapter 813. Where's Grandpa Ji? Xinxin thought about it and said, My grandfather had something important to do, so he went away. My brother was going to go too, but he heard that you were coming, so he didn't go. My grandfather and Uncle Jian went instead. At this time, the nanny brought snacks and fruits. Xiao Mingyue looked at Jiwensi. Are you busy? Jiwensi pushed the fruit plate in front of her. Don't be busy, Shan always talks in an exaggerated way. It's not a big deal. Eat some fruit. I prepared it especially for you, all of which you like. Jiwensi's tone could not hide her sympathy. Before on the phone, you kept making excuses and said you couldn't explain it in a few words. Now you can talk about it. What happened after you disappeared? How did you live alone? How did you run to Zhuling City and encounter the poisonous snake? I want to hear it. He never dared to imagine how Xiao Mingyue spent that time alone. It must have been very difficult. Shan moved her butt and sat next to Xiao Mingyue, and said with concern. Yes, Sister Mingyue, please tell us quickly. We are all very worried about you. Xiao Mingyue patted her hands and said, Why are you worried? I'm fine now. You mentioned the venomous snake, you also know him? Xiao Mingyue looked at Jiwensi. Jiwensi had a complicated expression. I know. I also know that he likes you very much, right? Of course he had a way to find out what happened to her in Zhuling City. The many times that Viper took care of her, the process of Xiao Mingyue being interrogated. Everything Xiao Mingyue said during the interrogation was relayed by someone else, and Jiwensi heard every word without missing a single one. Including how they met, how they got to know each other, and how they helped each other out. Jiwensi had never mentioned it before, and wanted to wait until today to make it clear in person. The back mountain of Huahan community, also the back mountain. He remembered that he had met her there, and how did she treat him? He was knocked unconscious with one palm strike. Why did we meet in the back mountain but receive such different treatments? Jiwensi knew Xiao Mingyue. She was not the kind of person who would meddle in other people's business. But why did she save the poisonous snake? I heard that venomous snakes look good. Every time Jiwensi thought of this, she felt like there was a stone piled up in her body. Her internal organs felt uncomfortable, and she felt awkward, disdainful, angry, all kinds of emotions. Xiao Mingyue was stunned and blurted out. How do you know? Facing his resentful look, Xiao Mingyue quickly tried to make amends. Why do you say that? She has never had anything with Bailey Mochin, but being looked at by him like this, she inexplicably felt guilty. What's going on? Jiwensi glared at her and said, If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Xiao Mingyue. Xinxin looked at Jiwensi, then at Xiao Mingyue, and said in bewilderment. Who is it? Who? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Mingyue forced a smile and said, Well, it's all misunderstandings. He's already dead. Why are you talking about these things? There's nothing to say. Jiwensi's eyes trembled. Yes, he was already a dead man, so why should he care about it? But even so, there was always a lump in his chest that couldn't be relieved. In Zhuling City, Dusha was rescued and secretly detained after revealing a large amount of foreign intelligence. After verification, the information he said was true. But he still died. He was not executed by the government, he committed suicide. The serpent committed suicide. He used the pen he used to write his suicide note to stab his own carotid artery. The suicide note said that this world was too fucked up and he didn't want to be a human being in his next life. No one knows why he chose to commit suicide. Before in Zhuling City, he chose to surrender and cooperate in order to save his life. Maybe I didn't figure it out for the moment, or maybe I figured something out. In short, by the time the person is discovered, he has already lost vital signs and cannot be saved. Not many people know this news. After hearing the news, Viper's sister also went crazy. Now she is in solitary confinement and acts insane. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you. How did you get to Juling City? Pingjing City is so far away from Juling City. You must have had a hard time, right? Jiwensi changed the subject. Xiao Mingyue organized her words carefully and evasively recounted her experience of wandering alone. It's not bad actually. I'm lucky. After encountering the red snot flood in Pingjing City, Chapter 8:14. Xiao Mingyue's mouth was dry as she spoke. She took a bite of the crisp, sweet and juicy pear and said incoherently, "That's about it. If you run into any military personnel in Juling City, you'll be picked up here." Xinxin was shocked when she heard this. "Oh my god, Sister Mingyue, you have actually been through so many thrilling things." Jiwensi frowned when she heard this. "I'm glad you're okay. Don't run around anymore in the future." "I won't run away even if you asked me to. I will settle down in Galbale City from now on." "What about you? You have been talking about me all the time. Did you experience anything on your way here from Pingjing City?" Xiao Mingyue asked. "We were relatively safe. We encountered a few waves of people who wanted to rob us on the way, but with the government troops there, they didn't dare to act rashly, so we were relatively safe," Jiwensi replied. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. "I've also heard my parents talk about it. This is the advantage of fleeing with the government army. If you flee with a large group and have the protection of the government army, it won't be a problem if you encounter bandits or bad guys along the way. Even the food will be arranged uniformly and distributed according to meal times. In contrast, refugees who flee on their own not only have to solve the problem of their own food and clothing, but they also encounter many unimaginable accidents." Xinxin sighed. "It's a pity that Pingjing is such a good place, now it has become a ruin. I miss our big villa and the entertainment city. We still have a lot of properties in Pingjing City, but now they are all gone, nothing is left." Jiwensi pondered for a moment. "These are all external things. As long as the person is still alive, there will be everything in the future." He looked at Xiao Mingyue. "I heard you were going to work at the Stability Bureau? Following Ruan Xinghai, right?" Xiao Mingyue was stunned for a moment. "Yes, she said that I will join the company after the X-virus crisis is over." After that incident, thanks to Xiao Mingyue's words, Dr. Wang was given guidance and the tragedy was prevented from happening in China. The higher-ups gave the Xiao family many rewards, and Ruan Xinghai and the entire Stability Bureau were also praised by the central government. Moreover, the superiors emphasized that Ruan Xinghai should take good care of Xiao Mingyue, as Xiao Mingyue is a rare talent. Xiao Mingyue's job is to be Ruan Xinghai's chief secretary. Although she is called a secretary, her job content is completely different from that of an ordinary secretary. Not an ordinary employee, but an apprentice. This position was set up specifically for Xiao Mingyue and had never existed before. Xiao Mingyue will be personally guided by Ruan Xinghai and trained with the requirements of a successor. She has a high position in the bureau and a bright future. How far she can go depends on her personal abilities. Although Ruan Xinghai did not tell her explicitly, he also hinted to her. Xiao Mingyue had a good hearing and could understand what Ruan Xinghai meant. Xiao Mingyue and her family also thought about it carefully and discussed it. Since the country wants to train her vigorously, it means they trust her abilities. She must walk well on this path, go as far as she can, and live up to the expectations of her superiors. This is the reward from above to Xiao Mingyue because Xiao Mingyue exposed Huang Li's lies and pointed out that Huang Li might have antibody vaccine in his body. Of course, there was more than one reward. Xiao Mingyue's contribution benefited the whole family, and her father and mother also got new jobs. Better and more decent than the previous ones. It's just that the situation is special now, so we have only notified them and haven't gone through the onboarding process yet. Chapter 8:15. Although there are rewards for working on the surface, in fact, more benefits are in the future and will be reflected later. Jiwensi said calmly. The central government appreciates the management model of the planting division. Grandpa has attended meetings before and was praised several times by the higher-ups. It is very likely that another planting division will be established next. The central government strongly supports it, and it is supervised by the original leaders of Pingjing City. The Stability Bureau is the communication department between Galbale City and G Group. When the planting department was praised by the central government, the leaders of Pingjing City were so proud that their necks were held high like roosters, and they even said that the planting department had earned face for them. Ordinary people from different regions gathered here, and of course there were also managers from different places. The central government would definitely evaluate their abilities and then arrange what work they would do in Gaobail City based on their abilities. Based on the performance of local managers in recent years after natural disasters, have they put the people first and truly done things for the people? How many people survived and how many died? Whether the basic living security of the people has been achieved, what effective measures have been taken in the face of natural disasters, whether they have been implemented, etc., are all within the scope of assessment. Of course, in the face of natural disasters, the central government has also issued many orders, but the people who implement the policies are still the local managers. Managers are also human beings. Some are truly talented and some are mediocre. For example, the managers of Pingjing City have done a relatively good job in the past few years. Whether it was high temperatures, heavy rains, or extreme cold, at least they did not let the people go hungry. In the extreme cold, they even distributed cold weather supplies. Face terrorist attacks calmly, inflict severe damage on terrorists, and protect the safety of the people. During the Great Escape, he integrated resources as quickly as possible and led millions of people from Pingjing City to escape. All of these are achievements, and should be rewarded according to merit. From this, it can be seen that the leaders of Pingjing City are doing practical things, which is already quite good. After many meetings, reports and verifications, the central government also affirmed their abilities and gave them positions, naturally with high hopes. How well ordinary people live depends on the ability of local managers. Take the city where the Meng family lived, for example. Xiao Mingyue had heard them mention that social order had long been in chaos. There was no disaster relief food or cold-resistant supplies, let alone anyone who could organize a large escape team. People had already run away. For managers of such average ability, no matter how fancy their words are, the central government will not give them good jobs. Some of them even have no jobs at all. Those who are derelict in their duties or have committed serious mistakes must also be punished. Whether it is good or bad, the central government has its own criteria for judging, and their eyes are sharp. The central government's management system is like an airtight net that tightly wraps the entire Orankalanjiang province. Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. Building a planting department in Gaobail City? Jiwensi hummed. Is it the same as the planting department in Pingjing City? Xiao Mingyue asked. Jiwensi shook her head slightly. It's different. We need to make drastic reforms based on the current world situation and the requirements of the central government. The previous planting department had limited production and could only supply the rich, while the new planting department is aimed at all ordinary people. Xiao Mingyue understood that it seemed that the central government wanted to take advantage of some of the advantages of the planting department and combine it with the local conditions of Gaobail City to vigorously develop agriculture. This is a good thing that benefits the people, Xiao Mingyue said sincerely. Chapter 8:16. Now there is a lot of work to be done. Agriculture is the foundation of the people. We need to have enough food before we can talk about other things. Such a large project can be said to be a hot commodity. There must be many people eyeing it. The central government only gave it to the managers of Pingjing City and Jiwensi. It seems that they really recognized the planting department and trusted Jiwensi. It is expected by everyone. And don't forget that the planting department is just a branch of the G Group. The G Group made its fortune in real estate and is best at the construction industry. No wonder Huangli from the future wants to capture Jiwensi, and even uses the X virus to infect her to create a chance for them to get along. How high can Jiwensi climb in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue's eyes were filled with many complex emotions. Then let them shine in their respective fields. She will not be worse than him. Jiwensi took a sip of water and said, If there hadn't been the X virus incident, construction would have started long ago. This delay would have been several months. After the X virus crisis is over, we must hurry up to build the new planting division. The last thing Gaobail City lacks is land, and the area occupied by the new planting division will definitely not be small, and it is simply incomparable to the previous planting division. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, By then, we will be colleagues. Xiao Mingyue came back to her senses and teased, Then I'll need President Ji to take care of me more. Ji Wenxi stared at him and slowly uttered 2 words. Certainly. I will take good care of you, he said again, emphasizing each word. Xiao Mingyue was speechless. Why did she feel that Ji Wenxi's words had a deeper meaning? Ji Shanshan's eyes lit up. That's great, I want to work too, brother, I want to work with Sister Mingyue, is that okay? You are still young and not suitable for working in the Stability Bureau. However, you can gain some experience in the planting department and start from the grassroots level. Ji Wenxi's tone did not allow for rejection. Ji Shanshan pouted in dissatisfaction. I am your biological sister after all, and you actually asked me to start from the grassroots level. This is not in line with my status. Ji Wenxi glanced at her and said lightly. Don't be willful. I'm doing this for your own good. You have to start learning about the Ji family's affairs in the future. You are already an adult. Don't always act like a child. I'm letting you start from the basics for your own good. Ji Shanshan said reluctantly. Okay, the grassroots is the grassroots. She held Xiao Mingyue's arm, blinked and said, Sister Mingyue, I will be an office worker from now on. Ji Shanshan had never worked before and was full of curiosity about working. She thought it was such a fun thing. Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but worry, can this naive little girl really enter the workplace? Will she be bullied and cry? No one knows that this naive and playful girl will grow up to be a powerful female boss and own her own business empire. By the way, do you know the latest news about Huangli? I'm quite curious. Xiao Mingyue thought of the time traveler. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, a trace of disgust flashed in Ji Wenxi's eyes. After that day, he had heard the reason for the incident. When he first heard that Huangli was a time traveler, he felt curious, but now he only feels disgust. What Ji Wenxi could not accept the most was being plotted against by others. Moreover, Huangli had caused such a terrible disaster and killed hundreds of thousands of lives because of plotting against him. Although the spread of the X virus had nothing to do with Ji Wenxi directly, he was also one of the victims, but he still felt bad every time he thought about it. Ji Shanshan sneered. That crazy woman, she still wants to be the same as before, thinking that she will have nothing to do with the victory vaccine after it is developed. She killed so many people, but she doesn't take it seriously at all. Ji Wenxi said. She was imprisoned for life until she died of old age. She got such a good deal. Ji Shanshan gritted her teeth in anger. Chapter 8:17. She was so angry that she cursed. Huangli is still dreaming about being the heroine. The heroine is your sister. She is mentally ill. She almost killed my brother, and she still wants to see my brother. She told my brother to save her, and said that she and my brother were a perfect match. How shameless! I was so angry that I laughed. She must be seriously ill in the brain. Xiao Mingyue hesitated slightly. She had guessed Huangli's fate long ago, and it was pretty much what she thought. Huangli is too naive. Even if she had made some contributions in the past, this epidemic almost destroyed China. How could they let her go so easily? Besides, even without her foresight, China will still be fine and will get better and better. On the contrary, China is in danger because of her. Mr. Wu will probably never believe in her again, and will avoid her like the plague. The prophetic predictions that she was proud of will no longer be of any use in the future. The aureole is useless. Because the country can rely on itself to become stronger and stronger, so what if it moves forward by trial and error? It is better than being killed by a fool. They dare not trust Huangli anymore because she is too stupid and they are afraid of her revenge. Huangli was able to bring disaster to the entire country by herself, so she can be considered a talent. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue secretly felt lucky that she had hidden it well and no one knew about her rebirth. Otherwise, if she wasn't careful, disaster would have befallen her. Only a fool would tell others such things. She only told her family about the space and did not tell them that she was reborn. She would not even tell her family, let alone outsiders. Don't talk about weird and superstitious things if you can avoid it. Ji Shanshan put her hand on the back of Xiao Mingyue's hand. Sister Mingyue, it's a good thing you are here. If you hadn't exposed Huangli and pointed out that she must have the vaccine in her body, the victory vaccine would never have been developed so quickly. You are the real hero. Low-key. Xiao Mingyue modestly stated that she regarded fame and fortune as dirt. Ji Wenxi looked at Xiao Mingyue with a dim look in his eyes. He suddenly thought of the crazy things Huang Li said. In fact, everyone is the protagonist of his own life, and the heroine of his life wants to choose her. When I came back from Ji's house, it was getting dark. Before Xiao Mingyue parked the car, she saw the sneaky figure again. Queenie was standing on the second-floor balcony of his house, looking towards the Xiao family, his eyes rolling around, and no one knew what he was looking at. When he saw Xiao Mingyue turn off the engine and get out of the car, his eyes suddenly lit up. He waved at Xiao Mingyue and forced himself to smile, with wrinkles all over his face. Xiao Mingyue frowned. Is there something wrong with his brain? He always stood on the second floor and looked at the Xiao family. His weird eyes made people feel creepy, as if some disgusting and sticky soft-bodied worm was stuck on their body, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Xiao Mingyue ignored him and went to complain to her parents. She really wanted to seal up his second-floor balcony with bricks. Queenie was so busy showing her affection that she didn't notice the wheelchair approaching from behind. What are you doing? Mei Xia appeared behind Queenie without anyone noticing, with a gloomy expression. Queenie was startled. He stroked his gray beard guiltily. Fine. Through the window without glass, Maisha saw the figure of Xiao Ma in the yard next door. At this time, Zhao's mother came out to greet Xiao Mingyue and asked about the situation. Maisha's eyes suddenly turned cold. Queenie, do you remember what you promised me? Chapter 8:18. Queenie showed disgust on his face and suddenly raised his voice. Are you done yet? What else can you say besides these? You are a cripple, and you still want me to keep my virginity for you? Don't bother with me. It's up to you to think whatever you want. Maisha looked at him coldly as he jumped up and down in anger, and said sarcastically, Don't you know why I became a cripple? If I hadn't pushed you away, you would have been the one who got caught under the truck and had your legs crushed. You promised me that you would not let me down, that you would love and protect me forever, and that you would not marry a second wife. But what about now? The car accident also killed her unborn child, making her infertile. At that time, young Queenie cried bitterly and knelt down to swear that he would never let her down, but people change. A few years later, he married a second wife. The second wife was infertile, so he divorced her and married a third wife. The third wife had 2 miscarriages and later died of illness. So now Na Ran is the 4th child. After decades of struggle, Queenie still has no children. Maisha will never forget the day when she was going to marry a second wife. Queenie and his family took turns persuading her, saying that it was all for the sake of continuing the family line, and they forced her to accept it even if she didn't want to. But it was he who swore the oath and made the promise. Within a few years, he turned against her and forgot everything, and sanctimoniously accused her of being narrow-minded and a jealous woman. Queenie looked down at her, staring and questioning. Did I ask you to save me? Did I ask you to save me? He grabbed Maisha's shoulders fiercely and said, You always use that little favor to threaten and intimidate me. I am suffocated by you. Maisha looked at her husband, whose face was twisted and eyes were full of disgust, and she felt extremely desolate. Maisha smiled bitterly. It seemed that her life-saving grace had become a shackle for him. Didn't he want to be bound by moral shackles? But does she want to be disabled? It's up to you. If you really want to marry another person, at least find a single one, right? She said indifferently. Queenie gradually calmed down. Of course. His eyes suddenly softened. Maisha, we have been married for so many years, and you are disabled and infertile. My family members have advised me to divorce you. But not only did I not abandon you, I also took good care of you, which is already enough. Which man can do this? If it were someone else, they would have abandoned you long ago. You should be content and stop looking for trouble all the time. Maisha closed her eyes and said, Well, I understand. She was too lazy to even say anything more. Queenie was very satisfied with her reaction and went downstairs alone. He was still planning how to get in touch with the young girl next door. Maisha was in a daze on the second-floor balcony. She looked over to the next door, where a middle-aged couple were chatting and playing. Zhao's mother was picking vegetables, and Zhao's father said something that made Zhao's mother laugh. Zhao's mother scolded him and hit him with the vegetables in her hand, but Zhao's father deliberately avoided it. Both of them had happy expressions on their faces. Maisha watched the scene expressionlessly. She touched her face silently. Her smile used to be as gentle as Xiao's mother's, with star-like light in her eyes, and she longed for marriage. But now I feel angry, resentful, indifferent, and unwilling. These emotions gradually turned her face into that of a resentful woman that everyone hated. Even when she smiled, her smile was ugly. Nadi appeared at some point and asked, "Sister, what are you doing here alone?" Maisha put away the expression on her face and said sarcastically, "I'm thinking, it's time for Queenie to marry another one. You've been married for so many years and you can't even give birth to a child. You can't let Queenie be childless, right?" "You!" Nadi was so angry that her breathing became rapid. Chapter 819. Maisha maneuvered the wheelchair past her and said, "Queenie has fallen in love with the woman next door. Although she is older, she can at least have children. You see, he would rather like an old woman with a husband than continue to waste his time on you. By the way, the second wife was divorced by Queenie because she couldn't have children. The purpose of marrying a concubine is to have children. A concubine who can't have children is worthless. Do you think Queenie will divorce you?" After saying that, she ignored Nadi and left the second-floor balcony. When Nadi couldn't see, Maisha had a gloomy sneer on her face. Only she knew that Queenie would never have children. She became disabled and unable to have children, and her life was ruined. Why can he have many children and grandchildren and enjoy the happiness of family life? It would be better if we all lived together in darkness, and no one could climb out. Nadi turned around and glared at Maisha angrily, fear gradually rising in her heart. Will Queenie divorce her? Although Queenie is an old man, he is very rich and Nadi never has to worry about food and drink by his side. Even though there have been natural disasters in recent years, Nadi has never suffered from hunger. What should she do if Queenie doesn't want her anymore? No, she didn't want to go to work. Not only was it hard work, but she could only eat pig food. She had been pampered for so long, how could she possibly live that kind of life? Nadi's hands were tightly gripping the door frame, squeezing so hard that her fingertips turned white, and she had no feeling at all. Through the second-floor balcony, she looked at Xiaoman next door and said angrily, "Shameless old woman! Dinner time." Xiao Mingyue thought of the neighbor next door to the west. "Dad, Mom, I always feel that the man next door is very strange. He always stands on the second floor and looks at our house." Zhao's mother frowned slightly. "I often see him standing there like a nervous wretch. What's so good about that?" Grandma was feeding Xiao Shiwang with a bottle. "Is he a pervert?" "Just ignore him," Grandpa said lightly. I ignored him, but he kept staring at me. It made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't even want to walk into the yard, Xiao Mingyue said immediately. She poked the rice with her chopsticks. "No, I have to think of a way." "What idea do you have? Do you really want to use bricks to seal off his second-floor balcony?" asked Xiao's mother. Xiao Mingyue thought about it carefully. "Oh, Xiao Huihui, how could I have forgotten about it? Xiao Huihui, come here!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Huihui in the yard rushed over and squatted happily beside Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Huihui also has a luxury house in the yard, which was built specially for him by his grandfather and father Xiao. It is covered with soft cushions and is very comfortable. "Listen, if the bearded old man next door keeps staring at our house from the second-floor balcony, you should teach him a lesson and chase him away, okay?" Xiao Huihui hummed, which was considered as his agreement. Xiao Mingyue touched its head, picked up a big chicken leg, and stuffed it into Xiao Huihui's mouth. "Be good and listen to me." Father Xiao laughed out loud. "Can Xiao Huihui understand what you said?" "Of course he can understand. Xiao Huihui is very smart. He is not an ordinary dog," Xiao Mingyue said. In fact, everyone in the family knows that Xiao Huihui is a wolf, except Grandma. It's better not to tell her, otherwise it would be bad to scare her again. Little Huihui ran out happily with the chicken leg in its mouth. It put the chicken leg in its own special food bowl and enjoyed the delicious food. Chapter 820. The next day. After finishing breakfast, Queenie had nothing to do, so he ran to the second-floor balcony as usual and stared at Xiao Mingyue like a pervert. Whenever she showed up, Queenie would greet her with a smile, trying to get closer to her and leave a good impression. But he had just looked for a while. Before Xiao Mingyue came out, he saw a big wolf dog walking out of the doghouse in the next yard. Xiao Huihui walked out slowly, raised his eyes and stared at Queenie, who was standing on the second floor, with a cold light flashing in his wolf eyes. The corner of Queenie's mouth twitched, and he felt a little uneasy, but he quickly comforted himself. It was just a dog, it couldn't come over. Queenie planned to ignore the wolf dog. Xiao Huihui growled and found that Queenie dared to ignore him. Xiao Huihui smiled, turned around and took 2 steps back, then bent his front legs and rushed forward suddenly. As Queenie stared in amazement, Xiao Huihui first took a running start, then suddenly jumped up and directly jumped over the high wall. He kicked the wall for support, then jumped through the glassless window and straight onto the second-floor balcony of his house. Before Queenie could react, Xiao Huihui was already standing in front of him, looking into his eyes. Xiao Huihui bared his teeth and growled threateningly at the person opposite him. The wolf has a strong body and sharp fangs. Queenie's blood stagnated, his head was buzzing, and he felt dizzy. He swallowed and wanted to run, but he didn't dare to move. Seeing that he was still standing there, Xiao Huihui immediately lost his patience and walked towards him with his wolf claws. It seemed that he had to bite him. Queenie seemed to have just realized it and said in horror, Don't come over here." Queenie turned and ran, her legs shaking as she fled for her life. Xiao Huihui walked to the place where Queenie had just stood and watched him run away. Xiao Huihui licked his tongue and turned around to return the same way. Queenie ran to the living room on the first floor, hid in the kitchen, closed the door, and breathed heavily. Naughty was drinking milk in the kitchen. Seeing his pale face, she asked, "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Queenie was like a frightened bird. "It's okay, I'm fine." He looked out the kitchen door warily, with strange emotions in his eyes. "Naughty, go to the second floor and find me a coat." Although Naughty was confused, she agreed. "Okay." Naughty walked out of the kitchen and went upstairs. Queenie opened the door a little and waiting for Naughty's scream or the sound of biting. But what surprised him was that there was no sound at all. Soon Naughty came down with a piece of clothing in her hand. "Is this one okay?" Queenie looked at her incredulously. Did you see anything on the second floor?" "What? Hubby, what are you talking about?" Naughty was even more confused. Queenie was absent-minded and complained. "Nothing, the family next door has a wolf dog, it looks scary, why don't they put a leash on it?" "It's quite scary. I just saw it. The dog was circling in the yard and looking at me," said Naughty. "You said the wolfhound next door is in his yard?" Queenie almost believed her ears. "Of course, where else could his dog be if not in his house? What's wrong with you? Do you still want the clothes?" Na asked. Queenie waved her hand impatiently. "Put it on the sofa." Queenie took a mop, went upstairs and walked carefully towards the balcony. He stuck his head out and saw that the wolfhound had indeed gone back. It seemed that what Naughty said was right. Chapter 821. Queenie breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go downstairs quietly when he saw the wolfhound staring at him again, and it seemed to be walking towards him. Queenie was so frightened that he quickly retracted his head, not daring to look anymore. His legs went limp, and he slid down to sit on the ground against the wall, looking like he had lost his soul. "Honey, you look so strange today. Tell me what's wrong." Naughty followed him upstairs. Queenie was frightened and very angry. "It's all your fault. Look at these broken windows. All the glass is gone. Where can we find someone to fix the glass now?" He vented his anger on Naughty. Naughty screamed. "Can you blame me for this? It was the window next door that was smashed. I told the police and she wouldn't let me." Queenie didn't care about that. "Why did the neighbors smash the windows? Isn't it because of you?" "Because those outsiders didn't provide electricity to our family, it was clearly their fault. How can they blame me?" Naughty widened her eyes. "Don't blame you, blame anyone else. Just find someone to fix it." Queenie's tone was very impatient. Naughty suddenly thought of something. Next door again. It was obvious that Queenie also hated the outsider next door before, but now he blamed everything on himself. She remembered Meisha's words, that old woman. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Mingyue didn't see the perverted old man again. She rewarded Xiao Huihui with a big pot of stewed pork ribs. The ribs were stewed until they were soft and tender, and the fragrance was fragrant. All of them went into Xiao Huihui's stomach. Mother Xiao praised Xiao Huihui directly, praising it for its human nature and its intelligence and ability to understand human words. Anyway, the perverted old man next door is much calmer now. I don't know what tricks he will do in the future, but Xiao Mingyue is not afraid of him. Although there is a victory vaccine now, the X virus has already caused damage to the residents of Gaobear City, and this damage is irreparable. It will take a long time for Gaobear City to recover from this heavy blow. The death toll was over 100,000, and with the infected survivors, the number was close to 200,000. Those who had been infected with the X virus and survived had sequelae because their bodies had been severely damaged by the X virus. The sequelae are different. Some are blind, some are disabled, some have serious damage to their lungs and trachea, and suffer from lung disease and severe asthma. Some even have brain damage and have become fools due to high fever. For these people, getting a booster shot of the victory vaccine will be of no use. They will forever be disabled and lose their ability to work. Gaobear City already lacked labor, and now it is even more lacking, because no matter what you do, you need people and labor. At present, the project of the new planting department is still in Gaobear City, because among several settlements, Gaobear City is the most suitable for building large-scale farms. Once the project gets underway, Gaobear City will be even more short of labor. As the victory vaccine became more popular, the residents of Gaobear City gradually received the injection. Those who had not received the injection would also receive it one after another later. From young children to the elderly, no one was left out. Even the little baby Xiao Shiwang had a shot. After all the residents of Gaobear City have been successfully vaccinated, the original plan was to provide them with other places to live, but now the higher-ups have changed their minds. Because the next large group of refugees is about to arrive, they are heading for Gaobear City, which is the large group from Pingjing City. The city of Gaobear decided to accept the refugees from Pingjing City and reserve the subsequent victory vaccines for them. Only those who had been vaccinated could enter the city. After several years of natural disasters, there are less than 300,000 people left in Pingjing City, which is still considered a lot. These 300,000 people will be resettled in the west of the city and will join in the construction of Gaobear City in the future. Yuan Xinghai told Xiao Mingyue all this because Xiao Mingyue was about to start work. Even Zhao's father and mother's units have been assigned. Gao's mother works in the management office of the main community, responsible for coordinating and managing the work of various branch communities. As for Mr. Xiao, he had previous experience as a deputy team leader in the planting department, and his work performance was excellent, so after the construction of the new planting department is completed, he will still go to work in the planting department. I am currently holding a sinecure in a branch community, and will be transferred there later. The community where Zhao's father is about to work happens to be the community where the Xiao family lives. Zhao's mother even joked that Zhao's father is now her subordinate. Chapter 822. A week later, Xiao Ma had started working in the management office of the main community. Soon, the large group from Pingjing City also arrived. Xiao Ma and several colleagues from the General Community Management Office were sent to coordinate with the staff of several sub-communities in the west of the city to settle these refugees who had come from afar. At the city gate, community workers were already in place, and 8 teams for injections had been arranged, with 1 nurse in each team and a staff member next to the nurse who was responsible for registration and statistics. The boxes on the truck are full of victory vaccines. Now everything is ready, just waiting for people to arrive. Hello, are you the leader of the general administration? I met you at the meeting yesterday. I wonder if you still remember me. By the way, what's your name? Someone from a sub-community in the west of the city came to greet us. Mother Xiao looked at the young man in front of her and smiled friendly. What leader? My last name is Jiang, you can just call me Sister Jiang. Which sub-community are you from? The young man smiled with his big white teeth. Hello, Sister Jiang, I was sent by Jiyuka community. The General Community Management Office manages all the branch communities and is considered their immediate superior, so the people in the branch communities are quite polite to those from the general administration. Xiao Ma's colleague came over and joked. You are so sweet, young man. Sister Jiang is new to our company. You should cooperate with us in the future work. The person who spoke was Ma Meiyu, one of Xiao Ma's new colleagues, 8 years younger than Xiao Ma. The young man nodded immediately. That's right, Director Ma is right. How dare we neglect it? We must cooperate well. Ma Meiyu and Xiao Ma looked at each other. Look, people from the sub-community all have the same attitude towards them. Xiao Ma understood the same thing as Ming Jing did. The people in these sub-communities were just wary of their identities. She was able to work in the community management office right away, all thanks to her daughter and Xiao Mingyue's foresight. Xiao's mother was transformed from a housewife to someone working in the system, completely reborn. Her superiors arranged her to work in the general community management office. Firstly, she had previous experience as a community resettlement worker, and secondly, the leaders also trusted her. As she holds an important position, she will definitely do her job well and not bring shame to her daughter. Here they come, the team from Pingjing City is here! Someone shouted. From afar, one could see a team that seemed to have no end but was slowly approaching. They walked on foot for several months before finally reaching the safe zone from the distant Pingjing. Along the way, they experienced wind and rain, and they were tanned, their faces were weathered, with wrinkles all over their faces, and their hair was dry and yellow. But even so, smiles appeared on the refugees' faces, and even light appeared in their numb eyes. Because they finally reached their destination, they were finally able to settle down and live a good life, and they no longer had to travel. Finally, it's over. In the crowd full of refugees, military vehicles can be vaguely seen. They are government troops escorting the refugees. This batch of refugees is pretty good. There are also government troops sending them back and forth. Most of the refugees we received before were those who fled on their own. It's rare to see such a large and organized force. Ma Meiyu crossed her arms in front of her chest and chatted with Xiao Ma. Mother Xiao responded and said proudly, "The managers of Pingjing City are still very capable." Along the way, she has heard and seen a lot. Compared with other places, the leadership team of Pingjing City is very good. Ma Meiyu took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Everyone, stop chatting. The main force from Pingjing City has arrived. Where are the 10 community leaders in the west of the city? And the people in charge of statistics? Everyone, take your positions. Xingfu community and Juyuku community will come first and accept the victims in order. When there are enough people, they will be taken away first, and the communities behind will follow. Be quick, don't waste time, and try to settle the new residents before dark." "Okay, Director Ma." Chapter 823. "I understand, Director Ma." The staff responded one after another. "Director Su, look, there are so many people at the city gate. Is Gaobeil City in front of us?" Li Wenjing asked. Director Su sighed. "Yes, we are finally here. It is worth the journey of several months. It is really not easy." Li Wenjing rubbed his sore knees and muttered, "It's not just not easy, it's extremely difficult. Tang Seng's journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures was not as hard as ours. At least Tang Seng had the white dragon horse, but we can only rely on our feet. We have worn out countless pairs of shoes." Director Su chuckled. "It's good now that we're here. We'll have a peaceful life from now on, and no more trouble. By the way, Director Su, what kind of work will be assigned to us when we get there? After all, I am the person in charge of the Huahan community. I have made contributions and worked hard. I should work in the community in the future, right?" Li Wenjing was still concerned about this. Not only Li Wenjing, but several other resettlement workers also listened attentively. Of course, they were also concerned about their future prospects. There must be community workers in Gaobeil City, so what should they do? Director Su waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this. How could the country ignore us? They will definitely arrange jobs for us. With so many residents coming in all at once, they can't handle it all, so they definitely need us." Hearing this, Li Wenjing and the others felt relieved. They were just afraid of losing their jobs. "The people in the Nanlingshan community are queuing up ahead. Look, why do they all have to get shots?" The 8 teams lined up in an orderly manner. They had to register first, and then get the injection before they could enter the city. They were divided into groups of 3,000 people. When the group was full, they would be taken away by the sub-community and resettled. Li Wenjing was somewhat confused by the scene. They had come all the way here without knowing that there was an X-virus epidemic in Gaobeil City. The higher-ups deliberately concealed this from the large group from Pingjing City. First, the victims had come from thousands of miles away and finally saw hope. If they knew that the Pure Land they longed for actually had an infectious disease, it would definitely scare many people. Such a strong contrast will cause people to collapse psychologically, and the victims will no longer be able to withstand the stimulation. This will then lead to instability, which will then be difficult to manage. Second, a successful vaccine has been developed, and the worst of the situation has passed. All we need to do is get vaccinated and there will be no problem. So, there is no need to tell them. It doesn't matter if they hear about it from others after they have settled down in the city. They have been vaccinated anyway, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Director Su said calmly. We have to get vaccinated when we enter the city. I heard that it helps strengthen our body and improve our immunity. We just arrived here, so we will definitely not be able to adapt to the local climate. The injection is for our own good. Anyway, that's what it said, so he just conveyed it that way. So that's how it is. Gaobeil City is really thoughtful. Li Wenjing's eyes twinkled and she began to look forward to a new life. When she was about to line up at Huahan Community, Sister Yan saw a familiar figure. That seems to be Miss Jiang, right? Sister Yan used to be Xiao Ma's colleague. They were about the same age and got along well. Hearing this, Li Wenjing tiptoed and took a closer look, and said in surprise, Oh my god, it's really Sister Jiang! Li Wenjing waved excitedly. Sister Jiang, Sister Jiang! Chapter 824. Mother Xiao was looking at the registration book when she suddenly heard someone calling her. Following the direction of the voice, Xiao Ma's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't these all old acquaintances in Huahan Community? Xiao's mother also waved at them. Wenjing, Director Su, Sister Yan. Mother Xiao walked over and said with a smile on her face. Long time no see, you're finally here. Director Su nodded and said meaningfully. It's been a long time since we last met. When you've been away for 3 days, you should look at each other with new eyes. Sister Jiang is doing better and better now. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that Xiao Ma's current job was not ordinary. Because he just saw that the staff in charge of statistics was reporting something to Xiao Ma and the person next to her. He might be a small leader. No, it's all thanks to your care in the past, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am now, said Mrs. Xiao modestly. Director Su smiled and said, It's better to have a car. You can get there first. Look at Sister Jiang. She is living such a comfortable life now. Sister Yan touched Xiao's face and said teasingly with a smile. Look at Jiang Meizi's face, it's so white and smooth, like a peeled egg, how come she looks younger and younger? Look at us, after walking for a few months, our skin has become dark and yellow, as if we have aged by dozens of years. There is no comparison. Sister Yan was truly envious, as were Li Wenjing and the others, who were busy on the road, experiencing the wind and sun, and their skin condition had aged a lot. Zhao's mother smiled and hit her. Sister Yan, you are just kidding me, what eggs? I have wrinkles at my age, I am embarrassed to say that. Sister Jiang, Sister Yan is telling the truth. I really envy you, Li Wenjing said. Diao Xia looked at Xiao Ma from the side in silence. She no longer had the charming look she used to have. She was on the road all day long and had no time to put on beauty care and makeup. She only went out for business with a plain face. Sister Jiang is here, and Xiao Mingyue is here too. Diao Xia thought of the woman named Xiao Mingyue. She would never forget what happened in Fuelwo. You are just tired. Once you settle down in Gaobeil City, things will definitely get better and better, said Zhao's mother. Sister Jiang. Someone from the community called her over. Hey, coming right up. Zhao's mother responded. I'll go get busy first. We'll have plenty of time to catch up later. Okay, go and get busy. Sister Yan waved her hand. After Xiao Ma left, Director Su sighed. Sister Jiang is so lucky to have a good daughter. What does this have to do with Mingyue? Li Wenjing didn't understand. Director Su looked at her and said, Think about it. Sister Jiang and the others came here by car. They have only been in Gaobeil City for a short time, but they have already become small leaders. There are many people who came here to escape the disaster. Why didn't they become leaders? I don't believe that Xiao Mingyue didn't arrange it behind the scenes. Li Wenjing opened her mouth in surprise. Is Mingyue so powerful? She even has people in Gaobeil City? Director Su said leisurely. What do you think? When it was extremely cold, Xiao Mingyue booked 3 rooms in the entertainment city and moved her whole family there. She also placed her relatives in the entertainment city early on. We are freezing in Huahan community, while others are enjoying a good life in the entertainment city with heating on. Xiao Mingyue is not only far-sighted, but also very capable. Otherwise, how could she still be connected with the Ji family? She is not simple. Looking at the busy Xiao Ma, Director Su said softly. Perhaps, we will still need Sister Jiang to take care of us in the future. He is the director, but he will no longer be the director in the future. At this point, he probably still has to call Sister Jiang his leader. Chapter 825. Li Wenjing clapped her hands and said, "That's great. I was just worried about being bullied by the locals. I want to cling to Sister Jiang's thighs." Director Su and Sister Yan looked at each other, and were both amused by this silly girl. But it's also really nice to have old acquaintances in the local area. The queue was moving slowly forward, and a few people were still chatting. When we were in Huahan community, I wanted to match my son with the girl from Sister Jiang's family. Now it seems that my son is really marrying above his station. Sister Yan told the truth. Sister Yan pinched her chin and said, "This girl is really capable. How do you think she did it? How about letting my son become a live-in son-in-law? Can he marry into the family?" Director Su raised his eyebrows, thinking that the other person might look down on your son. But he didn't say it out loud, because it would have hurt others. Not only Director Su and others recognized Mother Xiao, but many old residents of Huahan community also recognized her. "Is that Xiao the placement officer? Didn't he resign when the extreme cold happened? Why is he here? How could she resign? She was just on vacation. I once heard Director Su and the others talking about Sister Jiang staying at some entertainment city." What is an entertainment city? The city of Pingjing has completely collapsed and turned into ruins, but some people still don't know that there was once an entertainment city there. I heard from Director Su and the others that it was where the rich lived. It had heating and hot water, and the food and drinks were the best. The planting bureau provided food there, including meat and vegetables. It was just like the hotel before. Damn it! How come I didn't know? Those damn rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. The man gritted his teeth in anger. You know what's the use? You don't have the money to go there. Those who can go there are the top rich people in Pingjing City. They have nothing to do with us ordinary people. He paused, then said mysteriously. Besides, those rich people all have cars. We walked, but they drove here and arrived a long time ago. Hearing this, the man's eyes spurted with jealousy. What? They can take a car? I only dare to dream about bicycles every night, and they actually came by car? He spat on the ground. Pa, I'm so angry. What kind of world is this? God is so unfair. The soles of my feet are covered with calluses from walking, and new calluses grow on top of the old ones. It's so thick that it even pads out my height. And now you tell me that I can actually take a car? Another person laughed. What's wrong with being able to take the bus? Can you take it? Hearing this, the man's clenched fist suddenly deflated. That's right. I am destined to walk. Even if there is a car, it won't be my turn. The other man patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother, look at it more positively. Those who say that all people are born equal are talking nonsense. People are born into different classes. We have to accept our fate. Look at Sister Jiang. Every time the resettlement workers in the community talk about her, they are full of envy. What's more, we are just lucky. There is nothing we can do about it. Soon, it was their turn in the queue. They waved to Xiao Ma and said kindly, Mr. Jiang, long time no see. You are doing very well here. Mother Xiao also responded to them in a gentle manner. These were all residents of Huahan community, and there were many familiar faces. After a busy day, Mother Xiao met many old acquaintances in Huahan community, including Sister Meiman and her daughter, Director Su and his party, and many other good acquaintances, all of whom are neighbors. Mother Xiao also unexpectedly met son Nan and the Mo family. Old man Huang was not dead yet and was being well taken care of by them. Although old man Huang had money and a car, he had no gasoline and could only flee with the group. Son Nanan was very happy when she saw Zhao's mother, and Zhao's mother talked to her for a long time. When she returned home in the evening, Mother Xiao kept sharing her experiences of the day with her family. Chapter 826. Listening to what Zhao's mother said, Dad Xiao sighed. It's been a long time since we last saw Director Su and his team. From the extreme cold to now, almost 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies. Grandpa nodded slightly. Yes, we only went back once, and that was to use the snow melting device to clear the snow. Who knew that after the snow was cleared, we didn't go back to live in Huahan community? Xiao Ma drank a sip of hot tea and said, I thought that after I finish the resettlement of the disaster victims in a few days, I will find some time to go to the west of the city to see them. After all, they are all old friends who have experienced a lot together. They are new here and must be unsure about the new place. What do you think? Father Xiao nodded. That's the etiquette. We are all old friends in Pingjing City. Even though we have moved to a new place, we can't forget the past. Director Su has helped us a lot in the past. We have arrived in Gaobeil City ahead of time, so we should take care of the newcomers. I will go with you. Zhao's mother and father decided to take some time to go to the west of the city. Grandpa didn't object. They had to be polite as there was still a long way to go in the future. Xiao Mingyue, who was chewing chicken wings at the side, spoke softly. Old man Huang is still alive. He is quite lucky. Zhao's mother curved her eyebrows and said, Of course not. Son Nan and the others carried him on a tricycle and took good care of him. I think he looks so energetic that he can live for a few more years. Xiao Mingyue didn't care much about it. As expected, a 1,000-year-old turtle is as good as a 10,000-year-old tortoise. People like this have a long life. By the way, do you still remember Diao Rongrong? Mother Xiao suddenly remembered. Grandma looked thoughtful. Is it that fat woman who spoke harshly, from your property management department? Yes, it's her. Didn't she go to give birth to her second child? I heard from Sister Yen that she passed away. She passed away during the extreme cold. It's too dangerous for an elderly mother to give birth. Neither the big baby nor the small one could be saved, Mother Xiao said mysteriously. Grandma was startled and said, Oh. Zhao's mother sighed. You are already in your 40s and almost 50. Why would you want to have a child? It's so scary. Xiao Ma and the others were still chatting. Xiao Mingyue finished her meal and went upstairs. I'm done. Zhao's mother looked at her. So soon? You should start work at the security bureau the day after tomorrow. Have you packed your things? There's nothing to pack. I've already prepared it. Xiao Mingyue went upstairs in a hurry. Halfway up, she went downstairs again and picked up little Xiwang, who was lying on the sofa. You guys eat, I'll play with Hope for a while. Xiao Mingyue returned to the room and entered the space with a little Hope. During this period of time, the moon farm has not been open for business, and the productivity is abundant. The ripe fruits and vegetables are almost piled up into mountains, not to mention eggs, fish, and meat. It can be described as piled up into mountains and seas. Fortunately, there is a time-stable storage room with great storage capacity, so there is no need to worry about it breaking down. Xiao Mingyue has killed 3 batches of red-bone fish, more than 20 in total, and placed them all in the time-still storage room. Now she has settled down in Gaobeil City, the X-virus crisis is about to end, and even the refugees from Pingjing City have arrived. Xiao Mingyue thought that it was time to open the moon farm. The reason why she had to wait for the arrival of the large force from Pingjing City before planning to restart the moon farm was because she was too cautious. Because in the whole of China, only Pingjing City has a moon farm. At the beginning, she took into consideration the limited production and only did business in Pingjing City. If it was opened early, she was afraid that it would arouse other people's suspicion. Was it the moon farm opened by a group of people from Pingjing City who arrived first? In this case, the target range is too small. Chapter 827. It would be safer to wait until all the people in Pingjing City arrive before opening the moon farm. Xiao Mingyue didn't know if she was being too sensitive. In fact, even if they wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, the moon farm couldn't be explained by science. But it is better to be safe than sorry. She always acts like this. She would rather overthink than be too hasty. Xiao Mingyue first sent a notice. Starting today, Moon Farm will be reopened. Welcome new and old customers to visit. Simple and clear. Moreover, the scope she set was that the entire Orankalanjiang province could purchase it, not just Pingjing City. This way, it would be even more difficult to find any clues. Absolutely perfect. At the beginning, it was definitely people from Pingjing City who bought the products, but over time, through word of mouth, the Moon Farm gradually became well known in Orkana province. The output of space is definitely not enough, but the target customers are not all residents, but only a part of the group that pursues refinement and high quality. Her original purpose of opening the Moon Farm was to consume the excess production in the space. After Xiao Mingyue sent the notice, she started doing farm work, picking fruits, vegetables, fishing, lotus pods, collecting rice and flour, picking eggs, feeding livestock. Busy as a whim. As for Fugui, he was playing with Xiaoxuang. Xiaoxuang couldn't crawl yet, but he had already learned to roll over and move his body by kicking his legs. She was not afraid of Fugui either. She specifically pulled the hair on Fugui's belly. Her little hands were not gentle enough and it hurt. Fugui didn't dare to yell at her, so he could only carefully kick her aside with his claws. Then he silently watched Little Hope struggle to turn over, then stare at it and move towards it with difficulty. Fugui found it very interesting and they both had a great time. Soon, it was discovered that Moon Farm had reopened. I can buy things at Moon Farm again? That's great. I must worship my 5 internal organs and eat something delicious. By now, while the store is just reopening, otherwise when more people find out, you won't be able to get it. I'm dying for their lychees, strawberries, cherries. The loyal customer from Pingjing City was overjoyed. What is the Moon Farm? Outsiders have no idea what the Moon Farm is. The tone of the loyal customers of Pingjing City is quite proud. Don't you have it? Moon Farm is an app. It's like a farmer's market. You can buy anything there: rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, chicken, fish, pork, beef, etc. There are so many varieties, and they can be delivered very quickly. Is this true? Even with such a natural disaster, you can still shop online in Pingjing City. The outsiders were stunned. Yes, can't you? You are really backward. I felt sorry to leave Pingjing because I would never be able to use the Moon Farm again. I didn't expect it to be used in Gaobale City. How strange. Could it be that the Moon Farm has also moved to Gaobale City? The quality of the products from Moon Farm is very good. If you don't believe me, you can buy some and try it. They are all natural and pesticide-free, and very healthy. The outsider was tempted. Is it really as good as you said? Then I'll try it. Xiao Mingyue had finished half of the farm work when she found that the number of orders began to increase rapidly. Are the orders coming so quickly? Okay, ship it. Chapter 828. Not only the old customers, but even the higher-ups noticed that Moon Farm had reopened. In a meeting room, the phone of the National Disaster Management Bureau rang. The person who answered the phone was Chief Lei, who had discussed cooperation with Xiao Mingyue before. This is really strange. The Moon Farm has always been operating in Pingjing City. How come it is in Gaobale City again? Where is this farm? Can it be moved? Lao Lei, it's not just Gaobale City. I just asked people from Longquan City and Xinxin City to try it, and they were able to place orders successfully. This means that all the settlements in Orankalanjiang province can be purchased at the Moon Farm, and the delivery time is the same, said the person on the other end of the phone. Chief Lei frowned slightly and finally came to a conclusion. Mysterious, really mysterious. Chief Lei is almost believing in the alien theory now. Do you think we should investigate? Since the software was only operated in Pingjing City before, it might be related to people from Pingjing City. Now that a large team from Pingjing City has just arrived, Moon Farm has resumed operations. There must be a connection, the person on the other end of the phone said again. Commander Lei had no hope. It's useless. We have checked before and found nothing. Do we have to call everyone in Pingjing City and question them one by one? It's too impractical. What should we do then? Commander Lei knocked on the table and said, It's okay. Moon Farm just wants to sell things. Let them do it. Oh, by the way, remember to inform Dr. Black of this news. He complains every day that he can't buy water to breed red thornfish. Now that Moon Farm has reopened, he must be very happy. Okay. Stability Bureau. Before Xiao Mingyue appeared, colleagues from the Stability Bureau began to talk. I heard that a chief secretary will be here today. This is a newly created position. It has never existed before. Is there any new job adjustment in the bureau? The woman next to her was cracking melon seeds and said leisurely. Xiao Xue, you don't understand this, right? In our unit, each person has his own position, and the secretary Xiao who is about to report has the position after the person has the position. The position is specially prepared for her. If you don't believe me, just wait, she must be someone very important. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Is this true? Isn't it said that Director Wan hates people with connections the most? Will she agree to let such a person work under her? Someone whispered. That's right. Director Wan has always been upright and honest. He definitely doesn't like her. That depends on his background. If he's someone that even Director Wan can't afford to offend, she'll have to agree even if she doesn't want to, and she'll have to serve him carefully. The woman who was eating melon seeds added. She paused and added. Otherwise, how could they agree to let her be the chief secretary and be directly managed by Director Wan, right? There was no such position as chief secretary before. Director Wan must have agreed to give her a backdoor. The people around him all thought it made sense. Sister Jean, what you said makes sense. The woman who was eating melon seeds raised her eyebrows and said proudly. Of course, I am a seasoned veteran in the workplace, how can I not see this? Xiao Xue held her chin in her hand and said, if Director Wan can't afford to offend him, then we can't afford to offend him either. If he turns out to be a rude and difficult person to get along with, we won't have a good life. At this time, Wan Xinghai appeared behind them silently, and said with a serious expression. Ahem, what are you talking about? A few people who were chatting were shocked, and there were only 3 words in their minds. Finished. Why is this Death Master behind? When did she appear? No, nothing. Sister Jean, who had just made a very clear analysis, now lowered her head like a quail, not daring to look at Wan Xinghai. Not to mention the others, they were completely suppressed by Wan Xinghai's aura and wanted to lie on the ground. Wan Xinghai glanced around sharply. Are you guys free? You've finished your work, right? Not yet. A faint mosquito-like voice sounded. Then hurry up. Several people scattered like birds and beasts, as if there was a ghost chasing them. Jean Wan, 3 new colleagues will arrive at 9:30. You will be responsible for receiving them and letting them get familiar with our unit first, said Wan Xinghai. Chapter 829. When she was suddenly called, Sister Jean felt like she was facing a great enemy, but when she heard that she was going to greet a new colleague, she immediately felt relieved. Okay, Director Wan. The reason why Xiao Mingyue joined the Security Bureau was kept secret. After all, it involved the spread of the X virus and time travelers, and it would have a bad impact if it got out. Except for Wan Xinghai, no one in the Stability Bureau knew the truth, so they were all guessing about Xiao Mingyue's background. Xiao Mingyue didn't know that she hadn't arrived yet, but her reputation had already spread. Many people were eagerly waiting to see the true face of this Secretary General Xiao. To the extent that they only paid attention to Xiao Mingyue, and completely ignored the fact that there were 2 new colleagues joining the company today. Xiao Mingyue had just parked the car when she saw 2 cars stop one after another. A man and a woman got out of the 2 cars. They were about her age and seemed to be new employees. One of the sports cars was a fiery red one that was particularly eye-catching, and the man was driving the sports car. Because the sports car was so eye-catching, Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but take a few more glances. Hello, are you 3 here to report? My name is Jean Wan, you can call me Secretary Jean or Sister Jean, Jean Wan said with a broad smile. Jean Wan looked at the 2 women and 1 man in front of her without leaving any trace, and asked. Excuse me, who is Xiao Mingyue, the Chief Secretary? It's me. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. Jean Wan's smile became even wider. Hello, Secretary Xiao, I have heard of your great name for a long time. So this is what Secretary General Xiao is like. I finally get to see him. Xiao Mingyue? Have you heard of you for a long time? Didn't Director Wan say that the matter was confidential and couldn't be disclosed? Noticing that Xiao Mingyue was a little confused, Jean Wan hurriedly explained. We've been hearing that there will be a new chief secretary, so we can look forward to it. Oh, I see. Xiao Mingyue smiled. The other two people who were ignored looked at each other. They had just arrived and didn't know what the chief secretary meant. One of the boys had a dissatisfied expression on his face. He fixed his hair and said in a casual tone, "Don't just talk to her. My name is Huafulong, and I'm here to report to Department R." "Hello, my name is Tao Zixia, and I'm also reporting to Department R," the girl also said. "Hello, follow me then." Jean Wan took the three newcomers and began to introduce the security bureau and walk them through the new employee process. "She is also from the art department. You two are employees of the art department. Go to the art department first to familiarize yourself with it." Jean Wan pointed at Xiexue. Xiexue gave a kind smile. "Come with me." Huafulong raised his eyelids and asked casually, "What about her?" He was referring to Xiao Mingyue. "Secretary Xiao is in the secretarial department, not Department R. Her office is next door, so I took her there." Before Jean Wan finished her words, Huafulong sneered and said indifferently, "You came in through the back door, right? I knew it right away. I've seen a lot of people like this before. He always speaks fearlessly and says whatever he wants. Who is he afraid of?" As soon as the words fell, the office fell silent. Everyone was silent, except Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows with interest. "Whose family is this playboy from?" Chapter 830. Huafulong pulled a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and raised his chin towards Xiao Mingyue. "Hey, is that so? Do you dare to admit it?" Xiao Mingyue leaned against the door frame and asked casually, "Who told you that?" Tao Zixia glanced at Xiao Mingyue, pursed her lips and said nothing. Everyone in the office remained silent. There was a strange flash in Huafulong's eyes, and he said nonchalantly, "I don't even need to hear that. Even a fool can see that we are ordinary employees of the art department, and you are the chief secretary right away. How old are you to be the chief secretary? Who would believe that you have no background?" As he said this, he curled the corners of his mouth in disdain. "What I hate most is people who use backdoors. Although I'm new here, I know that everyone here, even if they haven't made any achievements, has been carefully selected and reviewed, and they are all excellent. Let me introduce myself. I am from Yanlin City. I used to be the team leader of the Yanlin City Security Bureau. I have 136 second-class merits and 10 first-class merits. I have saved disaster victims and rescued people in danger. That's why I came here. What about you?" Xiao Mingyue was calm. "You are so sure. Do you have any evidence? You make a conclusion without any evidence. In front of everyone, you just want to show off, to show that you are extraordinary and different, right?" Huafulong narrowed his eyes. "Did I say something wrong?" Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. "As for why I was able to become the chief secretary right away, it's naturally because of my ability. I don't need to explain anything to you. Director Wan invited me to work here and gave me the position of chief secretary. Of course, she has her reasons. If any of you are curious, why don't you ask her?" Xiao Mingyue glanced at the crowd, and they all avoided her sight. "Are they crazy? Who dares to ask Wan Xinghai?" Huafulong choked and said dryly, "You can still be so righteous and eloquent even when you use the back door. You are quite eloquent." Xiao Mingyue looked at him. "Who got in through the back door? That cool sports car at the door is yours, right? Don't say you bought it yourself. With your salary, you probably can't even afford a tire. Your family bought it for you, right? Besides your previous job, you are about the same age as me, and you have been working in your original unit for at most 3 years. How did you become a team leader? To be a team leader, you need to have more experience and age. Don't think I don't know that the Bureau is most concerned with seniority. Sometimes there are opportunities to make meritorious contributions, but you have to wait in line. Most of the things that can get benefits are either by snatching or relying on backers. Otherwise, how could you have the opportunity to achieve so many achievements at such a young age, and all of them can be attributed to you? Your leaders don't have a resume as good as yours, right? Who arranged this for you?" Xiao Mingyue sneered. No way, you don't think it's based on your ability, do you? You! Stop throwing dirty water on me. I achieved all my achievements through my own efforts." Huafulong's face turned pale. Xiao Mingyue looked him up and down and said calmly, "Really? You speak bluntly and act frankly without scruples. If your family's backing is not strong enough, would you dare to talk to your colleagues like this? Normal people wouldn't dare to do this because they're afraid of being framed or having bad relationships with their colleagues. But you dare to do it because you're confident and you're not afraid. To sum up, who is the one with the backing? There was a sarcastic smile on Xiao Mingyue's lips. Hua Fulang stood up suddenly and said with a cold face, "You are changing the subject. You are talking about your own business now. Why are you dragging me into this? I got here through my own abilities, and I earned all those achievements by myself. I didn't steal or rob, and there is nothing false about it." Xiao Mingyue said, "Who are your parents then? Do you dare to tell me what positions they hold in your place? If they are ordinary people, I will believe it." Chapter 831. Hua Fulang's expression froze instantly. It was true that his parents were not ordinary people, but those achievements were clearly earned by him on his own. He doesn't rely on anyone. Seeing his expression, Xiao Mingyue still had something she didn't understand, so she said in a casual tone, "Your career is going really smoothly. It seems your parents have paved the way for you. Even in Gaobeil City. We can also put you into the security bureau, young man. Work hard, your parents have done their best, and you have to rely on yourself in the future." After that, Xiao Mingyue looked at Jean Wan. "Sister Jean, where is Director Ruan's office? I'll go find her." Jean Wan was stunned for 2 seconds. "Ah? Oh, come with me." She felt a little guilty. She was just a junior secretary, several levels lower than the chief secretary, but she felt embarrassed to be called sister by her. Xiao Mingyue raised her lips and left gracefully without taking a single cloud with her. In fact, she didn't say anything more. She's a whore, but she's trying to be a virtuous woman. But this was a bit harsh to hear, and it was the first time they met, so there was no need to make things so awkward. Just stop at that. Hua Fulang clenched his fists again and again. His face looked like an overturned pallet, and he fell into self-doubt. Could it be that his parents helped him with all his previous achievements? But he never asked for it, he clearly earned it on his own. Hua Fulang recalled that when he was in Yanlin City, his colleagues and leaders were all very kind to him. They would think of him first when there was something good. He always thought that it was because he was popular. "It has been like this since I was a child." Hua Fulang frowned tightly and wanted to catch up to refute Xiao Mingyue's words, but he didn't know how to refute. He felt very uncomfortable for a moment. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever spoken to him in this tone. Hua Fulang looked at Xiao Mingyue as leaving back with complicated eyes, feeling mixed emotions. Wow, her analysis is very logical and what she said seems to make sense. Everyone in the office was watching the show in silence. Actually, I think what she said makes sense. Look at the shoes on that man's feet. In the past, they would have cost tens of thousands of dollars. And he's wearing all high-end goods. Someone muttered in a low voice. Xiao Xue's eyes were filled with admiration. We just met for the first time, but you can see so many things. You can unravel the mystery clearly, and your thinking ability is too strong. You are worthy of being the woman that Director Ruan likes. You are really capable. The other person nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Secretary Xiao reacted very quickly. He was not panicked at all, and his emotions were stable. I admire him a little bit. So does Secretary General Xiao have any backers? Asked the boy next to him. Xu praised him by name. That's a good question, but I haven't figured it out yet. A girl held a water cup and whispered. Don't you think Secretary Xiao is so domineering and cool? Especially the look in her eyes just now. She has such a strong aura that I don't even dare to look her in the eye. She looks like a younger version of Director Ruan. I think so too. No wonder he was parachuted in as the chief secretary. There was a lot of discussion, all about Xiao Mingyue. Hua Fulang sat at his workstation with an expression that looked as ugly as if he was constipated. He is used to being the protagonist wherever he goes, used to being the focus of the crowd, and even more used to being praised and admired. Everyone should revolve around him. Chapter 832. In fact, what Xiao Mingyue said just now was right. He was indeed dissatisfied with those people's attitude towards him and deliberately stood up in front of everyone. One thing is that I hate people with backgrounds, but more importantly, I just want to draw everyone's attention to myself. It was obvious that wherever I went in the past, I was the center of attention. But even so, he did not achieve his goal. The focus of these people's discussion was still Secretary Xiao. What was so great about that woman? Hua Fulang didn't like this feeling. He had never been treated like this when he was in Yanlin City. Why was it not the same when he came to Gaobil City? Tao Zixia quietly observed the people in the office. She poked Hua Fulang and said with a friendly smile, "Don't take it too seriously. Some people are just good at talking. You've been fooled by her. Want some cookies?" She took out a pack of biscuits and handed it to Hua Fulang with a sweet smile. Hua Fulang took it and threw it on the table without even looking at it, saying perfunctorily, "Thank you." Tao Zixia's smile froze, and she clutched her backpack tightly. She made these cookies herself, and now that food is in short supply, she couldn't bear to eat them. In order to build a good relationship with my colleagues and leave a good impression, I gritted my teeth and used such a good thing. I thought that no one would dislike it. But I didn't expect him to not even look at it. Tao Zixia's eyes flickered, and then she put on a sweeter smile, went to distribute cookies to colleagues in other offices, and smiled cautiously. "Sister, these are the cookies I made by myself. Let's have a try." "Hello, these are the cookies I made myself." "Brother, here are some cookies for you. They are delicious." The old colleagues who were chatting together took the cookies and said politely, "Thank you. You made it yourself? You can also make cookies?" Xiao Xue opened the package and took a bite. "It tastes good." Tao Zixia smiled shyly, and she tucked her hair behind her ears. "Thank you. I usually like to make cookies and desserts." She held the empty bag in her hand, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. She herself couldn't bear to eat it. But it's worth it, after all, she is new here and needs to build good relationships with her colleagues. Director Ruan's office. Xiao Mingyue and Wan Xinghai sat face to face. Wan Xinghai had a faint smile on his face. "How do you feel on your first day here?" "Not bad." Xiao Mingyue's expression relaxed. Wan Xinghai folded his hands and said, "I heard everything just now. Hua Fulang is not worth mentioning. You don't have to take his words to heart. But everyone in the bureau is looking forward to you, Chief Secretary Xiao, and they are saying all kinds of things. You have to deal with this matter yourself. I can't help you." "Don't worry, I can handle this little thing." Xiao Mingyue still had some confidence. She was parachuted in and was assigned to such an important position, so it was inevitable that there would be rumors. In addition, the reason for her joining the company had to be kept secret, so there would definitely be gossip. Where there are people, there are right and wrong. Xiao Mingyue didn't need to explain anything to those people. There was no need to waste words on this matter. Just do what you should do. Chapter 833. She is here to work, not to socialize, so why should she care what others think? Wan Xinghai nodded slightly. She had seen it before, and it was not bad. Wan Xinghai restrained his expression and talked about business. "By the way, now that the X-virus crisis is about to pass, we are going to cooperate with the G Group in Pingjing City to build a new planting department. Our security bureau will negotiate with them. You are from Pingjing City and are familiar with Xiaoji, so you will be responsible for promoting this matter." Xiao Mingyue was quite surprised. "I am responsible?" "Yes, what? Don't you have this confidence?" Wan Xinghai said jokingly. "No, I was thinking, I just started working. I thought I would do some ordinary work to gain some experience, but I didn't expect to be given such an important task right from the start." Wan Xinghai took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Now is a time when there is a shortage of talent. There is no time to gain experience. Anyone can do those unimportant jobs. It's a complete waste of time to ask you to do it. It's better to go straight to the main part, which will train you and you can really learn something." She paused and continued, "Besides, I have high hopes for you, so I gave you this opportunity. I believe you can do it, so don't let me down." Xiao Mingyue chuckled and nodded. "I dare not boast, but I will do my best." She didn't believe that such an important project would be given to her to be fully responsible for, and she would just be asked to participate in it and give orders. This is the work of the entire bureau, and it cannot be done by one person alone. Once any mistake occurs, Wan Xinghai will also be to blame. Director Ruan's words were so serious because he was using the PUA tactics of a leader to exert pressure and control his subordinates, so that you would do a good job. A gleam of light flashed in Wan Xinghai's eyes. This is one of the most important projects in Galbale City. The higher-ups take it very seriously. It's not a joke. You have to pay attention to it and be careful and cautious. You can't make any mistakes, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. I understand. Xiao Mingyue's mentality was as steady as an old dog. She still had a smile on her face. Who was she trying to scare? If anything went wrong, she would find you first. Wan Xinghai was surprised. Is it so stable? The first time someone came into her office to talk, she didn't seem nervous or restrained at all. She was very open and confident, as if she was at home. Instead, she was a little uncomfortable with this. You have a strong mental state, this doesn't scare you? Wan Xinghai cleared his throat and said, There is one more thing. I know you have a close relationship with the Ji family, but since you have come to the Security Bureau, you should focus on your career. After all, as women, we still have to rely on ourselves to stand on our own feet. Only when we are excellent can we gain the respect of others. Only a stupid woman would give up her bright future for a man, understand? These words were rarely spoken from Wan Xinghai's heart. The reason why she said this to Xiao Mingyue was that she didn't want her to be obsessed with love and give up her bright future, which would be a loss. If Xiao Mingyue had such thoughts, Wan Xinghai would no longer focus on training her, nor would he waste his energy on her, because it was not worth it, and he would just think that he had misjudged her. Xiao Mingyue smiled. I understand, Director Wan, don't worry, I won't. This is my future path, and I won't give it up for anyone. She understood what Wan Xinghai meant. Wan Xinghai was afraid that she would be with Ji Wenxi, get married and become Mrs. Ji, then quit her job and become a housewife. But she, Xiao Mingyue, is just Xiao Mingyue, and will not be anyone's appendage. Ji Wenxi has his career, and of course she has her own. Time is long and the future is bright. Everything may change, but strength will always be yours and no one can take it away from you. She will not depend on anyone or borrow the light from others. She herself is the sun, and she can shine on her own. The two people's eyes met in the air, and Wan Xinghai's tone softened a lot. That's good. Do your best, Xiao Mingyue. Welcome to join the Stability Bureau. Chapter 834. Soon, it was time to get off work. Hua Fulong tapped the table with his mobile phone to attract everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he said casually, Hey, don't leave yet. It's your first day here. I'm treating everyone in the department to a big dinner tonight. No one is allowed to leave. You have to honor me. When Hua Fulong's voice reached everyone's ears, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up and they were surprised. Feast? What level of meal? Since the natural disaster, although they still have food to eat, they rarely have the opportunity to eat fine meals, and it is good enough to have food to eat. There are not so many top second-generation rich and official people in the world. There are still more ordinary people. In the years of natural disasters, being able to rely on the company for food is already 10,000 times better than ordinary people. Not to mention having dinner with colleagues, that is simply something I dare not even think about. This is not before the natural disaster. I can still go to a restaurant with my colleagues occasionally to relax, have a drink, and keep in touch with them. All the restaurants are closed now. Even if there are any, they are astronomically expensive. Food is so expensive. Who can afford it? So, they all do what they need to do after get off work, go back to their own homes and visit their own mothers, and simple meals are enough to satisfy them. The word dinner means two words to them. Luxury. Xiao couldn't wait to ask. Handsome guy, is this true? What kind of feast are we having? The others also looked at Hua Fulong, waiting for his answer. Hua Fulong was satisfied with their reactions. Of course it has to be a high-class banquet. I can't just treat everyone to rice. That would be too cheap and not befitting of my status. Wow, so grand! Rice is a refined grain, so does it count as cheap food in his mouth? You have to know that although there is food to eat in the settlement, and people don't have to eat insects like in Pingjing City, most of them are coarse grains, and refined grains are still very precious. Although the company provides food rations every month, there is a large family at home, so we have to eat them sparingly by mixing coarse grains. It would be embarrassing to ask a new employee to treat you to a meal. Some people are deeply moved, but they still have to be hypocritically polite on the surface. Xiao smiled and said, I am so embarrassed. I am thick-skinned. Where are you going to eat, handsome guy? I will go with you to have a meal and have something delicious. I'll go too. They've said so we can't not give them face. Someone patted his chest and made a promise. Handsome guy is so polite. We are all family. Just tell us if you have anything to say in the future. As for work matters, as long as we can do it, we will never say no. As soon as we heard there was a free dinner, everyone's face was full of smiles, their lips were as sweet as honey, and their words were very pleasant. A meal is nothing. Just enjoy it. I'll call my dad and ask him to send a few cars to pick you up. Hua Fulong raised his chin proudly. This was the feeling he was familiar with, the feeling of being surrounded. All day today, these people were polite and distant. They worked on their own or chatted with familiar colleagues. Few people talked to him. Just a meal can make them become enthusiastic and praise themselves in every word. My dad is right. When necessary, we need to pay some low cost to achieve our goals. Hua Fulong invited the entire art department, which had a total of 10 employees, including Tao Zixia. Tao Zixia sat awkwardly at her workstation, feeling that she could not fit in with the cheerful atmosphere of the office at that moment. She glanced at the biscuits thrown in the corner by Hua Fulong. Her cookies were only exchanged for a few polite greetings, and there was no follow-up, and no one took the initiative to talk to her. In comparison, her cookies seemed like a joke, too shabby and petty. Is the adult world so realistic? Under the table, Tao Zixia clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into the palms of her hands. Our office was next to the secretary's office. Jean Wan had the sharpest ears and ran over when she heard the noise. Chapter 835. What are you guys cheering for? If there's anything good going on, take me with you. There are 3 secretaries in the secretary's office. Jean Wan is one of them, and the other 2 are men. Hua Fulong's mouth curled up slightly. Sister Jean, call your secretarial department to have dinner together tonight. I'll treat you. Jean Wan was ecstatic. Really? Oh, handsome boy, you are so considerate. I must support you. Xiao Gu Chao, let's have a dinner tonight. The new handsome guy will treat us. She turned around and called the other 2 secretaries. There was a lively conversation in the office as Xiao Mingyue and Wan Xinghai walked in side by side. Wan Xinghai knocked on the door. Why haven't you left work yet? What are you talking about so happily? The office suddenly went from noisy to quiet, with complete silence. No one spoke. Hua Fulong walked over with a smile. Even with Director Wan, he was able to be very familiar and was not afraid of his leader's aura at all. Director Wan, we're having a dinner party tonight. I'll treat you. Want to come with me? Hua Fulong said with a smile. Hua Fulong looked at Xiao Mingyue beside him, raised his chin, and said proudly. And Secretary Xiao, please do me a favor. Now he is the protagonist of the office, and the one being surrounded by people. Xiao Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth imperceptibly. This man really had the mind of a child. He felt that he was better than her by showing his face in front of everyone. He breathed a sigh of relief. So he came to show off? So childish. He was just accusing her of having a backer, and now he's inviting her to dinner with great fanfare, as if he's afraid that everyone doesn't know that his family background is extraordinary. In fact, he didn't jump out to accuse Xiao Mingyue because he suspected that Xiao Mingyue had a backer, but because she stole his limelight, right? He was just looking for an excuse to make a fuss about the topic. No, this was what he wanted to attract everyone's attention. Director Wan waved his hand and said, I won't go. You won't be able to eat well even if I go. Xiao Mingyue was about to decline, but Director Wan said, Xiao, you should go too. You just got here, so it would be good for you to interact with your colleagues more. There will be plenty of time in the future. Xiao Mingyue was startled. You're fine anyway, and now that someone is treating you, it would be a waste if you don't eat. Wan Xinghai teased. Xiao Mingyue. She was just about to say I have something else to do. Okay then. What Director Wan said makes sense. It's a free meal, it would be a waste if you don't eat it, so just eat it. Director Wan, you're really not going? My dad asked the chef to prepare red-bone fish to entertain you. By the way, have you heard of red-bone fish? Hua Fulang's question really stumped everyone. What is a red spyhead fish? I've never heard of it. What kind of fish is the red spyhead fish? Although Galbail City had experienced heavy rains, there had never been a flood here, so they had never seen the red-boned fish, let alone heard of it. If the flood could reach Galbail City, the entire China would have basically fallen, and the southern part of Pingjing City would have long since become an underwater maze. The terrain of Pingjing City and Yanlin City is relatively low, so they are close to floods, and of course they know what red-boned fish is. Director Wan thought about it carefully. It was mentioned in the reports submitted from other places before that a kind of fish appeared in the adjacent water area. It was said to have extremely high nutritional value. Chapter 836. Yes. Director Wan is really knowledgeable. The medicinal value of red thorn fish is very high. It can regenerate and repair the human body, prolong life, and purify the blood. Fish meat, fish brain, and even fish bones all have extremely high medicinal value. The whole body is a treasure. Hua Fulang introduced himself to everyone slowly. He paused. A red spined fish is priceless. In our place, the starting price is 100 million yuan. The highest bidder wins. Isn't that amazing? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Oh my god, it's so expensive! Is it a fish made of gold? Wow, can you become an immortal if you eat it? It's so expensive! Can it really prolong your life? Or can it cure all diseases? If you take it for a long time, it can really cure all diseases. My father has always had cardiovascular disease, but now he is cured. Hua Fulang boasted. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Mingyue smiled without saying anything. Cures all diseases? This is indeed a bit exaggerated. Eating red-boned fish for a long time can cure diseases, but it is only for chronic diseases or minor defects. If it is a fatal disease, eating red spur fish for a long time is only an auxiliary effect, and other means must be used to save lives. After all, red spur fish is just a fish, not a panacea. Mr. G had also been eating red-boned fish before. Although his physical condition was much better, he was also in his twilight years and his organs were failing. Red-boned fish did not have the ability of a dead tree to sprout, so in the end he had to rely on the stretching legs and staring eyes pills. There are reasons for the high price. It is nutritious for one thing, rare for another, but most importantly, red thornfish is very difficult to catch. Red thornfish is a carnivorous fish and very ferocious. If you accidentally fall into the water, you will become its prey. Catching red spyhead fish is dangerous, and you can say that you are risking your life to catch it, so the price is a bit high. Hua Fulang is happy to give everyone popular science. So that's how it is. It sounds like piranhas. That's a bit like it. How scary! Fish can eat people. Listen, I said that what Secretary Xiao said is right. Hua Fulang is the one with a powerful background. He can even eat such expensive fish for a long time. What do you think are his parents' backgrounds? Someone whispered. Hua Fulang looked at Xiao Mingyue with a look of arrogance. I heard that you are from Pingjing. The secret of the red-boned fish was first spread from Pingjing City. Has Secretary Xiao heard of the red-boned fish in Pingjing City? Xiao Mingyue said in a light tone. I have caught one before. Hua Fulang choked and said. Have you ever caught one? Wow, Secretary Xiao, you can fish too? You can even catch such a valuable fish, you're so amazing. Xiao Xue said admiringly. Hua Fulang blurted out. You're a woman, you know how to fish? This is a red thorn fish. You're bragging, I don't even dare to go near the water. He coughed and stopped talking. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly and said deliberately. Yes, wouldn't you? Hua Fulang's mouth froze, and his expression looked a little unnatural. Why risk your life fishing when you can buy it with money? He had heard many times before that people had died in the stomachs of fish on various banks of the river, and had been eaten by red-boned fish until not even a bone was left. Only a fool would go fishing. Anyway, he doesn't dare to do it. Not to mention the red-boned fish, even the three worms are disgusting. The water is full of 3 kinds of insects, so Hua Fulang will not go there. If I can catch it, why should I spend money to buy it? Xiao Mingyue asked back. Hua Fulang. This woman must have come here on purpose to ruin his show. Alright, what's there to argue about? It's enough to just bicker. Director Ruan made a gesture to leave. Hua Fulong tried to persuade him. Director Ruan, are you really not going? The car will be here soon. Ruan Xinghai saw through it but didn't say anything. I have something to do at home, so I won't go. You young people can eat. Even such a precious fish was taken out. It seemed that Hua Fulong's father came here just to invite him. It didn't matter if she went, the nature of the meal would change. She had no intention of attending such a dinner, and even less interest in being approached by others. What Ruan Xinghai hated most was the dinner party culture. As a result, she did not appreciate Hua Fulong, but there were some things that she could not control. As long as he did his job well, Ruan Xinghai would not say much. After Ruan Xinghai left, Xiao Mingyue found a chair and sat down. Chapter 837. Secretary General, how did you catch the red-boned fish? Tell us about it. Xiao Xue was extremely curious. Xiao Mingyue was free anyway, so she started chatting with her. This has to start with the rampant 3 insects. Xiao Mingyue talked about toothed worms, black rot nematodes, and leeches. People in the office were shocked. Especially when it came to the scene where 2 people who fell into the water attracted a school of red-boned fish, and everyone was scrambling to grab them. Everyone in the office exclaimed in surprise again. It's horrible! How scary! We have never heard of toothed worms or black rot nematodes in Gaobale City. I didn't know that your city near the water can experience so much. It's exciting. Secretary Xiao is amazing. He used chicken intestines to catch red-boned fish. It's a huge profit. That's right, if it were me, I wouldn't even dare to get on the boat, let alone go fishing. After all, the things in the water are too scary. There are red-boned fish and 3 worms. Just thinking about it makes me terrified. Don't talk about you. As a man, I don't even dare to do that. I'm most afraid of soft-bodied bugs. Gu Chao from the Secretariat was a little embarrassed. Secretary Xiao, you are so brave. Xiao Mingyue didn't expect that just by sharing a little experience, she would gain a lot of little fans. Listening to the voices in the office, Hua Fulong's face turned darker and darker, like the bottom of a pot. Why is it that as soon as this woman appears, all the limelight is on her? Xiao Mingyue noticed Hua Fulong's expression. It seemed that the young man was secretly unhappy again. She had only seen this kind of personality in Jiangzhuang when he was a child. He was self-centered and people around him could only pay attention to him, and the topic had to revolve around him. Otherwise he would be unhappy and would act like a troublemaker to attract everyone's attention. But Jiangzhuang is no longer so naive. Why is Hua Fulong, an adult, still so naive? He must have been spoiled by his family since he was a child. Tao Zixia in the corner could not fit in even more. She couldn't understand why everyone would take the initiative to talk to Xiao Mingyue when she didn't give anything and didn't treat everyone to food to get close to her. And he was completely ignored. Hua Fulong glanced at his phone and said loudly, "The car is at the door, let's go." "Okay, let's go eat." Only then did they stop talking about red-boned fish, and a group of more than a dozen people happily got into the car sent by the Hua family. "That's it, welcome to my home." Hua Fulong got out of the car first, and opened his arms. Everyone was stunned when they saw the villa in front of them, marveling at the luxury of the Hua family. There are bodyguards at the door. At this time, a woman dressed as a nanny came out. She glanced at everyone and said to Hua Fulong, "Master, the food is ready." Hua Fulong hummed, and introduced Xiao Mingyue and the others. "This is our new nanny, come in." The nanny exchanged glances with the bodyguard at the door, then lowered her head in a respectful manner. As if by some strange coincidence, Xiao Mingyue suddenly asked, "How long have you been a bodyguard?" "We just got here too, and we are all pretty good at it." "What's wrong?" Hua Fulong said. "Nothing," Xiao Mingyue said calmly. Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly. She looked at the nanny from top to bottom, then looked at the bodyguard, and always felt that something was not right. Xiao Mingyue's intuition told her that the nanny and the bodyguard knew each other, and were very familiar with each other. Her eyes fixed, and she looked suddenly at the nanny's palm. Why were there calluses on the nanny's hand from holding a gun? She had seen this callus on Captain Song's hand and also on Wan Tong's hand. But how could someone of this level be willing to be a nanny? The nanny noticed Xiao Mingyue's scrutinizing eyes. She smiled and made a gesture of invitation, while avoiding Xiao Mingyue's eyes without leaving any trace. Everyone, please come in. Chapter 838. Secret Place. Damn it, why are there so many people here? Master Feng, those people outside are from the Security Bureau, why don't we change the time of action? The man called Master Feng had a fierce look in his eyes. Tonight, that old man Xinxin must die. As for those people, they came today instead of earlier. It's their bad luck. Led by Mr. Feng, a group of 5 or 6 people were discussing the plan to destroy the Hua family. Among them were the 2 bodyguards standing at the door. Master Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's stick to the original plan. While they are eating, let Sister Kai keep an eye on them. Old He will go open the side door and let Lindsay and the others in. Everyone in the Hua family today must die. Once you kill someone, leave quickly and escape from Gaobale City before dark." One of the bodyguards laughed sinisterly. "There are 6 people in the Hua family, young and old, and 8 people on duty. Killing the 13 is like playing. Even if a dozen more come to die, it won't take much effort. Brother Feng, leave it to us." They tried every possible means to come to the Hua family for an interview just to get in, find out the situation, and take revenge. After all, the security in this area is too strict, and they can only use this method. Brother Feng glanced at him and said coldly, "Don't take it lightly. Xinxin has a gun. We should kill him with a knife. We can't use a gun, and we can't give him a chance to shoot. Otherwise, we'll attract the police and we'll all be finished." The bodyguard nodded immediately. "Yes, I understand, Brother Feng. By the way, Sister Kai just said that there was a strange woman in the group who kept staring at her," he added. Brother Feng didn't take it to heart. What can a woman do? Maybe it's the first time she's seen such a rich family, with a nanny serving them. She hasn't seen the world, so she just took a few more glances. "Just wait, Xinxin, your death is coming." Brother Feng had a ferocious expression. In the restaurant, Hua Fulong's father, Xinxin, walked down the steps slowly with a cane. His hair was completely white, his forehead was slightly protruding, his face was round and chubby, and when he smiled, his face was rosy, like manhwaedit Buddha. He was holding a black Buddhist rosary in his right hand, his eyes were full of brilliance, and he was greeting everyone with a smile. "Are you here? You must be my boy's new colleagues, right? Enjoy your meal, and if you want something to eat, feel free to ask the kitchen to prepare it. Fulong is my youngest son. I have spoiled him, and he is ignorant. He is new here and needs your care in the Security Bureau." He spoke politely to everyone in a kind manner. Jean Wan and her group quickly stood up and greeted Xinxin, exchanging polite words with each other. "Don't worry, Dad Hua, we all get along well. Little Hua is young, we will definitely take good care of him." Looking at this scene, it seemed as if they and Xinxin had not just met, but were good friends who were very familiar with each other. Xiao Mingyue also realized that this old man must have had a son in his old age. No wonder he doted on him so much. Looking at Xinxin, he is not much younger than his grandfather, but his youngest son is only in his early 20s. If this is not a case of having a child in old age, how could it be otherwise? Xinxin nodded with satisfaction. He leaned on his crutches, pulled Hua Fulong aside, and went straight to the point. "Where's Wan Xinghai? Why didn't she come?" "I invited her, but she said she had something to do at home and couldn't come." Hua Fulong spread his hands. Xinxin wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. "Forget it. I've also heard about Wan Xinghai's character. She doesn't take any soft or hard words and never attends dinner parties. It's hard to get close to her. Dad, with our status and position, why should we try to get close to her? In the past, it was always others who fawned over us." Hua Fulong didn't understand. Xinxin's old eyes were dark and gloomy. "You also know that was in the past? This is not Yanlin City anymore. In Yanlin City, our Hua family is the leader. But we are new here in Gaobale City. Do you think it is easy to gain a foothold in Gaobale City? It doesn't hurt to make more friends." Hua Fulong was not interested in these and said in a cynical tone. Chapter 839. "If she doesn't want to come, then don't come. I'm almost starving to death. Nothing is more important than eating." Xinxin was too lazy to argue with him. He was satisfied with his unpromising younger son settling down as an ordinary employee in the Stability Bureau, and did not expect him to achieve anything great. Soon, exquisite dishes were served on the table. No one wanted to look cheap and maintain their decency, but the light in their eyes still betrayed them. Sweet and sour spare ribs, crispy pork, dry pot beef, cumin lamb chops, celery, shrimp and eggs, stewed rooster with mushrooms, pork with preserved vegetables, fried beef with potatoes, tremella health soup. The whole table was emitting an enticing aroma. Xiao and Xinxin swallowed their saliva again and again. Their stomachs had already been growling. Huafulong picked up the chopsticks and said, "Eat, why don't you eat? Is it not to your liking? I'm almost starving." Hee hee hee. It smells so good. Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Aren't they waiting for you to start eating? The nanny came over and said, "Master, there's a red bone fish soup stewing on the stove. It will be ready soon." Huafulong hummed casually. "Let the kitchen move faster." "Okay, young master." The nanny bowed slightly and left. Xiao Mingyue watched the nanny's back as she left without leaving any trace. She had just curled up her hands on purpose so as not to show it, which made Xiao Mingyue more suspicious. This nanny was a little strange, so Xiao Mingyue was wary of her. "Chief Secretary Xiao, come eat, you're welcome. How is this meal? Is it good? Is it acceptable to Chief Secretary Xiao?" Huafulong's tone was a little proud, and he asked this on purpose. Xiao Mingyue laughed. "Not bad, very rich." Hearing this, Huafulong's expression was as if he had won a battle. "Secretary Xiao, you haven't eaten anything this good before, right? Eat more today, and don't be polite to me." Xiao Mingyue raised her eyebrows slightly. "Thank you for your hospitality, generous comrade Xiaohua. I am grateful to you for today. Isn't it just that he likes to be praised and admired? Satisfy him." "Of course I have to." Huafulong was very proud. He seemed to have instantly forgotten the unpleasantness that had happened between them during the day. Even Xiao Mingyue praised him, so of course the others were more discerning and praised him in different ways. Huafulong felt particularly comfortable after listening to this. Xiao Mingyue slowly chewed the lamb chops in her mouth. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very good. Then look at Huafulong, the stupid son of the landlord. Everyone was eating and chatting, sharing interesting things. The distance between them was shortened a lot as everyone talked at once. We were all about the same age, in our 20s or 30s, so we had a lot of common topics to talk about. We had a great meal with lots of laughter and joy. Even Xiao Mingyue was moved by this atmosphere and said a lot more. At this time, the nanny came over with 6 strange men and sneered. "Hey, you seem to be having such a good time chatting. Is the last meal delicious, everyone?" Everyone was stunned. What did that mean? They looked at the nanny and then at Huafulong. Huafulong held the chopsticks in his mouth, looking confused and totally bewildered. "Aunt Meng, what are you talking about? Is the fish soup not ready yet? Bring it up quickly." Chapter 840. The nanny laughed. "The fish soup is delicious. We have already finished it. I heard that eating red-boned fish can prolong life, so you don't need to eat it because..." She suddenly grabbed Huafulong's hair and said word by word. "Tonight is the day you die. Why waste such a good thing?" After saying that, the nanny slammed Huafulong's head into the plate in front of him, making a dull thud. "Ah!" Tao Zixia screamed. Everyone at the table was shocked and stunned. What on earth did this mean? Huafulong's face was covered in grease, food residue, and a few broken bones that hurt. He struggled to get up. "Are you crazy? Let me go, I'm going to fire you." The nanny seemed to have heard something funny. She winked at the 6 men. "Hurry up, make a quick decision, be quick." The 6 men grinned and walked towards the people at the table. 3 of them pulled out guns. "Don't shout. Get up, go to the corner and squat with your head in your hands." The guns they hold are real guns, but they are not used to kill people, but to scare and intimidate them. Seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. Xiao, Xinxin and others stood up from their chairs tremblingly, and the timid ones were already crying with fear. Only now did they realize that these people were not joking, they were terrorists. Huafulong was thrown to the ground. He stepped back repeatedly and said in horror, What do you want to do? You are not a babysitter." The nanny squatted down and said jokingly, Of course I'm not a nanny, little idiot, and my name is not Wang Meng. Sister Kai, stop talking to this kid and just kill him. I've disliked him for a long time. He orders me to do this and that every day and treats me like a slave. The man next to her said, gritting his teeth. Hua Fulong looked at him fiercely. You are not a bodyguard either. What do you want to do in my house? Don't you want to live? My dad is. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. Sister Kai said viciously. Of course I know who your father is, and I killed him. What did you do to my dad? Hua Fulong was very scared. Sister Kai played with the dagger in her hand. Do you still have time to worry about him? Worry about yourself first. Hua Fulong's voice was trembling. Don't kill me. What do you want? Money? I'll give it to you. All of it. Sister Kai's dagger was already against his throat. Hua Fulong didn't dare to breathe at all. The pain came over him, and bright red blood flowed down. His neck had been cut. When Hua Fulong was in despair, a painful groan sounded, interrupting Sister Kai's actions. When Xiao Mingyue stood up, she quickly picked up a chopstick and, when no one else was noticing her, she quickly inserted it into the throat of the person closest to her, piercing it directly. The man struggled in pain for a few times, then fell to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, and died. Before everyone could react, Xiao Mingyue had already killed one person in less than a second. Before the man was about to fall, Xiao Mingyue snatched his pistol and shot the other man. But the magazine was empty, there was no bullet in it. Xiao Mingyue was shocked. How come there were no bullets? Not only Xiao Mingyue, but even the person who was pointed at by Xiao Mingyue with a gun was shocked. Sister Kai reacted, her eyes were red with anger as she said, Bitch, I knew you were no ordinary person. Kill her. Xiao Mingyue pursed her red lips slightly, her eyes revealing murderous intent. Now that she's here, she might as well kill everyone first before leaving. After all, killing one is the same as killing them all, and she doesn't like to leave any trouble behind. I have to say, this meal treated me by Hua Fulong was really worth it. Although there were no bullets in the dead man's pistol, Xiao Mingyue did not dare to be careless. After all, she was not sure whether the other people's guns also had no bullets. Chapter 841. 5 men immediately rushed towards Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly became cold. She kicked the dagger in one man's hand and broke it. Then she turned over to avoid the knife attack from another man. She hid behind the man with the broken hand, grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it hard. With a click, another bandit fell to the ground, his neck broken by Xiao Mingyue. There are 4 left. One of them got scared when he saw this and had long forgotten Brother Feng's order. He immediately loaded his gun and was determined to kill Xiao Mingyue. You can't use guns! Sister Kai shouted harshly. As soon as the gunshots are heard, the nearby government forces will rush over immediately, and then they will be finished. You can't use a gun, right? Xiao Mingyue's voice seemed to come from a ghost in hell. She insisted on using it even though she was not allowed to. Xiao Mingyue quickly snatched the gun from the man's hand, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation, without any delay. 4 gunshots rang out, bang, 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 bang. The remaining 4 gangsters also fell to the ground. Fortunately, there are bullets in this gun. Under Sister Kai's horrified gaze, Xiao Mingyue slowly pointed the gun at her. Idiot, thank you for stopping him from shooting. You bought me some time. Otherwise, I would be in danger. Sister Kai's eyes turned red with anger. Who the hell are you? Out of fear, she blurted out. We only have a grudge against the Hua family. This matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you let me go, you can leave. Xiao Mingyue just thought she was talking nonsense. Of course I know it has nothing to do with me. You could have let us go, but you chose to kill us all. You were the first to be unjust. Now that I have killed 6 of your men, this matter has something to do with me. How can I let a few of them slip through the net and leave hidden dangers for myself? So, that fish soup is your last meal. Bye. Under Sister Kai's frightened eyes, Xiao Mingyue pulled the trigger swiftly and the bullet hit him right in the middle of his eyebrows. Blood spurted out and sprayed all over Hua Fulong's face. The 7 people who were so arrogant just now are now all lying on the ground, with pools of blood spreading all over, which is very horrifying. Xiao! Secretary Xiao. Everyone was stunned. From the moment Xiao Mingyue killed the first person to the moment he killed the last sister Kai, their expressions had not changed and their eyes almost popped out. Is she still human? Why are you all in a daze? Are you scared? If you don't want to die, hide quickly. There must be many more criminals here, Xiao Mingyue said as she collected their guns. There were 3 guns in total, one had no bullets, and the remaining 2 had bullets, except for the one used by Xiao Mingyue. The third gun had only 2 bullets. Xiao Mingyue took out all the bullets and put them in a gun, muttering inwardly. So stingy? It seems that these gangsters are very poor and they don't even have enough bullets. After Xiao Mingyue's reminder, those people seemed to be possessed by souls. They climbed up using their hands and feet and quickly ran towards the storage room. As they ran to the storage room, a burly man kicked the door open and shouted angrily. Fuck! Who fired the gun? I told you not to shoot, why don't you hurry up? Bang! Xiao Mingyue didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so she shot him to death. Well, another precious bullet wasted. Although she also had a gun and bullets, they were her own, so she wouldn't feel bad using other people's. At this time, Hua Fulong rolled and crawled to the side, hugged Xiao Mingyue's legs, and begged. Save my dad! From now on I will do whatever you asked me to do. I am your little brother and I will never steal the limelight from you again. Please save my dad! Chapter 842. Don't ask why he collapsed on the ground, it's because he can't stand up for the time being because his legs are too weak. Most people couldn't bear the series of shocks just now. He was almost killed, and then he watched the person who wanted to kill him being killed. His face was covered in blood. It's good enough that Hua Fulong didn't faint. Team leader, now you realize how worthless your first class and second class merits are, right? How come you have no combat effectiveness at all? This shouldn't be the case, Xiao Mingyue teased. Hua Fulong was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Mingyue still had the mind to mock him at this time. They have guns, Xiao Mingyue raised her foot and shook off his hand. Alright, don't delay me from killing people. Cut the grass at its roots. If you keep talking nonsense, all the bad guys will run away. Looking at Xiao Mingyue's leaving back, Hua Fulong still didn't give up and shouted. Sis, you are my only sister. Please save my dad. Xiao Xue waved at him, anxiously. Hua Fulong, come here quickly. It's too dangerous in the restaurant. The huge desire to survive stimulated infinite potential. Hua Fulong gritted his teeth, got up and rushed to the storage room. After entering, he leaned against the door and slowly fell down, then collapsed to the ground again. More than a dozen people were crowded in a small storage room. All of them were sweating coldly. Some of them didn't even notice that they were crying. They were so scared that their courage almost broke. After they calmed down, their minds finally settled. I was so scared, I almost died here. Hua Fulong, why did your servant kill you? Who did you offend? Asked Xiao Ge from the secretariat. I have no idea. Hua Fulong had a dull expression and he hadn't come back to his senses yet. I almost died because of you. I shouldn't have come. This meal was really thrilling, someone complained. Once someone started complaining, others also began to blame Hua Fulong. If he hadn't treated everyone to a meal, how could everyone have gone through this danger? Your home is too dangerous. It's really dangerous to come here. We were almost killed just now, and now we can't go out. We don't know how long we will stay here. Don't you have any apology at all? A female employee named AI Li in our department is complaining. That's right, if I had known I wouldn't have come. I want to go home. Although Tao Zixia didn't say anything, she couldn't hide the resentment in her eyes. The cost of this meal was too expensive. She would not have come if she had known earlier. Hua Fulong's expression remained dull, as if he couldn't hear anything others said. Xiao Xue felt a little reluctant and said, All right, stop talking about hindsight. Hua Fulong didn't know that bad guys would come to his house. He is also a victim who just happened to be there. What's the point of blaming him? When Hua Fulong wants to treat us, you two are the ones who make the loudest noises, and you eat the most during meals. He invites you, but you don't have to come, because you just want to eat. She paused for a moment. And those bad guys were targeting his family. We don't know whether they are alive or dead, But we are still alive, aren't we? The two people who complained the loudest just shut up and looked a little unhappy. It's the truth. We almost died here, and you can't even let us complain, Ailey muttered softly. Jinwan came out to smooth things over. Say less or you'll attract the bad guys. Keep your voice down. Xinxin took out the band-aid she always kept in her bag. The wound on your neck is still bleeding. I only have a band-aid. I'll put it on for you. Chapter 843. Huafulong opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice. Thanks. Xiao Ge held his phone and tried to calm everyone down. I have just called the police. The police said that government troops nearby also heard the gunshots and are rushing over here. Don't be afraid, we will be rescued soon. That's good. Fortunately, Secretary Xiao is here today. Jinwan breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of Secretary Xiao, everyone's expressions became much more complicated. They all saw the process of Xiao Mingyue killing people just now, and the decisive and ruthless killing. Is she a special forces soldier? Someone speculated. Isn't she afraid at all? It was so fierce that before I could react, she inserted the chopsticks into the man's neck, and the chopsticks went straight through. And her eyes were so cold, just like slaughtering a chicken. Someone whispered. Another person echoed. Yes, I saw the look in her eyes too. It's hard to describe the feeling, it's murderous intent, yes, murderous intent. Luckily, Secretary General Xiao is here, otherwise we would all be doomed. Huafulong, the best decision you made today was to invite Secretary General Xiao to dinner. Ailey was very scared. Jinwan nodded and analyzed. I think she is scarier than Director Wan. Director Wan has a strong aura, but she not only has a strong aura, but she also kills people without hesitation. She can easily break a person's neck, and she can also shoot. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with a strange expression, Jinwan quickly said, Don't get me wrong. Killing people like crazy isn't a derogatory term. Don't tell tales on her. What I mean is that she's like a female killer. She's cool, quick to react, and ruthless. Guess what she did before? Jinwan asked a soul-searching question. Everyone looked at each other, guessing. Anyway, I admire her and am convinced. No wonder Director Wan made an exception and gave her the position of Chief Secretary, Xiao Ge said from the bottom of his heart. No one had any objection to this statement. In the past, everyone was speculating about the origins of this parachuted Chief Secretary, what his background was, whether he had the ability, or whether he was just a fool who got in through connections. After this incident, no one would say that Xiao Mingyue got in through the back door anymore, and no one would talk about her having a backer. All they can say is that she remained calm in the face of danger, her excellent psychological quality, her overwhelming skills, and her decisiveness in quickly counterattacking. They also completely understood why a chief secretary was parachuted in and why Director Wan treated her so well. She relied on her own strong ability. She deserves it. Everyone was so scared that their brains were almost a mess, let alone thinking of a solution. She was the only one who remained calm and killed the criminals. Doesn't this prove something? Anyway, she is our savior. I will call her sister from now on and I will hang out with her. It's absolutely right to hang out with her. Gu Chao made up his mind. Identify the boss, hold on to his thigh, and wait for the ascension. Secretary Gu, you are over 30 years old and Secretary Xiao is only in her 20s. Isn't it inappropriate to call Secretary Xiao sister? Someone questioned. Gu Chao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. What's wrong with that? The title of sister has nothing to do with age, but it has something to do with your status in the underworld. This is the first time I admire a woman so much. What's wrong with calling her sister? From now on, I will call her sister Sister Xiao. Several people exchanged glances and said, Then I will shout too. Xiaoxiu was a little worried. What do you think of Sister Xiao now? It seems like she just took a gun to kill someone, right? Chapter 844. While the colleagues in the storage room were talking, Xiao Mingyue had already arrived on the second floor alone. But she was still too late. When she killed Sister Kai and others, the gang of bandits had already attacked the Hu family. After hearing the gunshots, they had already fled, so Xiao Mingyue did not see the gangsters upstairs. Along the way, she saw only corpses everywhere. Hu Qingdong's body was lying in a pool of blood, his throat had been slit with a knife, along with Mrs. Hu Qingdong's second son and his wife, and other family members, including a little girl with pigtails. They died in the same way, all of them had their throats slit with a single knife, cruelly and quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Even if gunshots were heard, they would use this method to quickly kill all the members of the Hu family before fleeing in panic, leaving no one alive. There was blood everywhere. Seeing this scene, Xiao Mingyue's eyes were shocked. What kind of hatred or grudge could have caused the Hu family to suffer such a disaster? Xiao Mingyue planned to go downstairs and search around. If there was nothing unusual, she would wait downstairs for the police to arrive. Now the criminals have fled. They have been preparing for so long, they must have their escape route. Xiao Mingyue has no way to chase them. Because it was her first time in this community, and she was not familiar with the surroundings, after leaving the Hu family villa, she had no idea where to chase. While searching the room, she called the police. The police said they had also received a call and were taking action. Xiao Mingyue guessed that it was Jin Wan and the others who called the police. Now, let's just put our hope on the police and hope they can be more powerful and catch the escaped criminals. Just as Xiao Mingyue was about to leave, the long-lost system voice suddenly sounded. Master, a new mission has arrived, save Xinxin. Please act quickly. Xiao Mingyue paused. Xinxin? Which one? Except for Hu Fulong, weren't all the Hu family members in the Hu family villa dead? Moreover, the task given by the system seemed familiar. It did not ask whether she was willing to accept the task, but directly assigned the task to her, just like the last time when it rescued Xiao Shiwang. Xiao Mingyue asked tentatively, Is it okay if I don't want to take this mission? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the system voice. Warning, this mission cannot be refused, otherwise you will be punished. What punishment? Restore factory settings. The system's voice was still cold. Sure enough, it was this sentence again. Xiao Mingyue really wanted to roll her eyes. It was exactly the same as the last time she saved Xiao Shiwang. The system gave the same answer. If she doesn't save the person, the system will punish her by restoring the factory settings. But is Xiao Mingyue the kind of person who can be easily threatened? She is. Xiao Mingyue resigned herself to her fate and went to look for the man named Xinxin. Just now when she passed by the study, the system made a sound, so it was very likely that the person was inside. Xiao Mingyue looked around the study but didn't see anyone, and there was no space for anyone to hide. Where is the person? Did she make a wrong analysis? Wasn't he in the study? She was just about to leave and look somewhere else when she heard a slight noise from under the desk. There is a small cabinet under the desk. It is very small and is used to store documents. It is impossible for an adult to hide in it. Such a small space can only accommodate a child at most. Xiao Mingyue opened the cabinet without hesitation. The moment she opened the cabinet, the little boy inside trembled violently, and his face turned pale. Sure enough, there was someone there. He should be Xinxin. The boy was about 2 years old, very handsome, with chubby cheeks, red lips and white teeth. His big black eyes were filled with tears, which dripped down one by one. The little boy didn't say a word, not even a cry. He just looked straight into Xiao Mingyue's eyes, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. Looking closely, this little boy looks somewhat similar to Hu Fulong, but Hu Fulong is not married yet, so this should be his nephew. Chapter 845. Xiao Mingyue felt soft-hearted for a moment, stretched out her hand and said, Xinxin, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I'll take you to find your uncle. The little boy shrank into the closet. He was very scared and didn't believe Xiao Mingyue. I'm Hu Fulong's new colleague. I came to your house for dinner today. Did you know about this? Hu Fulong is your uncle, right? He's downstairs. And if I were a bad guy, I would have hit you by now, and I wouldn't have said so much to you, right? Xiao Mingyue said patiently. The little boy pursed his lips and looked at Xiao Mingyue's outstretched hand, as if thinking about the reliability of her words. He slowly crawled out of the closet, then squatted on the ground, hugged himself with his hands, and curled up his small body, looking weak and helpless. Xiao Mingyue sighed softly, then picked him up and left the study. When passing by the bodies of the Hu family, she held Xinxin in her arms and blocked his view with her hands. Downstairs. The cooks in the kitchen and the actual servants and bodyguards were all killed. In the entire huge villa, only those people in the storage room survived, and everyone else died. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 knocks on the door, and the people in the storage room were so frightened that they felt as if their hearts were suddenly grasped by someone. "Open the door, it's me!" Xiao Mingyue's voice came. When the people in the storage room heard Xiao Mingyue's voice, they immediately relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chao hurried to open the door. "Sister Xiao, come in!" "Secretary Xiao, are you okay?" "Secretary Xiao, what's the situation outside? Are the bad guys still there? Have the police arrived?" Several people asked at the same time. Xiao Mingyue came in holding Xian. "The criminals have all run away, the police are on their way, we are safe." That's good, that's good." After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, everyone felt like they had survived a disaster, and they looked at Xiao Mingyue as if she were a savior. Hua Fulang took Xian from Xiao Mingyue's arms. "Goodbye." He looked at Xiao Mingyue suddenly. "How are my parents?" Xiao Mingyue lowered her eyes, not knowing what to say. "My condolences." Hua Fulang felt like he was struck by lightning. He hurriedly handed Xian to Xiao Mingyue, then crawled out using his hands and feet. After a while, painful cries were heard outside, desperate and sad. Everyone listened to Hua Fulang's crying outside and fell silent, with mixed feelings. Especially the few people who complained just now, they lowered their heads, their expressions even looked a little ashamed, regretting having blamed Hua Fulang just now. Although they came to the Hua family for dinner because of Hua Fulang's invitation, it was not Hua Fulang's fault that they encountered the bandits. Now they all survived by chance, but the entire Hua family was killed. Who can still blame Xian? No one could open their mouths anymore because it was too cruel. Xian hugged Xiao Mingyue's neck tightly and buried his head in the crook of her neck. He seemed very scared. Xiao Mingyue's eyes moved slightly. Why didn't the child cry or make a fuss? From the time she rescued him until now, he hasn't said a single word. His silence was a little abnormal. Is he scared, silly? Even if he was scared, he should have reacted when he saw Hua Fulang just now. After all, he was his family. But he still said nothing. Why? Chapter 846. The police arrived quickly and Xiao Mingyue and the others were finally rescued. When the police came to collect the bodies, they were carrying them down one by one, which was shocking. Blood dripped onto the floor and the air was filled with the smell of blood, reminding everyone what had just happened here. Hua Fulang fell to the ground and sobbed, which made anyone who heard him feel heartbroken. He was so devastated at the moment that he could no longer communicate normally with the police. The police also sighed repeatedly. The police conducted routine questioning of the survivors and were very surprised to learn that it was Xiao Mingyue who saved them. "Ms. Xiao, can you tell me what happened in detail?" asked the female police officer opposite. Xiao Mingyue calmly narrated what happened. The policewoman exchanged glances with her colleagues. Xiao Mingyue's confession was the same as that of other colleagues. "Ms. Xiao, what did you do before? Have you received systematic training? Have you practiced shooting? Being able to kill 8 people in just a few minutes is not something that ordinary people can do," the policewoman said in a gentle voice. They had seen the corpse whose neck was pierced by chopsticks and the corpse whose neck was twisted apart. The policewoman asked herself, even she couldn't do it. "I've practiced and I can use a gun," Xiao Mingyue said frankly. The policewoman was about to say something when a male voice rang out. "How's the question going?" The policewoman stood up immediately. "Hello, Captain Yan?" Xiao Mingyue looked in the direction of the voice. Wasn't this a familiar face? It was this Yan Jun who questioned him when he was in Zhuling City. There was also the guy called Fan Long. The two of them sang the same tune and insisted on linking her with Bailey Machin. When Yan Jun saw that it was Xiao Mingyue, his eyes lit up immediately and he said jokingly, "Oh, you look familiar, Xiao Mingyue, it's you again." He casually flipped through the records, his expression becoming more serious. "No ordinary soldier can do what you do." Xiao Mingyue smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment." Yan Jun's eyes were sharp. "How long have you been in Gaobel City? You have already become the chief secretary of the Stability Bureau. Director Wan has always been impartial. How could this happen? Xiao Mingyue, you are not simple." Ever since the last time in Zhuling City, when the commander made an exception and brought this woman back, Jun knew that she was no ordinary woman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyue gave him another surprise. No wonder Bailey Machin also admired her. This woman is hard to find among 10,000 people. Xiao Mingyue didn't have time to chat with him. She wasn't afraid of being investigated. Let's talk about business. Have the escaped bandits been caught? That's all I care about. We caught him. There are government troops stationed near the Nanan community. They took action when they heard the gunshots and immediately blocked all exits after receiving the alarm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to waste here with you, Jun replied. That's good. I killed their accomplices and was afraid of retaliation. Now if I kill them all, I don't have to worry about anyone taking revenge on me. Xiao Mingyue's tone was flat. Jun. It turned out that this woman had this in mind, and he didn't know what to say. You fired the shot? Xiao Mingyue spread his hands and said, Nonsense, isn't it all written in the confession? If it wasn't her who opened the door, then it must have been a ghost. The one called Sister Kai didn't let her accomplice shoot, so I shot. Jun looked at Xiao Mingyue deeply. Luckily you fired the gun. We took action immediately after hearing the gunshot. Otherwise, if we gave them time to escape, they might have gotten away. Xiao Mingyue nodded. She had thought of this. This community was very special. The people living here were all of extraordinary status. There must be government troops nearby. Chapter 847. Once gunfire was heard, government troops would rush over and they would have no way to escape. That's why Xiao Mingyue shot without hesitation. Can I ask why the bandits wanted to kill the Hua family? Xiao Mingyue asked curiously. It's a vendetta. They have a grudge against Xinxin gang. Jun's face was calm. He looked at Xiao Mingyue and said seriously, I have to say, it's a good thing you are here today, otherwise no one would be able to survive. You're welcome. She just wanted to survive, so saving people was just a convenience. Jun closed the notebook and said, Director Wan is on the way. Was such a big incident, the Security Bureau almost suffered heavy losses, so we also notified her. Then can I go home? Xiao Mingyue asked. Jun shook his head. Not yet. The murder of the Hua family is very tragic. The higher-ups take it very seriously, so we still need your cooperation. Oh well. Brother! My parents, my second brother and his wife, they are all gone. Hua Fulong hugged Hua Lin, who had rushed over and cried inconsolably. Hua Lin is Hua Qinggang's eldest son and also the most promising one. He does not live in the Hua family villa and has separated from the family long ago. The bandits' target was Hua Qinggang, so Hua Lin's family escaped. Hua Lin was shaking with anger. His heart was filled with rage. Don't be afraid, third brother. I'm here. I'll be there for you from now on. He glanced at the man next to him and asked, Have you caught everyone? Director Hua, all those who escaped have been caught and are now being detained, the man said respectfully. Hua Lin's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to tear them into pieces. Hua Lin walked to the corner and picked up the curled-up Hua Xian, his eyes full of heartache. Xian, Uncle is here, don't be afraid. As long as Uncle is here, we won't be afraid anymore. Hua Xian was the son of the second branch of the Hua family, but his entire family was killed, leaving only this little boy. As the eldest son of the family, how could Hua Lin not feel sorry for his younger brother's orphans? Now his father is gone, his second brother is gone too, and his third brother is not doing well. From now on, Hua Lin will be the only one to support the huge Hua family. When Hua Xian saw a familiar figure appear, he struggled to get off Hua Lin's body. Hua Lin could only put him down. Hua Xian, with his feet on the ground, took his short legs and ran towards Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue's legs were suddenly hugged. She looked down and saw Hua Xian, whose eyes were full of grievance. Xiao Mingyue took the opportunity to pick him up. Hua Xian still didn't say anything. He buried his head in Xiao Mingyue's neck and put his arms around Xiao Mingyue's neck. It seemed that only in Xiao Mingyue could he find a sense of security. Hua Lin wiped away the tears from his eyes, walked over and said, Miss Xiao, right? I already know what happened. Thank you for helping me today. Otherwise, my third brother and Xian would not have survived. On behalf of the Hua family, thank you for saving my life. Xiao Mingyue looked at the middle-aged man in front of her whose eyes were red but who was still trying to take charge of the situation, and guessed that he should be Hua Fulong's brother. Hua Fulong was a dandy boy who had never experienced any great ups and downs in life. He was spoiled since childhood. Hua Xinxin had a son in his old age and did not have many requirements for him since he already had 2 other sons in the family. Not to mention asking Hua Fulong to hold up the situation and assist the police in handling his family's funeral, he has collapsed to the point where he can't even speak complete sentences. I wonder if Hua Fulong will grow up after experiencing such a major change? The person in front of him was extraordinary just by looking at his aura and conversation. You're welcome, Mr. Hua, I'm sorry. Chapter 848. Xiao Mingyue said with some regret. They attacked your family in several groups. When I was still in the restaurant, your family had already suffered an accident. Otherwise, I understand. My Hua family will definitely repay Miss Zhao's kindness. Hua Lin's tone was complicated. Xinxin is a special child. He has always been autistic and usually doesn't get close to anyone. He can get close to you. It may be because you saved him. Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Autism? No wonder, the system said. Save was Xinxin. If the child was a normal one, he could hide in the bookcase by himself and wait for the police to arrive before coming out and be rescued. But if the child is autistic, leaving him hiding in the bookcase alone will have disastrous consequences. Because he would not make a sound for help, nor would he come out to seek help on his own. He would hide in the bookcase until he was found by others. Not to mention whether anyone would find him. Even if someone happened to find him, he would suffer from serious mental illness due to staying in the secret space of the bookcase for too long, which would aggravate his condition. The matter of the Hua family came to an end. Director Ruan knew that everyone was scared. It happened to be the weekend, so after careful consideration, Director Ruan gave everyone 4 days off, including Thursday and Friday. As for Hua Fulong, I heard from Director Ruan that he had taken a month-long vacation. After a few days, all the disaster victims in Pingjing City have been resettled and are living in resettlement houses. They will gradually get used to life in Gaobeil City and join in the work of building Gaobeil City. And Zhao's father and mother finally made time to go to the west of the city to visit their old friends in Pingjing City. It didn't matter that I went there, I actually gained something unexpectedly. This day was the last day of Xiao Mingyue's vacation. She was playing chess with her grandfather at home when suddenly her father called. Shouldn't Mom and Dad be visiting old friends in the west of the city right now? Why is it over so soon? Xiao Mingyue answered the phone while muttering to herself. After the call was connected, the voice on the other end was Zhao's mother's. She sounded very excited. Mingyue, are your grandparents here? Xiao Mingyue turned on the speaker. What happened over there, Mom? Tell me, I'm turning on the PA. Your father and I came to the west of the city and saw your third aunt. She is still alive! Mother Zhao's voice was trembling, and she was obviously overjoyed. Qianwei is still alive! Grandma couldn't believe it. Grandpa immediately said, Is she next to you now, Qingwan? Let your sister talk. Mother Xiao hesitated for a moment. Third sister's situation is a bit special, she. Why are you hesitating? What's wrong with her? Grandpa was a little anxious. Dad, Mom, we'll go back now and take our third sister with us. You'll know when we get home, said Dad Xiao. Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather looked at each other, and both realized something was wrong. Was there anything that couldn't be said over the phone? Okay, then you guys come back soon, I'll be waiting at home. Grandma's eyes were filled with tears. My grandmother had 5 children in total, the first 2 were sons and the last 3 were daughters. Zhao's mother is the 4th child. The 3rd daughter married far away and we only see each other a few times a year. Since the natural disaster, we have lost contact and even couldn't get through to her on the phone. We don't know whether she is alive or dead. They are my own flesh and blood, how can Grandma not worry about them? Now my eldest uncle and second uncle's families are doing well, my aunt has also found a home, and it goes without saying that Zhao's mother's family is doing very well. Chapter 849. The only thing that worries my grandma and grandpa is their 3rd daughter who has lost contact with them. Soon, Zhao's father and mother drove back. When they saw the person in the back seat of the car, Grandma, Grandpa and Xiao Mingyue were all stunned. Is this the 3rd sister Xiao Qianwei? Xiao Qianwei's face was covered in dirt, Her hair was messy and matted together. It had been unknown how long since she had a bath. The black mud on her body had formed scabs, one piece at a time, like fish scales. She was wearing a thin nightgown that looked like a rotten rag and her original color could not be seen. She was wearing Zhao's father's coat on the outside. He was wearing thick cotton trousers for the winter and half-broken slippers on his feet. His toenails were long and yellow, and full of mud. Her eyes were dull, her movements were timid, and she would let out a silly giggle from time to time. She was no different from a stupid beggar on the street. It can also be said that she is a fool. Xiao Mingyue is crazy. Grandma burst into tears immediately, her eyes full of heartache. She didn't even dare to touch it, for fear that it was fake. "Xianwei, my child, how did you become like this?" Grandma cried and used her hands to push aside the messy hair that was covering Xiao Qianwei's face. She held her face and looked at it again and again, feeling anxious and painful. "Child, don't you recognize your mother? I am your mother, Qianwei. Do you still recognize me? Take a closer look at me." Xiao Qianwei was so scared that she let out a hoarse sound and tried her best to hide backwards. She squatted on the ground and hugged herself with both hands. It was obvious that she didn't recognize her family. Grandpa's eyes were red, and he asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Mother Xiao sniffed and told the story. It turned out that they were driving past a dirty beggar's den in the west of the city. Everyone in it was crazy and mentally unstable, and had no family members to take care of them. The higher-ups have temporarily gathered these people in the beggar's den in the west of the city, and we'll talk about it later. Zhao's mother glanced over inadvertently, and just then Xiao Qianwei looked up at her curiously. Only then did Zhao's mother notice Xiao Qianwei's face, which was very familiar, like her third sister. Mother Xiao was unsure, so she asked Father Xiao to back the car back. When they got out of the car, they saw that it was actually the third sister. Later, I asked people nearby and found out that Xiao Qianwei had been wandering here for a year. She didn't go crazy or hit anyone, but she liked to smile at people foolishly. For such a long time, Xiao Qianwei, in addition to picking up garbage to eat, mostly relied on the help of a kind-hearted aunt in the community. The aunt came from a well-off family and occasionally helped the crazy beggars in the beggar's den. Only then did Xiao Qianwei survive day and night after day. Because Gaobeil City has been developing steadily as a settlement this year, the conditions are much better than other cities. It is not as tragic as other cities where there is not even a bite to eat. Also, after the extreme cold ended, there was no big fluctuation in temperature, so Xiao Qianwei was lucky enough to survive. "I don't know what my third sister has been through in the past few years. Why did she suddenly go crazy? People in the community said that she suddenly appeared on the streets in the west of the city one day. When people in the community noticed her, she had already gone crazy," Mother Xiao said with great sorrow. Grandpa looked at his crazy third daughter with eyes full of pain and said hatefully, "Why didn't this damn girl listen to me? I told you not to marry far away, but you insisted. Now it's like this, you." Grandpa seemed to have aged several years. "It's all my fault. I should have stopped you. It's all my fault." Xiao Mingyue frowned slightly and suggested, "It's the luckiest thing that third aunt is still alive. Let's take third aunt into the house first, give her a good bath, and see if we can restore her consciousness. If a normal person suddenly goes crazy, it must be because he has experienced a great deal of stimulation, otherwise it would not happen." What exactly did Aunt San go through? Chapter 850. Zhao's mother and grandmother half coaxed and half forced Jiang Qianwei into the bathroom, because Jiang Qianwei was not very cooperative, and kept resisting. So it took 3 hours and changed the water 7 times before Jiang Qianwei was finally washed clean. The Xiao family's bathroom looked like it had been ravaged by a mudslide, with black mud all over the floor. In order not to damage the sewer, Grandma swept up the mud with a broom and poured it into the trash can. 3 hours later, Xiao's mother and grandmother were exhausted. Mother Xiao used a pair of scissors to cut off Jiang Qianwei's messy hair, gave her a neat short haircut, and gave her her own clothes to wear. After a long time of struggle, third aunt finally changed from the sloppy beggar look she had when she first came to dressing like a normal person. But her expression and behavior were still silly and stupid. Grandma's eyes were almost dry from crying. She was so heartbroken and wanted to ask something, but Jiang Qianwei couldn't say anything. Not only Grandma was worried, The whole family was worried. Everyone wanted to know what Jiang Qiangwei had been through. How could a healthy person become so stupid? Jiang Qiangwei stared at the oranges on the table, making strange noises and smiling innocently. Ah, eat! She wanted to take it, but didn't dare. Only then did Zhao's mother realize that she had been so busy giving Jiang Qiangwei a bath that she had not even given her a meal. How could she not be hungry while wandering on the streets? She quickly picked up an orange, peeled it, and handed it to him, saying gently, "Third sister, eat quickly. You are home now. This is our home. Eat whatever you want." Jiang Qiangwei stretched out her hand tentatively, then snatched the orange and stuffed the whole thing into her mouth. "Delicious, hee. I'm going to get some food for Auntie San. There are still a lot of buns left from yesterday." Xiao Mingyue immediately stood up and went to the kitchen to get 4 big meat buns, which her grandma had just made yesterday. She heated them up briefly and brought them out to her third aunt to fill her stomach first. "Aunt, please have some buns." Jiang Qiangwei lowered her head and glanced at Xiao Mingyue secretly in fear for several times. Then she picked up the bun timidly and gobbled it up in big mouthfuls. Slow down, there's more." Grandma wiped away her tears. Look at how skinny she was. Her own daughter was starving and freezing outside, not having a good meal to eat. Grandma didn't dare to think about how Jiang Qiangwei had survived all these years. Her heart ached when she thought about it. "When I was bathing Jiang Qiangwei just now, it was really shocking. The fat woman who used to have a blessed face and was cheerful all day long, now became as thin as a skeleton. It's like there is a layer of skin attached to the bones, making people afraid to touch it hard, for fear that they would accidentally break her arm." Thank you, hee. Jiang Qiangwei said incoherently. Jiang Qiangwei ate 3 big buns one after another. Xiao Mingyue was slightly startled. Third auntie could still say thank you? Although she became stupid, her character was still there. Xiao Mingyue poured a cup of dew from the well. "Here, drink some water, don't choke." She thought about using mind reading, but mind reading can only read the person's current thoughts and cannot obtain past memories, so mind reading is useless. After eating the buns, Jiang Qiangwei relaxed her guard against these people a little. She took the water cup with both hands and drank it all in one breath. "Also more." Xiao Mingyue poured her another cup of well dew. How long had she been hungry and thirsty? Jiang Qiangwei gulped down the drink and ate the remaining buns. She slapped the plate. Chapter 851. Eat. Grandma was about to take it, but Xiao Mingyue stopped her. "For buns are not a small amount. Buns are made of wheat. Auntie San drank 2 glasses of water. She has been hungry for so long. We can't let her eat too much all of a sudden, otherwise her stomach will swell and hurt." Grandma sat back down again. "Mingyue is right. Take good care of her first, and make sure third aunt's health is well, then we can talk about other things," Xiao Mingyue said again. Grandpa tapped his cane and said seriously, "After she's fully fed and washed, let's go to the hospital and give her a comprehensive physical examination." Father Xiao stood up and said, "Yes, it is indeed time to give third sister a physical examination. I will drive." She was starving and freezing, sleeping in the open, and had no idea where she would get water to drink. The water she drank must have been unclean. After such a long time, Jiang Qiangwei's body must have been seriously damaged, so it would be safer to have a comprehensive physical examination. After the physical examination, if there is no major problem, just take good care of yourself at home," Grandpa added. He sighed softly. "At least now I know that the Rose Man is still alive. As long as he is still alive, that's enough. We take good care of her, and she will definitely get better as she is surrounded by her family every day." Mother Xiao also agreed with grandfather's statement. Yes, so many people died in the apocalyptic natural disasters in the past few years. The fact that Jiang Qiangwei was still alive was a blessing in disguise. As long as people are still alive, why worry about the future? A few people packed up quickly and took Jiang Qiangwei to the hospital. In the hospital, Xiao Mingyue found an opportunity, pulled Grandpa aside, and whispered, "Grandpa, I still have 2 more leg stretching and eye glaring pills." Grandpa raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Mingyue. "Child, I know what you are thinking, you are a good child, but please take your time, there is no rush. Your pills are life-saving. You still have a long way to go. Wait until your third aunt's medical examination report comes out. Xiao Mingyue didn't understand. Why? Grandpa frowned. Your third aunt has become like this. She must have been through a great shock and couldn't accept it, so she went crazy. It is true that taking the stretching pills is good for the body, but if she wakes up and thinks of the things that stimulated her, I am worried that she may not be able to accept it. Grandpa didn't continue speaking, but Xiao Mingyue understood what he meant. Grandpa was worried that after my third aunt regained consciousness after taking the stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill, she would recall those painful experiences and become depressed for a while. Sometimes, being unconscious is better than being awake. Now we have found your third aunt, but her children and my grandchildren are probably in great danger, Grandpa said sadly. Xiao Mingyue fell into deep thought. Everything her grandfather said made sense. Yes, her third aunt's madness might be related to her closest relatives. When Xiao Mingyue disappeared before, Zhao's father and mother also felt that there was no hope for survival. In just a few months, it seemed that she had aged by 10 years. At that time, it felt like the sky had fallen and they could not live anymore. What's more, even if third aunt is like this, if her children were still alive, how could they let their mother fall into this state? So, Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather agreed on this point, and that her third aunt's child was probably gone. Grandpa looked towards the blood-drawing room. Third aunt was struggling and was afraid to have her blood drawn. Zhao's father and mother tried to hold her down. He said with a distressed tone. So, as long as she is healthy, what does it matter if she is stupid or not? I just want her to be alive. Even if she is a stupid girl, I will support her for the rest of her life. Xiao Mingyue was moved. Grandpa is also a father, how could he not love his own child? He was afraid that third aunt would be unable to get over it after she woke up, but he was also afraid that she would get over it too much. My third aunt couldn't accept the pain of losing her son, but my grandfather didn't want to lose his child either. Chapter 852. After the physical examination, they went home. Even if the expedited physical examination report is required, it will take 3 days to get out. Mother Xiao and grandmother cleaned up a south-facing room on the first floor for Jiang Qiangwei to live in. This room faces south, has good sunlight, and is on the first floor, so it's convenient, and there's no need to climb stairs. Grandma also cleaned up the room next door and moved in so that she could take care of Jiang Qiangwei more conveniently. After settling down, Grandma called my eldest uncle, second uncle and aunt to tell them the good news. They were so happy that they wanted to come and see me right away. My eldest uncle and second uncle were infected late, but after receiving vaccination in time and treatment, they have now been discharged from the hospital and have recovered a lot. But my uncle has to wear glasses all the time. His eyesight is not very good now, and everything he sees is blurry. The eyeballs damaged by the X virus cannot recover. If he gets the victory vaccine a few days later, he will definitely go blind. While feeling fortunate, my uncle got a pair of black-framed glasses. My aunt even teased him, saying that he looked like an intellectual after putting them on. He was really like a piece of green onion with its head pinched pretending to be stupid. All the relatives have arrived, and the Xiao family is very lively. Look, Grandpa is scolding Uncle again, telling him to speak more quietly and not to shout at the top of his voice and scare Xiao Qiangwei again. My uncle suppressed his loud voice and spoke softly, like a thief. My aunt's husband Su So was standing by and smiling. His smile was gentle and polite. Grandma and my eldest and second aunts were busy preparing the meal. They had finally gotten together, and with so many people together, they had to have a meal together. With the third child, Jiang Qiangwei, the Jiang family was finally reunited. Xiao Mingyue didn't know that what was happening at home was being eavesdropped on by the neighbors. Ever since being taught a lesson by Xiao Huihui, Queenie tried a few more times. Xiao Huihui immediately found him, jumped into his house, scared him several times, and twice ate the meat in Queenie's bowl and pooped in the process. After a few times, Queenie no longer dares to go to the second-floor balcony, let alone the second-floor balcony. Little Huihui has become a shadow in his life. Although the glass on the second floor had been repaired, Xiao Huihui was able to climb over the wall, jump into the yard, run upstairs, and chase him to bite him. How dare he peek again? But Queenie still didn't give up. Ever since he had this idea, he felt itchy in his heart. He couldn't eat or drink, and he was thinking about it every day. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, he had to do something. Nadi stood behind him without knowing when, holding a kitchen knife in her hand. Queenie, what are you doing? Queenie was concentrating on listening to the noise next door, and was suddenly startled by Nadi. She said angrily, You walk without making any sound? Queenie's expression was one of undisguised annoyance. He had seen enough of this old and ugly woman. How could she compare to the young girl next door? Queenie has been obsessed with having sweet dreams. Every night in his dreams he enjoys the happiness of having many wives and is in love with Xiao Mingyue. He is so happy. He forgot that Nadi was only in her 30s and he was in his 50s, so he was more than 20 years older than Nadi. Nadi tightened her grip on the knife. Recently, Queenie's attitude towards her has become worse and worse. She has no patience at all and scolds her at every turn. Have you found a new partner? Are you really planning to give her up? You wish. Nadi was furious. She gritted her teeth and endured it. The cake is ready. Queenie ignored her and walked into the kitchen. She filled the pancake basket with most of the freshly made pancakes, leaving only 2. Why are you taking so many cookies? Where are you going? Nadi asked anxiously. Queenie frowned. Go deliver some to the family next door. Nadi could no longer suppress her inner anger and said sharply, Is this why you asked me to make pancakes? Those were the pancakes I made, and you wanted to give them to the bitch next door. Queenie felt that his masculine status was challenged, so he raised his hand and slapped him. Shut up! I paid for the flour, you eat and drink my food, and you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe I will kick you out? Be quiet and don't mess with me. Nadi touched her burning right cheek in disbelief, her chest heaving violently. She gritted her teeth in hatred. You like the woman next door? Why do you like her? Is it because I can't have children? A trace of disdain and contempt flashed across Queenie's dark eyes. Chapter 853. You really don't know your own limits. He did not refute. After saying this, he turned around and left, knocking on the door of the Xiao family. Nadi pursed her lips and widened her eyes. Queenie's words completely shattered her psychological defenses. He admitted that he really fell in love with the bitch next door. Overestimating her own abilities? In his mind, was she even worse than the old woman next door? Why would a married bitch seduce her husband? I followed Queenie when I was a teenager, but I didn't expect that after so many years, I would be accused of overestimating my own abilities. Oh! Her heart began to tremble, and the seeds of resentment grew wildly in her heart, expanding, and expanding in every part of her body. The strong hatred overwhelmed her sanity, leaving only the dark, evil thoughts that continued to grow. Inside the house, Maisha watched all this with a cold eye, her lips curled up in sarcasm. You see, men are like this. When they are nice to you, they will be very nice to you and will coax you in any way. But when they are not nice to you, they will kick you away and turn against you at any time. At the door of Zhao's house, it was Zhao's mother who opened the door. There was a flash of disappointment in Queenie's eyes. Why wasn't it her? But he still said flatteringly, This is the pancake I made at home. We are all neighbors. I am sending some to your house. I hope you don't mind. Xiaoma smiled politely but awkwardly, organizing her words of refusal in her mind. No, you're too polite. Queenie stuffed the basket directly into Xiaoma's hands. Take it, you're welcome. Is your daughter home too? Your house is so lively. I heard her voice. Yes, there are a lot of people at home today, so it's a little noisy. Don't mind it. Zhao's mother said perfunctorily. No, I don't mind. Seeing that Zhao's mother had no intention of inviting him into the house, Queenie still did not give up. Do you need help? Mom, come here! Xiao Mingyue shouted in the house. Zhao's mother immediately said, My daughter called me for something. Thank you. After saying that, she closed the door and smiled politely. After all, they were neighbors, so she couldn't make things too awkward and just gave a perfunctory response. What is this? Xiao Mingyue saw her mother holding a basket of cakes. Zhao's mother looked helpless. The guy next door took old man songs, and I said I didn't want it, but he forced it on me. Queenie lost the battle and did not see Xiao Mingyue. He was still thinking of other ways, so he did not notice Nadi at his door. Nadi saw the whole scene, and her eyes were burning with deep resentment. Behind her, Maisha spoke softly. See? That woman has taken Queenie's heart away. His heart has long gone to the next door. Nadi took a deep breath and said, Sister, aren't you angry when you see your husband falling in love with another woman? Why should I be angry? Queenie will never divorce me, but you are different. Without Queenie, you can only go back to your slums and be sold to another family by your parents. Maisha said this in a cold voice, then slowly left in her wheelchair. Nadi's face turned pale. Maisa was right. She was sold to Queenie by her family. If she couldn't stay with Queenie, she would have to go back to her heartless parents and be sold like an animal for money. Think about those days. After all, which parent loves their daughter? Who would sell their own daughter to an old man as a concubine? So, she can't leave, she absolutely can't leave. She had no way out, she could only rely on Queenie. Queenie was her lifeline and the source of her stable second half of life. Nadi looked at the Xiao family next door with hatred, and a ferocious look appeared on her face. Why did you take my man away? You forced me to do it. You pushed me into a desperate situation. Chapter 854. Holidays always end quickly, there is no time to hold on to them, they are gone in the blink of an eye. Monday. Xiao Mingyue went to work as usual. From the moment she got out of the car and before entering the gate of the security bureau, people greeted her along the way. Hello, Secretary Xiao. Good morning, Secretary Xiao. Has Secretary Xiao had breakfast? Good morning, Secretary Xiao. Your clothes are so beautiful, they make your skin look so fair. Xiao Mingyue replied to them one by one, her face almost frozen with smile. When did her popularity become so good? As soon as I entered the secretarial department, Gu Chao came up to me with a smile on his face. Sister Xiao is here? Sister Xiao, have you had breakfast? This is a pie made by my wife, with a lot of meat in it. There is also a cup of goat milk, which my wife asked me to bring to you. Drink it while it's hot. Not only Gu Chao, but people from the art department next door also came out to watch. Xiao Mingyue even wondered if she hadn't washed her face. Did she have eye boogers? Even if there is eye boogers, is it necessary to treat her like a giant panda? Gu Chao looked eager, but Xiao Mingyue was confused. Thank you, no thanks, I ate here this morning. It's okay, it's okay. You can keep it as a snack when you are hungry. I've put it on your table. Gu Chao smiled more attentively. Xiao Mingyue came to her workstation and saw that there was more than just pies, there was food everywhere. At first glance, her workstation looks like a breakfast shop, with a fragrant aroma. Xiao Xue squeezed out of the crowd, feeling a little embarrassed. Sister Xiao, this is the cake my mother made. It's a specialty of Gaobeil City. It's so delicious. Have you ever eaten it? Jin Wan was very enthusiastic. Sister Xiao, this is the pickled vegetables I fried, it goes really well with rice. That is the beef jerky that my grandma dried, it's also delicious, she asked me to bring it to you and I must give it a try. Xiao Mingyue chuckled. What are you doing? I eat 3 meals a day, and I can't finish it even if I eat for several days. Although it was just breakfast, you could see their dedication. There was meat, vegetables, bread and milk, and they were all refined grains, without any coarse grains at all. Each one was very exquisite. Things are different now than in the past. They took out the best food in the house. After all, even in a place where people live, fine grains are quite precious. After hearing this, everyone laughed. We thank you for saving our lives, but it's just a small thing and not worth mentioning. If it weren't for you, we would all be wiped out, Gu Chao said sincerely. The others nodded. Xiao Mingyue smiled and said, You have thanked me countless times. I am almost tired of hearing the word thank you. Please don't be polite. It's not enough to just say thank you for saving my life, said Jin Wan. That's right, someone echoed. Then everyone should cooperate well in the future and work together to get the job done. This will be your thank you gift to me, Xiao Mingyue said casually. She was mainly trying to protect herself, so saving them was just a matter of convenience. But these people were quite interesting, genuine, and enthusiastic. Gu Chao was the first to agree. Of course, we must cooperate with Sister Xiao in the future. We will do whatever Sister Xiao tells us to do. Secretary Gu, and all of you, please stop calling me Sister Xiao. It sounds weird to me. Xiao Mingyue felt weird. She was younger than most of the people here, so why did they call her Sister Xiao, and why did they call her so easily? Gu Chao chuckled. Sister Xiao deserves it, this is your skill. He gave a thumbs up. Xiao Xue said excitedly. Yes, yes, Sister Xiao, you were so cool that day. This and that, so cool. A bunch of people were talking at the same time, each one saying something, and the conversation was very lively. At the door, Tao Zixia didn't come over because she felt like she didn't fit in. The look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Mingyue was complicated: envy, gratitude, admiration, but also hidden jealousy. Why could she easily become the center of everyone's attention? Why was she so popular? This had never happened to her before, never. Was it because of the life-saving grace? But before that meal, everyone was very friendly to Xiao Mingyue, and some people even tried to please her. And myself. Tao Zixia twirled the sleeves that she had wrinkled in her hands. She had never had a sense of existence, and was everywhere. Chapter 855. She wanted to move closer, but was conflicted because it seemed like she was trying to please her, which would make people look down on her. Never mind, what's the big deal? Tao Zixia turned and left, sulking silently at her workstation, thinking a lot, and she didn't know how many dramas were playing out in her mind. As for Huo Fulong, he took a long vacation and didn't come. As the days passed, Jiang Qiangwei's physical examination report came out. Fortunately, apart from severe malnutrition, there was nothing serious. The doctor said that as long as she took good care of herself, she would get better and better. So, Grandma prepared nutritious meals for Jiang Qiangwei 3 times a day in different ways. Half a month passed. I watched Jiang Qiangwei getting fatter and fatter, and her face also gained weight. Jiang Qiangwei's fear and distrust of the Xiao family gradually turned into dependence. She was especially dependent on her grandparents and Zhao's mother. Every day when Xiao Ma came home from get-off work, Jiang Qiangwei would greet her at the door. When she saw Xiao Ma, she would happily go up to her and insist on entering the house with her. I don't know how she calculated the time, but when it was time to get off work, she couldn't sit still in the house. She insisted on going out and hanging around at the door, eagerly waiting for Xiao Ma. Just like when she was a child, Jiang Qiangwei went to the elementary school gate and waited to pick up her sister from school. Now the situation is reversed. Mother Xiao was also very happy to be welcomed by her sister. Ever since Jiang Qiangwei came to the Xiao family, it was like there was a new child in the family. Xiao Xiwan can crawl now. She loves to laugh and will giggle when she sees people. At first, the family was worried that Jiang Qiangwei was mentally ill and would hurt Xiao Xiwan, but they didn't expect that the 2 children, one big and one small, got along well. When the grandmother was busy, Jiang Qiangwei was watching the children and playing with Xiao Xiwan. Xiao Mingyue also gradually became familiar with the work in the Stability Bureau. Her colleagues in the Stability Bureau were easy to get along with, and Wan Xinghai also valued her very much. During this period of time, the project of building a new planting department has been started. They have been very busy with meetings and more meetings all day long. On this day, Ji Wenxi came to the Stability Bureau for a meeting, and everyone in the Stability Bureau was full of curiosity about this young talent. Usually such a large project is handled by people from the local area, but the project of the new planting company was handed over to outsiders, which is incredible. It is said that the G Group is also a leading presence in their local area and should not be underestimated. The person responsible for receiving this distinguished guest was Xiao Mingyue. Hello, President Ji. Ji Wenxi smiled and gently held her hand, saying in a low voice. Hello, Miss Xiao. I haven't seen you for a few days. Miss Xiao looks different now. The eyes of the people around them were scanning the 2 of them. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Did they know each other? Xiao Xue whispered to Aili. What do you mean by not seeing each other for a few days? Does Sister Xiao know Mr. Ji? I'm a hen. Aili thought to herself, if you asked me, who should I ask? Facing the man's meaningful eyes, Xiao Mingyue smiled just right. She unnoticedly withdrew her hand that he had been holding. Mr. Ji, thank you for your praise. Please come in. Ji Wenxi didn't seem to find anything strange and just looked at her meaningfully. As they walked towards the security bureau together, Xiao Mingyue lowered her voice and said, What's the difference? Xinxin's tone was more serious than ever before. You're glowing. Xiao Mingyue used to be very outstanding, but there was sometimes a hint of sadness between his brows, and he was cautious in his plans. He did not dare to check his mistakes, which was due to confusion about the unknown. As for Xiao Mingyue now, she knows that the world is stable, the natural disaster is over, and her family is all well by her side. Therefore, a change naturally occurs when the mind is calm, the whole mentality becomes stable, and the tense heartstrings relax. She can finally live a good life. Especially after coming to the security bureau and having her own career, this is the life she wanted. Xiao Mingyue now has a kind of bright and peaceful life. She is like a moist and plump pearl, emitting a bright light. Xiao Mingyue's cherry lips parted slightly, she glared at Xinxin, and the two of them walked into the door of the Stability Bureau together and started their work. The natural disaster has passed, China is recuperating, and everyone's life is gradually getting back on track. But the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop, the danger lurking in the dark is always hard to guard against. Chapter 856. Xiangwei, your sister is working overtime again today, so don't wait at the door. Grandma is busy in the kitchen. The small space of the stove allows her to work without having to put her feet on the ground. Third aunt moved her lips, revealing an unwilling expression. She pinched her fingers, turned around and ran to the door. Grandpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. He held Xiao Shiwang in one hand. If she wants to wait, let her wait. Anyway, the door is open and she is sitting at the door. I can also see her from the yard. Of course, my grandparents would not let my third aunt go out alone. They would definitely take her with them wherever they went. My third aunt was used to sitting on the stone block at the door and waiting. She was also well behaved and would sit on the stone block obediently, playing with stones when she was bored. She has been like this for a while. At first, my grandparents were worried, but when they saw that my third aunt didn't move around and just sat there obediently, they gradually became relieved and let her sit at the door. From Grandpa's perspective, he could just see my third aunt. If she wanted to sit there, she could sit there. Grandma was busy and complaining at the same time. Mingyue, are you working overtime today too? Tell me about these companies. Why do they make people work overtime every day and treat them like mules? How many things do they have to do? It must be busy at this time, Grandpa said casually. Gaobail City is in a stage where it needs reconstruction and development. Let alone Zhao's mother, just talk about Xiao Mingyue. As soon as the project of the new planting company was launched, she became like a top, busy all day long. What are you busy with? Can't you do it tomorrow? You make people work overtime every day. Since you are short of manpower, why don't you hire more new employees instead of taking advantage of our child to make things difficult for him? Grandma nagging. My grandma has been busy at the stove all her life, so she has a simple way of thinking. Grandpa looked at her and said, Listen to what you said, you sound like a child. People are trying their best to get a job in your company. How can they refuse to work overtime if their boss asks them to? You don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. Grandma was not justified but also very confident. How could I not know? I just felt sorry for the child. Grandma was operating the wall-breaking machine, which she had just learned. Also, this red thorn fish has too many bones. It can only be minced into fish paste. Otherwise, eating a piece of fish meat will not be enough to spit out the bones. It's so troublesome. Grandpa smiled helplessly. You are looking down on this good thing that others cannot buy with money. Old woman, don't be ungrateful for what you have. These days, the Xiao family eats red-boned fish for every meal. Red-boned fish is very nutritious and has extremely high nutritional value, which is just right for nourishing the body of the third aunt. Because there were too many fish bones, Xiao Mingyue asked her grandmother to put the fish meat into a blender and crush it with the bones. Anyway, the bones of red-boned fish are good things, so they ate them together. Grandma wiped her hands on her apron and murmured to herself. Tonight, chop all the fish meat into pieces and make fish balls. Put them in the refrigerator and take them out whenever you want to eat them. She glanced at the time and said worriedly, It's already this late and dark, why hasn't the child come back yet? It is normal for Xiao Mingyue to work overtime until this point because of the new planting project. But Zhao's mother works at the community management office, and her work is not very busy. Although she sometimes has to work overtime, she has never come back so late before. No wonder Grandma is worried. Dad Xiao just finished his shower and came down from upstairs. Why don't I call them and ask? At the door, third aunt sat on a stone pier, looking up from time to time to see if there was any movement of cars. Is the car coming from the Xiao family? When there was no movement, she lowered her head and played with the clods of dirt on the ground. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps. Third aunt looked in the direction of the sound, and when she saw who it was, her expression instantly drooped. It's the vicious woman next door. This vicious woman used to pass by the Xiao family's door when she came back from going out, and she would glare at him fiercely every time. But today, how did I come back from another route? Nadi looked flustered and hurried towards her home. When she saw her third aunt sitting at the door of the Xiao family, she was suddenly startled. A trace of guilt flashed across Nadi's panicked eyes, but she quickly and forcefully concealed her inner uneasiness, without even looking at her third aunt, and quickened her pace to go home. Chapter 857. Third aunt was fingering the clod of earth in confusion. This fierce woman had always been fierce to her in the past, so why wasn't she fierce this time? She's still a little uncomfortable with it. Third aunt looked up at the night sky. At this time in the past, Aunt Xiao would have gone home long ago. Third aunt threw away the dirt, wiped her hands with her clothes, and then walked straight to the path where Xiao Ma took home from get off work every day. She was going to the main road to pick up Xiao Ma. Third aunt was walking alone on the road. She didn't know the road, so she just walked straight along it. When she reached the corner of the road, she saw Xiao Ma's car from afar. Hee hee. Third aunt waved excitedly at Xiao Ma's car, but there was no one sitting in the car where someone should have been. Third aunt ran over with her fingers pinched, but what she saw was Xiao Ma lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Mother Xiao fell to the ground, her life or death unknown, and in her chest, a dagger flashing with a faint light was stuck. Ah! Third aunt screamed. She was at a loss as to what to do as she grabbed the blood on the ground and tried to put it into Xiao Ma's body. The blood did not return to the wound, but soaked Xiao Ma's clothes. Sister, your blood! Third aunt didn't know what to do. She couldn't understand why her sister was lying there motionless. She wanted to pull out the dagger from Xiao Ma's chest. Without the dagger, would Xiao Ma return to normal? Would she be able to talk to her and smile at her? The third aunt reached for the dagger with trembling hands, but a voice in her subconscious told her not to pull it out, not to pull it out. If you pull it out, she will die. Third aunt didn't know whether to pull it out or not. Her face was pale and she was sweating profusely. Suddenly, Aunt San felt a sharp pain in her brain. The pain was unbearable for her, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Ah, it hurts! Third aunt was shocked and her eyes widened in fear, then rolled back and she fainted next to Xiao Ma. Xiao family. Why can't I get through to Qingwan on the phone? Dad Xiao tried to call several times but couldn't get through. Grandma wondered. Maybe he's driving right now. If he doesn't answer the phone after a while, he can call back. It's dangerous to answer the phone while driving. What about the bright moon? Asked Grandma. Mingyue said she was on her way back, said Zhao's father. When I come back. Grandpa accidentally glanced in the direction of the door, only to see that there was no one on the stone pier at the door. Grandpa ran over quickly. Ouch, it's broken! When I arrived at the gate, I found that my third aunt had disappeared and there was no one on the road. Where's the rose man? Grandma shouted anxiously. Jiamwei! She was sitting here just now. How come she disappeared in the blink of an eye after making a phone call? Didn't I tell you to watch her? Grandpa's tone was unquestionable. What else are you talking about? Look for them quickly! Look for them separately! Mom and Dad, I'll go over there and find someone to call each other. Without saying a word, Father Xiao rushed into the night. Okay, then I'll go to the mainland. Grandpa held Xiao Shiwang in his arms and trotted along, looking around for him and calling his third aunt's name. Chapter 858. Grandpa was walking along the road and was stunned when he saw the two people lying in front of Xiao Ma's car. Something happened! Grandpa ran over and saw that Aunt Xiao had a knife in her chest, and Aunt 3 was unconscious next to her, not knowing what was going on. My grandfather felt like he was struck by lightning. There was a buzzing in his ears, his mind went blank, and he felt like the sky was falling. Qinwan! My child! Grandpa quickly put Xiao Shiwang aside and knelt on the ground, his hands trembling. He forced himself to stay calm, stay calm. He had to call someone. Grandpa quickly took out his cell phone and subconsciously called Xiao Mingyue. The call was connected after 2 rings. Xiao Mingyue was driving. Hey, Grandpa, I'll be home soon. Mingyue, come quickly, something happened to your mother. Come quickly. The grandfather on the other side sounded very anxious. His voice was trembling. Xiao Mingyue frowned, a bad feeling welled up in her heart, and she immediately asked, Where are you? My grandfather always sits calmly and keeps a steady mind. If nothing big hadn't happened, he wouldn't have been so flustered. Grandpa quickly raised his head and looked around. At the corner of Hongshu Road, there is a big electric pole. Not far away is the garbage disposal station. There is a big red slogan on the wall, which says if you want to have enough food and clothing, you have to work. Grandpa quickly organized his words and tried his best to describe the characteristics of the area around the road section, fearing that Xiao Mingyue had found the wrong place. I know where it is. I'll be there soon. Xiao Mingyue stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling uneasy. After hanging up the phone, Grandpa immediately called the hospital's emergency number. After explaining the situation and address to the hospital, he called Zhao's father and grandma. The reason why Xiao Mingyue was given the shot first was because Xiao Mingyue had the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, which could save her life when necessary. But having a knife in the chest is a serious external injury. No one knows whether the heart is injured or how serious the injury is, so we must call emergency services and send the patient to the hospital to treat the wound. After all, doctors are professionals. After making the call, Grandpa's heart was still in his throat. He quickly checked whether Aunt Xiao and third aunt were still breathing. Fortunately, my third aunt's breathing was steady, and she had no wounds on her body. She just fainted. Zhao's mother still had vital signs, but her breathing was so weak that it was undetectable, and she was bleeding too much, so her injuries were extremely serious. If we delay any further, even if the living Buddha were still alive, he would be powerless to save the situation. The beads of sweat on Grandpa's forehead were as big as beans. He could only pray in his heart that nothing would happen. Hurry up, hurry up! Amidst my grandfather's prayers, a sharp brake sound was heard. Xiao Mingyue unbuckled her seat belt and jumped out of the car before it even stopped. Seeing Zhao's mother lying in a pool of blood, Xiao Mingyue felt a strong fear and terror in her heart. No, how could this happen? Mom! She ran over and put a leg-stretching and eye-glaring pill into Xiao Ma's mouth without hesitation. Xiao Mingyue's palms were covered with sweat. She held Xiao Ma's cold hand, forced herself to remain calm, and tried to find Xiao Ma's pulse. Have you called an ambulance? Xiao Mingyue felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. She had never been so scared before. She could even clearly hear the buzzing in her ears. Xiao Mingyue was too afraid of losing her mother, so she lived her life over again just to protect her family, survive the natural disaster safely, and live an ordinary life. The Xiao family survived one natural disaster after another. Although the family members also encountered minor dangers, they got through it safely every time. As the natural disasters were about to end, the Xiao family finally lived the ordinary life that Xiao Mingyue had always expected. Why? Why did Zhao's mother suddenly encounter an accident, so unexpectedly? Zhao's mother has a high emotional intelligence. She is always nice to others and often has a smile on her face. Even when dealing with someone she dislikes, she can always get away with it, and will never argue with them. If something happens to Zhao's mother and Xiao Mingyue still fails to protect her family, then what is the point of her being reborn? Xiao Mingyue felt for her pulse, her eyes gradually becoming helpless and desperate. When she finally felt that Xiao Ma's pulse was still beating slightly, she felt a little relieved. I called the doctor, he will be here soon. When I arrived, I saw this scene. I don't know what happened. Your mother is usually gentle to others and has never offended anyone. What kind of grudge is this? Grandpa gnashed his teeth and wished he could tear the person who hurt Xiao Ma into pieces. At this time, the sound of the ambulance came from far away. Chapter 859. Xiao Mingyue looked at the direction the ambulance was coming from. The ambulance is here. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's save the person first. Grandpa's eyes were full of worry, but he still said, "The stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill can save lives. Your mother will no longer be in danger after taking it." Xiao Mingyue opened her mouth and said, "It should be fine." She knew that her grandfather was comforting her. In fact, Xiao Mingyue was unsure. The stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill had never saved anyone with serious injuries before. Zhao's mother had obviously injured her aorta and lost too much blood. Would the stretch your legs and stare your eyes pill still work this time? The rescuers arrived quickly and professionally. Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather helped, and Zhao's mother and third aunt were both carried into the ambulance. Because Zhao's condition was so serious, most of the paramedics surrounded her and placed various instruments on her. Just looking at it is shocking. At this time, Zhao's father and grandmother also arrived. "Mingyue, you are here too? Dad, you said there was something urgent. What happened?" Dad Xiao was confused when he looked at the ambulance with its door closed. Grandpa didn't say much to them on the phone just now. He just told them that something happened and asked them to come over quickly, fearing that they would get too anxious and have another accident. At this time, Grandma noticed that Xiao Mingyue and Grandpa were covered in blood and exclaimed, "You are injured! Why is there so much blood?" Dad Xiao also noticed the large pool of blood on the ground and was scared. "What's going on?" Grandma was very anxious. Xiao Mingyue greeted the ambulance driver and said, "I'll drive behind you." The driver nodded and drove away. Xiao Mingyue ran to her car. "No time to talk about this, get in the car first." "Hurry up and get in the car, we'll talk when we get in," Grandpa also urged anxiously. Dad Xiao suddenly realized something and his face froze. He didn't ask any more questions and got in the car immediately. Grandma knew that the matter was serious, so she didn't dare to delay and sat in the back seat of the car. Xiao Mingyue wiped the blood off her hands with her clothes, gripped the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and followed closely behind the ambulance. Her thoughts were disorganized, and her mind was full of chaotic scenes. But when it comes down to it, her biggest thought is that her mother cannot die, she absolutely cannot die. While driving, she called Jiwensi and said without further ado, "Jiwensi, do you know any skilled surgeons? My mother was seriously injured and stabbed in the chest. If you know any doctors who specialize in this field, please help me contact them. I will come to Ankang Hospital right away." Across from them, Jiwensi was talking to Grandpa Ji about the establishment of a new planting company. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's words, his expression tightened and he said soothingly, "Yes, don't panic. Ankang Hospital, right? Leave it to me. I will find the best experts." "Thanks." Xiao Mingyue didn't even notice that her voice was trembling. Mr. Ji also heard the content of the call, and he quickly called Jian. "Jian, hurry up, go contact Lao Li and ask him to contact the best expert and go to Ankang Hospital as soon as possible." Jiwensi stood up and said worriedly, "I'll go to the hospital." Xiao Mingyue hung up the phone. When Zhao's father heard the content of the call, it was exactly as he had guessed. He clenched his fists and became frightened and anxious. That blood is Xiao Ma's blood. He regretted so much. Why didn't he go to pick up Xiao's mother when she was late coming home? Why was he so heartless? But it's no use saying anything now. The atmosphere in the car was very tense and depressing. Everyone had a frown on their face and could hear their own heartbeats and breathing. The night was thick, and the air seemed to be filled with a layer of haze, which was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Chapter 860. Late at night. Emergency room entrance. Everyone from the Xiao family and the Jiang family had arrived. It was a huge crowd of people. As there were not enough chairs to accommodate them, my eldest and second uncles all sat on the floor. The entire entrance to the emergency room was shrouded in gloom, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The experts invited by Jiwensi had already gone in. Several hours passed, and there was no movement in the emergency room, not even a nurse to pass on the message. The surroundings were so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. Jian Yuan came to his grandparents and whispered, "Grandpa, Grandma, it's almost 4 in the morning. You are old, go to sleep first. We will keep watch here." "Yes, Mom and Dad, why don't you go and have a rest first, and we will stay here to look after fourth sister," my second uncle also said. Grandpa waved his hands irritably. None of your business, I'll just wait here and I'm not going anywhere. How can I sleep with Qingwan in there? Go to sleep if you're sleepy, Grandma said with red eyes. Dad Xiao held Xiao Shiwang in his arms, his eyes bloodshot, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Now, Xiao is the only one who can sleep here. The eldest aunt and the second aunt looked at each other and sighed. Xiao Mingyue stood alone in the corner. Every minute and every second seemed like a year to her. My family is here, you should go back first. Don't you have to inspect the land in the north of the city with Director Wan early tomorrow morning? She said to Ji Wenxi. Tomorrow, not only Ji Wenxi will go, but Wan Xinghai will also go, as will the leaders of Gaobail City, and even the leaders of the central government. The piece of land in the north of the city will be used to start a new planting company project. It is such a big thing, and we cannot be careless. Xiao Mingyue was supposed to go, but she asked for leave. Ji Wenxi was a little worried. I'll stay here with you. No need, why bother waiting here, just go home first. Ji Wenxi didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Then I'll go back first. When Auntie comes out, remember to tell me. Xiao Mingyue hummed. Go slowly on the road. Ji Wenxi looked at her deeply before leaving. After Ji Wenxi left, a nurse came over with a medical record book. Are you Jiang Qianwei's family members? Yes, I am her elder brother, the uncle responded. Jiang Qianwei has woken up, you guys go over and take a look. Okay, then I'll go. Grandpa stood up with the help of the handrail. Xiao Mingyue moved her stiff legs and said, I'll go too. Although third aunt was a fool, she also wanted to try and see if she could ask something useful. After all, Xiao Ma's injury was obviously man-made. My eldest uncle and second uncle also wanted to go and see, but were stopped by my grandfather. The doctor said that the third child just fainted and is not seriously injured. Mingyue and I will go and take a look. You all stay here to guard Qingwan. After hearing what Grandpa said, my uncle and his friends no longer insisted. In the ward, seeing Grandpa and Xiao Mingyue coming in, third aunt smiled faintly. Dad, Mingyue, you are here? Xiao Mingyue was stunned. Why was third aunt's condition different? Her eyes were clearer, and she could speak more fluently. My grandfather also thought the same way. Chapter 861. Xiao Mingyue and her grandfather exchanged glances and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Grandpa held up 4 fingers and said, Qianwei, what's this? Third aunt laughed out loud. Dad, I have recovered and I am not stupid anymore. It would be a lie for Xiao Mingyue to say she wasn't surprised. She looked at Dr. Chen next to her, who was a neurosurgeon urgently transferred from the central hospital thanks to Ji Wenxi's connections. Dr. Chen, my third aunt was severely traumatized before. Is she recovered now? Will it relapse in the future? Dr. Chen took off his mask and said calmly. I did a comprehensive examination of her brain. She suddenly went crazy because she was under great stress and couldn't handle it, which led to mental problems. The sudden recovery now is also due to the sudden stimulation. If you take good care of yourself in the future, there will be no big problem. Keep a happy mood and try not to stimulate the patient again. Grandpa finally had a smile on his face. He tucked in the quilt for Auntie San. Just recover, just recover. Grandpa's lips moved a few times, as if he was about to say something but stopped himself. He really wanted to ask third aunt what kind of excitement she had encountered before, but he didn't dare to ask. Seeing the worry on Grandpa's face, third aunt's eyes turned red and she choked up. Dad, don't worry. I won't commit suicide. Now my family has come to Gaobail City. I am very happy. I will live well with my family. After hearing what the third aunt said, Grandpa felt relieved. At the same time, he also realized that his third daughter must have experienced something tragic. If she wants to talk, she can talk. If she doesn't want to talk, he won't ask. Is Qingwan okay? Third aunt was very worried. Grandpa's eyes dimmed a lot, and he fell weakly. Still in the emergency room. Third aunt sighed heavily. Xiao Mingyue asked anxiously. Aunt, why did you fall next to my mother? What happened? Did you see the murderer? Yes, Qianwei, can you tell us what happened at that time? Grandpa also asked. Auntie thought for a moment and recalled. I just wanted to go and greet my fourth sister, but when I got there, I saw her lying on the ground with a knife stuck in her chest. I just remember being terrified and then I lost consciousness. Xiao Mingyue frowned. You were not knocked unconscious by someone, you fainted on your own, right? Then did you see anyone appear around you? It seems no one. Xiao Mingyue was not satisfied with this answer and continued to ask. Really? Think about it carefully. Is there anyone who makes you feel unusual? Especially those who act sneakily and look different from ordinary people. And he thought about it carefully again. It was completely dark at that time. I only saw your mother's car parked at the corner, and only the headlights were on. I was in a hurry to go over and didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Anyway, I didn't see anyone. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyue was extremely disappointed, and her face seemed to be covered with a layer of gloom. Grandpa thought again and again. Mingyue, is there any surveillance around that section of road? We can call the police to check the surveillance. Xiao Mingyue shook her head. There is no surveillance there. Gaobail City is still in the initial stage of construction. Many infrastructures are not complete. Most people are still struggling to make ends meet. Many people don't even have enough food to eat. Everything must be prioritized. Infrastructure construction related to people's livelihood is still being carried out in full swing. How can we install surveillance cameras on all roads in a big way? Such a luxury as surveillance will not become popular for a while. There are surveillance cameras in some places, but they are all important places. The turning intersection of Hengshu Road is not an important transportation hub, but just a small road in the community, and there is no surveillance equipment. Grandpa clenched his fists again and again. We have to call the police and let them investigate. I was in a hurry at the time. I just wanted to save your mom. I was so busy calling the emergency number that I forgot to call the police. Let's call the police right away. Xiao Mingyue was about to speak when she saw her third aunt looking hesitant and said, I didn't see anyone acting suspiciously at the place where your mom had the accident, but when I was waiting for your mom at the door of my house, I saw someone. She was very strange and abnormal. I don't know if this counts. Xiao Mingyue's pupils shrank slightly. Who? Tell me. Chapter 862. The local woman next door, I don't know her name, but she's in her 30s, looks a bit mean, and not easy to get along with. Aunt 3 told the truth. What's abnormal about her? Xiao Mingyue asked. After hearing third aunt's description, Xiao Mingyue knew who it was. A local woman in her 30s with a mean face. Who else could it be other than Nadi? The third aunt organized her words briefly. I can see that she is quite panicked, and what makes me feel strange is that she came back from the west road. If she wants to go home, she should come back from the east road. Moreover, in the past, when she passed by our door, she would glare at me or curse me, but today, not only did she not get angry with me, she even ignored me and just hurried home. Xiao Mingyue's expression was as cold as ice, and there was murderous intent in her eyes. She would not jump to conclusions just because of her aunt's simple words, but she was sure that the woman next door was so abnormal, so she must be involved. Of course, she needed to investigate whether it was her. Because the residents of the Xiao family's area live relatively close to the edge, if they want to go out, they have to go east. The main road and supermarket both have to go through the road on the east side, and there is nothing on the west side, only large tracts of wasteland waiting for planned development. What can she do in the west? She took a detour home. There must be something wrong, Xiao Mingyue said firmly. Third aunt nodded. Yes, I think so too. This is secondary. The main thing is that she was very panicked and scared, as if she had done something bad and felt guilty. So I found it strange. It's strange, Xiao Mingyue murmured. Moreover, since the Xiao family moved here, they have gotten along well with the neighbors around them, except for Nadi's family. Don't forget, the Xiao family had some unpleasant things happen with them before. Thinking of this, Xiao Mingyue became even more suspicious. People with mean faces tend to be narrow-minded and easily bear grudges. If Nadi is still holding a grudge against what happened before, it is not impossible that she is deliberately seeking revenge against Dao's mother. In short, she is the most suspicious now. Xiao Mingyue pursed her lips tightly. She wished she could catch Nadi immediately and torture her. The hatred in Xiao Mingyue's body was like substance. She had never been like this before, unable to control the crazy murderous intent in her heart. Grandpa patted Xiao Mingyue's hand. Mingyue, are you okay? Xiao Mingyue came back to her senses and said, I'm fine. So, the woman named Naughty is very suspicious. Let's call the police and tell them what we just said. Let them check and find out if it's her. Grandpa came up with an idea. Xiao Mingyue thought about it again and again and said, Wait a minute, you are all waiting for news from my mother in the hospital. If you have any questions, call me immediately. I will be back soon. After saying that, she turned around and left without any hesitation. Where are you going in the middle of the night? Third aunt was confused. Grandpa's eyes were complicated. He guessed what Xiao Mingyue was going to do. Xiao Mingyue was always vigorous and decisive in doing things. She couldn't wait a moment and was going to find Naughty to find out the truth right away. Let her go. Grandpa sighed. Then should we call the police? Asked the third aunt. Grandpa looked at the direction Xiao Mingyue left and said, Wait a moment. Wait until Xiao Mingyue comes up with a result before Naughty calls the police. Xiao Mingyue drove back to the community. Instead of going straight to Naughty's house, she went to the scene of the crime first. When she saw Xiao Ma lying in a pool of blood, she thought that saving Xiao Ma's life was the most important thing and didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation. Now, Zhao's mother has been sent to the hospital for treatment, and she has plenty of time to sort out the situation. There were no marks of sudden braking on the tires of Xiao Ma's car, so Xiao Ma stopped the car herself. Either she encountered an obstacle or was stopped by someone. Xiao Mingyue used the light of a flashlight to look for clues. There were several different blood-stained shoe prints on the ground, including those of her grandfather, her third aunt, Xiao Mingyue, and others. But in the corner next to the bloody shoe prints, there were a lot of messy blood stains. The bloodstains were in a mess, not because they were stepped on, but more like they were wiped out by humans, as if to cover up something. Xiao Mingyue held up the flashlight and found that the bloodstains eventually disappeared into the pile of weeds beside the road. Chapter 863. She looked at the blood-stained weeds on the roadside and had a rough guess in her mind that the murderer must have accidentally stepped on the blood in a panic, and he also found that he had left shoe prints. So he wiped the soles of his shoes clean with weeds from the roadside, and then randomly wiped off the bloodstains on the ground to cover them up. Xiao Mingyue subconsciously looked towards the garbage disposal station not far away. Generally, people who plan to commit a crime will not wear their usual clothes to avoid being remembered. After committing the crime, they will most likely throw away the clothes they were wearing because they feel guilty. The garbage disposal station is cleaned once every morning at 6 o'clock, and after more than an hour, all the garbage will be cleared away. And who pays attention to the garbage disposal? With this thought in mind, Xiao Mingyue immediately went to the garbage disposal station to search. Enduring the stinking garbage, she actually found a blood-stained piece of clothing, a hat, and a mask. The clothes were tucked at the bottom. It was a loose men's suit with an old-fashioned style, as if it was from many years ago. Dad Xiao would dislike the outdated style when he saw it. In addition to the smell of blood and garbage, there is also a faint smell of rotten clothes, which is the smell of clothes that have been left in use for too long and are at the bottom of the box. Xiao Mingyue snorted coldly. It was indeed premeditated. Even Zhao's father doesn't wear such old-fashioned men's clothing. There must be an older man in the family, and he must be older than Zhao's father. This reminded Xiao Mingyue of a person Queenie. That wretched old man. Things will soon be cleared up and the truth will be revealed. Xiao Mingyue put all her clothes and hats into the space, and then rushed home, but her destination was not the Xiao family, but Queenie's family next door. The night was as dark as ink. Xiao Mingyue easily climbed over the wall and jumped into the neighbor's house as if she was in an empty place. It was so quiet all around that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, but Xiao Mingyue had been drinking the dew from the well for a long time, so her night vision was quite good. Xiao Mingyue went straight to the second floor and searched room by room. This couple of three is quite interesting. Each person has his own room. Isn't it said that a triangle is the most stable? How could the relationship between three people break down? Queenie's snoring was deafening, and his first wife was also fast asleep. Xiao Mingyue came to Naughty's room quietly. Naughty tossed and turned. She didn't sleep all night. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep, but that she didn't dare to sleep and couldn't sleep. It was the first time she had done such a thing. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She even felt a little regretful, wondering if she had been too impulsive. I actually killed someone. But that bitch seduced her husband and wanted to get her divorced by Queenie. She would have no way to survive without Queenie. It was obviously she who harmed her first. Yes, that's it, so she was right to do so. As long as that woman dies, Queenie will change his mind. In this way, Nadi spent the longest night in constant inner struggle. She kept mentally preparing herself, thinking that it was all that woman's fault and that it was understandable for her to do so. Nadi was very upset. She turned over again, thinking about whether she had made any mistakes. She was wearing the clothes that Queenie wore when she was young, and she covered her face with a hat and a mask. I was lying in front of the car, and when the bitch got out to check, she definitely didn't see my face. Nadi took advantage of the bitch's inattention and stabbed the knife into her chest. She kept comforting herself. What's wrong with killing people? There have been too many deaths due to natural disasters over the years. Nadi has seen many corpses and has become immune to them. The sooner she dies, the sooner she will be reborn. Nadi had to admit that at the moment the dagger was inserted, she felt a sense of revenge in her heart, as if all the anger she had suffered from Queenie during this period was relieved. The depression and resentment in her heart disappeared. It really feels good. But it was her first time killing someone. How could she not panic? Nadi tried hard to recall that the shoe prints had been wiped clean, and the clothes had been stuffed into the trash can. She had taken a detour back and there had been no surveillance along the way and there was no one around at the time. Therefore, her killing act this time was perfect. Except for the fool at the door of Xiao's house, Nadi only met that fool along the way. Just a fool. Nadi didn't take it seriously. Just as she was tossing and turning, not feeling sleepy at all, a cold female voice sounded faintly. "It's so late, are you still awake?" Chapter 864. Nadi was startled instantly, like a frightened bird, and just as she was about to scream, someone covered her mouth. "Woo! Woo!" She struggled desperately, but the other party was too strong and she couldn't get free. As the world spun, Xiao Mingyue dragged Nadi and threw her into the basement of the Xiao family. Bang! Nadi was thrown to the ground fiercely, and she grimaced in pain. When all this happened, Queenie and Mei Xiao were still sleeping soundly. Unknowingly, Nadi arrived at the Xiao family's basement. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? You dare to break into a house and kidnap someone in the middle of the night?" Nadi got up from the ground, rubbed the place where Xiao Mingyue hurt her, and kept cursing. "You little bitch, you shameless outsider. In Gaobeil City, kidnapping is a serious crime and you will be shot. You dare to kidnap me? Just wait for me." She fumbled around for her phone, and when she realized it was on the bedside, her hands froze, and her attitude became even more arrogant. "Bitch, for the sake of us being neighbors, please let me out, or I will make you pay." Xiao Mingyue stood at the door, her eyes cold. She just stared at her without saying anything. Nadi felt a little flustered when Xiao Mingyue stared at her. She swallowed and said angrily, "What are you looking at? Speak!" Under the dim light, Xiao Mingyue stood in the shadows, still not speaking. Under the light, her expressionless face looked a little eerie. Nadi felt more and more uneasy, and a hint of panic quickly appeared in her eyes. Could it be that this little bitch discovered something? Impossible! "Speak up, are you deaf? What on earth do you want to do?" Nadi roared in a timid manner, as if as long as her voice was loud enough, she would have the confidence, and would not feel so guilty. Nadi couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to run away, but was kicked to the ground by Xiao Mingyue. "You dare to kick me? I'll fight you!" She refused to believe it and got up again, trying to fight Xiao Mingyue, but was kicked back by Xiao Mingyue again. The pain made her unable to get up for a long time. Nadi collapsed. If you are mentally ill, go to hell. Why did you catch me and beat me to vent your anger?" Xiao Mingyue's silence made her uneasy and started to have wild thoughts. Nadi's psychological defenses were broken down step by step, from swearing to collapsing and shouting. Seeing her panic, Xiao Mingyue smiled sarcastically. "What a clown!" She was so upset without him saying a word. "Really? There's nothing to verify, it's just her." Xiao Mingyue casually threw the bloody and dirty clothes in front of her, as well as the hat and mask. These were the ones thrown into the trash can by the murderer. Nadi's eyes widened in horror, and then she backed away desperately as if she had seen a ghost. "What the hell, it's so dirty!" She was still trying to be stubborn, but her expression and evasive eyes had already betrayed her. The expression on her face when she saw the murderer's dirty clothes completely confirmed that she was the murderer. Who else, except the murderer, would be so scared when seeing a dirty piece of clothing? It was you who stabbed my mother, right? Xiao Mingyue's tone was very firm. No! No! What nonsense are you talking about? Do I know who your mother is? Don't try to throw dirty water on me. What does your mother's stabbing have to do with me? You are just deliberately taking revenge on me. Nadi's chest heaved violently. She gasped and glared at Xiao Mingyue fiercely, as if Xiao Mingyue was the bad guy. Xiao Mingyue took out a dagger and pulled it gently. The blade came out of the sheath, flashing a cold light. This was one of the trophies that the Xiao family got when they killed 2 terrorists during the terrorist attack in the year of the flood. This dagger is very good. It can cut iron like mud. It is very sharp and can cut bones as fast as meat. Chapter 865. Xiao Mingyue played with the dagger in her hand. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I only know that revenge is needed and a life is paid for a murder. Seeing that she didn't seem to be joking, Nadi was really panicking. What do you want to do? It's really not me. It's not me. Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly became sharp and fierce, and she spoke word by word. I will chop you into pieces with 1,000 knives. Her voice seemed to come from hell, taking souls and lives. Nadi's body froze, she was trembling all over, her mouth half open. No, you have no evidence. How can you say it was me? You are breaking the law. Call the police and ask them to find out who killed your mother. You can't take it out on me just because we had a fight before. If you have the guts, call the police. You're breaking the law. Under the great fear, Nadi's voice was broken. She kept backing away until she was forced into a corner by Xiao Mingyue, with nowhere to retreat. Xiao Mingyue put the dagger to her face. You know what time my mother gets off work, and you disguise yourself. How long have you been planning this? What grudge does my mother have against you? Nadi's hair stood on end and her teeth were chattering. I really didn't. You can call the police to catch the murderer. You can't do this, you have no evidence. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Mingyue stabbed the knife into her palm. Ah! She almost fainted from the pain. Xiao Mingyue couldn't control the anger in her body. Don't be stubborn with me. Just tell me what I ask you. She didn't want to call the police. Calling the police involves a lot of cumbersome procedures and requires solid evidence. Apart from the clothes, there were no other witnesses, so what could be proved? Besides, the clothes were not hers. As long as Nadi denies it, what can the police do to her? Even if it is found out that it is her, there is no telling whether she will be sentenced to death. After several rounds of this, there is no telling how long it will take. Besides, the death penalty is so quick. How could Xiao Mingyue bear to let her die so easily? Therefore, it would be better for her, Xiao Mingyue, to do it herself. She could interrogate the person however she wanted and kill the person however she wanted. It would be simple and rough. Nadi cried in fear. Please let me go, I don't know anything. She was completely scared now. She thought Xiao Mingyue was just trying to scare her and force her to tell the truth. As long as she denied it, everything would be fine. But Nadi never expected that Xiao Mingyue would actually dare to do that. Xiao Mingyue pulled out the knife suddenly. Wherever her knife slid, there was a pool of blood, and blood flowed out. Do you hold a grudge against me because I broke the glass in your house before? Then why did you kill my mother? Nadi burst into tears, and the pain in her body made her mind extremely clear. There was deep fear in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Mingyue. Xiao Mingyue was a devil. I said, don't kill me! Please! Xiao Mingyue's knife cut her skin inch by inch, and she finally couldn't hold it anymore. Xiao Mingyue paused. Speak! Nadi huddled in the corner in fear. Will you let me go if I tell you? There's an old Chinese saying, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist, said Xiao Mingyue. Nadi breathed a sigh of relief. Your mother seduced my husband, and I acted on impulse. Seeing Xiao Mingyue's cold eyes, Nadi's eyes dodged. That's why I attacked your mother. My husband's mind is all on your mother. He doesn't want me anymore because of your mother. I have no choice. I want to live. She rolled her eyes and said hastily. I regret it, really, I really regret it. I did it all for Queenie. I can't live without him. I will die. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Chapter 866. Xiao Mingyue seemed to have heard a huge joke. My mother seduced your husband? Hee hee. She sneered a few times. Absurd. Hearing Xiao Mingyue's laughter, Nadi became even more frightened. Yes, your mother is also wrong. If your mother didn't seduce my husband, then. Xiao Mingyue grabbed Nadi's neck fiercely. Your husband is nothing, he's not even worthy of carrying my mother's shoes. How could my mother fall for that filthy fellow? She'd feel sick if she looked at him any more. Xiao Mingyue thought of the old man who often peeped on the second floor, and she felt sick. It was obviously the old man who had evil intentions, but in the end it was Zhao's mother's fault. Why should Xiao Ma be held responsible? What made Xiao Mingyue even more disgusted was that Nadi confidently put the blame for everything on Zhao's mother. Nadi struggled desperately. What I said is all true. Xiao Mingyue let go of her hand. When my mother was stabbed, her chest must have hurt a lot. She must have been very scared and desperate. So, you should also have a taste of this feeling. Nadi hadn't recovered yet, and was about to speak when she saw the dagger piercing her chest. When he raised his eyes, he was met with Xiao Mingyue's condescending and disgusted gaze, as if he was looking at some dirty garbage. You said? Nadi felt severe pain in her chest, her consciousness gradually blurred, and she soon died. Xiao Mingyue stabbed very accurately, aiming at the heart. She snorted with disdain. This was a good way for her to die. If she hadn't had to go back to the hospital and hadn't had time to waste with her, she would have cut off her flesh piece by piece. I did say there's an old Chinese saying, but I didn't promise you. Be careful in your next life. After Nadi died, Xiao Mingyue threw her body into the red-boned fish pond in the space to destroy it. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning, but Grandpa hadn't called yet. Xiao Mingyue didn't want to waste time, so she packed up and returned to the hospital immediately. It was still dark at this time. As Xiao Mingyue just went out, she heard a surprised male voice. Mingyue? Queenie didn't expect that when he got up in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a noise next door. When he came out to take a look, he actually saw the person he had been thinking about. Queenie walked towards Xiao Mingyue and said affectionately, Miss Mingyue, why are you getting up so early? Xiao Mingyue looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a corpse. Queenie's eyes flashed with lust, and she hinted, It's so late, why don't you sleep a little longer? It's just the two of us now, do you want to join me? Xiao Mingyue smiled with a fake smile. She suddenly thought of something. You've been peeking around on the second floor. Who do you fancy? Seeing that there was hope, Queenie said confidently. Of course it's you, my beautiful girl. I know that you and I are in tune with each other. Xiao Mingyue licked her back teeth. So that's what it was. It turned out that the old man was not interested in Zhao's mother, but in her. Nadi misunderstood. That's why Zhao's mother suffered an unexpected disaster. Xiao Mingyue laughed out of anger. It turns out it's all because of you. Me? Because of me? Little girl, go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Queenie was even more attentive. He was reluctant to let go of the rare opportunity to be alone with them. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were cold. Your little wife loves you very much, go and reunite with her. Chapter 867. 3 days later. After coming out of the operating room, Mother Xiao stayed in the intensive care unit for 3 more days before she slowly woke up. Mom, are you awake? Xiao Mingyue's eyes were hot. Mother Xiao tried to raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a soothing smile, and said weakly, I'm fine, Mingyue, don't cry. Hearing Xiao Ma's voice again, Xiao Mingyue couldn't control the tears in her eyes and they dripped down. Mom, how do you feel? Do you want some water? I'll call the doctor right now. Okay, all good. Doctors came in one after another and examined Xiao Ma's body. Xiao Mingyue immediately informed her family that Xiao Ma had woken up. In the past few days, although Zhao's mother barely survived in the emergency room, the knife was too close to her heart, scraping the heart tissue and damaging important blood vessels, causing excessive blood loss. So even if the operation is successful, Zhao's mother has not yet passed the critical period and needs to be observed. Even the doctor said that it was a medical miracle that Zhao's mother was saved. Now that Mother Xiao has woken up, her life is finally no longer in danger. Everyone was very scared after this incident, and they all said that Aunt Xiao was lucky. My aunt even said that Aunt Xiao had survived a great disaster, and that she would be blessed in the future and would definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Zhao's mother said that it was dark that day and the murderer covered himself tightly, so she didn't see anything clearly. Xiao Mingyue only told Grandpa and Dad about the killing of Naughty and Queenie. There was no need for anyone else to know, including Mom. She just needed to take good care of her health, which was more important than anything else. Later, the wheelchair-bound lady next door called the police and said that her husband and nanny had been missing for a long time. The police went to check but found nothing because there were no surveillance cameras nearby. So the police knocked on the Xiao family's door, wanting to see if the surveillance camera at the door had captured anything. Xiao Mingyue used the excuse that the surveillance was broken to evade the issue, so the matter was left unresolved. Those two people have long turned into fish poop. Mother Xiao was hospitalized for a month and a half, and the family members took turns taking care of her for a month and a half. A friend in need is a friend indeed. My eldest aunt and my second aunt put in a lot of effort, and on the day Mother Xiao was discharged from the hospital, they cleaned the Xiao house inside and out. Of course, there is also third aunt. She was so shocked by Xiao Ma's injury that her mental state unexpectedly returned to normal, which was a blessing in disguise. On the day when Zhao's mother was discharged from the hospital, the Xiao family was very lively. Grandma and Grandpa were very happy and their smiles never stopped. When the family gathered together, third aunt began to talk about the past hesitantly. It turned out that although my third aunt and uncle had a hard time during the years caused by the natural disaster, the family of four could barely make ends meet. My third uncle is an honest and sincere man, hardworking and conscientious. My third aunt is good at organizing things, has a good tongue and is popular. So even in the most difficult times, the couple could find work in the community. My third uncle worked as a loader in the community, helping the community to transport supplies in exchange for a little meager food as wages, while my third aunt relied on her good friends to help get meals in the community. The couple worked diligently and, with their two children, survived the years of natural disasters. However, my third uncle had a younger brother who was uneducated and a jerk. Since his own family could not even afford to eat, he became jealous of the good life that my third aunt's family lived. When he went to their house to ask for food but failed, he became resentful. And my third uncle's parents, that is, my third aunt's parents-in-law, also favored the younger son and helped the younger son to insult and target the older son, causing my third uncle to lose his job. They wanted to disrupt the third uncle's job and have the youngest son take over, but the people in the community were not fools and were unwilling to have the youngest son. Under long-term resentment, the younger son's mentality gradually became distorted. I am starving and suffering, so why can you, a family of four, satisfy your basic needs of food and clothing? Chapter 868. As my brother and sister-in-law, if you don't help me, you are committing a heinous crime and you deserve to die. The youngest son became murderous and broke into his third aunt's house one night and killed her husband. During the argument, his son was stabbed in the abdomen in order to protect his mother, and died in a pool of blood. Aunt San will never forget that hideous and distorted face. Sister-in-law, do you regret it? Ha! It's your fault for not helping me. When the third aunt talked about the past, everyone in the Xiao family was terrified. Beast! Grandpa cursed angrily. What about Xinxin? Grandma asked anxiously. Xinxin is the daughter of my third aunt, and she is pretty and lovely. Third aunt could no longer hold back and cried bitterly. That beast, he sold Xinxin and me to a group of bandits for a bag of sorghum flour. Grandpa stood up instantly. You bastard, they are also his nephews and nieces. Mother Zhao's face turned cold. Haven't we seen enough natural disasters in the past few years? Not to mention my brother, nephews and nieces, even my own children are harmed. Xiao Mingyue didn't say anything. She suddenly thought of her uncle's family. What family affection, what brothers? Her uncle had no brotherly love for Zhao's father at all. He even wished that the other party would die. But with her in the Xiao family, they would definitely not let the evildoers succeed. But the third aunt's family was not so lucky. Sometimes people will not be harmed by strangers, but will die at the hands of their relatives and friends. The closer the person is, the more they can't stand seeing you do well, which is so ironic. And he cried so hard that she lost her voice and could hardly speak. Those bandits were not human. My Xinxin. I watched her die with my own eyes. I was also crazy. They were disgusted by me and threw me on the side of the road. Grandma also started crying, wiping away Auntie's tears. Kid, it's all over. Mom and Dad are here. Aunt San, do you still remember where he is now? Xiao Mingyue asked. Auntie San glanced at everyone and nodded with tears in her eyes. In fact, during the time when fourth sister was in the hospital, I secretly went there to look for her. That bastard Batuk had moved. I asked around for a while before I found out their new address. Grandpa got anxious when he heard this and immediately scolded. Why didn't you tell your family? How could you go alone? What if you were recognized? Would you be able to come back alive? What do you mean by going alone? Do you want to take revenge on your own? We have finally found you. What will we do if something happens to you? Third aunt hung her head guiltily. Everyone had been taking care of Xiao Ma's health during this period, and she didn't want to make her family worry about her because of her own affairs. She originally thought that she would find Batuk's family and take revenge on them herself. Even if she had to exchange her own life for his, it would be worth it. The third aunt broke down and cried. Dad, I hate it. I don't want to implicate you. My life doesn't matter. I wish I could tear his flesh off bite by bite. But it's hard to relieve the hatred in my heart. The third aunt originally wanted to take care of Xiao Ma until she recovered completely before going to seek revenge. But today, everyone in the family was very happy, with happy smiles on their faces. These days, she also saw with her own eyes how much her grandparents were worried about Zhao's mother's health. Even though Zhao's mother was rescued, Grandma couldn't help crying when she thought of the suffering Zhao's mother had endured, and she was so heartbroken that she couldn't sleep. Therefore, she didn't dare to think about what her parents would do after knowing the news of her death. They would definitely not be able to accept it. Chapter 869. Third aunt has been hesitant. She is not alone now. She still has parents and brothers and sisters. Therefore, she told her family the truth on impulse. She had been holding these words in her heart for too long. She really doesn't know what to do. Grandma hugged my third aunt with heartache, and the mother and daughter cried together. Grandpa wiped his tears and said, Xiangwei, you have suffered a lot. I have never dared to ask you. Fortunately, you said it today. As for revenge, we will find a way as a family. You can't go alone. Now Grandpa is very glad that third aunt did not really go out to seek revenge alone. Auntie San nodded. I understand. Yes, kid, you should have told us earlier. How about we call the police? Grandma also said. Xiao Mingyue disagreed. No, it's useless to call the police. This happened more than a year ago, and we have no evidence. If he denies it, the police can't do anything to him. What should we do? Just let that beast go? Grandma asked. Xiao Mingyue looked at Grandpa and hinted. Of course we came here ourselves. Killing someone means paying for one's life. That's only right. The law can't do it, but she can. Grandpa understood what Xiao Mingyue meant. He knew that Mingyue was going to kill someone again. Mingyue, you have to be careful. Xiao Mingyue called out. Xiao Huihui! Xiao Huihui ran into the house and half knelt at Xiao Mingyue's feet. Xiao Mingyue touched its head and said, Thank you for your help, Xiao Huihui. Aunt San, don't cry. Xiao Huihui is very fierce. I will take you to get revenge tonight. Xiao Mingyue promised. Really? Third aunt was stunned for a few seconds. She was shocked but still worried. Mingyue, how can you, a weak little girl, help third aunt to get revenge? I know you feel sorry for third aunt, but... Grandpa said. Don't worry, leave it to Mingyue. We have relied on Mingyue to protect us these past few years. She has a gun and has killed many bad guys. She will definitely make that beast pay for his life. Hearing what Grandpa said, the third aunt realized that her niece was no ordinary girl. She nodded vigorously. Good. Taking advantage of the night, and with the guidance of her third aunt, Xiao Mingyue successfully found the murderer who killed her third aunt's family. Xiao Mingyue likes this time very much because there is no surveillance, so she can do whatever she wants. With the help of Xiao Huihui, third aunt personally killed Batuk and his wife. The reason why Batuk was impulsive and wanted to kill was largely due to the contribution of his wife, who often stirred up trouble. The great revenge was achieved and the knot in third aunt's heart was resolved. From now on, the Xiao family's future will be smooth sailing. There may be small setbacks, but there will be no more major ones. The story of the Xiao family is still unfolding and will never stop. Xiao Mingyue's life will become more and more exciting. She will write her own beautiful future and live as an unrepeatable legend. Chapter 870. A month later, Xiao Mingyue received the wedding invitation from Captain Song and Wan Tong. Captain Song invited the entire Xiao family to attend. After Zhao's mother recovered, she was feeling very depressed and wanted to join in the fun, so she dressed up for the event. Zhao's father, Zhao's mother, Xiao Mingyue, and Xiao Shiwang, the family of four, set off in a grand manner. This was the first wedding banquet that the Xiao family had attended in the past few years since the end of the world. Xiao Mingyue found it quite novel and was truly happy for the newlyweds. When we arrived at the place, it was no exaggeration to say that it was packed with people. Everyone present had a smile on their face. Banquets and dinners are not uncommon, but wedding banquets are rare. Although Captain Song and his wife wanted to hold a small wedding, the parents of both parties agreed on the surface and privately invited many guests, adding more and more tables for the banquet. Most of them are old friends of both sides in Pingjing City. Now that we have moved to a new place, how can we not invite old friends? There were many old friends and new friends at the wedding, so the scene was very lively. Captain Song's parents were at the door welcoming guests, so busy that they couldn't do anything. Their smiles were stiff, but they were also very happy in their hearts. Especially the people of Pingjing City, who had gone through several years of suffering from natural disasters, finally made it through. Taking this opportunity, we all get together and chat, recalling the experiences of the past few years, and we are filled with emotion. You don't know, that year when the temperature was very high, I got heat stroke and fainted on the side of the road. If there hadn't been a kind boy passing by, I would have been dried up by the sun. Hey, Brother Wang, please don't raise the temperature. When I think about it now, I'm still scared. The temperature was over 50 degrees, the rivers and reservoirs were all evaporated, prices were skyrocketing, and the air conditioner was broken. I don't know how we survived those days. Yes. There was also a mosquito plague during that time. The mosquitoes were as big as sandbags. It was scary to look at them. Later, they were made into mosquito cakes. I ate one bite and spit out 2 bites. But I managed to get through it. Later, there were sandstorms and there were fewer mosquitoes, but sandstorms are really scary. I was not paying attention once and almost flew into the sky. When it rained for the first time, everyone was so happy. We thought we had finally gotten through the most difficult time. I even ran out to take a shower in the rain to celebrate. Who could have thought that the rain would last for half a year? It was all over, wasn't it? Do you remember the year of the flood? It rained every day. Then toothworms broke out. I felt so sick that I couldn't eat. Toothworms are okay, but black rot nematodes and leeches are more disgusting, and black rot nematodes stink. Don't mention it. It's really hard to recall the past. I got used to eating toothworms. I had no choice but to do it to survive. Later, the rain stopped and the sun came out. Everyone was cheering and rejoicing. But fate would play tricks on us and bring us another extreme cold spell. Alas! Think about the extremely cold year when I was trapped in my house by the heavy snow. Thanks to the moon farm. The guests around were chatting animatedly, and Xiao Mingyue was listening with great interest. Following their words, Xiao Mingyue also recalled her experiences over the past few years, which were indeed quite ups and downs and thrilling. Xiao Mingyue held the cup of water and took a sip of tea. The past events flashed through her mind. Who would have thought that those dangerous, difficult days and nights, and thrilling moments have now become topics of conversation among friends? It seems that it is really over. Mingyue girl, you came so early? Your whole family is quite complete. Old Master Ji came over with a smile, and Ji Shanshan accompanied him. Xiao Mingyue stood up and said, Grandpa Ji, you are here. Of course, Zhao's father and mother also stood up to greet them and said, Mr. Ji, are you feeling well? I'm fine. How about you, Madam Xiao? How is your wound recovering? Zhao's mother smiled gently. I'm all right now. I was feeling suffocated at home, so I came here to join in the fun. That's good, that's good. Old Master Ji was leaning on a cane. I'm here to join in the fun, too. It's a rare opportunity to have a wedding feast, Sister Mingyue, right? Ji Shanshan smiled brightly. She had been working in Ji Group for a while and had become much more stable. She seemed different from before. Yes, I'm here to join in the fun just like you. By the way, where is your brother? Xiao Mingyue asked. Ji Shanshan pointed. Ji Wenxi was surrounded in the crowd, unable to escape, and everyone was talking to him and complimenting him. My brother is a popular figure now, and there are many women who like him. Sister Mingyue, isn't it time for you to pay more attention? Ji Shanshan blinked and hinted. Old Master Ji also teased. Mingyue girl, I also think it's time. What are you two still playing dumb? Look at how lively other people's wedding banquets are. You really should pay attention. Zhao's father and mother also looked at Xiao Mingyue with smiles on their faces. They both agreed with what Grandpa Ji said. Xiao Mingyue was stunned and her ears started burning. She glared at Shanshan and felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Ji Wenxi finally dealt with those people who tried to get close to him. He walked over, his brows relaxed, and he said, What are you talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Uncle, Auntie, is Auntie feeling better? Ji Wenxi asked with concern. Chapter 871. Zhao's mother was very touched. That's great. You always have people sending me supplements. How can it not be good? The more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. Ji Shanshan couldn't wait to say. Just now Sister Mingyue said that she was so envious of other people getting married, and she complained to us that you are a blockhead. Ji Wenxi was stunned, then suddenly smiled. Really? Xiao Mingyue's eyes widened immediately, and she became even more embarrassed. I didn't say that, Shanshan, you're talking nonsense again. Ji Shanshan made jokes with a playful smile, making everyone laugh. Even Xiao Shiwang was carried away by the atmosphere and started giggling. This little one, can she understand? Is she so happy? Mr. Ji is old now, and when he sees children, he can't help but like them, and even his voice becomes much slower. Xiao Mingyue did not hide the fact that she adopted Xiao Shiwang, so everyone knew about it. Dad Xiao held Xiao in his arms and said, Yes, don't underestimate her because she is so young. She is very smart. Mr. Ji stretched out a finger to tease Xiao Shiwang. Little clever ghost. Hey, everyone's here. You look so happy chatting. Director Yan walked over, followed by Wei Jun. Xiao Yan is here too, said Mr. Ji. Chief Yan is no longer Chief Yan. After all, Pingjing City has become a ruin, and he, the chief of the Pingjing City Police Department, has long ceased to hold any weight. Director Yan was transferred by the central government to other departments to take up other positions, and is now Deputy Director Yan. Wei Jun is no longer Director Wei. He has also been assigned to work in other departments. Xiao Mingyue, long time no see, how are you? Wei Jun said. Xiao Mingyue nodded slightly. Very good, where is Director Wei working now? Wei Jun was a little embarrassed. Don't call me Director Wei, I'm not a director now. He glanced at Ji Wenxi beside Xiao Mingyue, his expression became more complicated, and he hesitated to speak. Congratulations. Ji Wenxi raised his eyebrows and took Xiao Mingyue's hand. Thank you. Xiao Mingyue quietly gave him an elbow, but Ji Wenxi was not angry and smiled even more. Seeing Master Ji here, people from Pingjing City came to greet him, one after another. There were also people from other cities, most of whom were Master Ji's former students. Of course, there are also local people from Gaobeil City, such as the Hua family. The person who came was Hua Fulong's elder brother, Hua Lin, Director Hua. Ever since Xiao Mingyue rescued Hua Fulong and Hua Xian at the Hua family last time, Hua Lin sent many gifts to the Xiao family as a thank you gift. He also wanted to poach Xiao Mingyue to develop in his unit, but of course he was blocked by Director Wan. Hua Lin saw Xiao Mingyue at a glance. Ms. Xiao, I finally see you. You may not know that Xian has not eaten in the past few days. He trusts you. Can you help me coax him? Who could have thought that Director Hua Lin would actually ask Xiao Mingyue to help him coax his child? Xiao Mingyue felt at a loss for words. Of course, where is Xian now? I'll call him. No, Xian is here today too. He doesn't like meeting strangers. I'll bring him to a crowded place to exercise. Hualin waved to the back. Xian, come and see, who is this? Little Xian was led by the nanny, unwillingly. The moment he saw Xiao Mingyue, his eyes suddenly lit up. Xian shook off the nanny's hand, ran over with his short legs, and held Xiao Mingyue's calf tightly. Xiao Mingyue bent down and picked him up. Xian, be obedient and eat your meal well, okay? Xian seemed to realize something. He looked at Xiao Shiwang in Zhao's father's arms. The two children's eyes met in the air. Xian was actually distracted, and Xiao Shiwang also stared at Xian blankly with saliva in his mouth. The bond between the two seemed to be predestined. Xiao Mingyue was about to say something when she heard the system voice. Congratulations to the owner for triggering the hidden benefit. The hero and heroine meet for the first time. The reward is a box of hibiscus facial cream. Effect: face like a hibiscus, eternal youth. Please keep working hard. Xiao Mingyue's eyes suddenly widened. She was stunned for several seconds before she reacted, and then she smiled meaningfully. I see,